Chapter 1. Inferior Iron Bone Aptitude. In Class 7 of the second year, Lin Yi, Inferior Iron Bone Aptitude. It is recommended to plan for a future in logistics-related universities. In the stillness of the night, the results of the test replayed in his dreams. Awakened by a jolt, Lin Yi found himself drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the clock. It was merely 3 in the morning. Yesterday marked the day when the school organized aptitude tests for students who had just reached adulthood. Having turned 18 a month prior, he had eagerly signed up for the assessment. Since he was old enough to comprehend his aspirations, he had longed to become a martial artist, for they held the highest societal stature. Martial artists enjoyed lifespans that surpassed ordinary individuals by a factor of 2. It was rumored that martial masters could live for 5 centuries. From the tender age of 4, he had consciously trained his body, never once slacking off. His family harbored dreams of him becoming a martial artist. His parents regarded him as the beacon of hope for their future. Only by becoming a martial artist could he apply to a martial academy, and upon graduation, attain elevated social standing and wealth. Countless martial artists had altered their fates through the treasures of ancient ruins, and he, too, hoped to follow in their footsteps. Alas, all his hopes and dreams shattered yesterday. He still dared not disclose his test results to his family. His parents toiled at the slaughterhouse, laboring exhaustively for 10 hours each day, earning a meager $3,000 a month, barely sufficient to sustain the household. His younger siblings were still in middle school, their health fragile due to their premature birth. If anyone in the family fell ill, their financial situation would inevitably spiral into disarray. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Yi's weary gaze fell upon his hands as he covered his eyes and sighed softly. Oh, how I wish this were merely a dream. With inferior iron bone aptitude, the chance of becoming a martial artist is virtually nil. Unless a fortuitous encounter enhances my aptitude, I am destined to remain an ordinary person. Yet rare are the fortuitous encounters that could alter one's aptitude. He had scarcely heard of any throughout his life. His grandfather, a martial artist in his youth, was now frail and unable to venture into the ruins. If he could not even enter the ruins, how could he possibly encounter such fortune? Fortune is not something one stumbles upon like cabbages in a market. Lin Yi felt a profound sense of confusion, unable to discern a path forward, and he questioned the worthiness of continuing a life so predictably mundane. Thinking of his frail younger siblings and aging parents, he inhaled deeply and steeled himself. There are so many ordinary people striving to live. I can certainly do the same. His heart was heavy with disappointment, yet he struggled to accept his own mediocrity. Time would surely heal him. Perhaps when he finally surrendered to fate, he would find solace in a more tranquil approach to life. A voice within him whispered gently, "Are you truly willing to capitulate to fate?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi responded, "Certainly not." He sprang upright from his bed, declaring, "A 1% chance is not the same as 0. There have been instances of those with iron bone aptitude becoming martial artists. Why should I not be the next? I am but 18. If I abandon myself, who else would extend a helping hand? Is it merely inferior aptitude? Iron bone is at least superior to ordinary bone. Ordinary bone lacks even the potential to condense vital energy, while iron bone retains the possibility of becoming a martial artist. Surely, the heavens still favor me." A refreshing dose of harsh reality invigorated Lin Yi's spirits. The federal government had long declared that the optimal period for a person to consolidate their vitality is before the age of 20. He had already memorized the essence of the 5 elements vitality technique, comprehending every phrase thoroughly. What he lacked now was a potion to aid in this vital consolidation. Those with inferior innate qualities require a greater quantity of vitality potions. A standard potion costs 30,000 yuan. Although one can apply for a free potion from a school, each individual is permitted only a single application. Given his subpar iron bone constitution, attempting to achieve successful vitality consolidation with just one potion would be more challenging than winning $1 billion with a mere lottery ticket. Contemplating his situation, Lin Yi realized he would need at least 3 potions to have a chance at successfully consolidating his vitality. The school could provide one for free, but acquiring 2 additional potions would amount to 60,000 yuan. With only 300 yuan to his name, the question loomed, where could he possibly procure that sum? Their family's total annual income barely exceeded 60,000. As dawn broke, a message popped up on his phone. "Yi Zi, There's a high-paying part-time job available. Would you be interested? The message was from his classmate, Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi's qualification test results mirrored his own, both classified as inferior ironbone. Though he felt dejected, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome and quickly regained his enthusiasm. He had shifted his focus to various part-time jobs, abandoning the prospect of university. Lin Ye's attention sharpened at the mention of a particularly high salary, prompting him to reply eagerly, "How high? If it were merely a few hundred yuan, it wouldn't be worth pursuing." Zhao Qi responded, "This time is truly fortuitous. A cousin of mine has discovered a wild relic and has already ventured inside several times, each time retrieving some spirit herbs. He was drunk when I overheard him and had no choice but to bring me along. After all, you're my desk mate, and seeing you look so lifeless after the test yesterday, I thought I'd help you out. It's just inferior iron bone as long as you have the funds. There's still a chance to become a martial artist. My cousin agreed to take you with us, and he'll take half of the findings, the rest will be ours. Isn't that a lucrative deal?" Lin Yi, initially indifferent, suddenly became serious. A wild relic, what an extraordinary opportunity. Throughout history, countless individuals have transformed their destinies through such relics. Without the federal government's protective barriers, ordinary people can enter the relic as long as they locate the entrance. Even excavating a few spirit-infused wild herbs could easily fetch several hundred yuan. The conditions within the wild relic remain unknown, but the fact that Zhao Qi's cousin had successfully explored it multiple times suggested it was likely a low-risk grade relic. He recalled that Zhao Qi's cousin, Zhao Yong, was merely an ordinary person who had consolidated his vitality, not a martial artist. Lin Yi swiftly made up his mind, silently acknowledging his gratitude to Zhao Qi. "I'm in, brother. Thank you." Following the qualification test, the school granted them a week off to adjust their mindsets. In the afternoon, Lin Yi donned bite-resistant gloves, a waterproof jacket, and steel-toed safety shoes, while carrying a waterproof backpack. A sharp short blade was strapped to his calf as he made his appearance in the square. Zhao Qi's attire mirrored his, both clad in the optimal gear meticulously curated by online experts for the exploration of ancient ruins. It was rumored that some had acquired spatial equipment from these ruins, yet such items were swiftly procured by the upper echelons, leaving ordinary individuals without even a glimpse of them. With a cheerful smile, Zhao Qi approached and playfully patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "Not bad. Yes, your outfit is as impressive as mine." After scanning the surroundings, he leaned closer to Lin Yi, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Neither of us has any exploration experience, so we must heed my cousin's advice and not stray from the group. My cousin mentioned that this ruin has already been exposed and the federal government will soon dispatch personnel to establish a barrier. Our primary objective this time is to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude once more to Zhao Qi. Had it not been for Zhao Qi's support, he certainly would not have qualified to enter. Chapter 1. Inferior Iron Bone Aptitude. Class 7 of Grade 2. Lin Yi, Inferior Iron Bone Aptitude. It is recommended to consider enrolling in logistics-related universities for future planning. In the stillness of the night, the results of the day's test replayed in his dreams. Lin Yi woke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, and glanced at the clock. It was only 3 in the morning. Yesterday marked the day the school organized aptitude tests for students who had just become adults. Having turned 18 a month prior, he had eagerly signed up for the assessment. Since he was young, he had aspired to become a martial artist, as they held the highest social status. Martial artists enjoyed lifespans twice that of ordinary people, and it was said that martial masters could live for 500 years. From the age of 4, he had consciously dedicated himself to physical training, never allowing himself to slacken. His family harbored hopes that he would become a martial artist. His parents viewed him as the beacon of hope for their family's future. Only by becoming a martial artist could he apply to a martial arts school and, upon graduation, attain a higher social standing and wealth. Countless martial artists had prospered through relics, defying fate, and he longed to be among them. Regrettably, all hopes and dreams had shattered yesterday. Even now, he could not bring himself to share the test results with his family. His parents worked tirelessly at the slaughterhouse, toiling for 10 hours a day for a meager salary of 3,000 a month, barely sufficient to cover the household expenses. His younger siblings were still in middle school, their health frail, due to premature birth. If anyone in the family fell ill, their finances would be stretched beyond capacity. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Lin Yi, weary and despondent, raised a hand to shield his eyes and let out a soft sigh. If only this were a dream. With inferior iron bone aptitude, the chance of becoming a martial artist is virtually nil unless one encounters a fortuitous event that enhances their aptitude. Otherwise, I am destined to remain an ordinary person throughout my life. Yet, he had scarcely heard of such fortuitous events online throughout his life. His grandfather had once been a martial artist, but was now frail and unable to enter relics. If he could not even access the relics, how could he ever encounter such opportunities? Fortuitous events were not as commonplace as cabbages in a market. Lin Yi felt profoundly lost, unable to envision a future, questioning what could possibly make an ordinary life worth enduring. The thought of his frail younger siblings and increasingly aging parents compelled him to take a deep breath and regain his composure. So many ordinary people in the world strive to live. I, too, can persevere. His heart was heavy with disappointment, yet he struggled to accept his mediocrity. Time, he believed, would heal him. Perhaps on the day he reconciled with his fate, he would be able to approach life with equanimity. A voice within him softly inquired, "Are you truly willing to acquiesce to your destiny?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi responded, "Of course, I am not willing." He sprang upright from his bed. A 1% chance is still greater than zero. There have been instances where those with iron bone aptitude have become martial artists. Why can't I be the next? I am only 18. If I abandon myself, who else will extend a helping hand? Isn't it merely inferior aptitude? Iron bone is still superior to ordinary bone. Ordinary bone lacks even the potential to gather chi and blood, while iron bone still holds the possibility of becoming a martial artist. Heaven must still be favoring me. After a hefty dose of harsh reality, Lin Yi felt a flicker of spirit return to him. The federal government had long declared that the optimal period for an individual to consolidate their vital energy was before the age of 20. He had already committed to memory the teachings of the 5 elements vitality technique, comprehending every nuance of its meaning now. He merely required a potion to solidify his energy. Those with inferior innate qualities needed a greater quantity of vitality elixirs. The most basic formula cost 30,000 yuan. Although he could request a free potion from a school, each individual was permitted only one application. His own innate quality was of the lowest tier, akin to iron bones. Relying on a single potion to successfully condense his vitality was a challenge akin to winning $1 billion in the lottery. Lin Yi pondered the matter, realizing he would need at least 3 potions to have a reasonable chance of success. The school could provide 1 free potion, leaving him still in need of 6,000 yuan for the remaining 2. However, his current balance barely surpassed 300. Where could he procure the remaining funds? Their family's total income for the year barely exceeded 60,000. As dawn broke, a message pinged on his phone. "EZ, there's a part-time job available with exceptionally high pay." The message was from his deskmate, Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi's aptitude test results mirrored Lin Yi's. Both were of inferior iron bone quality. Although Zhao Qi felt disheartened, he seemed to have anticipated his low aptitude and quickly regained his vigor, focusing on various part-time jobs while abandoning the idea of attending university. Lin Yi's eyes fixated on the phrase, "exceptionally high pay," as he swiftly replied, "How high? If it was merely a few hundred yuan, it wouldn't be worth his time." Zhao Qi responded, "This time, I've hit the jackpot. A cousin of mine discovered a wild relic and has explored it several times, each time retrieving some spiritual herbs. He drunkenly mentioned it, which compelled him to take me along. After all, you're my deskmate. You look like you were on the brink of despair after the aptitude test. So what if you're of inferior iron bone quality? With enough resources, you can still aspire to be a martial artist. My cousin agreed to bring you along. He'll take half of our earnings, and the rest will be ours. Isn't that a lucrative deal?" Lin Yi, initially indifferent, suddenly felt a surge of seriousness. A wild relic, such an opportunity. Throughout history, countless individuals had transformed their destinies through wild relics. Lacking the federal government's protective barriers, ordinary people could enter these relics merely by locating their entrances. Even extracting a few spiritually infused wild grasses could easily fetch several hundred yuan. No one knew what awaited within the wild relic, but the fact that Zhao Qi's cousin had ventured inside multiple times suggested a lower level of danger, likely indicating it was a great relic. Lin Yi recalled that Zhao Qi's cousin, Zhao Yong, was an ordinary person who had condensed his vitality but was not a martial artist. With a swift resolution, Lin Yi committed to this path, silently acknowledging Zhao Qi's kindness. "I'm in, brother. Thank you." Following the aptitude tests, the school granted them a week's break to recalibrate their mental state. In the afternoon, Lin Yi, donning bite-resistant gloves, a waterproof jacket, and steel-toed safety boots, made his way to the square, a waterproof backpack slung over his shoulders, and a sharp short knife strapped to his calf. Zhao Qi, clad in a similar manner, epitomized the optimal attire for exploring ancient ruins as curated by online aficionados. It was rumored that some had procured spatial equipment from these ruins, yet such treasures were swiftly acquired by the upper echelons, leaving ordinary folk without even a glimpse of them. With a cheerful smile, Zhao Qi approached and playfully patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "Not bad. Yes, your ensemble rivals my own," he remarked. After glancing around, he leaned in closer to Lin Yi, his tone shifting to one of earnest caution. "Neither of us possesses exploration experience, so it's imperative we heed my cousin's advice and remain within the group at all times. My cousin mentioned that this ruin has already been exposed and the federal government will soon dispatch personnel to establish barriers. Our objective this time is to gather as much spiritual medicine as possible." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude once more, acutely aware that without Zhao Qi's efforts to include him, he would have lacked the requisite credentials to participate in this venture. Chapter 1. The Inferior Iron Bone Aptitude. In Class 7 of the second year, Lin Yi possesses an inferior iron bone aptitude. It is recommended that he consider a future in logistics-related universities. In the stillness of the night, the results of the day's assessment replayed vividly in his dreams. Awoken in a cold sweat, Lin Yi turned to glance at the clock. 3 a.m. Yesterday marked the day the school organized an aptitude test for newly adult students. Having reached adulthood a month prior, he had eagerly registered for the evaluation. From a young age, he had aspired to become a martial artist, for their societal standing was unparalleled. The lifespan of martial artists often exceeded that of ordinary individuals, with tales of masters living up to 5 centuries. Lin Yi had diligently trained his body since the age of 4, never once allowing himself to slacken. His family harbored hopes that he would rise as a martial artist. His parents viewed him as the beacon of their future. Only by attaining the status of a martial artist could he gain admission to a martial academy, ultimately securing a higher social standing and wealth. Countless martial artists had transformed their fates through relics, and he yearned to do the same. Regrettably, all hopes and dreams shattered yesterday. He still lacked the courage to disclose his test results to his family. His parents toiled at a slaughterhouse, laboring 10 hours a day for a meager salary of $3,000 a month, barely enough to cover the family's living expenses. His younger siblings were still in middle school, their fragile health a consequence of premature birth. If any family member fell ill, their financial situation would become dire. Lost in thought, Lin Yi, weary and despondent, raised a hand to shield his eyes and sighed softly. Ah, if only this were a dream. An inferior iron bone aptitude renders the possibility of becoming a martial artist nearly non-existent. Unless one encounters a fortuitous opportunity to enhance their aptitude, I am destined to lead an ordinary life. Yet, he had seldom heard of such miraculous opportunities throughout his life. His grandfather had been a martial artist, but age and frailty had long precluded him from entering relics. How could one encounter fortuity if they could not access the relics? Fortuity was not a cabbage readily found at the market. Lin Yi felt adrift, unable to discern the path ahead, and uncertain of what value lay in enduring a mundane existence. Thoughts of his frail siblings and aging parents stirred something within him, prompting him to take a deep breath and muster his resolve. In this world, countless ordinary people strive to live surely. I can too. His heart ached with disappointment, for he struggled to accept his own mediocrity. Time would surely heal him. Perhaps the day he surrendered to fate would allow him to approach life with equanimity. A voice within him softly inquired, "Are you truly willing to yield to fate?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi answered, "Of course not." He sprang upright from his bed. A 1% chance is not zero. There have been instances where those with iron bone aptitude have become martial artists. Why can't I be the next? I am merely 18 if I abandon myself. Who will extend a helping hand my way? Is it not just an inferior aptitude? Iron bone is at least superior to ordinary bone. Ordinary bone lacks even the potential to condense chi and blood, while iron bone still holds the possibility of becoming a martial artist. Heaven has not entirely forsaken me. At a refreshing dose of bitter wisdom invigorated Lin Yi, restoring a flicker of vitality within him. The federal government had long declared that the optimal period for an individual to cultivate their vital energy and blood is before the age of 20. He had already committed to memory the principles of the 5 elements vital energy technique, comprehending the essence of each phrase thoroughly. What he lacked now was a potion for consolidating this vital energy. The poorer one's innate constitution, the greater the quantity of vital energy elixir required. The most ordinary elixir costs 30,000 yuan. Although he could apply for a free potion from the school, each individual is limited to a single application. With his inferior iron bone constitution, relying on just one potion to successfully gather vital energy was akin to winning a 1 billion yuan lottery ticket by mere chance. After some contemplation, Lin Yi realized he would need at least 3 potions to have a feasible chance of successfully consolidating his vital energy. The school could provide one for free, but 2 additional potions would amount to 60,000 yuan. Presently, he had only a little over 300 yuan in his account. Where could he possibly procure 60,000? Their family's total annual income barely exceeded 60,000. As dawn broke, his phone buzzed with a message. Yezi, there's a high-paying part-time job available. Are you interested? The message was from his deskmate, Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi had received the same inferior iron bone result as him. Although disheartened, he seemed to have anticipated his low aptitude and quickly regained his spirits. He had shifted his focus to various part-time jobs, abandoning his aspirations of attending university. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the phrase high-paying, and he swiftly replied, how much? If it were merely a few hundred yuan, it wouldn't warrant his time. Zhao Qi responded, this time I've struck gold. A cousin of mine discovered a wild relic and has explored it several times, bringing back various spiritual herbs each time. He was drunk when I overheard him, which forced him to take me along. Since you're my deskmate, and I saw you looking rather morose after the aptitude test yesterday, I thought I'd extend the invitation. It's just inferior iron bone aptitude. As long as you have some money, there's still a chance to become a martial artist. My cousin has agreed to take you. He'll keep half of the spoils, and the rest is ours. Isn't that a lucrative offer? Lin Yi, initially indifferent, suddenly became serious. A wild relic, such an opportunity. Throughout history, countless individuals have transformed their fates through such discoveries. Wild relics are not protected by the federal government's barriers. Any ordinary person who locates the entrance can enter. Even extracting a few sprigs of spiritually infused wild herbs could easily fetch several hundred yuan. The conditions within the wild relic remain unknown. Yet Zhao Qi's cousin had ventured inside multiple times, suggesting the relic posed minimal danger and was likely classified as an grade relic. He recalled that Zhao Qi's cousin, Zhao Yong, was an ordinary person who had consolidated his vital energy but was not a martial artist. Lin Yi quickly made his decision and internally noted Zhao Qi's kindness. I'm in, brother. Thank you. After the aptitude test concluded, the school granted them a week off to adjust their mental state. In the afternoon, Lin Yi appeared in the square, donning bite-resistant gloves, a waterproof jacket, and safety shoes designed to withstand heavy impacts. He carried a waterproof backpack and had a sharp short knife strapped to his calf. Zhao Qi's attire was quite similar, as it was curated by an online expert as the most suitable gear for exploring ancient ruins. It was rumored that some had acquired spatial equipment from these ruins, yet such items were swiftly purchased by high-ranking individuals, leaving ordinary folk without even a glimpse of them. With a friendly smile, Zhao Qi approached and playfully patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Not bad. Yezi, your outfit rivals mine, he remarked. After surveying their surroundings, he leaned closer to Lin Yi and whispered with an air of secrecy. Neither of us has any exploration experience, so we must heed my cousin's guidance once we enter. It's crucial that we do not stray from the group. My cousin mentioned that this ruin has already been exposed, and the federal government will soon dispatch personnel to establish a protective barrier. Our primary objective this time is to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude once more to Zhao Qi. Had it not been for Zhao Qi's desire to assist him, he would undoubtedly lack the qualifications to enter. Chapter 2. System binding failure. Lin Yi waited for nearly 10 minutes until he spotted Zhao Qi's cousin, Zhao Yong. Behind Zhao Yong stood a dozen young and vigorous men. Upon noticing Lin Yi's well-defined physique, Zhao Yong, satisfied, nodded gently at him, recognizing his commitment to physical fitness. Everyone was aware of their imminent destination, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. I will, however, convey one crucial matter. Those wishing to enter must sign an agreement with me. This agreement had been prepared in advance by Zhao Yong, and Lin Yi swiftly received a copy. A brief glance revealed that the document emphasized two primary stipulations. Zhao Yong would not be responsible for any life or death occurrences within the ruins, and half of any findings must be surrendered to him as a fee for guidance. Lin Yi promptly affixed his signature and handed the agreement back to Zhao Yong. For ordinary individuals, exploring wild ruins is a perilous gamble. If one fears for their life, they are destined to remain a mediocre commoner. Lin Yi harbored no desire to lead a mundane existence or to tread the same path as his parents. Countless individuals are willing to risk their lives for such opportunities yet find themselves bereft of any chance. He considered himself fortunate, far more than most. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's signature on the agreement, Zhao Qi pulled him into the vehicle and whispered reassuringly, "There is no need to be anxious. My cousin and his team have ventured into the ruins multiple times. We'll be operating on the periphery, so there is no danger. My cousin is even equipped with tranquilizer guns, so we can escape should we encounter any strange beasts." Though Lin Yi felt an undeniable tension, it stemmed not from the unknown dangers within the ruins, but from the apprehension of whether the treasures within would yield 60,000 yuan. Zhao Qi reclined comfortably in his seat, brimming with excitement, and remarked, "If all goes well, I'll buy 2 doses of blood tonic once we're out. With a few years of diligent training, I could become a warrior. As a warrior, not only could I explore the ruins, but I could also secure a job starting at 10,000. He sighed wistfully, lamenting, "Alas, this ruin has already been exposed. If only I could explore it a few more times, perhaps I too could be armed like my cousin." Zhao Qi was elated and animated, while Lin Yi occasionally chimed in, engaging in conversation as they drove out of the city. 2 hours later, they disembarked and followed Zhao Yong into the dense forest. Another hour passed before they arrived at a waterfall. Lin Yi immediately noticed the shimmering veil beside the waterfall, the very entrance to the ruins he had glimpsed online. Zhao Qi, bubbling with excitement, leapt up and down. Lin Yi took a deep breath, striving to steady his racing heart. Zhao Yong reiterated the precautions for entering, summarizing them into a single imperative: do not stray from the group. "Let us move into the ruins," he commanded, and the group lined up, entering sequentially. Lin Yi had read online that one might experience dizziness upon entering the ruins. Indeed, as he crossed the threshold, not only did he feel lightheaded, but he also experienced a ringing in his ears reminiscent of electrical currents, accompanied by auditory hallucinations. Ding. Detection. Host binding possible. Binding. Binding failed. Turning to Zhao Qi, Lin Yi sought to inquire about his experience of auditory hallucinations upon entering the ruins. However, upon seeing Zhao Qi's face illuminated with excitement and astonishment, he realized that his companion had not encountered any such phenomenon. Lin Yi swiftly redirected his attention to his surroundings. The ruins were markedly different from the outside world. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and towering trees surrounded him. Although the air was refreshing, it was thick with humidity and carried a faint scent of decaying vegetation. With every step, Lin Yi treaded cautiously, apprehensive of venomous creatures lurking beneath his feet. Zhao Yong led them to a stream overrun with weeds, where everyone caught sight of the spiritual herbs growing by the water's edge. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. His medicinal concoction was within reach. He hurriedly unzipped his backpack, only to be besieged by auditory hallucinations of electric static. Failure. Binding. Failure. Unable to disengage. Unknown. Error. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and gently bit his tongue to maintain his alertness. Could it be that the severity of his aftereffects stemmed from his inability to condense his vital energy? Yet, nearly an hour had elapsed since entering the ruins, and such aftereffects should have dissipated by now. Suddenly, a piercing crackle of electricity jolted through the air, causing Lin Yi to freeze in place, instinctively shutting his eyes tight. He dared not open them again until the crackling subsided. Upon cautiously opening his eyes, he was startled into closing them again. What is happening? Why are there inscriptions on the herbs before me? Was it possible that not only was he experiencing auditory hallucinations, but also visual illusions? Lin Yi took a deep breath, maintaining his composure, and opened his eyes once more to scrutinize the inscriptions on the herbs. 2-year-old frostwater leaf, thrives in wet environments. He recognized the frostwater leaf. He had seen images of this herb online, yet he could not ascertain its age. Observing his surroundings, he noted that only the herbs within a 10-meter radius bore inscriptions. Ordinary weeds were simply labeled weed, while spiritual herbs displayed their age, names, and brief descriptions. Lin Yi cautiously approached Zhao Qi and whispered, "Do you know how old the frostwater leaf we are collecting is?" Zhao Qi, engrossed in gathering herbs, did not lift his head. "My cousin told me that most frostwater leaves are 1 year old, but there are some that are 2 years old as well. The type of herbs we harvest depends entirely on our luck." Lin Yi was certain he could not distinguish the age of the frostwater leaf, and the prompts before him could not be mere figments of his subconscious. If they were not products of his subconscious, then what were these prompts? Lost in thought, Lin Yi recalled the auditory hallucinations he had experienced upon entering the ruins. It seemed to pertain to some system-binding failure. Who among the youth had not fantasized about binding a system to alter their fate and become a paragon of excellence? He had initially thought that this was merely a reflection of his desires, hence the auditory hallucinations. Noticing that everyone was preoccupied with harvesting herbs, Lin Yi, if it were moments ago, would have been engaged in the same activity. He kept his head down, gathering herbs while subtly distancing himself from the group along the stream, his gaze discreetly scanning the banks. Objects deemed too ordinary bore no inscriptions, much like regular stones or soil. The surrounding trees also displayed inscriptions, which required a 3-second gaze before the text above the canopy would shrink and appear before him. Lin Yi spotted a mound of earth, atop which was inscribed a line of text, commonly known as the venomous water centipede, irritable and lethargic. Lin Yi gradually began to believe that the peculiar inscriptions before him were not mere illusions. What kind of mirage could conjure so many unfamiliar plants? Could it be that the auditory hallucinations he experienced earlier were genuine, indicating that a system had indeed bound to him, only to fail? The labels on the plants were remnants of this failed binding. His heart raced with excitement, as intuition insisted that this was the truth. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Yi commenced the gathering of 3- and 4-year-old frost leaves, for they could not linger within the ruins. The relics were shrouded in a mist that could induce dizziness and poisoning in ordinary individuals if they remained too long. Should one faint in these ruins, they would undoubtedly become prey for the beast lurking within, with some plants even possessing carnivorous tendencies. At that moment, Zhao Qi signaled for assembly. And as Lin Yi straightened his back, he caught sight of a label in the stream. What appears to be an ordinary stone is, in fact, encasing a millennium's worth of iron essence. The stone was roughly the size of a fist, indistinguishable from the other stones in the stream. Yet its weight was remarkably different when held in hand. Chapter 3. Only relics matter. Lin Yi, suppressing his inner excitement, strode forward to retrieve the relic, clutching it tightly as he made his way to the assembly point. Zhao Qi, noticing Lin Yi's bulging backpack, greeted him with a radiant smile. "You must treat me to a meal once we're out," he insisted. Lin Yi nodded with a grin. "Absolutely." Zhao Yang gathered everyone back at the relic's exit, asking them to set aside half of their findings, as distributing them outside would attract undue attention. The entrance to the relic had already been exposed, and he feared someone might be lying in wait outside. Lin Yi carefully selected a year's worth of water frost leaves from his backpack, adding a few older specimens to avoid drawing attention. The journey out of the relic proceeded smoothly, and they encountered no difficulties on the return trip. On the way back to the city, Lin Yi noticed he could no longer see the plant indicators outside. Yet the textual labels for the water frost leaves in his backpack remained. It gradually dawned on him that only items within the relic possessed such labels. Zhao Qi led Lin Yi to a shop, and, with an air of mystery, confided, "This shop was recommended by my cousin. The owner wanted to inquire about the source of the trading items, and the prices are slightly above the official rates. They also sell the chi blood soup we need. If we purchase at least 6 portions, the owner will give us a discount." At that moment, Lin Yi was not particularly concerned about the chi blood soup. Rather, he yearned to ascertain whether his suspicions were indeed correct. If he had truly failed to bind the system yet could still see the item labels within the relic, it would be akin to having an unfair advantage. He would recognize treasures that others could not, discern the age of spiritual herbs that eluded others. This time, he had also fortuitously found a piece of iron essence. Lin Yi tucked the iron essence at the bottom of his backpack and followed Zhao Qi into a private room, laying out the spiritual herbs from his bag onto the table. The shop owner, a composed middle-aged man, was diligently using professional instruments to assess the age of the herbs. The official price for a 1-year-old water frost leaf is 3,000. Here, it's 3,300. For 2-year-olds, the price is 6,000. Here, it's 6,006. 3-year-olds are quite rare, with an official price of 10,000. Here, it's 11,000. Just as the owner remarked on the rarity of the 3-year-old water frost leaf, the testing device emitted a sudden beep. 3-year-old water frost leaf, superior quality. Jiaoqi. With half a backpack filled predominantly with 1-year-old leaves and only a few 2-year-olds, none being 3-year-olds, watched in disbelief. The first specimen Lin Yi tested was a 3-year-old water frost leaf. The shop owner glanced at Lin Yi and remarked, "You have quite the fortune. You actually possess a 3-year-old water frost leaf." No sooner had he spoken than the testing device chimed again. 4-year-old water frost leaf, superior quality. Jiaoqi gasped, doubting the integrity of the shop owner's equipment. The shop owner himself seemed skeptical and fetched a new testing device. 4-year-old water frost leaf, superior quality. 3-year-old water frost leaf, superior quality. 2-year-old water frost leaf, good quality. The device's announcements continued unabated, and the eyes of both Jiaoqi and the shop owner widened in astonishment. Jiaoqi widened his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Yi. Good gracious, what extraordinary luck you possess. In 2 years, there are only a few seedlings, while the majority are 3 or 4 years old, and not a single one is just a year old. Were we not acting in unison, I would suspect you of cheating. Lin Yi deliberately feigned a look of surprise before hesitantly speaking. Perhaps I possess a certain aptitude for discerning spiritual herbs. Their essence feels remarkably comforting to me, prompting me to prioritize their collection. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fetched several spiritual herbs from outside, arranging them before Lin Yi, saying, "My dear student, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Take a look at these spiritual herbs and see if you can identify those whose essence feels agreeable to you." Lin Yi was aware that he needed a plausible explanation. Otherwise, the abundance of high-quality herbs would inevitably attract attention. He reasoned that it was better to reveal a fraction of his ability than to have others discover it. There are countless talents showcased online, and his skill in discerning the essence of spiritual herbs is hardly remarkable. Lin Yi harbored his own plans, knowing that the shopkeeper had connections with warriors exploring ancient ruins. If his talent for discerning the essence of spiritual herbs could be utilized, perhaps he would be invited to join the expedition. The herbs presented by the shopkeeper were all sourced from the ruins, with the difference between lower and higher ages nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Yi pretended to examine the herbs, sniffing them before selecting a few of the older varieties. The shopkeeper employed a testing device and confirmed that none were of a lower age. Chenin, the shopkeeper, gazed at Lin Yi with bright eyes, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. "I am the owner of the shop. You may call me Uncle Chen. You must not squander this remarkable talent of yours. Would you be interested in joining the Ruins Exploration Mercenary Corps?" Chenin, a warrior who had retired due to injury and previously worked as a mercenary, understood the significance of having someone capable of discerning the age of spiritual herbs within a team. Due to the peculiar nature of the ruins, all technological devices malfunction upon entry. Lin Yi, filled with excitement, called out to Chenin as uncle, expressing his keen interest. However, he hesitated, stating, "But I am merely an ordinary person. Would the mercenary corps accept me?" Chenin, with an expression that conveyed reassurance, replied, "Although you are an ordinary individual and do not meet the standard recruitment criteria, your exceptional talent allows for a special pathway into the corps. Rest assured, I will facilitate this for you. Each time you enter the mercenary group, you will receive a share of 1% of the profits. Do not underestimate that 1%. A mercenary group typically generates profits in the hundreds of thousands upon entering the ruins. They will ensure your safety, sparing you from facing any dangers. All of this will be documented in the agreement." Before Lin Yi could make a decision, Jiaoqi, visibly anxious, tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, eager to respond on his behalf. After all, it was a mercenary corps comprised entirely of warriors, individuals of great importance that an ordinary person would seldom encounter in a lifetime. Now, Lin Yi astonishingly found himself with the opportunity to join. Jiaoqi's face was almost split with laughter. It was he who had guided Lin Yi to the ruins, which ultimately allowed Lin Yi to discover his own extraordinary talents. Lin Yi held Jiaoqi's kindness in his heart, given his understanding of Lin Yi. Jiaoqi believed that when Lin Yi eventually achieved success, he would surely remember to lend him a hand. Entering the ruins had originally been Lin Yi's goal, and he had earnestly promised Chen and Chenin, eager to delve deeper into Lin Yi's ability to distinguish spiritual herbs, took both Lin Yi and Jiaoqi to the storeroom. In the end, Chenin concluded that Lin Yi's talent was limited to identifying the spiritual herbs within the ruins. The ones cultivated outside were likely too muddled in essence for him to discern. Lin Yi chose not to disclose to Chunin that, in addition to spiritual herbs, he could also identify materials. From the outset, Lin Yi had resolved internally that the talent he had revealed could only ascertain the age of the spiritual herbs found within the ruins. If others were to discover his remarkable ability to identify unfamiliar items, even a mere stone he picked up might be mistaken for a treasure. Chapter 4. The failure of gathering qi and blood. Zhao Qi sold a total of 170,000, while Lin Yi managed to sell 390,000. Both Lin Yi and Zhao Qi acquired 2 portions of qi and blood soup from Chunin, who also added Lin Ye's contact information. Due to Lin Ye's inferior aptitude, the school teachers essentially adopted a hands-off approach, rarely inquiring even when he skipped classes. Upon returning home, Lin Ye's excitement had yet to fully subside. The qi and blood soup in his hands was crafted from rare spiritual herbs sourced from ruins, yet bore no labels. Lin Yi surmised that the artificially synthesized items could not be labeled. That evening, Lin Yi transferred 100,000 to his parents. Upon receiving the notification, both his father and mother hurriedly turned to him. His mother rushed out of the kitchen wielding a spatula, exclaiming, "Yi, where did this 100,000 come from? Please do not engage in any illegal activities." His father wore a worried expression, insisting, "Our family is not in such dire straits. Your tuition fees are something we will manage. Do not rush to purchase the qi and blood soup. I can borrow some from your uncle when the time comes." Seeing his parents' anxiety, Lin Yi quickly smiled and reassured them in a light-hearted tone, "You need not worry. This money is completely legitimate. Zhao Qi's cousin discovered a wild ruin, and Zhao Qi took me to excavate spiritual herbs. This sum is derived from the sale of those herbs, and I have set aside some to purchase the qi and blood soup. You need not fret about the tuition fees for Yangxi and Linrong. I seem to possess a rather unique talent, and I anticipate that a mercenary group will contact me soon. At that time, our family will no longer lack for funds." While the assertion of not lacking money was somewhat exaggerated, he was certain it would not be as financially strained as it currently was. Lin Ye's younger sister, Yi Yunzi, and Lin Rong were twins, with Yi Yunzi taking their mother's surname. Lin Rong was born before Yi Yunzi, and due to their twin status, both had been frail since childhood, requiring medication to nurture their health during seasonal changes. After a lengthy explanation, Lin Yi finally convinced his parents that he had not engaged in any illicit activities. It dawned on them his exceptional talent, and their mouths nearly stretched into smiles. Once the initial excitement subsided, Lin Ye's parents urged him to keep his unique talent discreet. The security in the outer city is not ideal. If everyone remains equally ordinary, we can all be good neighbors, they cautioned. They recalled a relative from the old Qin family who had become a martial artist and suffered inexplicably from jealousy, resulting in him breaking his leg when he went out. Lin Yi fell silent at this, aware that only those registered as martial artists with the federal government qualified to reside in the inner city, where housing was exorbitantly priced, available solely for purchase, not rent. Reports indicated that the most affordable 3-bedroom apartment cost over 100 million. Observing the weary faces of his parents, he silently vowed, "I promise. Our family will eventually reside in the inner city." His parents seldom interfered in Lin Ye's affairs, as he had always been remarkably sensible, rarely causing them concern. His father had intended to inquire about Lin Ye's aptitude test, but had forgotten amidst the discussions of the 100,000 and the unique talent. When Yi Yunzi and Lin Rong returned home from school, their faces lit up upon seeing Lin Yi in the living room. With a smile, Lin Yi presented them each with a brand new mobile phone. "I noticed that your mobile storage seems a bit insufficient, so I purchased new phones for you. Upon receiving these devices, it is imperative that you dedicate yourselves to your studies. In school, we must not bully others. Yet we should not allow ourselves to be bullied either." Lin Rong, delighted with her new phone, settled beside Lin Yi, remarking on how you and brother Zhao Qi often come to school to pick us up. "The whole class is aware that we have brothers to protect us. Who would dare to cross us?" Yi Yunxi furrowed her delicate brows, her keen mind aware of the family's financial situation. "Brother, how could you afford new phones for us? This model's base configuration must cost at least 6,000, and we could manage with our old ones." Upon hearing the price of the phone in her hand, Lin Rong quickly chimed in, "Indeed, our phones are not broken. They only lag a bit while watching videos, which does not hinder their use. Perhaps we should return them." Their parents' combined monthly income is merely 6,000, meaning that 2 phones would consume 2 months' worth of earnings. Though she cherished the new phone, the family's well-being was paramount. Lin Dad affectionately ruffled Lin Rong's hair, expressing his gratitude. Your brother has secured a good part-time job. Do not inquire about it. You will understand in due course. Since he bought you the phones, accept them joyfully. Your brother is not one to squander money. Lin Rong and Yi Yunqi refrained from asking what kind of part-time job Lin Yu had found. They only inquired about any potential dangers. Lin Yi, of course, withheld the truth about his intention to join a mercenary team to explore ruins, merely stating that he had encountered a benefactor who introduced him to this part-time opportunity, assuring them it posed no danger. Lin Dad and Lin Mom remained concerned, wondering if it was too perilous for their son, an ordinary individual, to join a mercenary group. However, they understood that earning money was exceedingly challenging. There was no such thing as a lucrative opportunity without hardship. Both parents recognized Lin Ye's desire to transcend mediocrity, suppressing their worries and feigning nonchalance to support his decision. They could not assist him, but resolved not to become a distraction or a burden. The following day, after everyone had left the house, Lin Yi prepared to brew a concoction of qi and blood tonic. An hour later, upon consuming a bowl of the tonic, he felt as though he had downed an entire bottle of strong liquor. A burning sensation coursed through his throat, followed by an overwhelming heat enveloping his entire body. Anticipating the effects, Lin Yi hastily made his way to the restroom, where he soon experienced excruciating pain throughout his bones. This was an essential phase of consuming the tonic. One must remain conscious and practice breathing techniques to successfully consolidate qi and blood. 3 hours passed, and Lin Yi felt as though he had been pulled from water, struggling to rise from the restroom floor. Despite having anticipated the possibility of failure in consolidating qi and blood, the reality of it left him profoundly disheartened. He had hoped to be different, especially after encountering the legendary system. Resigned, he lay on the floor, waiting for his strength to return. After bathing, he tidied up the house. Although he had failed to consolidate qi and blood, he could sense a notable improvement in his physical condition. His muscle definition was significantly more pronounced. Lin Yi then tested his punching strength. Previously at 80 pounds, it had now increased to 110 pounds. The medicinal brew has indeed proven somewhat effective. However, his inherent aptitude is too deficient, preventing his body from fully absorbing its potency. The essence of the concoction lingers within him, and he must await the complete metabolism of this potion before he can partake in a subsequent dose. On the first day of his return to school, Lin Yi learned that Zhao Qi had similarly failed to condense his vital energy. Like him, Zhao Qi remained undeterred by the setback, for they possessed sufficient funds to forcibly stimulate their vital energy through the medicinal brew. As the day progressed, Lin Yi grew increasingly uncomfortable in the school environment, prompting him to submit a request to his teacher for self-study outside the institution. The teacher, mistakenly believing that Lin Yi had relinquished his aspirations for the college entrance examination, readily approved his application. Among the various martial arts academies, the most attainable criterion is to become a martial artist by the end of the 3rd year of high school. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, Lin Yi finds himself unable to surpass the hurdle of aptitude. Zhao Qi has already resolved to pursue a career as a mercenary, eschewing the path to a logistics university. Chapter 5. Joining the Ancient Pine Mercenary Corps, Lin Yi aspired to be more than merely a mercenary. He possessed extraordinary experiences that others could scarcely dream of, yearning to explore the world beyond. Being a martial artist was merely a stepping stone for him, not his final destination. Lin Yi, I have a mercenary group willing to collaborate with you. Their leader wishes to meet you first. Would you be available this afternoon? Lin Yi received Chun An's voice message while tidying up at home and promptly replied, Uncle Chun, that works for me. I will come by at noon. Although the meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, the mercenary leader, being a martial artist, would not be kept waiting. Upon arriving at Chen An's shop at noon, Lin Yi noticed Chen An engaged in conversation with a scar-faced man over tea. The man's piercing gaze exuded an aura that was difficult to confront directly. As Lin Yi stood in the shop, his muscles tensed, overwhelmed by a sense of danger akin to being watched by a predator. Old Su, please stop teasing Lin Yi. Lin Yi, come sit. Allow me to introduce you. This is Su Song, the leader of the Ancient Pine Mercenary Corps. He is a half-step martial master. Upon gathering one's vital energy, a punch force of 1,000 signifies the entry into martial arts. The federal government has declared the limit for martial artists' punch force to be 10,000. To advance to a martial master, one must reach this limit and perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A half-step martial master refers to an individual whose punch force has reached 10,000 yet has not sensed this energy. Su Song tempered his imposing aura. His satisfaction with Lin Yi's demeanor conditional. If Lin Yi could not withstand his presence, accompanying them would only result in a liability. The ruins were fraught with peril, where even a single scream could lead to casualties. Regardless of Lin Yi's extraordinary talent for identifying spiritual herbs, if he could not conquer his inner fears, he would not be permitted into the ruins. Chen had insisted that Su Song personally select the spiritual herbs. Subsequently, Lin Yi meticulously chose all the higher-aged herbs from within. Su Song was acutely aware that Lin Yi's talent for discerning spiritual herbs was only beneficial when dealing with those from the ruins, as the herbs he retrieved were exclusively sourced from there. Su Song regarded Lin Yi thoughtfully. Your talent is remarkable. All the herbs here have been meticulously selected by me, and even I cannot discern their ages. His reputation for keen insight had been honed over decades of exploring ruins. Old Shin has mentioned, hasn't he? Your share of the profits from entering the ruins is merely 1%, and that is post-tax. Lin Yi was taken aback. Do mercenary groups have to pay taxes to enter the ruins? Both Chun and Su Song found his surprise unsurprising. Lin Yi was an ordinary person who could not even access the martial artist forums, so it was natural for him to be unaware of the taxes associated with ruins. As Chun served Lin Yi tea, he elaborated. Do you know why the federal government expends such effort to establish barriers around the ruins? It is indeed to collect taxes. Each time a mercenary group enters the ruins, they must pay a personal income tax of 40%. The consequences of tax evasion are severe. The lightest penalty is a 100-fold fine, while the gravest can lead to the destruction of a martial artist's cultivation, leaving them crippled. Though you are an ordinary person, if you enter the ruins with the mercenary group, you too must pay taxes. However, you need not concern yourself with the tax process. That will be handled by Old Su. Chinen continued to share more information regarding the ruins. The federal government categorizes ancient relics into 9 distinct levels, with the lowest being F and the highest SSS. The relic that the Elder Su and his companions are exploring is classified as F level, where the survival rate for ordinary martial artists stands at 80%. For E-level relics, the survival rate drops to 30%. At the D level, the survival rate for ordinary martial artists plummets to 1%, and typically only martial masters venture inside, with their survival rate merely at 10%. As the level of the relic ascends, the quality of the spiritual herbs within improves, and the ferocity of the beasts increases. The beasts residing in these relics are treasures in their entirety, with their blood and demon cores being highly valuable. The flesh can serve as food, while other materials may be employed in forging, although extracting them from the relics proves difficult. Furthermore, the worth of spiritual herbs far surpasses that of beast meat. Once wild beasts awaken their bloodline talents, they transform into demon beasts. A first-tier demon beast strength is comparable to that of a half-step martial master, albeit with limited intelligence. Lin Yi, unfamiliar with the martial world, received a crash course in knowledge from Chinen. He also entered into a temporary agreement with Su Song, becoming a provisional member of the Ancient Pine Mercenary Corps, and was subsequently added to a chat group. For Joyce, I heard the leader recruited an ordinary person, introduced by Boss Chen no less. Who knows what this person's background is? I hope he is not just some idle rich kid looking to explore the relics and wants us to act as bodyguards. Qian, the leader, just added him to the group. He must not be a wealthy heir, as only genuine teammates can join. Yu Suawei, my heavens. I just looked at the new teammate's information. He's only 18 years old and still in high school. Upon seeing himself mentioned in the group, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before sending a greeting. Greetings, esteemed seniors. My name is Lin Yi. Yu Suawei. Hello, Lin Yi. May I inquire how you joined the team? Qian. Yes, I'd like to know too. Su Song. We are entering the relic tomorrow. Are you all not going to train? Lin Yi possesses a unique talent that allows him to discern the age of spiritual herbs within the relics. With Su Song's remark, the 2 previously silent members of the group were startled into action. Zhou Wen. To think a person with a special talent was discovered by the boss. His efficiency is truly remarkable. Cheng Yi. Welcome, Lin Yi. Each time we enter a relic, our backpack space is limited, and we often bring out lower-value spiritual herbs. Since we cannot use technological products inside the relics, having Lin Yi's unique talent will enable us to selectively gather high-value spiritual herbs. Yu Suawei, exactly. The backpack has its limits. No matter how hard I try to stuff it, there is only so much space. I once squeezed it too hard and damaged the herbs at the bottom, which broke my heart. For Joyce, just thinking about the spiritual herbs I randomly discarded while organizing my backpack makes me anxious. I worry that some might have been of high value, keeping me awake for quite some time. It's wonderful that our team finally has a special talent. Lin Ye's nervous heart gradually found its calm. The Ancient Pine Mercenary Corps comprises 6 martial artists, and with his addition, they now total 7. The 6 martial artists warmly welcomed him in the group, and he could sense their amicable disposition, which eased his apprehension about their forthcoming encounter. The following morning, Lin Yi informed his parents of his intention to be away for a while, understanding that he was likely heading to the ruins. His father and mother hurriedly prepared a copious breakfast for him. After Lin Yi left home, his mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she voiced her concerns. Our son just transferred a sum of money to me, and my heart is in turmoil, weighed down by anxiety. Lin Ye's father sighed deeply and gently patted his wife's shoulder. Do not worry, our son has never caused us distress throughout his life. He knows what he is doing. Our capabilities are limited. All we can do is prepare meals and await his return. Let us keep his departure from Yunxi and Shaorong for the time being. I fear their excessive worry may affect their health. Lin Ye's mother wiped her tears and endeavored to compose herself as she began tidying the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her husband and said, Yizi enjoys the pickled vegetables I make, and we are nearly out of the last batch. I shall prepare some more. Lin Ye's father glanced at the remaining jar of pickled vegetables, said nothing, and quietly assisted her in gathering the ingredients for the new batch. Chapter 6. The health bar atop the monstrous beast. As Lin Yi arrived at the assembly point designated by Su Songfa, he immediately spotted Su Song. This is our team's custom uniform. Please change into it promptly, Su instructed. Yesterday, you all got acquainted in the group chat, and we will discuss the precautions for entering the ruins once we board the vehicle. Su had previously informed him that he would provide clothing, weapons, and a backpack, advising him to arrive empty-handed. The attire Su provided was specifically designed for martial artists, and only those with the martial artist status could access the Federal Martial Artist Marketplace for purchases. His weapon, a Tang sword, gleamed ominously, indicating its extraordinary quality. Yu Suowei, upon seeing Lin Yi, beamed with delight and casually draped an arm over Lin Ye's shoulder. You look quite fitting in our team uniform. It seems you belong with us. This Tang sword was acquired at a hefty price from the auction house, but since we are unaccustomed to its style, it is yours to keep. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Suowei, and I am roughly 10 years your senior, so feel free to call me Brother Yu. Lin Yi smiled back at Yu Suowei, carefully stowing away the Tang sword. Brother Yu, what dangers should we anticipate in the ruins we are about to explore? Yu Suowei pulled Lin Yi onto the vehicle and settled beside him, replying, You ought to inquire about where there isn't danger within the ruins. Although we are merely heading to an F-grade ruin, the survival rate for ordinary martial artists is 80%. However, if we inadvertently provoke a horde of monstrous beasts or encounter toxic exotic plants, the likelihood of our entire team perishing is considerably high. The mercenary group does not incur additional fees for entering the ruins, but upon exiting, we are subject to inspections of our backpacks and treasures. We must either pay taxes with spiritual herbs or convert all findings into currency for payment. Generally, we opt to pay taxes, as Brother Chen offers slightly higher prices for spiritual herbs than the official rates. These arrangements are well known to the authorities and have become an unspoken rule. Not long after Yu Suowei boarded, Su Song and several other team members joined them in the vehicle, where Su provided a brief introduction. Lin Yi sensed the warmth and friendliness of their demeanor, gradually easing his tension. This marked Lin Ye's inaugural venture into the ancient ruins regulated by the federal government, necessitating a 4-hour drive. Yu Suowei and the others soon succumbed to slumber, leaving only Sushi at the wheel. The origins of these ancient ruins remain shrouded in mystery. It is only known that they house remnants of ancient architecture, with whispers of ancient sex repositories having been discovered. Countless cultivation techniques have been extracted from the ruins, subsequently adapted by scientists for modern practitioners. Presently, only monstrous beasts and exotic plants have been identified within the ruins, although ancient human skulls have been unearthed. No living humans have yet been found. Numerous scientific studies suggest that, despite the inhospitable environment of the ancient ruins, it can sustain human life and reproduction. The existence of monstrous beasts within the ruins serves as the most compelling evidence. However, the stark reality remains that no humans endure. After years of research, scientists have arrived at a singular conclusion. There exists a force of regulatory power in this world that forbids human survival and reproduction within the ancient ruins. A principle recorded by ancient cultivators as the heavenly path. Su Song observed Lin Ye's spirited demeanor and, understanding that Lin Yi was restless, refrained from urging him to rest. He reminisced about his own initial foray into the ruins, recalling that he had not possessed the same composure as Lin Yi now exhibited. In the afternoon, their vehicle approached a base resembling a metallic beast, undergoing several rounds of rigorous checks before finally parking in a location akin to a subway station. The bustling personnel around them were preoccupied, with no idle chatter to be heard. As Lin Yi gazed upon the ruins base, his first impression was one of coldness, efficiency, and advanced technology. Su Song guided Lin Yi to the lobby for identity registration, and they swiftly obtained a temporary pass. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi observed in silence. Whether it was the sight of enormous mutated beasts or the writhing alien flora, he maintained his composure without uttering a single exclamation. Yu Suowei approached, placing a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, and praised him. You have the makings of a mercenary. If you fail to secure admission to Wuda, consider formally joining our team. As for those mediocre universities, there is no need to bother. Besides wasting money, you would gain nothing of value. It is far better to enter society early and accumulate some work experience. You possess a certain luck, even if you do not gain entry to Wuda. Your unique talent will ensure a prosperous life. Gaining admission to Wuda was no small feat. Despite Lin Yi's special ability to discern spiritual herbs, the challenge remained formidable. Each year, nearly 60 million senior students applied to martial schools, with an acceptance rate of less than 10%. To alleviate students' anxiety, the federal government concealed the acceptance rate, promoting the notion that the primary requirement for applying to Wuda was to have achieved the status of a martial artist, thus creating a false impression that success was easily attainable. Many of those who had broken through to martial artist status in their second year of high school ultimately failed to gain admission to Wuda. Qian, having overheard Yu Suowei's conversation with Lin Yi, leaned in to advise him. When you take the college entrance examination, be sure to declare your special talent. Unless you possess exceptional qualifications, concealing your unique abilities will lead to regret later. Yu Suowei nodded solemnly in agreement. Yes, you must declare your special talent. It can provide additional points in the exam. Lin Yi, unaware of the gravity with which Yu Suowei and Qian regarded this matter, understood that they meant no harm. He had never intended to conceal his ability to discern the spiritual herbs of the ruins. Without such a special talent, given his inferior constitution, he might not even pass the registration. The barrier of the ruins imposed by the federal government evoked in Lin Yi a sense of temporal and spatial technology, with equipment reminiscent of what he had only seen in science fiction films. At that moment, Lin Yi realized that the world perceived by ordinary people was merely a fragment of a far grander reality. Perhaps the reality that lay before ordinary eyes was simply a fade crafted by the federal government for public consumption. Concerned that Lin Yi might struggle with the instruments within the ruins base, Su Song specifically instructed Yu Suowei to assist him. Even as they stepped into the ruins, Lin Yi felt as if he had traversed into an interstellar era. Technology and cultivation had evidently advanced to such an extent that the ruins base even boasted a teleportation array. As Su Song and the others entered the ruins, it was akin to stepping onto a battlefield, each individual focused and tense, their muscles taut with anticipation. Lin Yi was safeguarded at the center of the formation. The entire team advanced along the route I had meticulously planned. This was Lin Yi's inaugural venture into the ruins, and lacking combat experience, Yu Suowei took it upon himself to shield him. Upon hearing this, Yu Suowei patted his chest and assured him earnestly, "Rest assured, Lin Yi is our team's keen-eyed guardian. We cannot allow any harm to befall him." Lin Yi harbored a favorable impression of the Gusum Mercenary Corps, not solely because they were willing to protect him, but also due to Su Song's earlier admonition. Nothing was more crucial than his life. If faced with life-threatening danger, he must promptly discard his backpack and flee. The primary objective of the Gusum Mercenary Corps in entering the ruins was not to amass wealth, but rather to ensure that all members emerged safely. Lin Yi treaded cautiously amidst Su Song and the others until they encountered the first monstrous beast. At the sight of the creature, Lin Yi could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, then rub them with his sleeve. Who could enlighten him on the peculiar blood bar hovering above the beast's head? Chapter 7. The mutated Gale bovine stomach. Lin Yi lowered his sleeves and observed once more. The beast in the distance still bore a health bar atop its head, identical to those found in video games. Yu Suowei, noticing Lin Yi's unusual expression, assumed that Lin Yi was frightened by the sight of a beast for the first time. Do not fear. This is merely a common first-tier Gale bovine. It lacks speed, agility, and intelligence, possessing only brute strength. It can be exhausted and defeated within 10 minutes. Yu Suowei led Lin Yi backward, standing beside him as they watched Su Song and others taunt the first-tier Gale bovine. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the health bar above the creature's head. Noting that each strike from Su Song, and the others diminished it incrementally. After 10 minutes, the exhausted Gale bovine was struck in the heart by Su Song. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, twitching, its wide-open eyes filled with resentment and fury. Lin Yi witnessed the health bar deplete to 0. She retrieved dissection tools from his backpack and swiftly began to carve the Gale bovine into clean cuts of meat. Yu Suawei stepped forward to gather some lean meat into his own pack, beckoning Lin Yi to do the same. We shall remain in the ruins for approximately half a month. Our sustenance will consist entirely of beast meat. The Gale bovine is the most delectable. So come and select a piece. You have yet to condense your vital energy. Consuming some beast meat can assist in this process. Beast meat is far superior to the vitality broth available outside, and it carries no adverse effects. Just remember, if your body cannot endure it, stop immediately and wait until you have digested before consuming more. Lin Yi endeavored to maintain his composure as he approached the dissected Gale bovine, noting that nearly every piece of flesh bore annotations. First-tier Gale bovine hind leg, first-tier Gale bovine lean meat. Lin Yi's eyes swept over the stomach of the Gale bovine, and upon reading the annotation, his eyes widened slightly. Mutated Gale bovine stomach. To be stewed and consumed within 24 hours, significantly enhances digestive capabilities. Lin Yi bent down and dragged the stomach, weighing several kilograms, to the side. Yu Suawei looked at him with disdain. This stomach is unappetizing, dirty, and difficult to clean. Even when cooked, it is tough to chew. Why would you wish to consume such a thing? Lin Yi smiled at Yu Suawei. Isn't there a saying that one should consume what they wish to emulate? My stomach is somewhat weak. I thought perhaps eating beast stomach could help remedy it. Yu Suawei intended to dissuade Lin Yi from the idea, but Su Song shot him a look, prompting Qi in to assist. So you wish to eat the stomach? It is not a grave matter. Everyone has their peculiar tastes. There was a time when I was particularly fond of consuming the kidneys of pig beasts. The more pungent, the more delightful. Qi aided Lin Yi in washing the stomach by the stream, slicing it into smaller pieces for Lin Yi to pack away. As evening approached, Lin Yi placed the stomach into a pressure cooker to stew. Yu Suawei still wore a look of disdain. How can you eat that? There are no spices to mask the odor. Shang Yi shot Yu Suawei a glare. If you have nothing better to do, go gather firewood. You are the most talkative here. Lin Yi's desire for the stomach was not akin to yearning for dragon liver or phoenix gall. What was there to criticize? They would roast some additional meat, and once Lin Yi discovered the unpleasantness of the stomach, he would naturally refrain from eating it. In their early days as mercenaries, they had been curious about everything they encountered. He had audaciously consumed a peculiar plant and nearly met his demise from poisoning. Once the beef tripe was prepared, Lin Yi invited everyone to partake in the meal. However, all declined, their expressions betraying a mix of curiosity and skepticism directed at him. Lin Yi understood that beef tripe, devoid of spices, would not be particularly palatable. He dared not add any seasoning in the ruins, as the enticing aroma might attract other monstrous beasts. Only Lin Yi recognized the value of the tripe, consuming it as one would a medicinal remedy, if it could enhance his stomach's digestive capacity. The interval between his potion consumption would be significantly shortened. After several pounds of beef tripe, Lin Yi found himself pausing intermittently, ultimately unable to finish the remaining half. He stored the leftovers, intending to continue his consumption the following day. The Wind Fury Bowl had perished in the afternoon, and as long as he finished it by the next afternoon, he would be fine. Su Song and his companions could not comprehend Lin Yi's actions, collectively assuming he had some peculiar taste or was simply reluctant to inconvenience them, forcing himself to eat. Intent on increasing his physical activity, Lin Yi finally finished all the tripe by noon. He sensed a change in his stomach. After all, he had consumed an extraordinary amount of beef in a single day. Aside from feeling slightly bloated, there was no other discomfort. Yu Suawei jokingly referred to Lin Yi as the king of gluttony. Su Song's mercenary group had mastery over a route leading to a valley of spiritual herbs within the ruins, where they encountered only first-tier beasts, all of which were vanquished by their combined efforts. Yu Suawei was responsible for ensuring Lin Yi's safety and would guide him in combat techniques when the team took breaks. Lin Yi, once awkward and clumsy, gradually learned to evade with composure. By the third day, he was capable of independently slaying ordinary tiger beasts. With exceptional focus, he withdrew his tang knife from the lifeless tiger, glancing at its blood bar, now depleted, before wiping the blood from his face. Yu Suawei was quite pleased with Lin Yi's progress. Indeed, practical experience proved to be the greatest teacher, and ordinary beasts were no longer a threat to him. However, he cautioned against complacency, advising to flee from first-tier beasts whenever possible. The disparity between wild beasts and monstrous beasts was vast, and one must never underestimate an opponent. Some beasts might feign death, potentially becoming frenzied before succumbing. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Observing Lin Ye's youthful eagerness to learn, Yu Suawei never hesitated to invest effort into his training, his gaze reflecting genuine gratitude. No one can harbor disdain for those who are diligent and appreciative, and thus, he became increasingly invested in Lin Ye's development. Upon reaching the Valley of Herbs, Su Song and his companions ventured forth to assess the surrounding beast population. Since entering the ruins, Lin Yi had consciously engaged in learning. The textual annotations served as exceptional teachers. He had familiarized himself with numerous spiritual herbs and their peculiarities, as well as a myriad of chaotic materials. The annotations, much like the blood bars of the beasts, only materialized within a 10-meter radius. While Lin Yi was tidying up at the campsite, a textual annotation suddenly appeared on the ground. First-tier exotic plant evolving. The process requires a copious amount of fresh blood. While floral fragrances may incite frenzy in equally tiered beasts, that annotation lingered for merely 3 seconds, yet it was sufficient for Lin Yi to grasp its meaning. Lin Ye's back was drenched in cold sweat. Although the exotic plants were inconvenient to move, they were far more challenging to eliminate than the monsters. Most were elusive and, when provoked, struck with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Lin Yi, trembling with trepidation, began to move cautiously, yet he did not detect any further signs of the previous specimen might be lurking beneath the ground within a mere 10 meters of him. Its floral scent was capable of luring, and should it bloom, the entire medicinal valley would transform into a battleground for the creatures. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Lin Ye's forehead as he spotted Su Song and the others returning. Urgently, he exclaimed, "Uncle Su, we must vacate this place immediately." Su Song, noticing Lin Ye's pallid complexion and the beads of sweat dotting his brow, could clearly discern the panic and fear in his eyes. Chapter 8. What have you discovered? Yu Suawei, having spent considerable time with Lin Yi, was acutely aware that Lin Yi was not a timid individual. He inquired with a perplexed expression, "Why must we leave before we even begin to gather the spiritual herbs?" The weather in this relic was remarkably predictable, with thunderstorms only appearing after a fortnight. During such tumultuous weather, the beasts would become increasingly agitated, necessitating our departure beforehand. Su Song, having accompanied Lin Yi for some time, had developed a fair understanding of his character. Lin Yi would not suggest leaving without a compelling reason, however. After surveying the surroundings, Su Song discerned no immediate danger. What could possibly instill fear in Lin Yi? Su Song gestured for Yu Suawei to remain silent and turned to Lin Yi, asking, "What compels us to depart immediately? Have you discovered something? Or do you possess knowledge we lack?" Lin Yi was drenched in cold sweat, unable to disclose the failure of the system binding or the textual annotations. A sense of unease gripped him inexplicably. "Su Shu, I have always possessed a keen intuition, and I am certain that this place is exceedingly perilous. Physically, I am well, yet an inexplicable dread lingers within me, undoubtedly a warning of some sort." Lin Yi had resolved that if Su Song and the others insisted on staying, he would depart alone. Even if it meant severing ties with the ancient Pine Mercenary Corps, he was determined to leave the Medicine Valley. Observing Lin Yi packing his belongings, Su Song realized that regardless of their decision, Lin Yi was intent on leaving. Cheng Yi and the others found it almost laughable that Lin Ye's inexplicable intuition would lead them to abandon their harvest. It seemed utterly irrational. Yu Suawei glanced between Su Song and Lin Yi, torn between whom to believe, ultimately tugging at his hair in frustration. "Boss, why don't you all stay here? I will accompany Lin Yi. I shall forego this harvest." Perhaps Lin Yi was simply too young, overwhelmed by the pressure of being in the relic, resulting in this panic. They could allow Lin Yi to recover his losses in the future. After all, he was like a half-apprentice to Su Song. Zhou Wen expressed his discontent with a scowl, suggesting that it would be simpler to incapacitate Lin Yi. Qian opined that one should respect the fates of others. Meddling seldom yielded positive outcomes. If Lin Yi wished to leave, let him go. After all, it was Lin Ye's choice to detach from the group, and any ensuing trouble would not fall upon them. They were merely Lin Ye's companions, not his guardians, and it was not their responsibility to worry over him at every turn. Lin Yi cast a complex glance at Yu Suawei, surprised that he was willing to leave with him at such a critical moment. After a brief silence, Su Song suddenly asserted with gravity, "Pack your belongings. We shall depart together." Cheng Yi and the others were bewildered, feeling that Su Song was overreacting. In their early years as mercenaries, they constantly lived in fear, drenched in sweat, convinced that danger lurked around every corner. Yet often, It was merely their own imaginations that induced such terror. Su Song began to gather his things, and despite any lingering objections from Cheng Yi and the others, they remained silent. As the leader, Su Song's decisions were not to be contested. In that fleeting moment, Su Song contemplated many things, while they had once terrified themselves. Lin Yi had not yet faced life-threatening crises, and his mental fortitude could not be so fragile. The foremost reason for Su Song's decision to leave was Lin Ye's unique talent. If Lin Ye's inner fears are indeed linked to his unique abilities, it is highly probable that there exist dangers within the Medicine Valley that he cannot perceive. Su Song resolved to leave together, and Lin Yi instantly felt a sense of relief. Half an hour later, as Su Song was leading everyone away from the Medicine Valley, he suddenly sensed a slight tremor in the ground. This was alarming. A multitude of beasts was rapidly approaching, prompting everyone to quicken their pace. Initially, Cheng Yi and the others harbored considerable resentment towards Lin Yi, but upon noticing the unusual movements of the beasts, they exchanged astonished glances with him. If the beasts' agitation was indeed connected to the Medicine Valley, then Lin Yi was their savior. After about 10 minutes, everyone was drenched in sweat and finally exhaled in relief. The path taken by the horde of beasts led directly to the Medicine Valley, narrowly missing them. The thunderous noise of the beast rushing was akin to their wildly beating hearts, out of control. Su Song took out his binoculars and beheld a gathering of several beasts near the Medicine Valley, gasping in shock. Had they lingered outside the valley any longer, they would have been surrounded by those creatures. Even a mere 5 additional minutes could have resulted in their entrapment within the beast's encirclement. Cheng Yi and the others also peered through their binoculars at the situation in the valley, their hearts in turmoil. Lin Yi was extremely fatigued, being no warrior himself. The rapid sprinting for nearly half an hour had completely drained his energy. Had it not been for Yu Suowei assisting him, he would certainly have collapsed midway up the mountain. Yu Suowei, brimming with excitement, clasped Lin Yi's shoulder, exclaiming, "You, my friend, have saved our lives. Your intuition is remarkably accurate, almost as if it were unfair." Cheng Yi approached Lin Yi, offering him a bottle of water. "I apologize for my previous attitude towards you." Lin Yi accepted the water and weakly replied, "It's nothing. I'm not sure why my intuition works this way. I just felt that staying in the Medicine Valley would mean death. Initially, I thought it was as you described, a tremendous pressure upon entering the relic." Su Song interjected, "You possess a unique talent. I suspect your intuition is connected to it. I shall remember this debt of gratitude, and, in the future, do not hesitate to ask for my assistance," he added, instructing Yu Suowei to attend to the nearly exhausted Lin Yi while he called Cheng Yi and the others to observe the situation in the Medicine Valley. Qian quietly speculated, with so many beasts gathered, there might be high-grade spiritual herbs maturing in the Medicine Valley. However, just as Qian finished speaking, Cixi countered, "That seems unlikely. We have visited this valley numerous times, and there are no high-grade spiritual herbs maturing within it. Typically, high-grade spiritual herbs are guarded by beasts. Had there been any, our entry into the valley would not have been so smooth. Moreover, this valley is partially man-made, not a naturally occurring relic, and has only existed for a little over a century. It is improbable for high-grade spiritual herbs to thrive here. The conditions for their growth are exceedingly strict, requiring at least several hundred years to mature." After Cixi's analysis, Qian fell silent, realizing the validity of Cixi's arguments. Zhou Wen's expression grew increasingly grave as he remarked, "I do know a bit about the situation. A few years ago, I came across a post regarding an exotic plant's breakthrough, which bears some resemblance to our current circumstances." Upon hearing this, Su Song furrowed his brows. Meticulously observing the situation in the Medicine Valley through his telescope, his alarm growing with each passing moment. "Our current distance may be deemed safe for now. Yet a multitude of ferocious beasts has gathered, exhibiting a remarkable lack of rationality as the creatures at the periphery have begun to engage in chaotic combat. The anomalous flora's ascension necessitates the consumption of a substantial number of beast carcasses, thus ensuring its success appears inevitable." Yu Suowei, with his eyes darting, leaned closer to Su Song and whispered, "Boss, once the anomalous flora successfully breaks through, will there not be a period of weakness? Some of these plants even succumb to a deep slumber. The second-tier anomalous flora has already produced a crystal nucleus. What the presence of such a second-tier nucleus signifies requires no further elaboration. This is an opportunity for advancement presented right at our doorstep. If we fail to seize this celestial chance, then what purpose do we serve as mercenaries? Perhaps it would be better to return home, cultivate sweet potatoes, and raise children." Chapter 9. The Second Order Crystal Core. Upon hearing this, Su Song's breath quickened. He had long since reached the limits of a martial artist's physique, yet had struggled to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. First Order lacked crystal cores, only Second Order possessed them. Within Second Order resided demon cores, which contained a more tempestuous spiritual energy than crystal cores, primarily used for crafting. In contrast, the spiritual energy within crystal cores was gentle, suitable for cultivation. Crystal cores are generally categorized according to the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with ice, lightning, and wind being exceedingly rare. A typical 5-element crystal core was priced at $10 million on the federal official website, and stock was perpetually unavailable. The city they inhabited was impoverished, and the scarce resources for cultivation had long been monopolized by those in power. As ordinary martial artists, they had no access to purchase these items. Su Song had saved enough to buy a second-order crystal core, hoping to utilize its elemental energy to sense the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Yet, the official website remained out of stock. Other mercenary groups, even if they procured a second-order crystal core, would not sell it to him. Cheng Yi, with a serious expression, urged, "Boss, let us take a gamble. The timing and circumstances are in our favor. If we don't seize this opportunity, we may never encounter such a fortuitous chance again." Su Song turned to Zhou Wen and the others, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" He was indeed inclined to take the gamble, as acquiring the second-order crystal core would give him a 60% chance to break through to a martial master. A martial master could live for 500 years. Cixi and the others unanimously supported the idea of gambling once. Yu Suaowei, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Boss, if you break through to a martial master, our team will possess the strength to enter E-grade ruins, and at that time, we all have a chance to ascend to martial masters ourselves." After years of fighting side by side, they understood Su Song well and firmly believed that once he achieved the status of martial master, he would surely help them in their own breakthroughs. By assisting Su Song, they were, in essence, aiding themselves. Su Song was not one to hesitate. Seeing that his teammates were willing to support him, he immediately began to formulate a plan. Yu Suaowei left a specially crafted tranquilizer gun for Lin Yi. High-tech electronic devices were prohibited in the ruins, making this tranquilizer gun uniquely designed for use within them. The federal government also permitted mercenary groups to bring substantial amounts of gunpowder into the ruins, fearing that they might disrupt the ecological balance of the sites. If it were confirmed that the Medicinal Valley had undergoing a breakthrough, there would be no in the vicinity. Lin Yi would wield the gun as a precaution. They were headed to the Medicinal Valley, and Lin Yi, being an ordinary person, could only remain at the mountain peak to await their return. Lin Yi secured the tranquilizer gun, assuring, "You don't need to worry, brother Yu. I will keep myself safe." He valued his life above all else. The surrounding had been drawn to the Medicinal Valley. As long as he avoided provoking the wild beasts, he would surely remain safe. In the latter half of the night, chaos erupted in the Medicinal Valley. The poised for a breakthrough emerged from the ground. Su Song recognized the and murmured, "So it is the celestial demon lotus." No wonder the surrounding are uncontrollable. The fragrance of the celestial demon lotus had a hallucinogenic effect. Had Lin Yu not sensed the danger, they might have fallen into an illusion and met their demise in utter confusion. Cheng Yi and his companions expressed gratitude not only towards Lin Yi, but also towards Su Song. Had it not been for Su Song's faith in Lin Yi, they might not have departed from the Medicinal Valley in time. Resolute in their intentions, everyone vowed to assist Su Song in acquiring the second-tier crystal core. Once Lin Yi had regained his strength, he took a telescope to survey the situation at the Medicinal Valley. The initial chaos saw a multitude of monstrosities clashing, utterly devastating the surrounding trees and rocks. Regrettably, mobile phones could not be activated within the ruins. Otherwise, capturing the scene on video could have garnered them millions of followers overnight. The following day, after the tumult had subsided, Su Song guided Yu Suo and the others closer to the Medicinal Valley. The sounds of battle could still be heard echoing from that direction. Perched upon a tree trunk, Lin Yi kept his gaze fixed on the telescope. He even heard the distinct sounds of explosives. Although the federal government had expressly forbidden the introduction of gunpowder into the ruins, it was evident that there were ways to circumvent such regulations. Su Song and his comrades, being aware of this breach, chose not to divulge it to Lin Yi, as he was merely a temporary ally. It was not until the morning of the second day that Lin Yi finally saw Su Song and the others return. Despite their injuries, their faces radiated joy. Su Song, brimming with emotion, declared his oath to never forget the support they had lent him, pledging to exert every effort in aiding their advancement to martial masters. Unable to contain his excitement, he approached Lin Yi and patted him on the shoulder. Yu Suo, nursing wounds that were still bleeding, reclined on the grass and urged, "Boss, we have only 5 days left before we leave. You must try to sense the crystal core. The federal government levies taxes. And while ordinary spiritual herbs can be paid for with money, the second-tier crystal core, being a rare treasure, would be forcibly confiscated by the ruins base upon its extraction. Such occurrences had transpired in the past. They were merely an ordinary group among many mercenary factions lacking connections and backgrounds, and had no strength to safeguard the second-tier crystal core. Su Song revealed the crystal core for all to see. I shall not be courteous. We still require your vigilance in the days to come. Lin Yi observed the inscriptions upon the core. Second tier with element crystal core. Aware of the hallucinogenic properties of the Tian Yao lotus, everyone donned gas masks, discreetly concealing explosive weaponry. Such weaponry could effectively obliterate first-tier monstrosities and aberrant flora. Yet its efficacy against second-tier aberrant plants was limited. Seizing the opportunity during the Tian Yao lotus's moment of vulnerability, supplemented by the element of surprise from their explosive weapons, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the aberrant plant. As Su Song retreated to the tent to undergo a breakthrough, Lin Yi tended to Yu Suo's wounds, listening to the recounting of their encounter with the aberrant plant. Before long, Shi and Qian joined them, adding further details. Yu Suo, with a face of trepidation, recounted, "It was truly perilous. My gas mask was knocked off by that aberrant plant. Had it not been for Shi's timely intervention, I would have been ensnared in the next moment." Zhou and Cheng Yi, unable to join Yu Suo, patrolled the vicinity, armed and vigilant. After resting for a day, Yu Suo, unable to contain his restlessness, beckoned Lin Yi to delve into the forest with him. Zhou and Cheng Yi took their leave for rest after the night watch, entrusting the patrol to Qian and Shi. Lin Yi followed Yu Suo away as they traversed the forest, exclaiming, "You've been leading me on this run for nearly 2 hours. What exactly are we searching for?" Yu Suo paused to catch his breath and explained, "Magical beasts are territorial. The nearby beasts have perished, and we are on the verge of discovering their lair in search of treasures. This is an extraordinary opportunity. It's a pity that Cheng Yi and the others are occupied with patrol duties. Their extensive experience would have significantly increased our chances of locating the beast stronghold." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Yu Suo's eyes as he laughed. "Indeed, your intuition is remarkably sharp. From now on, you shall lead the way, and I will follow your lead." Upon realizing the quest for treasure ahead, Lin Yi felt a surge of energy, dispelling her fatigue as vigor coursed through her veins. Chapter 10. Your luck is unprecedented. Lin Yi was uncertain of which path to take, yet he occasionally discerned the textual markings indicating the presence of beast droppings. Some of these droppings were exposed, while others were buried. The direction Lin Yi chose to lead was towards the buried droppings. If he walked for an extended period without encountering any hidden beast droppings, he would alter his course. Yu Suo followed closely behind Lin Yi, his expression increasingly skeptical. The presence of beast droppings nearby suggested that the lair of the beasts might be in the vicinity. Lin Yi pondered how to explain this to Yu Suo. He certainly could not divulge that he was aware of the buried droppings. Although beasts possessed a limited intellect, comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, they generally maintained a sense of cleanliness, unlikely to defecate haphazardly outside their own homes. The exposed droppings were likely intentionally left behind to assert territorial claims. Healthy droppings served as evidence of a beast's vitality and vigor. Surrounding beasts could glean much information from the scent of the droppings and would refrain from provoking conflict without cause. After contemplating, Yu Suo resignedly gestured to Lin Yi, indicating that he would follow his lead, as his own attempts at navigation had never proven accurate. Ultimately, Lin Yi guided Yu Suo to a burrow. Upon seeing the fur beside the entrance, Yu Suo's eyes lit up. This was the fur of a first-tier groundhog, which favored burrows. This particular one must be its nest. Goodness, your luck is truly extraordinary, stumbling upon a beast's lair amidst aimless wandering. Lin Yi was at a loss for words, merely offering a smile. He was not wandering aimlessly, but rather discreetly assessing based on various indicators. Despite the diminutive name of the groundhog, its size was comparable to that of an ordinary wild boar. Yu Suo leaped into the burrow, reassuring Lin Yi, "Fear not, there is no danger within the burrow." Lin Yi nodded gently in response, yet he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao. Although Yu Suo claimed the burrow posed no threat, he remained vigilant, ready to wield his weapon at a moment's notice. The interior of the burrow was dimly lit, yet to Lin Yi's eyes, it appeared resplendent. as it was adorned with a multitude of glimmering textual markings. 10-year-old dark spirit grass, iron essence, first-tier beast leg bone. Upon spotting the iron essence, Yusuawe inhaled sharply, contemplating the possibility that this burrow might house an iron essence vein. Quickly gather everything. Do not overlook those spiritual herbs. Most of these herbs share a symbiotic relationship with the beasts. If the beast perishes and does not return to the burrow for an extended period, the herbs will wither rapidly. Yusuawe, filled with pride, continued, "Indeed, I possess foresight. I was wise to bring a backpack." Observing Yusuawe excavating iron essence, Lin Yi retrieved his night vision goggles and approached to collect the spiritual herbs. Mutated blood-sucking vine can recognize a master by a drop of blood when in a state of confusion. Lin Yi was aware of the blood-sucking vine, a notoriously vicious plant. The strangulation capability of a first-tier blood-sucking vine could rival the impact of a car colliding at full speed. What might a mutated blood-sucking vine be like? Lin Yi's thoughts flickered momentarily. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Upon noticing a half-exposed iron essence nearby, a plan began to form in my mind. Hiss. Yusuawe caught the sound of Lin Yi inhaling sharply and turned to glance back. "Are you all right? Be cautious. The iron essence is quite sharp." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine. I just can't see very well and cut my hand. I can disinfect it when we return." Upon hearing this, Yusuawe smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. "I almost forgot that your vision hasn't been enhanced like mine. Once you successfully consolidate your vital energy, your eyesight will significantly improve, and you won't need night vision goggles anymore. Just don't venture deeper. It's even darker inside." However, Lin Yi moved toward the mutated blood-devouring vine, purposefully flicking the blood on his hand onto the vine. Yusuawe was aware that the matter of the blood-devouring vine recognizing its master could not escape his notice. Even if it could, the base's inspection would reveal it. It was better to expose the blood-devouring vine from the outset. As blood splattered onto the mutated vine, it swiftly crawled from the stone wall toward Lin Yi, shrinking in size until it coiled around his wrist like a wooden bracelet. "Brother Yu, something has wrapped around my wrist. It feels like a snake." Lin Yi feigned a startled expression, dramatically inhaling. Yusuawe jumped at the sound, realizing he hadn't brought any snake venom antidote. If the venom acted too quickly, they might not make it back in time. Upon close inspection of what encircled Lin Yi's wrist, he spoke with confusion. "What is this? It doesn't look like a snake. It resembles some sort of vine. You must have accidentally gotten entangled with it." Lin Yi, now serious and frightened, replied, "Absolutely not. I haven't moved at all, and there are no vines around here. This thing just appeared on my wrist, like a snake." "Brother Yu, I'm not lying. It moved just now." Seeing Lin Yi's genuine fear, Yusuawe cautiously approached to observe. "Hiss, I can't make sense of this. Let us return to the camp first. We can leave the spiritual herbs and iron essence here for now. If other mercenaries arrive and dig them up while we're gone, it simply means these items are not meant for us." As Lin Yi exited the cave, he touched the mutated blood-devouring vine, which then became warm and soft, as if trying to please him. On the ground, Yusuawe stared at the item wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist, his face a canvas of confusion. It had no head, was not a snake, and its peculiar markings and blood-like color were quite strange. "It looks like a wooden bracelet. Did it really wrap around your wrist all of a sudden in the cave? Is it not some accessory you brought into the ruins?" Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi smirked slightly. "Brother Yu, do you hear what you're saying? How could I use something like this to frighten you?" After saying this, he deliberately shook the blood-devouring vine on his wrist. The vine, sensing Yusuawe's intention to touch it, quickly struck his hand. Yusuawe's eyes widened as he drew his knife, glaring at the vine with a murderous intent. "Anomalous plant. Do not worry, my dexterity is quite swift, and the pain you experience will be minimal. Your hand can be retrieved and reattached." Upon witnessing Yu's intentions, Lin Yi instinctively withdrew his hand, realizing that you truly meant to sever it. "Brother Yu, such a diminutive anomaly cannot be overlooked. Let us return to the camp and allow everyone to examine this peculiar entity. I sense no immediate danger." Yu, however, was poised to counter Lin Yi's assertion, recalling the myriad of bizarre artifacts within the ruins, where a moment's inattention could cost half a life. Relying solely on intuition to discern potential threats was imprudent. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he remembered Lin Yi's unique abilities. "Very well, if you feel there is no peril, let us return to the camp and consult with Cheng Yi and the others regarding this matter. However, should any signs of poisoning arise during our journey back, you must decisively sever your hand." The value of life far outweighs that of a hand. If life is lost, what purpose does a hand serve? Yu's instinct screamed that this object was indeed an anomaly, and his mind was in disarray, causing him to articulate his thoughts more excessively than usual. He feared that pausing might lead him to uncontrollably draw his blade against Lin Yi. Chapter 11. The recognized parasitic plant. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Yi encountered a grave expression on Yu Suawei's face, warning everyone to keep their distance. It became evident that Lin Yi was afflicted by a parasitic plant. As soon as Yu Suawei's words fell, Cheng Yi and the others swiftly drew their weapons, their gazes turning icy. They were aware of a type of parasitic plant that could be toxic and infectious. Upon witnessing their reaction, Yu Suawei immediately understood the gravity of the situation and hastily gestured for calm. Lin Yi had not been parasitized. Rather, he seemed entangled by a peculiar plant. He felt no immediate danger. Cheng Yi regarded Yu Suawei with a disapproving glare, questioning his judgment. Are you certain that is a parasitic plant? How could you dare to bring Lin Yi back? Are you unaware that the boss is in the midst of a breakthrough? Yu Suawei pulled Lin Yi closer, grasping his wrist to reveal the blood-sucking vine. You can see for yourselves, this is the strange plant I mentioned. Only second-tier parasitic plants possess the ability to alter in size, and the aura this one emitted while entwining me was merely first-tier. It was only because I was confident in its limited size that I dared to bring Lin Yi back to the camp. During their return journey, Yu Suawei had deliberately lingered, failing to observe any signs of poisoning in Lin Yi. Cheng Ye's gaze swept over Lin Yi's wrist, his expression filled with discontent. Haven't you metabolized the toxin from the heavenly demon lotus within you? Pointing at a wooden bracelet and claiming it to be a parasitic plant, what parasitic plant resembles that? At this, Yu Suawei chuckled lightly. I too was skeptical at first. Feel free to reach out and touch it. Cheng Yi knew that Yu Suawei would not joke about such matters, and cautiously extended his hand towards Lin Yi's wrist. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the blood-sucking vine, they were unexpectedly struck back. The blood-sucking vine exuded its own aura when it lashed out, and Cheng Yi and the others could indeed sense the first-tier aura emanating from it. See? I have not deceived you. This peculiar plant is indeed first-tier. Lin Yi and I stumbled upon the burrow of a demonic beast and, for some unknown reason, this plant ensnared Lin Yi, nearly prompting me to sever his hand. Cheng Yi swiftly unsheathed his blade, addressing Lin Yi. This plant is akin to a volatile bomb. It would be prudent to sever the hand. Qian interjected. Let us first devise a plan to remove this plant. If we truly cannot detach it, then we can consider severing the hand. They possessed a clotting agent for injured limbs, ensuring Lin Yi's hand could be reattached without issue. Seeing Cheng Ye's intent to sever his hand, Lin Yi smiled wryly. Brother Cheng, I truly believe it is not that severe. This plant feels quite benign to me, and I can sense that it is in a state of joy. No sooner had Lin Yi spoken than Yu Suawei's eyes widened, abruptly turning his head. What did you say? You can sense the emotions of this plant. It has recognized you as its master. Warriors possess the ability to contract with parasitic plants and demonic beasts upon the successful establishment of such a contract. The master can perceive the emotions of the plant or beast. This is common knowledge in the realm of cultivation. Cixi, filled with astonishment, approached Lin Yi. You can truly sense the emotions of this plant. Can you command it? Lin Yi scratched his head, uncertain. I am not sure. I can give it a try. He pointed at a tree not far away and addressed the blood-sucking vine. Can you attack that tree? In the next moment, everyone witnessed the blood vine suddenly elongate and thicken, one end grasped firmly in Lin Yi's hand, while the remainder of its form cascaded down like a whip. Lin Yi, intuitively understanding its potential, wielded the blood vine as a whip, swiftly severing a small tree with a single strike. The blood vine proved to be more effective than an ordinary whip, possessing a unique connection to Lin Yi that rendered precision training unnecessary. Indeed, it had recognized him as its master. It was no surprise that, despite being a first-tier extraordinary plant, it could alter its size. It had acknowledged its master. Qian En and the others looked at Lin Yi with envious glances. Gaining the allegiance of an extraordinary plant was no simple feat. Such plants would rather perish than accept a human as their master. Only those of a significantly higher realm could compel an extraordinary plant into submission, and even then, the odds of success were a mere 1 in 1,000. Lin Yi, an ordinary person, had successfully formed a contract with a first-tier extraordinary plant. Cheng Yi approached Lin Yi, cautioning him about the plant, which resembled a vine type, akin to the blood vine, yet distinguished by its pure red hue devoid of any black markings. He advised Lin Yi to keep the matter of the extraordinary plant's allegiance confidential, though, to his knowledge, There had been no precedence of masters being severed from their extraordinary plants. The researchers were capable of anything. Without a background or strength, Lin Ye's contract with an extraordinary plant made him an enticing subject for study. Qianan playfully tapped Lin Yi on the chest, expressing relief that he had joined their team. Although they were envious, their camaraderie was sincere, and they harbored no ill intentions. Had he aligned himself with another mercenary group, he might have been controlled long ago. Yu Suawei stepped forward, placing a hand on Lin Ye's shoulder. Contemplating the foolish idea of using coercive measures to exploit Lin Yi for personal gain. Lin Yi possessed an acute awareness of danger. With the slightest ill intent, he could eliminate all adversaries. In this perilous relic, if trust among teammates faltered, death would be inevitable. Yu Suawei, though trusting of his comrades, felt compelled to issue a warning. Lin Yi had a unique talent and a potential future at the Martial University. If Lin Yi were to lose faith in them, he would not have warned them of impending dangers as he had before, and once he found an excuse to depart, they would all meet their demise. Cheng Yi and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Yi was indeed a remarkable individual who could not be easily controlled. Should Lin Yi ever entertain thoughts of mutual destruction, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to escape his cunning. Yu Suawei chose not to dwell further on the topic, redirecting the conversation to the mole's lair. The iron essence was visible just beneath the surface, leading him to suspect the presence of an iron essence mine. Observing the group's keen interest in the burrow, Cheng Yi quickly urged everyone to remain composed. While the iron essence mine was indeed significant, their leader's breakthrough was of utmost importance, and they must not lose sight of their priorities. Yu Suawei smiled at Cheng Yi, clarifying that he did not intend for them to explore the mine immediately. Rather, he suggested that C accompany him to disguise the entrance and subsequently create a map. Their group lacked the strength to secure the iron essence mine, and thus the map would undoubtedly be sold to a larger mercenary group. The iron essence collected during this expedition would be considered an unexpected boon. After some deliberation, Cheng Yi decided to have Qianan and Si join Yu Suawei on this endeavor. Su Song is absent. He serves as the vice captain. Lin Yi observed that the three individuals accompanying you were burdened with substantial backpacks, indicating their intention to map the terrain and excavate iron essence. Cheng Yi refrained from celebrating prematurely, as the iron essence could very well have been brought back by the monstrous ground moles. Zhou Wen, intrigued by Lin Ye's blood-sucking vine, approached for a closer inspection. Your fortune is truly extraordinary. This peculiar plant may have recently undergone its evolution into an extraordinary form. In its nascent state of awareness, it absorbed your blood, resulting in an innate affinity towards you. I shall send you some documents regarding the cultivation of extraordinary plants. You might explore methods to nurture it. If you can elevate it to the second tier, your future days will be devoid of worry. Chapter 12, Su Song, Sense the Ethereal Energy of the World. While Lin Yi cast his gaze upon the inscriptions adorning the bloodthirsty vine, first-tier mutated bloodthirsty vine, already acknowledged by its master, capable of devouring the flesh and blood of demon beasts for evolution. These inscriptions were not immutable. After acknowledging its master, the markings had transformed. Ordinary bloodthirsty vines could merely consume the essence of demon beasts, thus earning their name. On the third day after their departure, a sudden gust of wind began to howl around the camp. Lin Yi stood up, filled with anxiety, suspecting that the thunderstorm within the ruins had arrived prematurely. The world exhibited unusual phenomena, and the leader had sensed the ethereal energy. Zhou Wen was exceedingly excited, his lips trembling with anticipation. Cheng Yi, too, was elated, and upon noticing Lin Ye's perplexed expression, took it upon himself to elucidate. For a martial artist to ascend to the rank of master, one must attune to the ethereal energy of the world. The most common sign of such a breakthrough is a change in weather. The wind swirling around the camp, particularly concentrated near the leader's tent, indicated that the leader had indeed sensed the ethereal energy. The leader had successfully broken through to the rank of master, though it remained uncertain which attribute of energy he was cultivating. Intrigued, Lin Yi inquired, does the ethereal energy of the world possess different attributes? Cheng Yi replied, certainly. The journey of a master involves a continual attunement to the ethereal energy, as each individual's body is unique. Some are more aligned with the wood attribute, while others resonate with the metal attribute. This attunement process also enhances one's physique. Once one can refine the ethereal energy and store it in their dantian, they can ascend from master to king. A martial king can harness the ethereal energy for their own use, enabling them to traverse the skies. However, that knowledge is still far beyond your reach. Knowing too much may be detrimental at this stage. Cheng Yi, overwhelmed with joy at Su Song's advancement, would typically refrain from discussing martial kings with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was aware of the martial artist hierarchy previously disclosed by the federal government. An ordinary person who condenses their vitality to surpass a force of 1,000 can be deemed a martial artist by honing their body to perfection. Achieving a force of 10,000 while also attuning to the ethereal energy allows one to advance to the rank of master. The federal government had not revealed information regarding martial kings to think that they could fly. The instructors at school had mentioned that the evolution of humanity through cultivation was a form of transcendence. An ordinary person has a lifespan of merely a century. Yet upon becoming a martial artist, one could live up to 2 centuries. Masters could extend their lives to 5 centuries. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon Su Song's training tent, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. He too would become a master. On the 4th day, Yu Suawe and his companions returned to the camp, their backpacks laden and hands grasping spirit herbs bound with vines. They confirmed the existence of an iron or vein in the cave, though the extent of its yield remained unclear. They were set to depart the following day. And Cheng Yi, upon hearing this, felt elated. A map to an iron or vein could fetch at least several million. Alas, mining would be a lengthy endeavor, necessitating a master to oversee the ruins for an extended period. Even if Su Song successfully advanced to master, their group lacked the capacity to exploit the iron ore. Otherwise, they could have profited in the billions. Yue and his companions learned that Su Song had sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and was currently consolidating his cultivation realm, prompting them to decide on an evening feast of roasted meat. The next day, Su Song emerged from the tent, appearing rejuvenated by a decade. Once resembling a man in his 40s, he now looked as if he were in his 30s, with smoother and fairer skin than before. The aura he emanated was serene, markedly less fierce than it had been, resembling an ordinary person, having achieved true restraint of his presence. Cheng Yi recounted the events of the past few days to Su Song, expressing astonishment upon learning that Lin Yi had inadvertently contracted a first-tier exotic plant. He cast a curious glance at Lin Yi, recognizing that his successful breakthrough to a martial master was largely due to Lin Yi's unique talent. In this world, certain individuals possess extraordinary fortunes, experiencing smooth sailing in all endeavors, akin to the favored children of heaven. He now had reasonable suspicion that Lin Yi was one of those individuals. Su Song observed the bloodthirsty vine, unable to identify it as an exotic plant. Once an exotic plant acknowledges its master, it becomes their possession, undetectable by the instruments at the relic base. He cautioned that unless one encounters life-threatening situations, they should refrain from using exotic plants for attacks, as doing so would expose their aura, making it perceptible to nearby martial artists. I shall remind everyone to keep this confidential for you. Once you possess the strength to protect yourself, we can reveal the exotic plant, Su Song continued. After a moment's reflection, he added, if by chance it is exposed, it is imperative to swiftly distance yourself from the identity of a mercenary. In my previous state, I would have been unable to protect you, but now that I have broken through to martial master, various factions would be inclined to give me face. No one wishes to offend a martial master who can live for 500 years. Yue approached, placing a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, proclaiming him to be the lucky star of their group. Anyone who seeks to bully you based on their background must first contend with us. Cheng Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Although Lin Yi was a temporary member, he had already proven through his actions that he was deserving of their trust. The journey out of the relic proceeded smoothly, with Yue inquiring about Su Song's transformation upon breaking through to martial master. Lin Yi listened intently, absorbing much information. For instance, the transition from martial artist to martial master entails excruciating pain, akin to a complete bodily reorganization, but once endured, it significantly enhances one's physical constitution. Su Song had sensed the spiritual energy through meditation, describing it as a spectrum of colorful light points, with green representing wood-type energy and red representing fire-type energy. The relic was abundant in plants, resulting in a high concentration of wood-type energy. Su Song lamented that, regrettably, his body was not attuned to wood-type energy, but rather more aligned with metal-type energy. The medicinal herbs cultivated in the medicinal valley had all been destroyed amidst the chaos of the beast conflict, and the items brought back by Yue and the others required no assessment of their age by Lin Yi, as they could all be taken out. Lin Yi, being an ordinary person, carried the lightest load of medicinal herbs in his backpack. Had he not feared Lin Yi's embarrassment, Yue would have suggested that he carry an empty backpack for the journey. As they approached the exit of the relic, they encountered an increasing number of mercenary groups. Some bore bloodstains, others appeared dejected, while there were also those who looked tidy and exuberant. Su Song's transformation was so remarkable that it quickly attracted the attention of others. Su, you have ascended to the level of a martial artist. Those familiar with Su Song approached to greet him, their eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Su Song responded with a polite smile, acknowledging that his recent stroke of fortune had led him to encounter a first-tier exotic plant that was on the verge of a breakthrough, a mere stroke of luck. He felt no fear regarding the intentions of those around him, as they were all acquaintances, and very few had even reached the threshold of a martial artist. On the contrary, it was these individuals who ought to be wary of any ill intentions he might harbor. The more cautious among them had already quickened their pace to distance themselves from Su Song. Yu Suaowei lowered his voice to instruct Lin Yi, reminding him that despite the friendly smiles exchanged among the group, everyone was secretly plotting to seize each other's spiritual herbs. In the ruins, the greatest danger did not stem from the beasts or exotic plants, but rather from humanity itself. Chapter 13. Distribution among official members. Lin Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Yu Suaowei's sentiments, observing that the others appeared relatively relaxed. A moment's reflection brought clarity to his thoughts. Su Song was a martial artist. Who in their right mind would dare to rob them? As they exited the ruins, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of Yu Suaowei muttering in dissatisfaction, lamenting the cowardice of his companions. Their leader had just made a breakthrough, yet they were all filled with trepidation. If only someone would dare to trouble them, they could seize all their spoils. Lin Yi was uncertain whether other mercenary groups operated with any moral compass. But he was certain that the Gusum mercenary group adhered to a code of ethics. They would never initiate theft, and if confronted by would-be robbers, they would retaliate. The Gusum mercenary group was also smaller in number compared to their counterparts, consisting of only 7 members. Those who resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals had long been expelled by Su Song. As they passed through security upon leaving the ruins, Lin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the base staff might discover the bloodthirsty vine. After registering the potions in his backpack, the staff instructed Lin Yi to walk through a light gate, after which he was permitted to leave. He exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Cheng Yi attended to the tax formalities while Su Song escorted Lin Yi and the others to the base hotel for some rest. Each person had their own room, all adjacent to one another. As soon as Lin Yi received his phone, he promptly informed his family of his safety, unaware that his parents had been suffering from severe insomnia until they received his message, which brought smiles to their faces and lulled them to sleep. Unable to sleep himself, Lin Yi ventured into the kitchen to prepare the beast meat. Consuming beast meat is beneficial for ordinary people, and knowing that Lin Yi's younger siblings were born prematurely, Su Song had thoughtfully brought him a backpack filled with it. Lin Yi marinated the beast meat in the kitchen, intending to take it home for his parents to make soup. The cost of beast meat was exorbitant, often several hundred yuan per pound, and only VIP customers at major stores had the privilege to purchase it. Lin Yi could only savor beast meat soup once a year during visits to his uncle's house. In the evening, Lin Yi received a transfer notification from Su Song, totaling 70,000 yuan. The iron essence and potions have already been taken by Chief Chen. What I'm sending you is 1% of this harvest. The iron essence mine has yet to find a buyer, but Cheng Yi is already in contact with potential clients. You will receive your share once the contract is signed. Upon reading the message, Lin Yi noticed that Yu Suaowei and the others had all added him as friends. After accepting their requests, he was met with a flurry of transfers from everyone. Each person sent him 100,000 yuan, with Su Song generously sending an additional 300,000. Lin Yi sent a query in the group chat. Why is everyone transferring money to me? Uncle Su has already sent me the profits from this venture. Yu Suaowei responded. What the boss transferred is from the contract profits. Our transfers are for your rescue funds. Your life is worth far more than 100,000. You're not a martial artist yet. We're concerned you might squander too much money, so we agreed on the 100,000. Qian added. This is our collective intention. I've also sent you the documents on cultivating exotic plants. Please take some time to review them. Su Song encouraged Lin Yi, young Lin. Accept everyone's goodwill. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have achieved my breakthrough so smoothly. A mere few 100,000 is yours to keep without worry. Uncle Su owes you a great favor, and we will repay it in due time when opportunities arise. Zhou Wen and Cheng Yi also urged Lin Yi to accept the gifts. Lin Yi indeed found himself in dire need of funds, and his family could benefit from this financial support. Thank you, Uncle Su, and thank you, brothers. I am indeed in dire need of funds at the moment. Yu Suaowei remarked, lacking money is the norm. Once you become a martial artist, you will understand. Equipment requires funds, training demands funds, and techniques also necessitate financial investment. Zhou Wen stated, we may not enter the ruins in the short term. During this period, you should find a training ground to enhance your reflexes and combat abilities. Chang Yi added, indeed, only with ample preparation can one survive within the ruins. Lin Yi was quite receptive to advice and resolved to visit the training ground recommended by Yu Suwei upon his return. Su Song and the others remained at the base to discuss matters regarding the iron or vein, arranging for Yu Suwei to drive Lin Yi home. Once the negotiations for the iron or vein are concluded, the income could easily exceed 1 million. Lin Yi was taken aback. Wasn't it said by Brother Cheng that the income from the iron or vein could reach tens of millions? How could I receive a share of 1 million? Yu Suwei chuckled while driving. Did the boss not mention it to you? You will receive a formal team member's share, which is 1/10. Temporary teammates receive a mere 1%. Lin Yi inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Uncle Su had mentioned something about formal team members yesterday, and he had assumed it was merely acceptance of his presence, unaware it was tied to profit sharing. A 1/10 share could yield tens or even hundreds of thousands each time we enter the ruins. Seeing Lin Yi straighten his back, Yu Suwei, in a cheerful tone, remarked, do not think for a moment that you are unworthy. In truth, it is we who have benefited from you. The concept of fate may seem mystical, yet many believe in its power. Whether it is your unique talent or fortuitous luck, other mercenary groups would go to great lengths to recruit you. We all recognize the boundless possibilities of your future. Everyone desires your favor. Do not feel burdened. The fact remains that you have saved us, and whatever we provide you with is merely a token of gratitude. Yu Suwei genuinely regarded Lin Yi as a protege, taking the time to explain things to him. Lin Yi sensed Yu Suwei's sincerity. Perhaps that was his most admirable quality. After returning home, Lin Yi slept for a day and a night, and upon waking, he urged his parents to prepare demon beast meat daily. Upon learning it was demon beast meat, Lin Ba and Lin Ma would cut a small piece each time. Reluctant to indulge themselves, Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong were very understanding, not questioning where Lin Yi had procured the meat, simply stating that if their parents did not eat it, they would abstain as well. In the end, Lin Ba and Lin Ma, with tears in their eyes, trembled as they sipped the soup. Lin Ba could not help but softly reflect, I never imagined that after living more than half my life, I would have the chance to eat demon beast meat every day. Lin Ma, thinking of the possibility that Lin Yi had risked his life to bring it back, felt tears welling in her eyes and quickly lowered her head, not wanting Lin Yi to see her sorrow. After finishing her meal, Yi Yunxi went to Lin Ye's room, distractedly inquiring about some theoretical aspects of martial arts. Lin Yi noticed her preoccupation and gently asked, what is troubling you? Is someone at school bullying you? Or have you encountered some distress? Yi Yunxi sat at the edge of Lin Ye's bed, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and mustered the courage to say, brother, the teacher suggested that I and Ergu should learn a skill. Both my second brother and I have frail constitutions, making healthcare-related occupations the most suitable for us. However, I find myself in a state of hesitation. Perhaps due to my fragile health since childhood, I have developed a profound yearning for the art of cultivation. Each time I observe Lin Yi, drenched in sweat as she wholeheartedly engages in physical training, I cannot conceal my envy. Unlike Lin Yi, I dare not partake in such vigorous activities, for every time I exert myself to the point of perspiration, I fall ill. Lin Yi is aware of my longing for cultivation and understands that Lin Rong shares my reluctance to pursue a career in logistics after graduation. Although neither Lin Rong nor I have vocalized our aspirations to practice martial arts, the desire in our eyes is unmistakable. Chapter 14. A secret to share. Lin Yi smiled gently as he affectionately ruffled Yi Yunxi's hair, softly stating, hesitation signifies a lack of affection. If one does not harbor feelings, then one should not pursue it. Focus on your studies, and I assure you, I will guide you along the path of becoming a warrior. His words were imbued with confidence, for he possessed an extraordinary advantage. The obstacle that once loomed before them was poverty, a plight that had now been resolved. Yi Yunxi, perplexed by Lin Ye's unwavering confidence, felt as though he radiated light. Surely, the brightness of the room must have caused her tears to flow. You must consume the energy from beast flesh daily. Do not skimp on expenses. Our family is no longer as it once was. We are not lacking in funds. Concerned that Yi Yunxi might doubt him, Lin Yi showcased their bank balance on his phone. You have always been remarkably composed. Allow me to confide in you a secret. I have awakened a unique talent, and the future holds great promise. Upon seeing the string of zeros in the bank account balance and hearing Lin Ye's revelation, tears cascaded down Yi Yunxi's cheeks like a string of pearls severed from their strand. In a flurry, Lin Yi attempted to wipe away her tears. Why are you still crying? Shouldn't you be happy for your brother? Yi Yunxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully admonished him. I am not crying out of sorrow. These are tears of joy. Brother, you should rest well. The more she pondered, the more she felt a sense of shame at 15 years of age. She was not a mere child of 5. Despite Lin Yi being her elder brother, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at weeping so openly before him. Lin Yi then made his way to Lin Rong's bedroom. Yunqi mentioned that your teacher spoke with you, suggesting you consider applying to medical universities. What are your thoughts? Lin Rong sighed softly, adopting a demeanor of maturity. What else can I do? My body is not suited for other professions. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi lightly flicked Lin Rong's forehead. Do not be ridiculous. Yunqi has expressed her unwillingness to attend a vocational university and has assured me that she will strive for the college entrance examination. Her goal is to attend Wu University. As her brother, do you wish to fall behind her? Lin Rong's eyes widened in alarm, clearly agitated. Brother, you cannot be serious. How could Yunqi possibly want to apply to Wu University? We were both premature births, and the likelihood of our aptitude being subpar is 90%. We cannot even participate in the school's 100-meter dash. How could she aspire to Wu University? Even if it cost her life, it would be futile. His anxiety escalated. I must go speak with Yunqi. The training required for Wu University could very well be detrimental to her health. Who wouldn't want to be a warrior? It is a dream I have long cherished. But one must also accept their fate. Lin Yi firmly grasped Lin Rong's shoulder. Why the rush? When has Yunqi ever acted irresponsibly? Allow me to share a secret with you. I have awakened a unique talent. Lin Rong's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement causing him to cover his mouth and leap in place several times. Once he regained composure, he gazed at Lin Yi as if he were observing a rare species. Brother, you truly have awakened a unique talent? What kind of talent is it? Then won't you receive extra points for the college entrance examination? Have you successfully condensed your vital energy? Are we soon moving? What is the inner city like? Will the vegetables in the market be more expensive than those in the outer city? Perhaps we should continue shopping for groceries in the outer city to save unnecessary expenses. Lin Rong babbled on with an incessant stream of questions. Initially, Lin Yi bore with his inquiries, but eventually, he rose to his feet. You should rest now. Remember to keep an eye on Yunqi while she drinks her soup. The meat from the beast can help remedy your ailments, allowing you both to condense your vital energy and become martial artists in due time. The ailments afflicting Lin Yunqi and Lin Rong were not particularly difficult to treat. Their persistent struggles stemmed solely from poverty. They could not afford high-quality traditional Chinese medicine, let alone the gentle, nourishing meat of mystical beasts. If they had access to effective and suitable elixirs, a single vial could restore them to normalcy. The following day, Lin Rong awoke with dark circles under his eyes. His excitement over his brother's newfound talent keeping him awake through the night, anxious that he might awaken from a dream. Noticing that Yunqi appeared equally sleep-deprived, he leaned closer and whispered, Did brother share a secret with you yesterday? Are you certain you want to apply to Wu University? Yunqi rolled her eyes in irritation. Of course I want to attend Wu University. Do you doubt my brother's capabilities? I have always disliked the sterile smell of hospitals. The thought of working in healthcare fills me with dread about the future, she confessed. Yunqi recognized that Lin Rong was aware of their brother's awakening talent. Yet he still bore a foolish expression, seemingly questioning whether he was dreaming. Upon hearing her words, Lin Rong's eyes brightened. I believe in him, of course. He has always been my role model. If you are applying to Wu University, then I shall too. Yunqi expressed her disdain for hospitals as if he had any fondness for them. Lin Yu enrolled in a training facility recommended in the group, where martial artists received one-on-one instruction for a weekly fee of 10,000. After attending a few days of classes, Lin Yi found the training similar to what Yu Suwei had taught him in the ruins, albeit more thorough and secure. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? In the lounge, Qin Jiqiu, having just finished her training, recognized a familiar figure. As Lin Yi turned, she approached him with curiosity. Lin Yi smiled at her. Ah, the campus belle, you were training here as well. Qin Jiqiu, possessing a moderate silver bone aptitude and hailing from a prominent family, was a celebrated figure on campus. Lin Yi and Qin Jiqiu were in the same class, occasionally exchanging a few words. Despite her status, Qin Jiqiu did not carry an air of superiority and maintained amicable relationships with her classmates. Surprised to see Lin Yi at the training facility, she recalled his background and wondered why he had not given up on martial arts, knowing he had only a lowly iron bone aptitude. Yet, the question remained unspoken. After all, Lin Yi's pursuit of martial arts had little bearing on her life. Qin Jiqiu's impression of him was akin to that of most classmates, diligent and unwilling to settle for mediocrity. It is uncertain whether it is merely her illusion, but she perceives that Lin Yi now exudes a newfound confidence, accompanied by an indescribable aura. In the past, Lin Yi would speak to her with an air of awkwardness, never daring to jestingly refer to her as the school beauty as he did moments ago. Upon witnessing Qin Jiqiu, Lin Yi's martial arts instructor remarked with a sense of admiration, "Ah, Jiqiu, your classmate is quite remarkable. Do not be deceived by his seemingly ordinary appearance, for he is a member of the ancient Pine Mercenary Corps." Previously, Boss Jun had recommended a unique talent to numerous mercenary groups, but due to his status as an ordinary person, he went unnoticed, only to be fortuitously discovered by Su Song. Many mercenary groups now expressed their regret, even entertaining the fanciful notion that had they accepted Lin Yi into their ranks, it might have been them who broke through to become martial masters. Chapter 15. Success in Cultivating Vital Energy. Qin Jiqiu cast a curious glance at Lin Yi, inquiring if he had awakened a unique talent, to which he offered his congratulations. The ability of Lin Yi to discern the age of relic herbs was easily discoverable, following Su Song's breakthrough to the martial artist level. Information regarding Lin Yi had already circulated within mercenary circles. Some even suggested that Lin Yi was endowed with good fortune. Otherwise, why would Su Song break through just after Lin Yi's arrival? Indeed, some believed in this notion, offering lucrative salaries to entice Su Song to recruit Lin Yi, all of which were ultimately declined. Had Su Song openly allowed Lin Yi to be available, others might not have speculated much. However, when major mercenary groups sought to borrow Lin Yi, Su Song made excuses to refuse, even declaring Lin Yi as his junior, clearly indicating his intent to protect him. Countless factions had diligently investigated Lin Yi's upbringing, and apart from his unique talent for discerning herbs, he was just an ordinary individual. The more Su Song valued Lin Yi, the more others became convinced of his purported fortune. Su Song had also instructed their training grounds to limit contact between Lin Yi and other mercenary groups. Noticing that Qin Jiqiu was drinking tea specifically formulated for martial artists to replenish stamina, Lin Yi surmised that Qin Jiqiu might have become a martial artist. This is nothing remarkable. Have you already broken through to martial artist status? Your progress is astonishing. Is the silver bone aptitude truly so extraordinary? Qin Jiqiu had only been officially cultivating for a month and had already achieved the status of a martial artist, despite not yet consolidating his vital energy. Lin Yi felt no envy towards Qin Jiqiu. He merely reflected on the matter. He possessed his own pace of cultivation, and with his unique advantages, he could not possibly be outdone by Qin Jiqiu. Qin Jiqiu, intrigued by Su Song's breakthrough, intentionally trained alongside Lin Yi, willingly serving as a sparring partner to assist him. After their training concluded, Lin Yi turned to Qin Jiqiu. "Class beauty, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am willing to share what I can." Qin Jiqiu, clearly eager for gossip yet hesitant to seem like a freeloader, agreed. "All right, I shall not be polite. We are all aware of Captain Su's breakthrough to martial artist level. I wish to know the detailed process. I have not seen Captain Su recently, and I heard that such a breakthrough can cause unusual weather phenomena. What was the situation during Captain Su's breakthrough?" Lin Yi withheld certain details, such as his instinctive warning that prompted everyone to leave the Medicine Valley, instead stating that Su Song and the others had sensed something amiss and subsequently departed. The situation unfolded as follows. Uncle Su discovered that a first-tier anomalous plant in the Medicine Valley was on the verge of a breakthrough, and they seized the opportunity to eliminate it during its period of weakness. I am merely an ordinary person, and my unique talent was of no assistance. I remained on the peak awaiting their return. During Uncle Su's breakthrough, there was indeed an unusual weather phenomenon. A strong wind suddenly swept through the camp, and I thought the storm within the relic had arrived prematurely. Lin Yi's account was truthful, albeit with some personal details omitted. He mused that even if he spoke the truth, others might not believe him, because it was utterly absurd. His intuition as an ordinary person was surprisingly more accurate than that of Su Song and others. Qin Jiqiu and Lin Yi were engaged in delightful conversation. Although she maintained a courteous demeanor towards everyone, it was a courtesy tinged with distance, burdened by her family's high expectations. She had spent her entire life either studying or training, lacking a single friend with whom she could relax and chat freely. Her parents would repeatedly remind her that her fate was not akin to that of ordinary individuals, as they were not from the same world. It was natural that they could not become friends. Reflecting on Lin Yi's formidable training aptitude, Qin Jiqiu gradually suppressed her smile. In the past, she had disregarded her parents' opinions and made friends, yet those acquaintances would laugh and jest with her in person, pretending to be the best of companions while harboring jealousy behind her back, claiming she thrived solely on her privileged background. Lin Yi, oblivious to Qin Jiqiu's change in demeanor, viewed her merely as an ordinary classmate. The following day, when Lin Yi arrived at the training ground and did not encounter Qin Shiqiu, he paid it no mind. He came to the training facility for practice, not to chance upon the school beauty. After 2 weeks of training, Lin Yi felt a significant improvement, reflecting that the 20,000 tuition fees were well spent. Before bed, as was his custom, he tested the potency of the medicine in his blood. Seeing the results show 0, he felt a surge of excitement. He could finally consume the qi and blood tonic once more. This time, Lin Yi possessed a strong intuition that he would successfully condense his vital energy. The next day, after his parents left for work, Lin Yi hurried to the kitchen to prepare the qi and blood tonic. After consuming a bowl of the tonic, he swiftly made his way to the restroom. The first time he took the tonic, he endured discomfort for 2 hours. This time, even after 2 hours, the discomfort persisted. He experienced bouts of sweating, diarrhea, and excruciating bone pain. Eventually, he was left utterly fatigued, his head swirling, with only a fragment of rationality urging him to maintain the rhythmic breathing of his cultivation practice. Suddenly, for a brief moment, Lin Yi distinctly heard the sound of his own heartbeat. Thump. The sound was exceptionally clear, akin to listening through a device. Not only did he hear his heart beating, but he also perceived the sound of flowing water, the sound of blood coursing through his veins. His entire focus was drawn to the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if his soul had transcended his physical form, rendering him impervious to the pain of his body. The rhythm of his heart gradually synchronized with the breathing pattern of his cultivation technique, ultimately beating in perfect harmony with it. Lin Yi abruptly became aware, his eyes brimming with excitement. He had successfully condensed the first strand of vital energy. All that remained was the painstaking process of refining it until his body was transformed to its utmost limits, allowing him to break through to become a martial artist and achieve his first leap in life. Neglecting to cleanse the impurities oozing from his pores, Lin Yi began to practice his punches in place. The strand of vital energy circulated throughout his body in accordance with his cultivation technique, gradually being absorbed by his meridians, while more condensed vital energy joined the flow. No wonder it took ordinary individuals several years to transcend to martial artists. The pace of vital energy cultivation was undeniably slow. He had been practicing his punches for nearly half an hour, managing to condense a faint trace of vital energy, which, upon absorption by his body, yielded little to no noticeable change. Lin Yi remained undeterred, repeatedly throwing punches until his body signaled that it could no longer endure, prompting him to take a shower. Prior to this, he had purchased 2 servings of vitality elixir from the shop, initially intending to consume 3 to condense his vital energy. Surprisingly, he achieved it with just 2. He still had the opportunity to apply for an additional serving at school. The vitality elixir serves to enhance one's energy and can also be utilized during regular training. However, its exorbitant price renders it unaffordable for the average person. Most individuals struggle to sustain a normal existence, let alone bear the burden of a 30,000 price tag for a single serving of the elixir. Chapter 16. The newly established training hall at school. Lin Yi intended to apply for the qi and blood soup at school, believing that the sooner he consumed it, the sooner he would consolidate his vital energy. In order to enroll in Wuda, he must achieve the status of a warrior before the college entrance examination registration. Relying solely on the practice of martial arts to cultivate his qi and blood would undoubtedly prevent him from breaking through to become a warrior before the examination. Currently, he was in the first semester of his second year of high school, and next year he would enter his final year. The registration for the college entrance examination would take place half a month before the end of his senior year, leaving him with a year and a half at most. Lin Yi realized that to become a warrior within this time frame, he had no choice but to resort to the assistance of elixirs. Initially, he thought that the 1 million in his bank account was a substantial amount, but upon comparing it with the cost of various qi-enhancing potions, he discovered that it was woefully inadequate. The qi and blood soup, a common product, could barely be classified as a potion. Yet it was priced at 31,000 per packet. There were several types of qi potions available on the market, with raw materials derived from spiritual herbs or exotic plants. A small vial of potion could cost up to 100,000, and it could only be consumed once every 10 days. Due to the high cost of spiritual herbs, no brand of qi potion was priced below 100,000. In the evening, Lin Yi informed his parents that he had successfully consolidated his qi and blood. Overcome with emotion, his father and mother wept tears of joy. When Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong returned home and learned of the news, they too were elated, filling the house with laughter and cheer. Lin Yi's smile radiated like the brilliant sunshine, for the motivation behind his efforts was undoubtedly the warm and radiant smiles of his family. Lin Yi went to school to apply for the qi and blood soup. After class, Zhao Qi eagerly grabbed him and exclaimed, "You arrived at just the right time. The school has established a new training hall equipped with various testing instruments, and there will even be martial masters providing guidance each month. Linya City was a remote town, and martial masters were considered significant figures. The principal of their school, Wang Huandong, was a martial master himself, known only by name and seldom seen, appearing only during the opening ceremony to address the students. Most of the teachers at their school were warriors, as the institution did not receive much attention from the city and primarily accepted ordinary students from the outskirts. Lindy was puzzled about how their school could afford to establish a training hall and employ martial masters for guidance. The high tuition fees of external training halls were not solely due to the direct instruction of warriors, but also because of the specialized equipment that could quantify the subtle changes in the body. Should any issues arise during training, the data would alert them to problems before the body even felt discomfort. Zhao Qi, being an ordinary person, had limited information. Coincidentally, Qin Shiqiu overheard Lin Yi and Zhao Qi's conversation and approached Lin Yi, stating, "That is because a martial king has recently taken office in our city. He rose from humble beginnings and his first decree was to enhance the development of ordinary colleges. Almost every institution is required to establish a training hall and occasionally hire martial masters for guidance." Noticing the lack of people around, Qin Shiqiu lowered his voice and continued, "I heard that the leader has a low innate talent, and he believes that the future of martial cultivation should not be determined by one's innate abilities, which is why he is keen on supporting ordinary individuals." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi understood. However, with universities establishing training facilities, would not the businesses of the city's training centers suffer greatly? Could this leader withstand such immense pressure? The fees for training centers have always been exorbitant, and now that schools are providing training facilities for free, it would undoubtedly disrupt the profits of many. Although this leader possesses the cultivation level of a martial king, could he truly serve without consequence? Deep down, Lin Yi hoped that this leader could remain in his position. Regardless of whether his intentions were genuinely to assist the common folk or harbored ulterior motives, as long as tangible benefits were realized, he would be deemed an excellent leader. Qin Shiqiu wore an inscrutable smile. "Do you believe this leader lacks backing? Although he hails from humble origins, he is supported by a master of noble lineage. You may not fully grasp the essence of such a lineage, but let me illustrate. Even a child born into an aristocratic family, regardless of their lowly talents, is equipped with resources to elevate them to the martial master level. A martial artist requires the ability to sense the world's spiritual energy to break through to the martial master level, while a martial master must refine this energy to ascend to the martial king level. Advancement to martial master can be achieved through resources. Yet transitioning to martial king relies not solely on resources, but also on comprehension, personal effort, and fortuitous circumstances." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi could not help but gasp in shock. Does this imply that the least among aristocratic families are already at the martial master level? He struggled even to consolidate his vital energy, with his lifelong ambition merely to become a martial artist. Meanwhile, children of noble birth, regardless of their innate capabilities, can easily ascend to martial master. This world is profoundly unjust. Lin Yi discerned from Qin Shiqiu's words a longing and envy for noble families, yet he remained remarkably composed. The strength of aristocratic families was undeniable, yet they were not insurmountable, for he possessed formidable advantages of his own. Qin Shiqiu had previously noted Lin Yi's unique aura. Her gaze swept over the still-stunned Zhao Qi, recognizing his response as typical for an ordinary person upon hearing about noble families. Lin Yi exuded a confidence that eluded her understanding. Could it be that the awakening of a unique talent had led him to believe he could defy fate? Qin Shiqiu wished to convey to Lin Yi that special talents do not guarantee success, particularly auxiliary talents, which yield no extra points in college entrance examinations. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent, deeming it unnecessary to shatter someone's beautiful dream, lest she incur future resentment. While she was unafraid of Lin Yi's potential retaliation, she preferred to avoid complications. After Qin Shiqiu departed, Zhao Qi turned to Lin Yi with a sly smile. "You, my friend, must come clean. When did you become so familiar with the school beauty? She definitely approached you only because she spotted you." Although Qin Shiqiu presented herself as approachable, few dared to engage her in conversation. Her every gesture radiated an air of nobility that inadvertently instilled a sense of shame in others, a stark reminder that they belonged to different worlds. Zhao Qi observed that Lin Yi conversed with Qin Shiqiu without a hint of inferiority, standing beside her. He seemed her equal. Soon, Zhao Qi noticed something peculiar, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Have you consolidated your vital energy? How is it that he only now perceives the transformation in Lin Yi?" Her complexion has become notably fairer, her physique more harmoniously sculpted and brimming with vigor. And her eyes radiate a newfound clarity and vitality, indicative of a substantial enhancement in her vitality. Zhao Qi's exclamation drew the attention of the entire class. Observing this, Lin Yi hastily took Zhao Qi by the arm and led him out through the back door. Upon learning that Lin Yi had joined a mercenary group and explored a relic, Zhao Qi's jaw dropped, wide enough to accommodate a chicken egg. I knew you would eventually soar to great heights, but I never anticipated you would ascend so swiftly. You have actually joined a mercenary group to explore relics and spent such an extended period within them. My dear brother, are we not lifelong companions? Pray, tell me about the demeanor of the warriors in the mercenary group. How does the relics governed by the federal government compare to those we ventured into? Is the relic base truly as magnificent as the netizens assert? Chapter 17. The journey begins. The leader of the mercenary group, Zhao Qi, was initially taken aback but soon filled with an array of curiosity. Although he had ventured into a relic once, it was merely a wild relic, and he only explored near its entrance. Mercenaries typically entered relics for exploration, emerging after a brief week or, at times, several months. Zhao Qi held great admiration for Lin Yi's audacity in daring to accompany the mercenary group into the relic. After all, Lin Yi was an ordinary individual. Should the mercenary group encounter peril, he could easily find himself in grave danger. If he were in Lin Yi's position, he would certainly wait until he became a martial artist before joining the mercenary ranks. Lin Yi shared some information about the relic base with Zhao Qi, of course only disclosing what was permissible. When Zhao Qi learned that the relic base levied a personal income tax of 40%, his mouth fell agape once more. Goodness! A 40% income tax? And upon exiting the relic, there were staff to inspect their spoils. Was there truly no privacy at all? If one were to acquire a precious spiritual herb, would it even remain in their possession? Lin Yi smirked. At that moment, it was all about one's connections. If one's background was not sufficiently formidable, holding on to something exceedingly valuable could instead become a death sentence. Lin Yi visited the school's training hall, where only those who had successfully condensed their vital energy could apply for usage. Additionally, there was an opportunity each month to consult with a senior martial artist. Lin Yi planned solely to utilize the equipment in the training hall and had no intention of seeking guidance from a martial artist. He worried that the martial artist might recognize the bloodsucking vine, and his own cultivation was too rudimentary to warrant inquiries about training matters. His current predicament was a lack of funds, preventing him from purchasing higher-grade vital energy potions. Lin Yi registered his information and took a vial of vital energy tonic home. He intended to consume the tonic first and assess its effects before returning to Uncle Chen's shop to acquire vital energy potions. Upon drinking a bowl of the tonic, he felt no resurgence of pain, and his pores did not expel impurities. As he practiced his punches, he sensed the gradual strengthening of his vital energy within. The efficacy of a single bowl of the tonic equated to several days of diligent training. However, the medicinal properties of the tonic would diminish over time. And regardless of the potion consumed, the body would inevitably build a resistance. No matter the potion, the initial dosage always yielded the most remarkable effects. Lin Yi continued his training until Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong returned home from school. He listened to their accounts of school affairs before heading off for a shower. In the days that followed, Lin Yi visited the training hall every morning to utilize the equipment and returned home in the afternoon to take vital energy potions to aid his cultivation. His physical data steadily improved each day, yet the pace of his training remained somewhat sluggish. Even though his stomach had enhanced its digestive capabilities, allowing for more effective absorption of the potions than that of an ordinary iron-boned individual, his training speed was still rather slow. With time pressing toward the college entrance examination next year, he felt an urgent need to become a martial artist. Once again, Lin Yi visited Uncle Chen's shop. Upon entering, he called out, "Uncle Chen, the previous vital energy potion's effects have waned. This time, I wish to try a different kind." Uncle Chen emerged from the back room, subtly signaling Lin Yi with his eyes. Lin Yi paused momentarily, quickly comprehending the implication, and corrected himself, saying, "Uncle, I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. I shall return another day to collect the potion." Although the reason behind Chun En's gaze urging him to leave was unclear, he placed his trust in him. Before Lin Yi could turn away, he noticed a smiling young man emerge from the private room, speaking slowly with a gentle smile. This must be Lin Yi, indeed a prodigy, exuding a remarkable aura. "Boss Chen, would you be so kind as to introduce us?" Chen En's smile appeared visibly strained as he feigned enthusiasm in introducing Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, allow me to present to you the leader of the Qiqing Mercenary Corps, Mu Chen." "Leader Mu." How fortuitous it is that you inquired about Lin Yi just as he arrived at the shop. I don't possess his contact information. Only that he has been at school recently. Lin Yi grasped the situation. Mu Chen was seeking Shinan because of him. Shinan was reluctant to let Mu Chen engage with him, thus misleading him about their lack of contact information. He had heard of the Qiqing Mercenary Corps from Yu Wei, which boasted over 100 members, including several martial masters, truly a formidable mercenary group. Their iron or vein map seemed to have been sold to the Qiqing Mercenary Corps, yet the contract remained unsigned for reasons unknown. In comparison, the Gusong Mercenary Corps was but a mouse beside a tiger. Lin Yi felt perplexed. What could the leader of the Qiqing Mercenary Corps want with him? Surely, it could not be to take him into the ruins to discern the age of spirit herbs. Such a grand mercenary organization should not rely on harvesting spirit herbs for profit, especially someone of such high rank. Mu Chen approached Lin Yi with a gentle smile, adjusting his glasses with a light touch. Lin Yi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu Chen, the leader of the Qiqing Mercenary Corps. He extended his hand, and Lin Yi, feeling a wave of anxiety, shook it tentatively. Greetings, Leader Mu. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? Mu Chen's tone softened further, suggesting that formalities were unnecessary. I am not that much older than you. You may simply call me Brother Chen. I have heard that the iron or vein was discovered by you. Lin Yi instinctively wanted to refute this claim, yet he hesitated, fearing Mu Chen might already know the truth. Chen sighed quietly, continuously messaging Su Song. Lin Yi was still too young. Mu Chen's subtle probing had revealed the truth. With the answer he sought in hand, Mu Chen's smile grew warmer. They had conducted professional investigations of the ruins, and although heavy rains had washed away many traces, some clues remained. The seemingly erratic paths, in fact, indicated a conscious approach to the Gopher's burrow. He had investigated the Gusong Mercenary Corps and scrutinized Su Song's methods. He was even certain that Su Song could not have perceived the extraordinary plant in the medicinal valley seeking to break through. The Tian Hao lotus was distinct from ordinary extraordinary plants. It would never surface before its breakthrough. If it left no traces, how could Su Song and the others have detected it? When he inquired further, Su Song and his companions were evasive, and any discerning observer could tell they were hiding something. Mu Chen possessed a keen intuition, a strength that could be considered a unique talent. At that moment, his instincts urged him to uncover the truth behind Su Song and the others' concealments. As long as he desires, he could directly visit Lin Yi at home, or intercept him at school. Indeed, there are countless ways to compel Lin Yi to seek him out. The mere thought of this sent a chill down his spine, as his instincts warned him against crossing Lin Yi. Mu Chen later confirmed several times that whenever he harbored ill intentions towards Lin Yi, his intuition would sound an alarm, each time feeling as if he were being watched by a great terror. His curiosity about Lin Yi grew increasingly intense. Chen cast a peculiar glance at Mu Chen's back, wondering when this seemingly amiable individual had become so approachable. Could it be that he sought to recruit Lin Yi's talent? Chapter 18. What is the attribute root bone? Chen found himself engulfed in self-doubt. What manner of talent does Lin Yi possess? Is it not the extraordinary ability to discern the age of relic spiritual medicines? Su Song's delay in signing the contract for the iron or vein was due to Lin Yi's involvement. To his astonishment, Mu Chen, a figure of considerable stature, personally visited the store to confront him. What does Lin Yi possess that has piqued his curiosity so intensely? Mu Chen is not known for his amiable disposition, nor is he one to adhere strictly to conventions. Yet, in matters concerning Lin Yi, he has respected all boundaries, conducting himself in accordance with the established norms of their circle. It has come to his attention that Mu Chen has made it clear, anyone who dares to trouble Lin Yi's family would be opposing him directly. Had it not been for this warning, there would have been those eager to curry favor with Mu Chen, who might have resorted to forcibly recruiting Lin Yi into a mercenary group. Though Lin Yi is unfamiliar with Mu Chen, he is surprised by the latter's approachable demeanor, a stark contrast to his formidable title as a leader. However, he does not dwell upon it. The talents Lin Yi has revealed are hardly remarkable. The failure of the system binding has left him with a unique advantage known only to him. Regardless of Mu Chen's intentions, there is nothing of value to be gained from Lin Yi. Perhaps it is due to his youth or a sense of fearless invincibility that he remains undeterred. Mu Chen engaged Lin Yi in conversation, shifting topics from academics to iron or veins, and then to cultivation techniques. As a figure of authority, Mu Chen adeptly identified Lin Yi's points of interest, explaining the rules of the martial artist world and sharing amusing anecdotes from relics. Most believe that the purpose of relic bases is merely tax collection, but in reality, it is to safeguard humanity. The stability of relic spaces is precarious, and should a collapse occur, the beasts and strange flora within could invade our world. Thus, the relic base serves as the first line of defense. Once you gain admission to the Marshall University, you will grasp the true peril of a collapsing relic space. Mu Chun then inquired if Lin Yi had a preferred university. The information channels for ordinary individuals are limited. Lin Yi is only aware of the Marshall University, which is quite commonplace among martial academies. The truly prestigious institutions are beyond his knowledge. A hint of confusion crossed Lin Yi's face. Isn't the process for university admission to first release exam results and then select favorite schools? With his inferior iron bone qualification, even if he possesses a unique talent that could provide an advantage, the likelihood of being accepted into the Marshall University remains slim. The term Marshall University refers broadly to institutions of martial learning, rather than a specific school. While he harbors a strong desire to gain admission, he understands that humility is essential in life. Mu Chun is certainly aware of Lin Yi's inferior iron bone qualification. Truth be told, he does not believe Lin Yi has the ability to enter the Marshall University. However, in an effort to win Lin Yi's favor, he elaborated on the challenges associated with the application process. When Lin Yi learned that becoming a martial artist is the simplest requirement, he could not help but inhale sharply. Fortunately, he possesses a unique advantage. Even if he does not gain entry to the Marshall University, he can gradually grow stronger through relics. Mu Chun continued, explaining that martial universities are categorized into key and ordinary institutions. Key martial universities are generally referred to as academies, each excelling in different areas of instruction. The four premier academies in Huaxia are the Qinglong Academy, the Baihu Academy, the Zhuke Academy, and the Xuanwu Academy, each corresponding to the elemental attributes of water, metal, fire, and earth, collectively known as combat academies. The foremost martial arts institution in the realm is the Huaxia Pharmacy University, which predominantly admits students possessing wood attribute roots. Throughout the nation, aspiring candidates can freely apply to the four esteemed academies. However, in our city, not a single student has ever been accepted since its establishment. Upon hearing an unfamiliar term, Lin Yi promptly inquired, Brother Chun, what is the attribute root? Could it be that roots, much like the ethereal energies of the universe, are classified by the 5 elemental attributes? Mu Chun, unfazed by the question, smiled and nodded. Indeed, each individual's root attribute is predetermined at birth, with only a rare few celestial materials capable of altering it. The root grade tested at your school upon reaching maturity is merely a rudimentary assessment. We possess sophisticated instruments to comprehensively evaluate root attributes at our base. Should you be interested, you are welcome to observe. He expressed a genuine curiosity regarding Lin Yi's root attributes. Chunin, whispering to Lin Yi, cautioned that the equipment for testing root attributes is exorbitantly priced, typically requiring millions for a single assessment, powered by monstrous cores. Mu Chun, fully aware of Lin Yi's financial circumstances, suggested he undergo the root attribute test. Was he attempting to entice Lin Yi into debt, thereby gaining leverage over him? It was no wonder Lin Yi's thoughts wandered. Mu Chun's actions were indeed perplexing. Given their disparate statuses, one would not expect such amicable treatment from Mu Chun towards Lin Yi, to the extent that Lin Yi began to suspect he might be the illegitimate child of a prominent figure. Though initially intrigued by the concept of root attributes, Lin Yi's curiosity was swiftly extinguished upon hearing the price, as poverty rendered him unworthy of such wonder. Observing Lin Yi's expression of financial despair, Mu Chun could not help but laugh, a genuine smile blooming on his face. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such vibrant and authentic emotions, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. While there is a fee for others, it shall be complimentary for you. Noticing Mu Chun's willingness to engage in idle chatter, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to ask, Brother Chun, have you summoned me for a particular purpose? Are you perhaps interested in studying my unique talent? Chunin, overhearing, instinctively dismissed the thought as implausible. Had Mu Chun truly desired to investigate Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, he would not approach so openly. It would be far simpler to abduct him outright. The Lin family consisted entirely of ordinary individuals, save for an elderly grandfather who practiced martial arts. Even if Mu Chun did resort to abduction, the Lin family would be left floundering like headless flies, unable to ascertain the cause of Lin Yi's disappearance. At Lin Yi's inquiry, Mu Chun chuckled heartily, clearly amused. Lin Yi had posed the question with deliberate intent. Mu Chun's demeanor was decidedly friendly, indicating no inclination to use him as a mere subject for experimentation. Clearing his throat, Mu Chun continued, Do you recall the wild ruins you once ventured into? Lin Yi nodded slightly, It had only been a little over a month since that incident, and the memory was still vivid. Within those ruins, he had encountered a system binding, which, despite its failure, had bestowed upon him the means to alter his fate dramatically. A flicker of anxiety crossed Linya's mind. For the failure of the system binding was his most closely guarded secret. Did Mu Chen sense something amiss regarding that ruin? The authorities had issued a mission for exploring the ruins and were in the midst of urgently constructing a base for this purpose. According to reliable sources, the ruins in question possess certain unusual characteristics, suggesting the existence of an ancient sect's architecture. I am aware that the safe escape of Captain Su and his team from the peril at the Medicine Valley was entirely due to your efforts. I would like to request that you temporarily join our journey, as I require your exceptional precognitive abilities. Initially, Mu Chen was uncertain whether Lin Yi possessed such talents. However, Lin Yi's momentary hesitation and failure to refute his words provided clarity. Now, he is convinced that his conjecture is indeed accurate. Lin Yi not only has the gift of discerning the age of spiritual herbs, but also possesses precognitive abilities. Mu Chen is genuinely intrigued by Lin Yi. Pondering how a person of such steadfast disposition could harbor two extraordinary talents. Chapter 19. Departing from the ancient Pine mercenary group, Mu Chen contemplated that since he could not extract any information, he would keep Lin Yi by his side. Over time, he would surely uncover something. Su Song's attitude also piqued his interest, as he had hinted multiple times that he would prefer a failed contract to relinquishing Lin Yi. Lin Yi was disinclined to join Qichen. He placed greater trust in Su Song, his face reflecting a sense of dilemma. But I am a member of the ancient Pine mercenary group. Mu Chen, with an elegant gesture, adjusted his glasses and smiled. I understand. I am currently in discussions with Captain Su. If he is willing to terminate the contract with you, Qichen is prepared to offer concessions in the agreement regarding the iron or veins. To speak candidly, Captain Su cannot guarantee your safety. There are others interested in you, and perhaps they are not as accommodating as I am. Upon hearing this, Chen was utterly speechless, almost rolling his eyes in disdain. Mu Chen was indeed known as a smiling tiger, his words devoid of overt threats yet laden with implicit menace. Before Su Song even entered the store, he overheard Mu Chen's remarks and suspected they were deliberately directed at him. Su Song sighed in exasperation. He was uncertain how he had drawn Mu Chen's attention, which had now fixated on Lin Yi, seemingly determined to achieve his goal at any cost. He glanced at the smiling Mu Chen before addressing Lin Yi. Captain Mu is correct. Numerous factions have set their sights on you. They are desperate to break through to the martial master level, and I cannot guarantee your protection. Su Song felt immense dissatisfaction towards Mu Chen. Were it not for Mu Chen's unabashed curiosity about Lin Yi, he would not have attracted the attention of so many factions. Mu Chen was essentially pressuring him to relinquish Lin Yi. If this tactic failed, there would undoubtedly be another in waiting. Su Song could withstand Mu Chen's pressure, but his team could not, nor could the ancient Pine mercenary group. He had strained every effort to forge connections, resulting in merely half a month of peace for Lin Yi. Mu Chen's actions were far from conventional. Rather, it was Su Song who felt somewhat unreasonable. After all, to outsiders, Lin Yi, an ordinary person, joining the Qichen mercenary group was a stroke of fortune accumulated over lifetimes. And he was obstructing Lin Yi from enjoying that blessing. Su Song was unclear about Mu Chen's intentions in approaching Lin Yi, but after this month of tug-of-war, he tentatively concluded that Mu Chen harbored no malice towards Lin Yi, at least for the time being. Su Song sought to speak with Mu Chen privately, and Mu Chen consented. After they departed, Chen curiously scrutinized Lin Yi. What about you? Do you have a hidden identity? Just be honest. What is your true self? Do not worry about whether I can handle it. I have weathered many storms in my lifetime. Lin Yi, taken aback, replied, Uncle, my identity is that of an ordinary person. I am still quite bewildered. Do you think I can participate in the exploration of relics that Captain Mu mentioned? Compared to the newly acquainted Mu Chen, Lin Yi preferred to trust Chen and cast a glance towards the direction of the private room, gradually retracting the playful expression from his face, adopting a serious demeanor. Captain Mu clearly has every intention of securing you. I fear that Boss Su will be unable to retain you. Can you truly decide for yourself whether to participate? Who would care about your thoughts? The Qichen mercenary corps is unlike Gusong. If you venture there, you must remain exceedingly vigilant. I suspect you are of value to Captain Mu. Otherwise, he would not expend such effort in seeking you out. Lin Yi comprehended the implications behind Shen's words. His utility ensured his temporary safety. Within the private room, Mu Chen gazed at the solemn Su Song with a smile. His tone relaxed as he spoke. Captain Su, To my knowledge, your acquaintance with Lin Yi is rather limited, and your relationship is not particularly close. To forego the profits from the iron or vein for his sake seems rather unwise. The iron or vein represents the collective gains of your team. Although you hold the position of captain, you cannot sacrifice the interests of all for personal satisfaction. Su Song sighed heavily. Captain Mu, I am aware that you have uncovered certain matters, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. Our survival in the perilous Medicine Valley relied entirely on Lin Ye's intuition. He has saved our lives, and it was he who led us to the iron or vein. I do not understand your motives in pursuing him. I regard Lin Yi as a junior and only wish to protect him from harm. I can relinquish Lin Yi, and I am willing to forego the profits from the iron or vein. I merely seek a promise from Captain Mu, a commitment to refrain from persecuting Lin Yi. Su Song even harbored doubts that the matter of Lin Ye's contracted anomaly had been exposed, speculating that Mu Qin might be interested in that peculiar plant. However, he soon dismissed this notion, recognizing that Mu Qin had no need for such anomalies, since Mu Qin had already met Lin Yi. If he were to forcibly retain Lin Yi in the Gusong Mercenary Corps, he would likely face repercussions from the Qiqing Mercenary Corps. Should the Qiqing Mercenary Corps release even a hint of discontent, his own mercenary group would swiftly disintegrate, by leveraging the profits from the iron or vein. He sought a promise from Mu Qin, which also served as a form of gratitude for Lin Ye's life-saving intervention. Mu Qin had not previously known Su Song and held no particular impression of him. However, this encounter led him to appreciate Su Song's character. His overall impression of the Gusong Mercenary Corps was also quite favorable. They were not a team solely fixated on cold, calculated interests. In today's frigid society, those who are overly sincere often face ostracism. Perhaps it was due to his own inner darkness, but he found a certain affinity for Su Song's straightforwardness and integrity. I can offer you a promise. My interest in Lin Yi is merely one of curiosity. The term persecution carries significant weight, as long as Lin Yi harbors no malice towards me. I shall reciprocate with no ill intent. Su Song sighed in relief upon receiving Mu Qin's assurance. Although he understood that this promise was merely verbal and held little substantial weight, Lin Yi remained unaware of the conversation between Su Song and Mu Qin. Regardless, he had withdrawn from the Gusong Mercenary Corps and joined the Qiqing Mercenary Corps. Mu Qin also added Lin Yi as a friend, stating, from now on, while in Qiqing, you shall heed my words alone and disregard the demands of others. Su Song, with a look of regret, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and sighed softly, Little Yi, it is unfortunate that your uncle lacks connections and influence. The Journey Mercenary Corps is not an easy place to navigate. In every situation, it is wise to yield whenever possible. Do not engage in struggles for power and profit. Life, after all, is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Mu Qin chuckled lightly. Captain Su, I am still present here. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak ill of the journey in my presence? Wherever there are people, there will inevitably be intrigues and rivalries. It is not that the journey is difficult. Rather, it is this society that poses challenges. Su Song gazed at Mu Qin with a stoic expression, affirming in front of Captain Mu, indeed, the journey is more challenging than the Gusong. Mu Qin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a soft sigh. What Captain Su says must be accepted as truth. Consider the number of individuals in the Journey Mercenary Corps compared to those in the Gusong Mercenary Corps. Chapter 20. The 5 Elements and All Attributes. Lin Yi entered into a contract with Mu Qin to join the group, harboring an intense desire to become stronger. His strength was exceedingly feeble, and despite his reluctance to embark on this journey, he found himself unable to resist. Su Song compiled all the information related to the expedition and sent it to Lin Yi in a document. Lin Yi also took the initiative to leave the communication group of the Gusong Mercenary Corps. He was no longer part of that organization, and thus could not remain in the group. When Yu Suawei inquired about his decision, he simply stated that he had joined the Qiqing Mercenary Corps, and thereafter, the conversation ceased. Lin Yi, having purchased vitality potions with Qinin, boarded Mu Qin's vehicle. Mu Qin glanced at Su Song and remarked, Captain Su has treated you quite well. He relinquished the benefits from the iron or vein for my mere promise to safeguard you. Lin Yi waved goodbye to Su Song through the car window and earnestly replied, Uncle Su has always been kind to me. And Brother Yu and the others are easy to get along with. Brother Chun, when is the expedition to explore the ruins scheduled? What preparations do I need to make? Noticing Lin Ye's desire to steer away from the topic, Mu Qin smoothly transitioned the conversation. We still have some preparations to complete on our end. It will be next month. You need not prepare anything. The group has everything you require. Today, you will accompany me to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and to test your aptitude attributes. Our Qiqing also has a professional training facility. All amenities are available for free use. The vitality potions sold internally are priced at half the official rate. Su Song's document detailed every member of the Qiqing Mercenary Corps, complete with photographs and descriptions of their cultivation levels. Mu Chen glanced at Lin Ye's phone interface and noted that much of this information was fabricated, intentionally released by them. With me guarding you in Qiqing, no one will dare to trouble you. There is no need for unease. Mu Chen's words carried a weight of assurance, stemming from his high influence within Qiqing. Qiqing differs significantly from Gusong. The latter has fewer members, allowing for a more casual camaraderie akin to friendship. In contrast, Qiqing comprises numerous individuals with a clearly defined hierarchy where everyone prioritizes their interests, devoid of the same level of personal relations. Since you are not yet a martial artist and cannot pass the entry assessment, you will join as my relative with a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000. Upon hearing Mu Chen discuss Qiqing and the guaranteed salary, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. What he lacked most at this moment was money. Any previous dissatisfaction with Qiqing dissipated instantly. That sum was equivalent to his family's total income for over a year. A guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000, along with the option to purchase discounted potions at Qiqing, meant he would no longer need to worry about procuring vitality potions for his cultivation. It was no wonder so many aspired to join Qiqing. The benefits were indeed remarkable. Mu Chen continued, the group also offers a cleansing potion for those with frail constitutions. Although it may be somewhat expensive for you, I can lend you some money initially. The sooner your siblings recover, the sooner they can commence their training. At these words, Lin Yi straightened his posture and solemnly accepted the tablet that Mu Chen extended to him. On the interface of the marketplace, a particular potion is displayed. Primary Cleansing Elixir. Officially priced at 30 million, the internal price at Qiqing is 15 million. Lin Yi is familiar with the Primary Cleansing Elixir. He had previously asked Yu Suawei to search for it in the official warrior marketplace, discovering that it was priced at 30,000 per bottle. With a consistent lack of stock, Yu Suawei explained that the supply in the official marketplace is unstable, as valuable items are swiftly claimed by various factions, leaving only the undesirable or abundantly available resources to be replenished. The Qiqing Mercenary Corps possesses stock, with a remaining inventory of 10 bottles. Had Lin Yi not joined the Qiqing Mercenary Corps, he would have struggled to find a way to purchase it, even if he had accumulated sufficient funds. Lin Yi is acutely aware that Mu Chen's actions are aimed at winning him over. His mind is clouded with questions. Why is Mu Chen trying to court him? What qualities does he possess that merit such attention? Observing Lin Ye's conflicted expression, Mu Chen adjusted his glasses with a light push of his right hand. I have a penchant for investment, and I hold great promise for your future. My intentions are not without purpose. I seek your goodwill, your gratitude, and the potential for you to ascend to great heights, thereby becoming part of my network. You may wonder why I see such potential in you. I, too, have awakened a unique talent, akin to an intuitive warning. This gift has repeatedly signaled to me that you are extraordinary. This is the true reason behind my desire to cultivate a connection with you. As for the concept of fate that others speak of, I harbor some belief in it as well. Mu Chen understands what individuals of Lin Ye's age value most: sincerity. Lin Yi, upon hearing these words, pressed his lips together thoughtfully, inwardly acknowledging, Mu Chen's intuition has not misled him. I possess a golden opportunity. Indeed, quite remarkable. With the understanding of Mu Chen's amicable stance towards him, Lin Yi breathes a sigh of relief. He is untroubled by Mu Chen's ulterior motives, rather. He fears the absence of any agenda. Mu Chen, a figure of authority, demonstrates a willingness to be approachable, and his candid demeanor earns Lin Ye's considerable favor. As they step out of the vehicle, Lin Ye's demeanor towards Mu Chen visibly relaxes. The Qiqing Mercenary Corps is located in the inner city, within a towering 72-story building entirely owned by Qiqing. Lin Yi gazes up at the skyscraper, seemingly illuminated by the dazzling glow of wealth. He has never enjoyed wandering the inner city, feeling as though it and the outer city belonged to entirely different realms. Previously, he believed he did not belong to the inner city, regarding the outer city as his rightful domain. However, upon revisiting the inner city, his feelings have transformed entirely. It no longer evokes a sense of distance. Instead, he perceives it as a viable place of residence, albeit one that offers greater security. A person who possesses inner strength is indeed wealthy. As Lin Yi walks alongside Mu Chen, he notices the discreet gazes directed at him. Upon arriving at his lounge, Mu Chen summons his assistant. Jin Jia, please take Lin Yi to complete his enrollment procedure shortly. Use my identity card to purchase 2 bottles of the primary cleansing elixir and prepare them for him to take. After issuing his instructions, Muchen turns to Lin Yi. I have an adjacent lounge that is currently unoccupied. I will arrange for you to stay there. Should you need to attend school, a vehicle will be provided for you. If you are capable of driving, you may also take the wheel yourself. Jin Jia regarded Lin Yi with a curious gaze, pondering whether Lin Yi might be a descendant of Mu Chen, lost to the world. However, considering that Commander Mu was only 32, it seemed implausible that he could have a child as old as Lin Yi. Not long ago, Deputy Commander Ning Yu had sought access to this very lounge, only to be met with an unwavering refusal from Mu Chen, who subsequently assigned her to undertake a rather cumbersome mercenary task. Just yesterday, she had been venting her frustrations in their chat group about Mu Chen's domineering ways, monopolizing an entire floor of rooms for himself and denying others access. Yet today, this lounge had already found its new occupant. Lin Yi expressed that he had no need for a vehicle, since Qiqing provided training facilities and accommodations. He intended to relocate to their premises. Chapter 21. The only one in the world. Mu Chen once again brought Lin Yi to test his root bone attributes. Discovering that Lin Yi possessed an all-elemental root bone attribute, with a proximity value of 20% for each type of elemental spirit energy. Even Mu Chen, who had witnessed countless peculiarities, could not suppress his frown as he held the examination report. An all-elemental root bone signifies that Lin Yi can sense the 5 types of elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while a 20% proximity value indicates that he does not have a particular affinity for any one type of energy. Had Mu Chen not believed in his own extraordinary talents, he would have found it hard to accept that Lin Yi could achieve any significant success or accomplishment. If this test result were to be presented, even a martial king would declare that Lin Yi's ultimate fate lay in becoming merely a martial artist. After handing the report to Lin Yi, Mu Chen remarked, "Once you obtain your identity card, you may have Jin Jia show you around the expedition. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Lin Yi scrutinized his test results, puzzled by the implications of possessing an all-elemental attribute. Once Mu Chen departed, Jin Jia shed her elite and aloof demeanor. Leaning closer to Lin Yi, her enchanting face lit up with excitement as she whispered, "Wow. You have an all-elemental root bone, and your affinity values are perfectly balanced. How extraordinary." Sensing the faint fragrance of her perfume, Lin Yi discreetly took a step back and politely inquired, "Excuse me, miss, what does it mean to have an all-elemental attribute? Is having a balanced affinity good or bad?" Taken aback, Jin Jia gazed at Lin Yi with astonishment. "Do you truly know nothing? How can you not even understand such basic knowledge if you are not related to the captain?" Lin Yi took a moment to explain his identity and the process through which he joined the expedition. "Captain Mu likely believes that my unique talent is well-suited for exploratory missions and is somewhat curious about the fortune associated with me, which is why I was allowed to join as a relative." He refrained from mentioning that Mu Chen was investing in him, simply stating that the captain perceived an inexplicable fortune in him and wished to keep him close as a good luck charm. After all, Jin Jia would not dare to verify this with Mu Chen. What he said was deemed sufficient. Upon realizing that Lin Yi was merely an ordinary person residing in the outer districts, Jin Jia's expression shifted to one of shock, and she gasped several times. "My goodness, is everything you said true? If so, you are setting a precedent for the expedition. You are the only ordinary individual in the expedition. Even our clerical roles require martial prowess." Once Jin Jia's astonishment subsided, Lin Yi redirected the conversation back to the all-elemental root bone topic. Her gaze shifted from surprise to sympathy as she regarded him. Having an all-elemental root bone means abundant opportunities. You can sense 5 types of celestial energies, affording you more chances than others. If you cannot sense the wood element, you may still sense the metal element. Jin Jia endeavored to phrase her words as kindly as possible, not wishing to offend Lin Yi, especially since he was brought in by Mu Chen. Even as an ordinary person, he was not someone a mere assistant could afford to antagonize. With a mere 20% affinity for spiritual energy, it is utterly impossible to sense any form of celestial essence. The heavens remain just, bestowing upon Lin Yi an extraordinary fortune while simultaneously depriving her of the talent for cultivation. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly decline such a formidable stroke of luck. Soon, Lin Yi received her identity card, accompanied by a mobile phone. Within the device lay a pre-installed application for the official Federal Martial Artists Forum. However, her phone lacked the requisite qualifications to connect to the federal government's network, yet it effortlessly completed the user registration process. Jin Jia went to procure a basic cleansing elixir, while Lin Yi delved into the forum, searching for knowledge regarding bone attributes. She discovered that the greater the variety of bone attributes, the more ordinary one becomes. A higher affinity for spiritual energy facilitates the ability to sense the celestial essence. An affinity below 30 renders success nearly impossible. Lin Yi further explored discussions on the rarity of having both full attributes and a 20% affinity. Realizing her situation was exceedingly uncommon, perhaps she was the only one in the entire world. A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. Could her encounter with the system binding be related to her unique combination of full attributes and a 20% affinity? She recalled hearing the phrase detection activated, which might pertain to her exceptional bone attributes. Lin Yi yearned to revisit that ancient site, pondering whether she might encounter other extraordinary phenomena there. Half an hour later, Lin Yi collected the basic cleansing elixir prepared by Jin Jia, burdened with a debt of 30 million. As Jin Jia saw Lin Yi off, she noticed the blood-sucking vine adorning Lin Yi's wrist and complimented, "That bracelet is quite beautiful. Where did you acquire it?" Curiosity piqued. Jin Jia instinctively reached out to touch the bracelet, eager to discern its material. She had a fondness for bracelets, whether they be gold, jade, or wood. Typically, she could identify the material of any ordinary bracelet at a glance, but the one Lin Yi wore eluded her understanding. At first glance, it seemed wooden, yet upon closer inspection, it possessed a jade-like quality, glimmering with a subtle metallic sheen in the light. Jin Jia's hand moved too swiftly for Lin Yi to intervene. Although Jin Jia was not a combat-oriented individual, she was a genuine martial artist, with reflexes far superior to Lin Yi's. "Do not touch it," Lin Yi warned, just as Jin Jia's hand made contact with the blood-sucking vine, which then struck her hand. Jin Jia recoiled in terror, clutching her chest as she gazed at the vine, which had transformed back into a bracelet. "Is it an anomalous plant?" Seeing Jin Jia's face drain of color, Lin Yi hurriedly clarified, "This is a contracted anomalous plant. It poses no danger." "Sister Jin Jia, please do not be afraid." As Mu Qin's assistant, Jin Jia had witnessed many extraordinary sights, albeit while handling mundane affairs. Her earlier panic was merely a result of her lack of preparation. Having dealt with numerous incidents involving lethal anomalous plants, she carried a psychological burden regarding them. Jin Jia quickly regained her composure and contemplated that the captain's interest in Lin Yi likely extended beyond mere enigmatic fortune. Though the existence of exotic plants is quite common, within the ranks of the mercenary corps, only one martial artist has forged a bond with such a plant, and that particular specimen was cultivated and mutated by him since childhood. In the ruins, even if one were to forcibly suppress and claim ownership of an exotic plant, the success rate is lamentably low. Jin Jia straightened her posture and smiled at Lin Yi. "I am perfectly fine. It was merely my impulsiveness earlier. I hope you do not mind." Observing Jin Jia's amicable demeanor, Lin Yi cautiously ventured, "Sister Jin Jia, could you possibly keep the matter of the exotic plant a secret? I would prefer it if not too many people were aware of this." Jin Jia winked at Lin Yi and gestured with her hand as if zipping her lips. "Rest assured, the matter concerning the exotic plant bracelet will not escape my lips. You must trust in my professional integrity. If I were one to divulge secrets, I would not have been entrusted to work alongside Mu Qin." Chapter 22. Lin Yi's debt of 30 million. Lin Yi was uncertain whether Jin Jia could keep this secret, so he decided to take one step at a time. He needed to accompany Mu Qin to the ruins, as the blood-eating vine would eventually be revealed. Although the process of contracting the blood-eating vine had certain coincidences, it was largely logical, even if Mu Qin were to discover its existence. There was no need for excessive concern. He had to hurry home and immerse himself in the martial arts knowledge on the official warrior forum. Upon returning home, it was already 9 in the evening, and his parents were fast asleep, due to it being Saturday. Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong were still in the living room watching television. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, their faces lit up with joy. Lin Yi strode over and placed the box containing the primary cleansing elixir on the coffee table. "Can you guess what's inside?" Yi Yunqi glanced at the wooden box, hugging a nearby pillow lazily. "I guess it's a blood-boosting elixir for Big Brother's cultivation." Lin Rong scratched his head in agreement. "I think the same as Yunqi. Brother, with the blood-boosting elixir, will you soon become a warrior?" Lin Yi smiled as he ruffled Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong's hair. "Inside is the primary cleansing elixir." Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong were unfamiliar with what a primary cleansing elixir was, gazing at Lin Yi in confusion, awaiting his explanation. Suddenly, Lin Yi burst into laughter. And hearing the commotion, Lin Dad and Lin Mom emerged from their bedroom. As Lin Yi laughed, his eyes began to redden, and he struggled to contain his overwhelming emotions. "Mom and Dad, do you know? Starting tomorrow, Yunqi and Xiao Rong will be able to run and jump like normal people. They can run freely in the wind and relish the scorching summer sun. At first, Lin Mom did not comprehend Lin Yi's meaning, but upon noticing his emotional eyes, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Lin Dad quickly caught her. Lin Mom's hand trembled violently as she grasped Lin Dad's arm. Xiaoyi, does that mean what I think it does? You have found a way to treat Yunqi and them? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Mom's face. She felt deeply indebted to Lin Yunqi and Lin Rong. If it weren't for her accidental fall years ago, the two children would not have been born prematurely and weak. Although everyone assured her it was not her fault, she still felt it was. Had she been more careful and not rushed while walking, Yunqi and Lin Rong would have had healthy bodies. Lin Yi was only 3 years older than them and had to help care for his younger siblings since he was 6. The more Lin Mom thought about it, the sadder she became, her gaze filled with apprehension as she looked at Lin Yi. For countless nights, she had dreamed of Yunqi and Lin Rong regaining their health. The satisfaction in her dreams was matched only by the disappointment upon waking. Lin Yi stood up and embraced Lin Mom tightly, softly saying, Mom, I bought the cleansing elixir that can treat Yunqi and them. They will be healthy from now on. They will apply to Wu University, and our family will thrive. Upon hearing this, Lin Mom felt a wave of relief wash over her, smiling as she patted Lin Yi's back repeatedly. Good, that's wonderful. Overcome with emotion, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, while Lin Dad's eyes also began to glisten with warmth. As the head of the family, he bore the greatest burden. Lin's mother could succumb to her emotions and weep freely, but he could not. He was the pillar of this family. If he faltered, the entire household would follow suit. Lin's father gazed at Lin Yi, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. The eldest son, who once babbled as a toddler, had now supplanted him as the family's mainstay. Once the emotional turmoil had subsided, Lin Yi first administered the potion to Lin Rong. You are the elder brother. I too am uncertain of the potion's effects. So be a role model for your sister. Lin Rong took the vial and drank it without hesitation, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This potion could alter my fate. Even if it burns like fire within, I shall endure in silence, for a true man does not whimper. Yi Yunqi followed suit, saying, Brother, the opportunity to change our destiny lies before us. I wish not to delay even a moment longer. Although she did not inquire about the potion's origin, she surmised its acquisition was not without difficulty. Their parents, Yi Ba and Yi Ma, waited in the living room, while Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong began to sweat profusely, their tissues turning a shade of gray with each dab. Jin Jia remarked that the effects of the primary cleansing potion were quite gentle, suitable for children aged 7 and above. Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong continued to hydrate, experiencing no symptoms beyond perspiration. Lin Rong, unable to contain his excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, Brother, I feel a transformation within. My fists are stronger than ever, and my breath no longer feels so heavy. My body feels so light. After expressing his joy, he bounced around with increasing exuberance. Yi Yunqi, though less outwardly expressive, was equally thrilled. Approximately 2 hours later, both ceased to sweat. After showering, they emerged with flushed, healthy complexions, entirely devoid of their previous frailty. Lin Yu understood that the family would likely be restless tonight, so he mentioned his intention to stay at the mercenary guild. Since they were unaware of the guild's matters, he refrained from disclosing his departure from the Gongsong Mercenary Guild to join the Qiqing Mercenary Guild. Lin's mother lamented the excellent benefits of Lin Ye's guild, which even provided lodging within the city. Upon learning that the guild offered a professional training facility available for free, Lin's father was eager to pack Lin Ye's belongings for the night's journey. Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong felt reluctant to see Lin Yi go, though they uttered not a word of persuasion. Living in the inner city will facilitate training, and our home is rather cramped. Even a slight disturbance might provoke the neighbor's ire. Lin Yi reassured them. He encouraged everyone to rest, assuring them that the guild had everything, including a cafeteria that provided beast meat free of charge. Once I relocate, we must consume the beast meat at home, otherwise it will spoil. Lin's mother, upon hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of the nourishing meat losing its potency if left too long. Henceforth, she resolved to be more generous in her cooking and not skimp on portions. Indeed, as the internet suggested, only that which is consumed truly belongs to oneself. Noticing a hint of fatigue in Lin Ye's eyes, Yi Yunqi promptly took Lin Rong's hand and suggested they retire for the night. After confirming that Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong's health had improved, Lin's parents returned to their bedroom to send messages to relatives and friends. Early the next morning, Lin Yi, carrying a change of clothes and holding the breakfast prepared by his parents, left home amidst the reluctant gazes of his younger siblings. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Yi used his identity card to unlock the door and took the elevator to the floor where Mu Chen resided. At this establishment, every action necessitated the use of an identity card, unlocking doors, taking elevators, and especially accessing the training facilities. With a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000, which would be deposited into his identity card on the first of each month, he felt a heavy burden of 3 million in debt weighing on him, leaving no room for complacency. After a long day of training, he lay in bed feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 23. Special admission to prestigious universities. Lin Yi diligently supplemented his knowledge of cultivation, and with each revelation, he became increasingly aware of the harsh realities of this world. The chances of a student with inferior ironbone aptitude gaining admission to Wu University were virtually non-existent. The unique talents he had displayed were of little significance, as martial masters possess the ability to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, allowing them to assess the age of medicinal herbs based on the concentration of spiritual energy within relics. The special talents he had revealed would prove to be of minimal utility before such esteemed figures. His precognitive abilities could not be masked, for the range indicated by his health bar was a mere 10 meters. He could only detect danger within that limited vicinity, and threats positioned beyond 10 meters could easily be perceived by even the most ordinary of individuals. Lin Yi felt a sense of bewilderment about his future. If he could not gain admission to Wu University, would he be forced to become a mercenary in the ruins? The resources within the relics were indeed abundant, and he could potentially acquire some treasures with his unique advantage. However, lacking status, background, and strength, how could he hope to protect those treasures? If his abilities were discovered, he might even find himself under duress. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Yi's resolve grew unwavering. He must gain admission to Wu University. Only within such an institution could he acquire superior cultivation techniques and a measure of security. If he were to sell a rare medicinal herb of considerable age in Qingcheng, it would not take 10 minutes for the entire circle to become aware of it. After careful contemplation, Lin Yi concluded that Wu University was indeed the most suitable path for him. Gaining entry into a top-tier institution would also ensure the safety of his family. Students at prestigious universities are afforded protection by the authorities until graduation, and even the most formidable factions would think twice before harming students of such institutions. Every day, after training, Lin Yi would return home and peruse online forums in search of strategies to secure admission to the top university. Thus, he settled into a routine, training at the gym during the day and resting at night while browsing forums. Weeks passed swiftly, and one evening during dinner, he stumbled upon a comment that piqued his interest. "I am truly envious. My classmate has only average aptitude, yet he obtained an ancient talisman inheritance in the ruins and was accepted into Zhuke Academy as a special case this year." Lin Yi swiftly set down his chopsticks and began to search for posts related to ancient inheritances. To his astonishment, he discovered multiple instances where individuals who had acquired ancient inheritances were specially admitted to universities. Once an ancient inheritance was verified, individuals of any aptitude would be granted admission. While others may not understand the significance of ancient inheritances, he was keenly aware of their potential. Suddenly standing up, Lin Yi gazed intently at the screen of his phone. He recalled Mu Chen mentioning that the relic he was about to explore contained ancient architecture. The Qiqing mercenary group ranked among the top 10 factions. If even Mu Chen could not access the ancient structures, it was unlikely that other mercenary groups would fare any better. Occasionally, Mu Chen would take note of Lin Yi's progress, observing that he nearly lived in the training facility. After reviewing Lin Yi's training progress, he found it somewhat painful to watch. Lin Yi's advancements were minimal, and his innate talent was severely lacking, even with the assistance of vitality potions. His cultivation speed was excruciatingly slow. In Mu Chen's eyes, Lin Yi resembled an innocent child, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of wielding a blade. He could easily identify numerous flaws in Lin Yi's stance. Reluctant to instruct him, fearing that the endeavor might drive him to exasperation, Mu Chen decided to call Ningyu, who had just found a moment of respite. "I have someone here whom I need you to teach. Before we enter the ruins next week, I expect to see him wielding a knife correctly." Uncertain of Lin Yi's future potential, Mu Chen recognized that entering the ruins without self-defense capabilities would render him no different from a mere morsel for the predatory. Although his investment in Lin Yi was modest, he was disinclined to walk away empty-handed. Upon receiving Mu Chen's call, Ningyu was left speechless, remarking, "My esteemed captain, you truly only come seeking me when you require something. Not long ago, I wished to meet Lin Yi, but you barred me from doing so. What has changed? Now you wish for me to teach him how to hold a knife, as if he were but a child incapable of even that." Irritated by Ning Yu's incessant complaints, Mu Chen chuckled and issued a playful threat. Dare to utter another word of nonsense, and see what happens. In response, Ning Yu cleared his throat, adopting a more composed demeanor. Understood, I shall accept the task. Teaching Lin Yi how to wield a knife should pose no challenge. This is the knife's grip, not its spine. Why are you holding it so tensely? I truly cannot fathom it. Are your muscles forged from steel? Why is your posture so rigid? Should an enemy attack from the left, you would surely lose your balance and fall. This is a knife, not a stick. In the training room, Lin Yi stood there, utterly bewildered by the barrage of criticism. Mu Chun had informed him that a teacher would be arriving, and to his astonishment, it was none other than the vice captain of the Qiqing, a martial artist of considerable renown. Initially, Ning Yu's demeanor towards Lin Yi was relatively amicable, but such friendliness waned swiftly, lasting merely 3 minutes. As time progressed, Ning Yu grew increasingly vexed, culminating in a fit of frustration as he tugged at his own hair while berating Lin Yi. Glaring at the training room's entrance, Ning Yu mused on Mu Chen's petty nature and penchant for holding grudges. He had previously criticized Mu Chun in their group chat, and he was certain that Mu Chen had learned of it, hence his decision to send Lin Yi to torment him. Lin Yi had practiced only the most rudimentary forms of boxing throughout his life, lacking both practical combat skills and martial techniques. While he grasped the theoretical knowledge imparted by his school, translating that into practice proved to be an entirely different matter. Feeling equally helpless, Lin Yu struggled to comprehend Ning Yu's teachings, as what Ning Yu deemed fundamental appeared to Lin Yi as advanced techniques. Should he attempt to mimic Ning Yu? He would only earn himself another scolding. Observing Lin Yi's despondent expression, Ning Yu let out a long sigh. I have brought someone to teach you. I refuse to believe you cannot learn. It was no wonder Mu Chen had set the timeline for the week before their expedition into the ruins clearly. He was aware of the challenges involved in instructing Lin Yi and had deliberately allowed time for the process. Had Mu Chen demanded that Lin Yi be taught by the following day, Ning Yu would have rolled up his sleeves to engage in a discussion with him. The individual Ning Yu summoned was of a similar age to Lin Yi, and notably, she was a girl. Lu Shiqing had long harbored curiosity about Lin Yi, as discussions had circulated throughout Qiqing regarding the person residing next to the captain. With the vice captain, Ning Yu, personally undertaking the teaching, her curiosity about Lin Yi intensified. Lin Yi learned that Lu Shiqing possessed a medium-level copperbone talent, with a kinship value for metal-type spiritual energy of 60%. Upon comprehending Lin Yi's cultivation level, a look of perplexity adorned Lu Shiqing's face. She had initially thought that Ning Yu's suggestion for her to instruct a fool on how to wield a knife was merely a jest. Unlike Ning Yu, Lu Shiqing's temperament was not as volatile. Lacking a significant background, her entry into the journey was solely attributed to her bone quality and affinity for spiritual energy. She enjoyed considerable popularity among her peers, as many recognized her advantages, yet the underlying truth was that no one dared to offend her. Regardless of whether Lin Yi was an ordinary person, the mere fact that he resided next to Mu Chen ensured she would not regard him with disdain. Lu Shiqing's voice was gentle, and her gaze towards Lin Yi was imbued with a subtle smile. Initially, Lin Yi felt somewhat uneasy, for Lu Shiqing's beauty surpassed even that of Qin Shiqiu. While Qin Shiqiu was merely an ignorant young girl, Lu Shiqing exuded the allure of a perfectly ripe peach, radiating an intoxicating and hunger-inducing aura. Chapter 24. Her rank is quite high. Lin Yi soon focused intently, channeling all his attention to the teachings of Lu Shiqing. Women, in his view, merely served to hinder the swiftness of his blade. He comprehended the lessons imparted by Lu Shiqing. Ning Yu cast a glance and entrusted Lin Yi to Lu Shiqing, insisting that she must teach him the proper way to wield a knife before their expedition into the ruins next week, lest the temperamental leader cause him trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqing's eyes curved into crescent moons, her voice sweet as she chimed, Captain Ning, you are truly something else. Knowing the leader's nature, you still delight in provoking him. Ning Yu waved his hand at Lu Shiqing, a smile perpetually adorning his face. I merely wish to witness what he looks like when angered. You teach him first. I must attend to other matters. During a brief respite, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to inquire about some matters from Lu Shiqing and to glean insights into the relationship between Ning Yu and Mu Chen. Lu Shiqing, eager to cultivate a closer rapport with Lin Yi, whispered amusing anecdotes to him. The esteemed leader appeared quite approachable, yet few dared to seek him out when issues arose. This was largely due to Mu Chen's reputation as a smiling tiger. The moment others saw his smile, an inexplicable sense of unease would wash over them. As for Captain Ning, while he seemed rather irritable, he was merely straightforward in his speech and demeanor. In truth, he was quite amiable. treating us ordinary members with equal regard. The team also harbored individuals who were somewhat difficult to interact with, yet they rarely sought to create trouble. Lin Yi, having occupied a relative spot of Mu Chun, was unlikely to attract unnecessary conflict. From Lu Shiqing, Lin Yi acquired a wealth of information. She took out her phone to add Lin Yi as a friend, worried he might refuse, and concocted a pretext. I cannot come by every day, but if you have any questions about your training, feel free to ask me. Do not worry about disturbing me with messages. My notifications are muted, and I typically reply upon seeing them. Lu Shiqing also suggested they go shopping together sometime, her implications unmistakably clear. A recently released film was reportedly quite captivating, and she had heard that the nearby hotel offered unique services. Lin Yi wished he could stretch a minute into 10, no matter how beautiful Lu Shiqing was. She could not sway his resolve to train. In this world, nothing came without effort. Lu Shiqing's desire to invite him out was certainly not rooted in his intrinsic worth. Regardless of her intentions, he deemed it safest to decline. After bidding farewell to Lu Shiqing, Lin Yi could not help but reflect upon the steadfastness of his own convictions. The likes of Lu Shiqing, a beauty of her caliber, he could refuse without hesitation. Had she known his thoughts, Lu Shiqing would surely have laughed at his overthinking. While she indeed recognized the potential value he possessed, she had yet to reach the point of willing to invest in him. Her simple wish was to take Lin Yi to see a film, followed by a visit to the hotel for a beauty massage to unwind and foster a closer relationship between them. Lin Yi, having just reached adulthood, would only realize he had overthought the situation at the hotel, feeling somewhat foolish, but would not blame her for her ambiguous demeanor. To put it plainly, she merely sought to indulge in a hint of flirtation, placing a quiet wager on him. Should Lin Yi prove to be mediocre and ineffectual in the future, she would have risked little, perhaps only squandering a bit of time. Lin Yi managed to master the art of wielding a knife within a week, wiping the sweat from his brow upon completion. This was no mere practice. It was a comprehensive mastery of knife techniques. The day before entering the ruins, Jin Jia brought over the clothing and equipment for Lin Yi. This is your first time undertaking a mission with the team, and I presume you have not filled out the emergency contact form, she remarked. While her ensuing words may sound unpalatable, our team has a standing policy. Should a member tragically perish within the ruins, the balance on their identity card will be transferred entirely to their emergency contact's bank account. The expedition operates as a legitimate mercenary group, not coveting the possessions of our members, unlike those unscrupulous bands who reclaim the funds from a member's identity card upon their demise. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to list Yi Yunxi as his emergency contact. His parents tended to become overly emotional in critical situations, whereas Yi Yunxi had always exhibited a calm demeanor, capable of handling adversity. Jin Jia accepted the completed document and, as she was about to depart, hesitated and turned back to lean closer to Lin Yi, whispering, I heard that Lu Shiqing has invited you to the movies. Allow me to share a little secret. Just listen. Lu Shiqing has had ambiguous relationships with several members of the team in the past, but she claims it was all a misunderstanding on their part. Given her elevated status, it would be wise for you to remain cautious. People resemble certain exotic plants. The more beautiful they are, the more poisonous. Jin Jia held a grudge against Lu Shiqing, as someone she had fancied had been lured away by her. While she publicly swallowed her resentment, she privately harbored it. She was not the magnanimous type. Lin Yi, still an inexperienced youth yet favored by Mu Chen, could find himself ensnared by Lu Shiqing, a situation far more distressing than swallowing a fly while eating. Lin Yi gazed at Jin Jia, astonished as to why she was suddenly gossiping with him, kindly cautioning him that Lu Shiqing was not to be trusted. Had their rapport deepened to the point where they could speak ill of others together? Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Yi expressed his gratitude to Jin Jia. Satisfied that Lin Yi took her words to heart, Jin Jia departed contentedly. The following morning, Lin Yi donned his gear and made his way to the assembly room, where he was assigned to ride in the same vehicle as Mu Chun and Ningyu. Ningyu sat in the back seat with her arms crossed, clearly displeased, and blatantly ignored Lin Yi while addressing Mu Chun in the front seat. Is there truly no spare vehicle available? If you are concerned about Lin Yi's comfort, you might as well arrange a dedicated car for him. Mu Chun turned to Ningyu, offering a smile accompanied by a warning glance. Ningyu immediately cleared her throat and turned to gaze out the window, begrudgingly allowing Lin Yi a sliver of space. Lin Yi cautiously entered the vehicle and took a seat beside Ningyu. Good day, esteemed leaders, he greeted. Mu Chun smiled warmly and nodded. Once we enter the ruins, you shall remain by my side. Ningyu could not help but glance at Lin Yi, pursing her lips in silence. Whatever intentions Mu Chen harbored would eventually reveal themselves within the ruins. As Lin Yu sat in the vehicle, he felt somewhat dazed, his hands fidgeting restlessly on his lap. Even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined sharing a ride with two martial masters. Ningyu continuously perused the map along the road, growing increasingly agitated with each glance. Frustrated, she tossed the map into Lin Ye's lap and couldn't help but voice her grievances. How can this relic site be so obscure? The area remains undefined. The weather is uncertain, and the treacherous terrain is unclear. The official map provided to us resembles a rudimentary drawing by an elementary school child, devoid of any valuable information. Mu Chen, who had already studied the map extensively, responded to Ning Yu's complaints. It is commendable that we even possess a basic map, considering the authorities have only managed this relic for less than 3 months. If everything were clear, there would be no need to issue exploration missions. Ning Yu refrained from expressing her dissatisfaction directly to Mu Chen, opting instead to roll her eyes at the car window. Though he was merely venting, Mu Chen had shown no regard for her feelings in front of Lin Yi. Despite their outwardly adversarial relationship, he was, after all, Mu Chen's brother-in-law. Could he not afford her a modicum of respect in their conversations? Chapter 25. Level 1 Anomaly in Spiritual Energy Activity. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to become invisible as he observed the discord between Mu Chen and Ningyu. Just as their vehicle approached the wild relic, they were halted by a contingent of armed forces. Ningyu alighted from the car to engage with the soldiers, presenting various permits before they were permitted to proceed. Upon Lin Ye's previous visit to the wild relic, the surrounding area was a pristine forest. Now, however, construction was underway, erasing all traces of the original wilderness. Upon entering the temporary base, Lin Yi underwent 3 thorough inspections. Due to his position trailing behind Mu Chen, no personnel dared to touch the blood-sucking vine. As Lin Yi tested the spiritual energy activity, an alarm blared the moment he passed through the testing gate. The results indicated a level 1 anomaly in his spiritual energy activity. Lin Yi clenched his teeth, suspecting that the testing gate had detected the blood-sucking vine. Mu Chen and Ningyu, alerted by the commotion, approached swiftly. Ningyu, ever the anxious one, inquired, "What is happening? When did you become a martial artist? How can your spiritual energy activity show a level 1 anomaly?" An anomaly in spiritual energy activity signifies an unstable cultivation realm, typically observed in those who have just broken through to a new level, or if someone has illicitly removed a first-tier anomaly plant from the relic, resulting in such readings. Similarly, smuggling a second-tier demon core would yield a level 2 anomaly. Attempting to pilfer items from the relic without storage equipment was a fool's errand. Mu Chen adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. According to his knowledge, F-level relics do not measure spiritual energy activity. Could it be that this wild relic possesses a higher classification? Officially monitored E-level relics barely achieve a survival rate of 30% for martial artists. This uncharted wild relic would be fortunate to have a survival rate of 10%. It was no wonder the official exploration missions had stringent requirements, necessitating 2 martial artists to lead a team. The staff at the temporary base instructed Lin Yi to retake the test, explaining to Mu Chen and Ningyu that the second-hand testing equipment borrowed from the capital might have minor malfunctions. They reassured them that entry into the relic was permissible. Should issues arise upon exiting, a more detailed examination could be conducted then. A level 1 anomaly was akin to harboring a first-tier anomaly plant. So even if Lin Yi had smuggled an anomaly plant into the relic, it would not pose a problem. Noticing Lin Yi's unease, Mu Chen surmised that Lin Yi was aware of the reason behind the alarm, but refrained from questioning him. Instead, he turned to Ningyu and said, "Prepare to enter the relic." Lin Yi continued to follow closely behind Mu Chen, serving as a good luck charm without the burden of additional responsibilities. As he re-entered the familiar grounds, he quickly surveyed the surroundings of the relic. The entrance remained unchanged, though the officials had constructed a temporary resting area within. Once the building materials were fully supplied, this site would also be integrated into the base. Lin Yi observed that the items brought into the relic from outside lacked any written labels. The embarking mercenary group was evidently no stranger to such exploration missions, with each team displaying a wealth of experience, comprising members responsible for reconnaissance and others dedicated to clearing obstacles along the route. The connections formed between each team resemble a spider's web, gradually exploring and expanding their territory. Mu Chen presides over the entrance of the ruins, commanding the operation, while Lin Yi remains at the resting camp, his initial tension transforming into a state of boredom. Surrounding him are neither ferocious beasts nor exotic flora, not even the smallest of insects. He has thoroughly scoured the temporary camp, finding nothing but wild grass and stones. If he were to linger here, how could he possibly seek the ancient heritage? Should he simply wait for the exploration team to discover the ancient structure before he could accompany Mu Chun? The only way for him to benefit from this endeavor is if others remain oblivious. How many among those who embark as mercenaries lack discernment? Ningyu returned, his hair filled with dust and grass, entering Mu Chen's lounge to vent his frustrations. The officially discovered ancient structures lie buried beneath the earth, constructed from an unknown blue stone. Under the premise of not utilizing explosives, forcibly breaching them seems nearly impossible. The quantity of explosives we have brought may also be insufficient, and the surrounding beastly forces have not been thoroughly investigated. Should the sound of an explosion attract high-level beasts, it could lead to devastating losses within the ruins. Ningyu hurriedly finished his tirade and poured himself a glass of water. While drinking, he noticed Lin Yi squatting nearby, pulling up grass, and his eyes brightened. Before Ningyu could speak, Mu Chun interjected, "Do not entertain any ideas about him. He must safely exit the ruins." He understood Ningyu too well, discerning his thoughts with a mere glance. Ningyu, placing the glass down heavily, incredulously pointed at himself as a formidable half-step martial master with an awakened strength-related special talent. "Do you truly believe I cannot protect Lin Yi?" Given the external rumors of Lin Yi's extraordinary fortune, and with their exploration mission at a standstill, it would be prudent to let him take a look. Allowing Lin Yi to indicate a few locations is far superior to our team aimlessly digging. What if the places he points to happen to be the very passages we seek? The ancient structures buried deep within the earth are sustained by some internal formations, but most of the buildings have succumbed to the ravages of time. Their reluctance to use explosives primarily arises from a desire to preserve whatever treasures lie within. If there are techniques left inside, and they were to be obliterated by explosives due to a lack of protective formations, the regret would be unbearable. Such incidents have occurred countless times. Ningyu called out to Lin Yi, informing him that the team had already pinpointed the location of the ancient structures. Due to the extensive passage of time, these buildings lie buried, and now they require Lin Yi's fortune to help indicate the direction. Rest assured, simply follow your intuition. Even if the direction is incorrect, you will not be held responsible. He himself did not believe in the mysticism of fortune. He believed in human determination to conquer fate. Ultimately, Ningyu took Lin Yi away, having done so without Mu Chen's consent. Mu Chun watched as Ningyu departed, shaking his head gently. If only he could trust Ningyu with the expedition, despite his impulsive nature. Ningyu, being a martial master, was still significantly faster than Lin Yi. Even when intentionally slowing down, Lin Yi was keenly observing the textual annotations surrounding him, with the most valuable being the rare elixirs from earlier years. Ningyu pointed towards a towering mountain and remarked to Lin Yi, "An ancient structure lies buried within this mountain. Preliminary surveys have indicated that the center of this mountain may be hollow. Martial masters can sense the unusual spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it. The ancient edifice at the heart of the mountain may still harbor remnants of ancient formations. If we can meticulously document a single formation, this exploration of the ruins will be worthwhile." Gazing at the imposing mountain before him, Lin Yi felt that the ancient structure concealed within might very well be the remnants of a sect. He could hardly contain his inner excitement, yearning to set off immediately. Ningyu led Lin Yi to the site where the ancient building had been unearthed, pointing to bricks that resembled metal and said, "These ancient bricks are of an unknown name and possess a hardness surpassing that of metal." Lin Yi, however, found himself entranced by a line of text that read, "Outer Wall of the Shangqing Palace." Chapter 26. The ruins of the Shangqing Palace. Lin Yu followed the excavated outer wall for a considerable distance, and at last, the inscriptions before him underwent a transformation. The dilapidated corner gate of the Shangqing Palace can be forcibly opened. The area indicating the corner gate of the Shangqing Palace revealed only subtle differences in the patterns of the bricks and stones, with no visible gaps to the naked eye. Ningyu, noticing Lin Yi's unwavering gaze upon a particular spot, glanced over in curiosity. What was different about this place? Lin Yi pointed to the patterns on the bricks, saying, "Captain Ning, the texture of these bricks is distinct from those adjacent." Upon hearing this, Ningyu's expression deepened in perplexity. So what? What can the texture of the bricks signify? It could be that the ancient cultivators utilized different materials when constructing the walls. Lin Yi took a step back and struck the corner gate with his fist. The wall remained unchanged, yet his knuckles were left bloodied. Ningyu, witnessing Lin Yi's foolish act, silently questioned his mental clarity. He had just stated that the hardness of these bricks rivaled that of metal, even with explosives. He had little confidence in breaching the wall, yet Lin Yi absurdly attempted to break it with his bare hands. Realizing that he could not open the corner gate alone, Lin Yi decided to enlist Ning Yu's strength. He carefully observed his positioning to ensure that he could fall inside immediately once the gate was opened. As for how to get back out, he did not ponder that deeply. His singular focus was on seizing the ancient legacy. Pointing to the area of the corner gate, he implored, "Captain Ning, could you strike here with all your might?" If Ning Yu's brute force proved insufficient, he would consider summoning Mu Qin as well. If both martial artists failed, there were others in their party. The Shangqing Palace, being a sect from the ancient world, surely held some legacy within. His hopes for entering a prestigious academy rested within the Shangqing Palace. Ning Yu deemed Lin Yi's request unreasonable but complied, swinging his fist toward the indicated spot. "I already mentioned that these bricks are harder than metal. Striking them with my fist is futile." As Ning Yu's punch collided with the corner gate, the seemingly immovable outer wall unexpectedly began to tremble. He sensed that his strength was being absorbed by some unseen force. As Ning Yu pondered the changes occurring, he noticed Lin Yi standing outside the wall, his expression alarmed as he attempted to reach for him. He had promised Mu Qin that he would protect Lin Yi. Just as Ning Yu's hand grazed Lin Yi, he observed a large hole forming where Lin Yi stood. In an instant, he made a decision. He retracted his hand, retreating to a safer position. Lin Yi had anticipated the fall. The uniforms of their team were specially designed with professional shock absorption features. Unless he were to plummet into a chasm several hundred meters deep, he would not be fatally harmed. Additionally, he had an oxygen tank in his backpack, alleviating any concerns about asphyxiation below. Ning Yu stared in astonishment at the gaping hole before him, recognizing that Lin Yi possessed an element of the mystical. Otherwise, how could he have discovered the entrance to this passage? Lin Yi felt remarkably fortunate, for he had plunged into a tranquil pool of water. Casually glancing around, he was startled to discover shimmering inscriptions beneath the surface, which nearly snatched away his very soul. A slumbering third-tier beast, known for its irritable temperament. Lin Yi had never realized his swimming prowess was so exceptional as he scrambled to the shore, almost crawling with hands and feet, and then stumbled into a hasty run. The once ink-dark environment became illuminated by the inscriptions, guiding him away from perilous paths. His heart raced wildly. In a matter of moments, he encountered 3 slumbering third-tier beasts and 6 second-tier ones. The bloodthirsty vine on his wrist stirred, stretching itself in an eager attempt to pull Lin Yi closer to the beasts. It was as if the vine was on the verge of vocalizing its impatience. How could it let such a splendid opportunity slip by? When would it ever evolve and break through? Desperately tugging at the bloodthirsty vine, Lin Yi whispered urgently, "Don't go over there. There are beasts." These creatures might have emerged from the subterranean depths outside. Along the way, he observed that some buildings of the Qing Palace were damaged, and he spotted a tunnel leading to the outside world. Although he was oblivious to the reasons behind the beast's slumber, his instincts compelled him to distance himself from them. The bloodthirsty vine strained against Lin Yi as if determined to strangle the slumbering beasts. Being merely an ordinary human, he was no match for the first-tier anomalous plant, and he was soon dragged perilously close to one of the sleeping beasts. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Yi noted that within a 10-meter radius, the inscription before him read "Second-tier, slumbering beast." Now, at less than a meter away, the inscription above the beast transformed to "Second-tier, slumbering beast." Trapped in slumber due to formation suppression, the bloodthirsty vine gleefully coiled around the beast. Since it had followed Lin Yi, it had not feasted on a satisfactory meal. After struggling for an eternity, the vine found itself ineffectual against the second-tier beast, as its tendrils could not penetrate the creature's skin. Lin Yi sensed the vine's feelings of frustration, akin to being presented with a sumptuous feast of spicy crayfish while suffering from mouth sores. Uncertain of the strength of the formation's suppression, Lin Yi finally mustered the courage to draw his Tang Dao and strike at the beast. The blade scraped against the beast's scales, igniting a shower of sparks. Lin Yi was taken aback. It turned out that second-tier beasts were so formidable that an ordinary person could not breach their defenses with a mere knife. The bloodthirsty vine circled the beast before finally positioning itself at its excretory region. Lin Yi's forehead was lined with dark thoughts. Surely, it could not be contemplating what he feared. If it truly was, could he still keep the bloodthirsty vine? The vine eventually settled at the beast's ear, contracting its form to slip inside. Witnessing the entire creature tremble, Lin Yi retreated with unprecedented speed. Perhaps due to the overwhelming suppression of the Qing Palace's formation, that second-tier beast remained in slumber until its last breath, its body merely quivering. The bloodthirsty vine entered the beast's body through its ear, and the frail veins and flesh posed no challenge to it. Swiftly locating the heart, It proceeded to crush it, transforming it into a pool of blood. The blood-sucking vine had just devoured the heart of a second-tier demon beast, swaying dizzily from side to side. Lin Yi hurriedly approached and stored the vine away. Once transformed into a bracelet, he cleaned it meticulously before adorning his wrist once more. No longer feeling the tension that had gripped him earlier, Lin Yi understood that these dormant beasts would not awaken easily. However, noticing the absence of any skeletal remains around him, he realized that these creatures could awaken at any moment. If they had been consistently subdued by the formation, their demise would have left behind bones. The lack of any such evidence made him suspect that the beasts might indeed rise again. Lin Yi cast a glance at the remaining flesh of the second-tier demon beasts. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he knew he could not take it with him. Chapter 27. The Five-Element Sword Technique. Relying on the luminescence of the inscribed characters, Lin Yi cautiously navigated past the slumbering fourth-tier beasts, eventually discovering a dilapidated palace. He entered the palace and began to rummage through its contents. Among the items he encountered were an expired cleansing spirit pill, a toxic and mutated recovery pill, and a fragment of a rather useless magical artifact. Thanks to the inscriptions, he could discern the nature of any item within a 10-meter radius at a glance. The palace he found appeared to be a residence for ordinary disciples, as he stumbled upon an identity token belonging to a regular disciple. This token was labeled as a low-tier magical artifact from the Qingjing Palace. Having studied the ancient world, Lin Yi understood that weapons were categorized into several grades, with the lowest being mortal artifacts, followed by magical treasures, spiritual treasures, semi-immortal artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts. Although a low-tier magical artifact was just one grade above a mortal artifact, the differences between the two were monumental. His Tang Dao was a mortal artifact, and should it strike the identity token, it would likely shatter upon impact. Lin Yi had encountered a notion in a forum stating that magical artifacts could acknowledge their master through blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his Tang Dao and pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the identity token. The token emitted a faint glow, and a panel resembling a virtual interface materialized before him. He could not suppress his astonishment. Could the pinnacle of cultivation truly lie in technology? The virtual screen before him resembled an information panel from a video game. The panel that emerged from the identity token prompted him to input his name and details. Considering that the Qingjing Palace was no more, he thought it inconsequential to claim the identity token, especially since it belonged to a mere servant-disciple. The term servant-disciple clearly indicated a position of little significance. Upon claiming the token, a luminous curtain appeared, revealing Servant-Disciple Lin Yi, 5 elements root, mortal. The identity token also presented options for sect contribution points, which were currently at 0. Lin Yi pondered how long it would take Ningyu to bring people down. It was imperative to locate the ancient legacy before her arrival. As he exited the crumbling palace, the light from the identity token reappeared, displaying a complete map of the Qingjing Palace. Lin Yi's eyes widened upon seeing the marked location of the treasure vault. The identity token had indeed exceeded his expectations, revealing a map of the sect. Following the map, he made his way toward the location of the scripture chamber, adeptly navigating around any obstacles that obstructed his path. Without the guidance of the map, it would have been exceedingly difficult to locate the scripture chamber amidst the ruins. Lin Yi found the interface of the Qingjing Palace's identity token reminiscent of advanced technology. He wondered if the system he encountered was also tied to the Qingjing Palace. Along the way, he remained vigilant, collecting various items noted in the inscriptions, fragments of magical artifacts and expired toxic pills, all of which he gathered into a large bag. Upon arriving at the scripture chamber, he discovered that the structure had likely collapsed, leaving no trace of the pavilions and towers depicted on the map. Only a mound of ruins remained. Lin Yi gazed up at the pitch-black sky devoid of any light, pondering the nature of the space that had formed here. He felt as though he stood amidst an abandoned city, a desolate place that, weathered by the passage of time, resembled a forest. This space might have been shielded by some unseen force, preventing the encroaching mountains and stones from overwhelming it. As time flowed inexorably, the relentless winds and sands from outside had gradually formed the colossal mountains he now beheld. Lin Yi swiftly assembled his portable shovel and began excavating the treasures marked by ancient inscriptions. Many objects lay undisturbed in the earth, yet once unearthed, they would succumb to the elements. Lin Yi was uncertain how long he had been digging, only aware of his muscles aching to the point of unbearable strain. He leaned against a grand tree, gasping for breath. The mountains formed by the collapse of the scripture repository towered several meters high. How long must he dig to uncover the ancient legacy? He was acutely aware that Ningyi would soon descend with others. Consulting the map on his identity token, Lin Yi sought to locate structures that had not succumbed to collapse. The destruction of the scripture repository had been profound. It was buried far deeper than 10 meters. Having traversed the ruins, he found no inscriptions related to legacies. Lin Yi swiftly resolved to race against time with Ning Yu and the others. Otherwise, even if he found the ancient legacy, he might not have the opportunity to claim it. Following the map's route, he visited several locations, each either as collapsed as the scripture repository or empty and devoid of any treasure. Prepared for the worst, he awaited the arrival of those embarking on the journey, planning to discreetly claim the legacy as chaos erupted at the excavation site. In that tumult, he could rely on the inscriptions to identify treasures, orchestrating coincidences akin to how one might claim ownership of the blood-devouring vine. Just as Lin Yi's hope began to wane, a palace radiating a soft glow materialized around the corner. He stood at a distance, momentarily stunned, before hastening toward the palace. The map on his identity token indicated that this was the Hall of Missions. As he approached within 10 meters, inscriptions appeared before him. 5 Elements Convergence Great Array. Lin Yi could scarcely contain his excitement. This was an ancient formation preserved through the ages, still potent and intact. A truly magnificent array. He cautiously extended his hand toward the formation's barrier, his heart racing with trepidation. He had heard that such formations were notoriously difficult to breach. If forcibly disrupted, the treasures safeguarded within would be destroyed as well. As Lin Yi touched the barrier, it felt akin to brushing against a wall of frigid air. How was he to enter? Just as he pondered this, his identity token suddenly emitted a radiant glow, enveloping him entirely. Curiosity piqued, he tentatively approached the formation's boundary. In the next moment, he felt as though he had passed through a veil of mist, elated to the point of wanting to kiss his identity token fervently. Inside the Hall of Missions, many items had succumbed to erosion. Thanks to the inscriptions, he remained confident he would not overlook any treasures. The counter was filled with elixirs that had lost their efficacy and artifacts that had completely lost their spiritual essence. Those soulless artifacts could only serve one purpose: to be extracted and reforged, yielding materials for crafting anew. Lin Yi found no inheritance in the task hall and thus placed his hopes upon the storeroom in the rear hall. The storeroom contained several wooden chests, and upon opening them, he discovered they were filled with a layer of dirt. The contents of the chests were likely spiritual elixirs that had decayed and eroded into soil over the passage of time. Although there were labels, Lin Yi proceeded to open each chest. The inscriptions were not immutable. They could alter with proximity. What if an inconspicuous item transformed into a treasure upon closer inspection? The storeroom was vast, and after traversing nearly half its expanse without finding what he sought, he sighed softly as his gaze swept across the label on a shelf. 5 Elements Generative Sword Technique, Inheritance Count. 1. Chapter 28. The influx of spiritual energy. Lin Yi hurried towards the 5 Elements Nurturing Sword Technique, his heart pounding like a rapid drumbeat. Before him lay a jade tablet that could not be opened, resembling a miniature model of a book. Had it not been for the inscriptions, he would not have recognized it as the legendary Inheritance Jade Tablet. Lin Yi had only heard the name Inheritance Jade Tablet on the official forum, never having encountered an image of it. Some described it as akin to a book, while others likened it to a statue of a deity. The authorities asserted that each ancient sect possessed a unique Inheritance Jade Tablet, the most common form being that of a book. Lin Yi was aware of the method to utilize the Inheritance Jade Tablet. One must first acknowledge ownership through a drop of blood, then press it against the forehead to absorb the information contained within. Every individual is born with a soul, which grows stronger with the advancement of their cultivation. There exists a theory on the forum suggesting that a more potent soul enhances one's capacity to acquire knowledge. The Inheritance Jade Tablet essentially serves as a conduit, flooding the mind with a reservoir of knowledge. However, this knowledge remains in the mind for a limited duration. The stronger the soul, the longer the retention. Conversely, a weaker soul may only grasp fleeting fragments, rendering it difficult to fully comprehend the inheritance. Lin Yi understood that his soul was undoubtedly feeble, perhaps rendering him incapable of mastering the 5 Elements Nurturing Sword Technique even with the Jade Tablet's aid. After a moment of steely resolve, he allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the Inheritance Jade Tablet. He was acutely aware that his soul paled in comparison to those of Mu Chun and others, even to that of an average warrior. Yet what of it? Should he forfeit the Inheritance Jade Tablet simply because his soul lacked strength, relinquishing the opportunity to others? He bore no surname of nobility, nor did he have a mother to lean on. The inheritance jade tablet was his right. Even if his weak soul led to a squandered opportunity, it would be squandered in his hands. Connecting with the inheritance jade tablet, Lin Yi learned that only those with 5 spiritual roots could initiate the 5 elements nurturing sword technique. His assessment revealed an all-attribute constitution, while the identity token displayed 5 spiritual roots. The modern understanding of root attributes aligns with the ancient concept of spiritual roots. He pressed the inheritance jade tablet against his forehead, and soon felt a throbbing pain as torrents of information surged into his mind. After several minutes, Lin Yi, pale and breathless, withdrew the jade tablet. The inscriptions on it had transformed. Blank memory jade tablet. The 5 elements nurturing sword technique is a cultivation method of the Qing Palace, accessible only to those with 5 spiritual roots. The more balanced the 5 elemental roots within one's body, the easier it is to practice the technique. Lin Yi's root attribute values were evenly distributed at 20% for each type. When he attempted to operate the technique, he succeeded on the first try. As the technique activated, colorful light points surged into his body. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into him, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Only martial masters could sense the spiritual energy. How could an ordinary person like him experience such an influx? Lin Yi suddenly recalled an important detail. Did the authorities not claim that the ancient techniques discovered in ruins were unsuitable for modern practitioners? What is his current situation? Lin Yi was struck by a profound intuition. The reason he could cultivate the 5 elements transmutation sword technique might be related to his average 5 spiritual roots. A thought flickered through Lin Yi's mind. Perhaps it was not that modern individuals are incapable of practicing ancient martial arts, but rather that the entry level of these ancient techniques is exceedingly challenging. Many cultivation methods require corresponding special spiritual roots. The information released by the authorities may not necessarily be truthful, as they might be concealing crucial details. The situation surrounding the college entrance examination has already seen significant information withheld. If the general populace were to comprehend the difficulty of gaining admission to martial academies, it is likely that the majority would opt for a more passive approach. After all, if hard work yields no visible hope, why exert oneself? While effort does not guarantee success, complacency certainly offers comfort. Lin Yi diligently practiced the technique repeatedly, reviewing the information in his mind over and over again. His spirit was too weak. Perhaps in the next moment, the knowledge in his mind would begin to fade. Remaining in the storeroom to cultivate, Lin Yi faintly heard the distant roars of monstrous beasts. Why had the beasts awakened? Had the external array suppression dissipated? If he could unravel the pattern of the array's disappearance, would he not be able to move freely? With a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, Lin Yi exited the storeroom and approached the outer hall of the mission hall to assess the situation. Indeed, there were clear sounds of beastly roars from outside. And not just one. At this moment, the once dormant, desolate city seemed to have been revived, teeming with monstrous creatures. Upon recalling the levels of those beasts he had encountered on the way, a shiver ran down his spine. Second-tier beasts were the weakest among them. Third-tier beasts could be found at intervals, and there were also 4th-tier beasts present. In certain areas, there might even be 5th-tier beasts lurking, unnoticed. The most formidable individual in Qingqing is the Martial King, merely equivalent to a 3rd-tier beast. Ruins, indeed, are the most perilous of places. As Lin Yi strained his eyes to observe the situation afar, a shadow suddenly lunged towards him. In that instant, memories surged before his eyes. The array in the mission hall suddenly flashed with light, causing the shadowy cat that had ambushed Lin Yi to let out a shriek, fleeing with its injured leg. Severed by the array's shock, when Lin Yi regained his composure, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling to the point of instability. This was his first experience of being so close to death. Had it not been for the protective array barrier of the mission hall, that second-tier shadow cat would have successfully ambushed him, and his life would have been forfeit. The reaction speed of an ordinary person is painfully slow. He barely noticed the shadow cat until it was within 10 meters, only realizing its presence when he saw its health bar. Once Lin Yi's emotions calmed somewhat, he unhesitatingly turned back and re-entered the mission hall. The unusual movements of the beasts outside were of no concern to him. The dangers encountered by those departing were not his responsibility. What he could guarantee was his own safety. As he could not recklessly alert Mu Chun about the presence of numerous high-tier beasts, Lin Yi resolved to return to his cultivation, intending to absorb more of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. The spiritual energy outside was far less abundant than that found within the ruins. undoubtedly escalating the difficulty of practicing the 5 elements transmutation sword technique. The cultivation methods of ancient techniques differ significantly from those of the modern era. As discussed in the forum, where terms such as chi cultivation and foundation establishment are frequently mentioned, he intends to delve deeper into these concepts upon his return. When Ningyu witnessed Lin Yi plummeting into the abyss, he immediately summoned someone to inform Mu Chen. He himself remained vigilantly stationed beside the gaping chasm, forbidding anyone from approaching. After observing the pit for half a day, Ningyu could discern nothing about the situation below, even when he tossed a stone down. It elicited no sound. Upon encountering Mu Chen, Ningyu remarked, "Indeed, Lin Yi possesses an extraordinary fortune." He circled the excavated outer wall, irrationally attempting to strike it with his fist. In doing so, he bloodied his own hands and urged me to join him in this reckless endeavor. Chapter 29. The life space of the blood-devouring vine. Seeing that Mu Chen displayed no apparent displeasure, Ningyu continued, "At that moment, I suspected that his mind might be unbalanced and began to doubt whether his unique talent was indeed intuitive. With a mixture of skepticism and belief, I struck a fist towards this location. And behold, the passage that I had presumed would take an eternity to uncover has now been revealed." Mu Chen gazed into the pitch-black cave, his brow furrowing lightly. Lin Yi has fallen? He had always known that Ningyu was unreliable, who had confidently thumped his chest and promised to safeguard Lin Yi. Now he had allowed the individual to go missing. Ningyu, unable to meet Mu Chen's penetrating gaze, felt a pang of guilt as he nervously touched his nose, his voice significantly diminished. I was positioned incorrectly at that moment. I simply could not reach him in time. As I watched him plummet, I could hardly follow him down. Who knows what lurks below? What if there are monstrous beasts down there? What if toxic gases permeate the air? Though every life is singular, the lives of others held little significance to him. In critical moments, one must prioritize their own survival. Ningyu then added, "The notion of luck surrounding Lin Yi is quite mystical. Perhaps he might encounter fortuitous opportunities below." Mu Chen rolled his eyes at Ningyu, then proceeded to devise a plan for their descent. Meanwhile, Lin Yi practiced in the task hall's grand chamber until he halted upon feeling a searing heat coursing through his meridians. His time for cultivation was limited. Prolonged training would inevitably harm his energy channels. Should they sustain damage, his cultivation speed would drastically diminish, potentially leading to internal injuries. The 5 elements transmutation sword technique comprises distinct methods for each realm, and he meticulously recorded the techniques using a special arrangement of characters on paper. Even if someone stumbled upon his notes, the techniques would remain undisclosed. Lin Yi's act of documenting the techniques was a contingency plan. He was simultaneously memorizing them, prioritizing precise recitation over comprehension. Upon awakening, the blood-devouring vine elongated its form, attempting to drag Lin Yi away. He resisted fiercely, gripping the vine tightly. "There are numerous monstrous beasts outside. I nearly lost my life here before. The task hall is safeguarded by formations, making it the safest place for now." The blood-devouring vine conveyed a message to Lin Yi. Upon receiving it, Lin Yi regarded the vine with skepticism. "You claim to sense the suppression of the formations outside, causing those beasts to fall into slumber?" After some hesitation, Lin Yi resolved to venture out with the blood-devouring vine. The vine required the flesh and blood of beasts to awaken again, and there might never be another opportunity to encounter slumbering second-tier beasts. Lin Yi had no intention of seeking a third-tier beast's core, for even if he obtained it, he could not carry it away without exposing the blood-devouring vine. As anticipated, the information sensed by the vine proved accurate. The beasts outside had indeed reverted to a dormant state. Lin Yi, unaware of the patterns governing the formation suppression, dared not stray too far from the task hall. Utilizing its usual method, the blood-devouring vine dispatched a second-tier beast, consuming not only its heart but also devouring the second-tier core. Lin Yi gazed curiously at the blood-devouring vine for quite some time. The vine was now capable of devouring a second-tier demon core. Could it be on the verge of evolving into a second-tier extraordinary plant? As an ordinary human who had forged a contract with a second-tier extraordinary plant, the news would surely disrupt any semblance of tranquility in his life if it were to spread. The blood-devouring vine approached and nuzzled Lin Yi's hand, striving to convey its thoughts. Upon grasping the vine's message, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Am I mistaken? You mean to say that you have evolved a personal space and have stored that second-tier demon core within it?" The reason for not hunting the demon beasts outside was precisely because the cores could not be taken out of the ruins. The obstacle that had loomed before him was now effortlessly resolved by the blood-devouring vine. perhaps due to its consumption and refinement of second-tier demon beast hearts. The vine's intelligence had significantly heightened, making communication with Lin Yi increasingly effortless. Initially, when he had formed a pact with the blood-devouring vine, many of its meanings required interpretation on his part. Now, it could articulate its thoughts with remarkable precision. Lin Yi then inquired whether the vine could evade detection by the basic testing instruments outside. The vine replied that it was uncertain, but it would soon achieve a breakthrough, allowing for more precise control of its spiritual energy fluctuations. Lin Yi hesitated for less than 10 seconds before deciding to take a gamble. If he succeeded, he could utilize the vine's personal space to smuggle the demon core outside. The demon core held immense value, and the black market was always bustling with demand. Even if he did not sell it, leaving the core for the blood-devouring vine to digest gradually would only make it stronger. The blood-devouring vine was his contracted extraordinary plant, and having recognized him as its master almost immediately upon gaining consciousness, it would never betray him. After reaching his decision, Lin Yi set out with the blood-devouring vine to hunt the slumbering demon beasts. The vine dared only to target second-tier demon beasts. It would not even approach a third-tier one. The blood-devouring vine informed Lin Yi, "Third-tier demon beasts emit a mental pressure, under which I can scarcely move, let alone approach them." Observing the vine's momentary despondence, Lin Yi quickly offered words of comfort. "It's all right. You are already incredibly formidable. You are merely a first-tier extraordinary plant yet can slay second-tier demon beasts. In our human realm, only true prodigies can defeat foes of a higher tier. By our standards, you are a genius residing at the pinnacle." Lin Yi found it easy to cheer up the blood-devouring vine with just a few compliments. The vine's earlier gloom transformed into a cheerful demeanor. After walking for a while, the blood-devouring vine suddenly halted and informed Lin Yi, "There is a familiar scent." Upon finishing its statement, the vine pointed in a particular direction. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting that the familiar scent likely belonged to members of the departure mercenary group. He had little interaction with others, and the vine could hardly recall the scents of those individuals. It was most likely Mu Chun and Ningyu. After some hesitation, Lin Yi decided to head in the direction indicated by the vine, gently tucking it away while softly admonishing, "Your personal space is limited. It is already filled with second-tier demon cores and blood of second-tier demon beasts. Do not expose it unless in a dire situation." The blood-sucking vine occupies a space akin to that of a suitcase, and he has also entrusted it with the techniques he has meticulously recorded. Should Mu Chun discover his possession of the blood-sucking vine, he would likely compel it to accompany him in arduous labor. He has no desire to traverse the land with a retinue, constantly under the scrutiny of others. Not long after Lin Yi proceeded forward, he was enveloped by a pervasive stench of blood, clearly discernible through his night vision goggles. The ground was saturated with blood, unmistakably indicating that a fierce battle had transpired. In a dim corner, Lin Yi stumbled upon the gravely injured Mu Chun and hurried to his side. "Commander Mu, how are you? Are you all right?" Chapter 30. Lin Yi encounters Mu Chun. Mu Chun, gravely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness, mistook the sounds made by Lin Yi for the approach of another beast. He had resigned himself to the thought that he would perish in this desolate place, only to find that it was Lin Yi who had arrived. Upon seeing Mu Chun's numerous wounds, including a critical injury to his heart, Lin Yi hastily retrieved a potion from his backpack and urged Mu Chun to consume it. Without hesitation, Mu Chun took the potion from Lin Yi's hands and remarked with a smile, "Fortunately, the benefits within our group are commendable. Otherwise, ordinary potions would not suffice to heal my wounds." As a martial artist, the efficacy of typical potions was halved on him. The potions he had brought were long depleted during previous skirmishes. Otherwise, he would not have endured the siege of 3 second-tier beasts for so long. The potion quickly began to take effect, prompting Mu Chun to exclaim, "At last, I have regained a semblance of life." Had Lin Yi arrived even 10 minutes later, not even a divine being could have saved him. Lin Yi stepped forward to support Mu Chun and anxiously inquired, "Captain, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" As Mu Chun recalled the events that transpired, the smile that typically adorned his face faltered. "The situation is rather peculiar. We encountered numerous slumbering beasts along the way, and I even vanquished a second-tier beast. For reasons unknown, the beasts lay still as if lifeless. Initially, our exploration proceeded smoothly, but suddenly, those dormant creatures awakened. Ningyu and I were tasked with covering the rear, and what you witnessed is the aftermath." After finishing his account, Mu Chun's gaze turned inquisitively towards Lin Yi. "What happened to you when you fell? Did you not encounter any beasts?" He had narrowly escaped death, and Ningyu remained unaccounted for. The 10 martial comrades he had brought along were likely in dire straits. In contrast, Lin Yi appeared vibrant and unscathed, embodying a picture of health. Lin Yi shook his head in response. I fell into a lake and subsequently found a dilapidated palace upon reaching the shore, where I discovered a token of identity. Lin Yi had no intention of concealing the matter of the Shangqing Palace token from Mu Qin, as he intended to take Mu Chun to the mission hall. Unsure of how to explain, he simply produced the token and activated the map. The display was visible to outsiders, and Mu Chun paused in astonishment at the sight of it. This was an identity token from an ancient sect. He could hardly believe it was akin to the modern devices. Did ancient sects possess such advanced technology? Both Mu Qin and the Lin Yi of the past felt a distinct disconnect with the token. Mu Chun pointed in a direction and requested Lin Yi to assist him forward. Ningyu was likely in that direction, whether alive or dead. I must see him. Although Lin Yi was anxious about when the array's suppression would fail, he nonetheless supported Mu Qin in that direction. After a brief journey of several minutes, Lin Yi and Mu Qin stumbled upon Ningyu near a ruin. The good news was that Ningyu was still alive. The bad news was that both of his legs were broken. When Mu Chun detected Ningyu's breath, he released a sigh of relief. Ning Shui had sacrificed herself to save him, and he had promised to take good care of Ningyu. Lin Yi observed Mu Qin's anxious demeanor and surreptitiously speculated that the relationship between Mu Chun and Ningyu might not be as adversarial as the rumors suggested. If Mu Chun harbored any grievances against Ningyu, it would have been simpler to let her perish at that moment rather than intervene to save her. Having staunched the bleeding from Ningyu's wounds, Mu Chun watched as she struggled to regain consciousness. Upon recognizing him, she relaxed and succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Ultimately, Mu Chun turned his gaze toward Lin Yi. The severity of his own injuries rendered him incapable of carrying Ningyu. He feared he might succumb before she did. Lin Yi instantly grasped Mu Chin's silent plea and stepped forward to carry Ningyu on her back. Citing the inconvenience of bearing Ningyu, she handed the identity token to Mu Chun. He had already scrutinized the token multiple times. Should she fail to grasp the situation, she might incur Mu Chin's displeasure. Though she had reluctantly saved Mu Chin's life, she harbored no intentions of leveraging that debt. Mu Chin's strength surpassed hers by a wide margin, and attempting to exploit such a favor would likely result in her being reprimanded. If Mu Chun wished to eliminate her, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The nature of gratitude can only thrive among equals. As they journeyed onward, Lin Yi stumbled upon a backpack stained with blood. Given the tattered remnants of clothing scattered nearby, the events that transpired became apparent. Mu Chun examined the identity token for a while longer, realizing that only the token's rightful owner could manipulate its panel. If it were to drift too far from Lin Yi, it would cease to function. Consequently, he returned the token to her. He then retrieved the medicinal vials from the backpack and, with roughness, pried open Ningyu's mouth, forcing the contents down her throat. Ningyu, her brow furrowed, hazily opened her eyes and, upon seeing Mu Chun, protested, "I'm going to tell my sister that you're bullying me. I'm your little brother-in-law. Can't you be a bit kinder?" After her disoriented mutterings, she fainted again, leaving Lin Yi wide-eyed in astonishment. It turned out that Ningyu was Mu Chun's sister's younger brother, a fact that had gone unnoticed by anyone. Mu Chun, upon hearing this revelation, sighed softly, raising a hand to stroke Ningyu's disheveled hair before retracting it in distaste. Ning Shui and I were classmates. At that time, we were both naive, believing the world to be a beautiful place filled with promise for the future. Later, I became a warrior, and she felt unworthy of me, insisting on our separation. As Mu Chun reminisced about long-forgotten memories, a quiet melancholy seeped into his heart. I never understood what she feared, why she was unwilling to believe in my feelings for her, or why she felt constrained by societal perceptions. Did the opinions of outsiders hold more weight than mine? Time and again, I vowed my love for her, even if she was an ordinary person. I believed there was no distinction between warriors and common folk. We are all human. With a nostalgic gaze, Mu Chun glanced at Ningyu. Noting her resemblance to her sister in character, both were tenaciously devoted to their beliefs, easily swayed by their emotions, and prone to losing their rationality. Ning Shui had ventured into perilous wild relics to become a warrior. Mu Chun could only speculate about her hardships, knowing she had endured much suffering. Upon her return as a warrior, she sought him out and professed her willingness to marry him. At that moment, I was truly infuriated to the point of laughter. 8 years have elapsed, and how could she presume that my affections for her still linger? It was she who departed without a word, leaving me to scour every conceivable place for 3 whole months. Not a single word was left for me. Mu Chen let out a gentle sigh and continued. I declined her proposal, yet she chose to join me on this journey. Later, while we were exploring a relic, I was ambushed by an alien plant. And she rushed forward to shield me. How foolish of her. I wore a protective heart mirror. Even had the alien plant managed to strike me, my likelihood of demise was merely 70%. But by leaping in front of me, her chances of survival became a certainty of 100%. Chapter 31. Mu Chen discovers the patterns of the demonic beast. Mu Chen's demeanor grew increasingly serene, a familiar smile gracing his face. Ningshui had perished, dying in his embrace. She had spoken 2 phrases to him. One was an apology, and the other was a request for him to take care of Ningyu. Lin Yi recalled the words spoken by Jinjia. Mu Chen had always remained single, leading everyone to believe that his heart was solely devoted to cultivation. Yet Lin Yi sensed that Mu Chen harbored feelings for Ning Shui. Otherwise, when Ningyu referred to him as her uncle, Mu Chen's tacit acceptance spoke volumes. Although Mu Chen and Ning Shui were not yet wed, in Mu Chen's heart, she was undoubtedly his wife. Lin Yi, though somewhat perplexed by matters of the heart, could discern the nostalgia and sorrow concealed beneath Mu Chen's seemingly tranquil words. Emotions are not inherently virtuous, and women are even less so. A heart unencumbered by romantic entanglements wields the sword with clarity and purpose. Mu Chen turned to Lin Yi and softly remarked, Have I spoken too much? After experiencing life and death, my thoughts seem uncontrollable, always drifting back to the past. Lin Yi understood that Mu Chen confiding in him signified a bond of trust. For sharing personal matters is a means of fostering intimacy. Captain, those events are behind us. Life must be lived forward. He was uncertain whether Mu Chen had truly moved on from Ning Shui, but he sensed he had not. Unbeknownst to them, Ningyu, resting her head on Lin Ye's shoulder, had slipped into unconsciousness, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. It was only upon returning to the mission hall that Lin Ye's anxious heart finally found solace. Mu Chen, meanwhile, circled the formation in the hall, his hand brushing against the array and feeling the resistance. The harder he pressed, the stronger the repulsive force of the barrier became. Unable to enter the grand hall, Lin Yi ventured inside to gather some items, ensuring that Mu Chen and Ningyu had a place to rest. Mu Chen tended to his wounds and assessed the remaining provisions and medicinal supplies. Food was plentiful outside, teeming with demonic beasts. But the scarcity of medicine posed a significant challenge. Ningyu's condition was similar, with no potions left in her backpack. After mentally outlining his subsequent actions, Mu Chen glanced at Lin Yi, who was diligently working within the formation, marveling at the enigmatic nature of fortune. Lin Yi had miraculously fallen from above without a scratch, fortuitously discovering an identity token, successfully binding it to himself, and ultimately locating the well-preserved mission hall. The sudden awakening and rampage of the demonic beast had not hindered Lin Yi. If he were to continue experiencing such serendipity, even possessing all attributes might not suffice to prevent him from becoming a formidable force. Talent and aptitude pale in comparison to opportunities. Ningyu awoke on the 3rd day, finding herself lying on a wooden plank. She examined her wounds and recalled the fragmented memories of events that transpired. She was unclear about the relationship between her sister and Mu Chen, and for a time, she had even blamed Mu Chen for failing to protect her sister. She had never considered that Mu Chen had yet to emerge from the shadows of that love. He did not appear to be the type to be ensnared by romantic affections. While she had long since come to terms with her sister's death, Mu Chen had not. Lin Yi observed as Ningyu regained consciousness and promptly brought over a vial of energy-boosting nutritional elixir. Commander Mu had ventured out to survey the surrounding area. Commander Ning, how do you feel? Your body is still recovering slowly due to the lack of medicinal supplies. The wounds on Ningyu had been meticulously stitched by Mu Chen, and Lin Yi had trembled in anxiety while assisting, for he felt as though Mu Chen was sewing not flesh, but a mere rag. Seeing Lin Yi, Ningyu let out a soft sigh before smiling. You fell first and emerged unscathed, while we have suffered considerable losses. Why is there such a stark contrast among people? Might you be a love child of the heavens? Lin Yi harbored serious doubts about Ningyu's mental clarity. Otherwise, how could he utter such words? What could he possibly know about being a love child of the heavens? After managing to control his own injuries, Mu Chen returned after a while, bringing back 2 second-tier monster cores and successfully locating 2 identity tokens, one for himself and one reserved for Ningyu. They now found themselves in the hall of the mission hall, secured by protective formations, ensuring their safety. Ningyu was not one to lie idle. Though his broken leg had been reattached, he lacked the ability to walk and could only rely on Lin Yi to assist him in sitting up. The moment he propped himself upright, he spotted the formation barrier outside, nearly succumbing to the urge to rise and approach it, only to be swiftly restrained by Lin Yi. A formation? This is astonishing. How many years has this formation been operational? Have you located the formation's foundation? On his first day, Lin Yi had already discerned the location of the formation's foundation and learned that this particular formation was known as the Wood Spirit Divine Guardian Formation. This formation could autonomously absorb the Wood elemental spirit energy from the surroundings, maintaining its function as long as the Wood spirit energy remained uninterrupted. The foundation, buried deep underground, primarily comprised ancient refining artifacts, and with the nurturing of the elemental energy, it had yet to suffer any damage. Lin Yi was too apprehensive to excavate the foundation. Previously marked treasures had fared well while buried, but had become entirely ruined once unearthed. He feared the same fate awaited the mission hall's foundation, thriving underground, yet rendered useless once exposed. Upon Mu Chen's return, he noted Ningyu had awakened and inquired, "Have you recognized the identity token?" It had taken considerable effort to locate a few dilapidated structures from which he retrieved the tokens. They were in an area designated for external disciples. Mu Chen had yet to ascertain the patterns of the awakened and dormant beasts, but it was reasonable to hypothesize that after falling into slumber, the beasts required a period before awakening. Beasts could not remain unconscious indefinitely, as first-tier monsters would perish from starvation after more than half a month without sustenance. While Ningyu was captivated by the formation outside, Lin Yi had spoken to him, but he had not fully absorbed the words. Observing Ningyu's expression, Mu Chen understood the situation and gestured for Lin Yi to hand the identity token to Ningyu. Ningyu, once more filled with wonder, recognized the identity token as though it were a new toy. He oscillated between exploring the information panel and examining the map of the Qing Palace. The map is remarkably detailed, although most of the structures have collapsed. Our understanding of these locations allows us to target our excavations effectively. However, Mu Chen shook his head and solemnly remarked, "It is not so simple. This space is entirely subterranean, and the tunnels I have discovered are guarded by monstrous beasts. Should we recklessly venture out, we would merely become prey for the creatures lurking outside." Despite both Mu Chen and Ningyu being martial masters, their current injuries render them less formidable. With broken limbs and various wounds, their combat prowess may not surpass that of Lin Yi. Mu Chen advised Ningyu to continue recuperating in the mission hall. For what other option was there? It would be unreasonable to expect Ningyu to crawl around with shattered legs. Just focus on your recovery. The last time the beast transitioned from wakefulness to slumber took approximately 9 days. As it stands, nearly 7 days have elapsed. If those beasts awaken again on the 9th day, it would suggest a pattern of 9 days of dormancy. Mu Chen possesses a timing device. Although it cannot provide an exact measure of time, the margin of error will not exceed half a day. Chapter 32. You shall not be wronged. Mu Chen resolved to remain indoors for the next 2 days, having previously ventured out in search of identity tokens. Perhaps his luck had been exhausted, as he managed to find only 2 tokens before encountering a dead end. If Lin Yi were aware of Mu Chen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly remark that finding more was a futile endeavor. The 2 tokens he discovered were merely hinted at by textual annotations he had noticed, which had inadvertently guided Mu Chen to their location. Mu Chen and Ningyu resided in the mission hall, while Lin Yi refrained from practicing the 5 elements derivative sword technique. Martial masters possess the ability to sense the flow of spiritual energy in the world. Should he cultivate the influx of spiritual energy into his body would certainly attract the attention of Mu Chen and Ningyu. The ancient cultivation methods, which initially bestowed spiritual energy to refine the body, were best kept under wraps for the time being. Lin Yi was unwilling to gamble his life on the assumption that others were genuinely benevolent, after all. If Mu Chen or Ningyu grew envious of his acquisition of ancient heritage, a moment of ill will could result in his demise. Lacking formidable strength to safeguard oneself, displaying wealth would be a foolish act. On the 9th day, the distant sounds of beasts battling could be faintly heard. Mu Chen promptly positioned himself at the edge of the formation to assess the situation and confidently stated, "At this time on the 9th day, there should be no miscalculations." If they had indeed discerned the pattern of the beast's slumber, the difficulty of their exploration would diminish by 60%. The self-healing abilities of martial masters are remarkably potent. Mu Chen's injuries had nearly healed, and Ningyu, who had previously suffered a broken leg, was now able to stand and walk. Noticing Lin Yi's frequent glances at his leg injury, Ningyu explained, "Once the body begins to sense the spiritual energy of the world, it significantly enhances one's physical constitution. The stronger the constitution, the greater the self-healing capacity. Even if a martial master sustains a fatal injury, as long as they cling to life. They can sense the spiritual energy of the world to prolong their existence. The potions I consumed previously only contributed about 30% to my recovery. My current survival is solely due to the abundant spiritual energy found within the ruins. Ningyu further informed Lin Yi that spiritual energy is a remarkable restorative substance, essential for the cultivation of both beasts and exotic plants. I have heard that students from prestigious academies receive spiritual stones monthly. A single spiritual stone can sustain an ordinary martial master's cultivation for 3 months, accelerating their progress to over 10 times the usual rate. And the gentle nature of the energy prevents any damage to their meridians. Presently, I can cultivate for an hour a day. If I were to utilize spiritual stones, I could practice for 10 hours. Lin Yi tentatively inquired, Captain Ning, is it only martial masters who can sense the spiritual energy of the world? Is there a special talent that allows ordinary individuals to perceive it as well? At this, Mu Chun glanced back at Lin Yi, yet chose to remain silent and continued observing the surroundings. Ningyu perceived Lin Yi's question as fanciful. It seemed implausible that a special talent could enable direct sensing of spiritual energy. Such abilities require diligent cultivation and comprehension. While the world holds countless wonders, the notion that an ordinary person could sense spiritual energy seems more suited for a television drama. Mu Chun interjected, stating, the officially recognized cultivation methods indicate that ordinary individuals can sense the spiritual energy of the world through the rigorous cultivation of their physical limits, following the path of body refinement. In antiquity, the situation was quite different. Most ancient practitioners followed the path of able to sense the spiritual essence of heaven and earth from the very onset of their cultivation. Mu Chun observed Lin Yi's curious demeanor, though he attempted to mask his intrigue. With a contemplative glance at Lin Yi, he continued, while the authorities have declared that ancient techniques are ill-suited for modern practitioners, this stems from the near-complete absence of intact ancient transmissions. The legacies discovered within ruins predominantly pertain to the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, talismans, formations, and artifact forging. Should someone acquire a complete ancient technique, they could indeed reach the state you just mentioned, sensing the spiritual essence from the very beginning of their practice, perhaps even directly harnessing it for cultivation. However, no one would be foolish enough to openly disclose such acquired techniques. It is certain that practitioners of ancient methods exist in this world. We merely lack access to that realm. Ningyu displayed no interest in ancient techniques, teasing Mu Chun for his apparent idleness. The images of ancient jade tablets posted on the official forum contain nothing but fragmented information. I cannot fathom why you are so intrigued by them, investing significant effort into research. We are merely the most basic martial cultivators. What utility do those ancient insights hold for us? It is not as if ancient techniques would enable our cultivation. Ancient legacies are a rare fortune, with our chances of encountering them being almost non-existent. After a moment, Ningyu turned to Lin Yi, contemplating, you, my friend, possess an extraordinary fortune. I cannot imagine for others, but perhaps you might uncover an ancient legacy. When the beasts outside fall into slumber once more, you should assemble a small team to explore and excavate. I shall not dictate your route or set defined targets. Follow your instincts. Rest assured, should you truly discover an ancient legacy, I will ensure you are well compensated. Lin Yi remained unfazed by Ningyu's grandiose proposition, even stifling a laugh. Was it his youth that led Ningyu to believe he would naively accept such an offer? A mere promise of not being shortchanged in exchange for an ancient legacy seemed rather presumptuous. Ningyu's calculations were astute. Should Lin Yi indeed find an ancient legacy, offering him a mere few million as compensation would hardly qualify as generous. Ningyu had casually mentioned this, never truly believing Lin Yi could uncover an ancient legacy. Although he acknowledged Lin Yi's significant fortune, it was known that 3 ruins surrounded Qingcheng, with no ancient legacies surfacing for over a millennium. Mu Chun regarded Ningyu as one would a fool, addressing Lin Yi. Ancient legacies typically possess a limited number of transmission opportunities. Should you discover one, the first opportunity will be granted to you. If the ancient legacy you find allows for only a single transmission, the team will provide you with equivalent compensation. Ningyu gazed at Mu Chun in astonishment, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What did this mean? Was Mu Chun genuinely suggesting that Lin Yi could find an ancient legacy? What folly was this? Such legacies were not easily found, merely by desire. Moreover, does Lin Yi truly comprehend the nature of ancient legacies? Did the officials not assert that many ancient legacies, once unearthed, swiftly become obsolete due to the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy? Has Mu Qian become utterly obsessed with ancient legacies, placing his hopes upon Lin Yi? Lin Yi discerned the unwavering determination in Mu Qian's gaze, as if he were certain that Lin Yi would succeed in discovering an ancient legacy. The Five Elements Profound Sword Technique is a method of cultivation typically reserved for those specially recruited by elite academies, who usually acquire legacies related to the four arts of cultivation. Lin Yi yearned to be like others, yet his distinctiveness would inevitably draw attention. Furthermore, he possessed an additional advantage, making him even more reluctant to attract scrutiny. This society is perilous. It is the mundane that offers the greatest protection. Chapter 33. Your exotic plant is about to break through. Lin Yi nodded at Mu Qian, saying, Captain, I will do my utmost to seek it out. However, my knowledge of ancient legacies is somewhat limited. Would you be so kind as to elaborate on the matter? I fear that should I encounter an ancient legacy, I might miss it due to my ignorance. Mu Qian informed Lin Yi that his own understanding was not extensive, primarily gleaned from fragmented information on the official forum, the authenticity of which he could not guarantee. Lin Yi had also gathered some rudimentary knowledge of cultivation from the official forum, yet he recognized that his understanding was superficial, grasping many concepts without comprehending their underlying principles. Mu Qian provided a thorough explanation and, upon noticing Lin Yi's interest in specific areas, elaborated further on those topics. As Lin Yi followed closely beside Mu Qian, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge, most importantly the ancient realms of cultivation. Ancient practitioners referred to their practice as cultivating immortality, categorizing it into stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, separation of spirit, integration of spirit, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. Ancient cultivators needed to assess their spiritual roots before selecting cultivation techniques that aligned with their attributes. During the Qi refinement stage, one could draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body, while at the foundation establishment stage, one could soar through the skies, rivaling the prowess of martial kings. In the golden core stage, practitioners would condense a golden core in their dantian, enabling them to learn spells. The nascent soul stage involved transforming the core into a nascent being, laying the groundwork for the development of the sea of consciousness. As for the subsequent realms beyond the nascent soul, Mu Qian admitted his knowledge was limited, as the official forum rarely disclosed ancient records pertaining to stages such as spirit transformation. During his idle moments, Lin Yi would often reflect on Mu Qian's words. Due to the significant reduction of spiritual energy in the modern world, it was no longer feasible to cultivate by sensing the spiritual energy through one's roots as in ancient times. The process of drawing energy into the body effectively barred 90% of humanity from cultivation. The federal government had invested considerable time and effort across generations to evolve cultivation methods, ultimately establishing the path of physical refinement. Warriors merely lay the foundation for cultivation, while martial masters correspond to the Qi refinement stage. Martial kings possess the ability to fly, which corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. Modern cultivation techniques present both advantages and disadvantages. They do not require the selection of spiritual roots, allowing even those with inferior roots to embark on the path of cultivation through physical refinement, albeit at varying speeds. Ancient cultivation methods were highly selective regarding spiritual roots, and the legacies themselves were scarce, predominantly controlled by the major superpowers. For ordinary individuals, pursuing ancient techniques was exceedingly challenging. Mu Qian subtly conveyed that the resources of this world were concentrated within the upper echelons of society. For an ordinary person to achieve a leap in social class was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The sole pathway for commoners to alter their destiny was through the college entrance examination. If accepted by one of the four prestigious academies, not only would their fortunes transform, but their families, relatives, and friends would also reap the benefits. After absorbing this knowledge, Lin Yi's resolve to gain admission to the four esteemed academies solidified. Once trapped in a small city, he would be unable to procure a ticket to the capital. Relying on ground transportation to reach the capital might consume several years. Air travel was limited to short distances due to the instability of certain relic spaces, which could jeopardize the safety of surrounding flights. In the event of an aviation disaster, even martial masters could meet their demise. In the world he inhabited, the expanse of the primordial forest exceeded that of human cities by 80%. Within these ancient woods resided formidable beasts known as demon beasts, which possessed a strong sense of territoriality. For them, the mere presence of an aircraft soaring above their domain was perceived as a provocation, prompting relentless attacks on the intruding vessel. The allocation of teleportation slots in each city was subject to stringent scrutiny. To depart from Qingcheng for the grander and more prosperous capital, he could only rely on the National College entrance examination. 9 days swiftly elapsed. The outside world seemed to have been abruptly paused, descending into an eerie silence. Mu Chun and Ning Yu, exercising caution, delayed their exit for half a day. Lin Yi trailed behind them, occasionally glancing at the textual annotations that appeared before him. The bloodthirsty vine, which had fallen into a deep slumber, stirred slightly. Lin Yi hurriedly extended his hand to cover it, gently tugging at his sleeve to conceal the vine. Having consumed a second-tier demon core, the bloodthirsty vine had reached the brink of a breakthrough, incessantly relaying feelings of hunger to Lin Yi. I am nearly unable to endure this hunger. If I do not consume a substantial amount of blood and flesh soon, it will hinder my future evolution. The beastly blood and flesh stored within his innate space were woefully insufficient. The remaining second-tier demon core was indigestible. As a first-tier, being able to digest a second-tier demon core was already a testament to his extraordinary talent. If he were to greedily attempt to digest a second core, the violent spiritual energy contained within would surely ravage his body, potentially severing his very essence into fragments. Noticing Lin Yi's unease, Mu Chun glanced at his wrist and remarked, "Your seems poised for a breakthrough." Startled, Lin Yi turned to Mu Chun with wide eyes. Ning Yu, upon hearing the term, spun around sharply, questioning, "Whose are we discussing? Is there another here? We must steer clear." While maybe cumbersome to transport, their lethality far surpassed that of demon beasts. In ruins, often concealed their presence, striking with devastating ferocity when provoked. Unlike demon beasts, which would roar and display intimidation before an attack, the location of it remained unknown until it unleashed its power. Seeing that Mu Chun was not merely testing him, Lin Yi's eyes reflected his confusion as he inquired, "Does the leader already know? The bloodthirsty vine has not been revealed. Could it be that Jin Jia mentioned it?" Ignoring the bewildered and wary Ning Yu, Mu Chun continued, "When we entered the ruins and the spiritual energy levels surged, you appeared visibly tense, glancing at your wrist more than once. At that moment, your spiritual energy was abnormally active at level 1, leading me to suspect that the bracelet you wore was in. Since you seemed reluctant to discuss it, I refrained from pressing further." Finally grasping the situation, Ning Yu turned in astonishment to Lin Yi, muttering, "You, an ordinary person, have somehow bonded with it. Truly, you must be a favored child of destiny. Allow me a glimpse of your and see how formidable it is." Eagerly, Ning Yu reached out to touch the bloodthirsty vine. In a reflexive response, the vine recoiled, narrowly escaping her grasp. Observing the vine's swift movement, Ning Yu expressed her satisfaction, exclaiming, that speed is impressive. It is indeed a vine type, boasting considerable attacking power. However, I find myself unable to recognize this peculiar plant. Its appearance bears a resemblance to the blood-sucking vine, yet it is distinctly different. The blood-sucking vine lacks such intricate patterns, and this specimen appears far more sophisticated. Lin Yi reiterated the explanation he once fabricated to deceive Su Song and the others. Both Mu Chun and Ning Yu had witnessed Lin Yi's extraordinary fortune firsthand. Although they found his claims to be excessively coincidental, the undeniable truth lay before them, compelling their belief. Upon realizing that the blood-sucking vine requires a substantial amount of beast blood to ascend to the second tier, Ning Yu eagerly pursued the hunt for second-tier beasts. The second-tier beasts, which Lin Yi struggled to slay with his Tang Dao, were effortlessly dispatched by Mu Chun and Ning Yu as if they were merely slicing through vegetables. Chapter 34. The blood-devouring vine breaks through to the second tier. Ning Yu observed as an unrelenting stream of second-tier beasts fell effortlessly to their demise. Creatures that typically demanded a fierce struggle to vanquish. Her voice laced with an undercurrent of trepidation towards the unknown. These beasts, once ensnared in slumber, appeared as lifeless entities, yielding to our blades without stirring. What force could possibly exert such control over them? If we lingered here too long, would we not also succumb to a fate akin to these beasts? If we too were to fall into a deep slumber, would our lives then be left to the whims of chance? Unlike the beasts, we could not endure 9 days without sustenance. 3 days without water would surely spell our end. Mu Chun furrowed his brow at her words, this time not dismissing Ning Yu's chatter, and deliberated. Once Lin Yi's exotic plant completes its breakthrough, we shall vacate this place immediately. This subterranean realm is fraught with unknown dangers. Prudence is of utmost importance. The treasures herein will not flee, yet our lives are singular. Lin Yi understood that the beasts were subdued by the enchantments of the array. Yet he could not share this knowledge with Mu Chun, as he could not disclose the source of his information. With the assistance of Mu Chun and Ningyu, the blood-devouring vine successfully ascended to the second tier. Its tendrils grew more resilient, and its intelligence significantly enhanced. Previously akin to a 5- or 6-year-old child, it now resembled a youth of 10 or so. The blood-devouring vine's mode of communication matured as well, inexplicably adopting the term brother for Lin Yi. Brother. I sense the presence of kin in the distance. The aura is both enticing and perilous. Do you wish to investigate? Lin Yi eagerly inquired about the nature of this sensed presence. I do not know, yet an inner voice compels me to approach. It is likely a high-tier exotic plant. The vine responded. Lin Yi could not suppress a glance around. Indeed, there were exotic plants present. After contemplating, Lin Yi conveyed his decision to the blood-devouring vine. They would refrain from venturing forth, for he was still too weak, and even the vine's recent advancement could not guarantee his safety. While opportunities are undoubtedly significant, safety holds precedence. If one's life is lost, what use is there in pursuing fortune? The blood-devouring vine, having recently awakened its intelligence, had absorbed all knowledge through Lin Yi's tutelage, and his cautious demeanor had influenced it. If we don't go, then we shan't. I merely sense something because of my recent breakthrough. The feeling has already faded. Beasts and exotic plants inherently harbor a disdain for humanity, akin to how humans instinctively reach for weapons upon encountering them, rather than extending a greeting. Eventually, Mu Chun and Ningyu discovered a concealed passage, confirming that only a solitary second-tier beast lay in ambush outside. They joined forces to eliminate the beast, with Lin Yi trailing swiftly behind. The furious roars of the dying beast reverberated through the vicinity, unsettling the surrounding creatures. Lin Yi felt the ground tremble violently, a ruckus stirred by the larger beast's emotion. The blood-devouring vine, discontent with Lin Yi's sluggish pace, transformed into a size akin to that of a barrel, wrapping around him and whisking him away. Mu Chun and Ningyu exchanged incredulous glances at the spectacle. As they raced onward, Ningyu quipped, I truly wonder how you managed to cultivate this exotic plant. It exhibits not a shred of bravery. The pursuers were merely first-tier demon beasts, yet Lin Yi, as a second-tier, instinctively considered fleeing. Though he was jostled to the point of being speechless, he wholeheartedly endorsed the cautious approach of the blood-sucking vine. Despite the fact that only first-tier demon beasts were in pursuit, who could ascertain whether second or even third-tier beasts lurked behind? First-tier demon beasts could be dispatched with relative ease, yet doing so would consume precious time. After half an hour, Lin Yi and his companions successfully evaded the relentless chase of the demon beasts. Mu Chun and Ningyu, consulting their map for direction, led Lin Yi back to the temporary camp at the entrance of the ruins after 2 more days of travel. Upon returning, Mu Chun discovered that none of the individuals they had brought down had returned. Furthermore, a reconnaissance team sent out to gather information on them had also gone missing. Both Mu Chun and Ningyu understood that the fate of that team was likely grim. Quickly, they immersed themselves in planning the route and determining the exploration timeline. In the camp, Lin Yi found himself the most idle of the group. As long as the tunnel leading downward remained unconstructed, he was confined to the temporary camp. He could only practice his cultivation after waiting for Mu Chun and Ningyu to depart with their team. Ever since the influx of spiritual energy into his body, his physical strength had been increasing daily, surpassing the effects of any vitality-enhancing elixirs. Before entering the ruins, his strength was approximately 110 pounds. Now, the power behind his punches felt as if it approached 200 pounds. Each morning upon awakening, Lin Yu's first act was not to open his eyes, but to mentally recite the 5 elements sword technique. One day, while surveying his surroundings, he suddenly noticed that the distance marked by the inscriptions around him seemed to have extended. The markings had consistently indicated 10 meters, yet upon measuring, he found they had transformed into 15 meters. Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement, speculating that the failed binding of the system had bestowed upon him a golden finger that would strengthen alongside his cultivation. The thought of being able to mark distances of hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of meters while searching for resources in the ruins felt like an unfair advantage. Since realizing that the golden finger could indeed enhance, Lin Yu became increasingly devoted to his cultivation. Whenever there were no martial masters in the camp, he would diligently practice in secret. Upon sensing Lin Yi's concerns, the blood-sucking vine conveyed a message to him. Brother, do not worry about the abnormal surge of spiritual energy being detected. Even if Mu Chun becomes aware, it matters not. You can simply attribute it to my own practices. We naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fortify our essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with realization, and he chided himself for his oversight. Indeed, he could conveniently attribute the surge of spiritual energy to the blood-sucking vine. He had wasted nearly a week fretting over this. Lin Yi no longer waited deliberately for Mu Chun and Ning Yu to leave before practicing. As anticipated by the blood-sucking vine, Mu Chun and Ning Yu sensed the unusual activity of spiritual energy around him but did not inquire further, even advising the other martial masters in the camp to steer clear of his quarters. As more than half a month passed, the subterranean demon beasts began to fall into slumber once more. Mu Chun approached Lin Yi and stated, "Tomorrow, you will descend with me." The promise of the ancient legacy remains unchanged. Lin Yi, should you call me Brother Chan, I, as your elder, sincerely wish to offer you a piece of advice. A person has only one opportunity to take the college entrance examination in their lifetime. Although this world is rife with inequities, the examination stands as a paragon of fairness. If you aspire to ascend, you must seize this chance to gain admission to a martial arts academy. I, unfortunately, did not have this opportunity back then. Otherwise, I would have grasped it with unwavering determination. Mu Chun continued softly, "Perhaps I shall never have the chance to gaze upon the heights of this world, but I hope you will have that privilege." Lin Yi understood Mu Chun's sentiments. If he truly could not locate a lineage of the 4 arts of cultivation, he would reveal the 5 elements sword technique. The 4 prestigious academies are his ultimate goal. Chapter 35, The Ellipsis after the Blood Bar question marked the following day. Lin Yi, fully equipped, followed Mu Chun into the Shanjing Palace. He noticed that the range of the golden hand indicator had increased once more, and the distance for item annotation was now approximately 20 meters. After days of cultivation, his punching power had stabilized at 200 Jin. Previously, when his punching power was 100 Jin, the textual annotation distance was 10 meters. Now, with 200 Jin, the distance for textual annotation had doubled to 20 meters. Was there a correlation between these two developments? Lin Yi kept this speculation to himself, intending to measure the annotation distance again once he became stronger. If his assumptions were indeed correct, it would be remarkable. The limit of an ordinary person's punching power could reach 1,000 Jin, which would imply a distance of 100 meters. His body was still undergoing transformation by spiritual energy. Perhaps his ultimate punching power would exceed 1,000 Jin. Ning Yu had slain a second-tier beast and dragged its heart back. "Little Ting, come here for a meal." Upon hearing the call for food, the blood-devouring vine on Lin Ye's wrist swiftly rushed to Ning Yu's side, devouring the heart of the beast in a matter of moments. The martial masters accompanying Mu Chun finally understood why he had instructed them to keep their distance from Lin Yi. It turned out that Lin Yi had formed a contract with the second tier. Lin Yi could hear the envious murmurs around him. "I actually thought Lin Yi was just an ordinary person, but he has contracted a second tier. No wonder the commander recruited him. I am truly envious. So envious that my eyes are turning red. That is a second tier, and a particularly lethal vine type at that. This is quite beautiful as well, with its blood-red vines and mysterious black patterns. I wonder if it could eventually produce a first tier that I could also contract. You must have stayed up too late last night. You still haven't woken up today. Do you think can reproduce? Why can't they reproduce? Humans have barely explored 1% of. If beasts can reproduce, so can. Surely, they will bear seeds when the time is right. Do you know what Lin Yi likes? I plan to bring him a gift. If this produces seeds, could you sell me one?" As Lin Yi listened to the discussions around him, he initially managed to remain composed, but as their chatter grew increasingly absurd, he began to feel uneasy. There were even strangers asking him what kind of girls he preferred. Claiming to have 3 younger sisters at home who were well-endowed, pleasant in character, and quite attractive. "What is so special about your 3 sisters? They're as plain as cucumbers. I have an aunt who is truly extraordinary." "Your aunt?" "My sister-in-law is the real gem here." As Lin Yi heard their outrageous remarks, his ears flushed crimson. What were these aunts and sisters-in-law? He was clearly a respectable person, almost overwhelmed with embarrassment. Lin Yi hurriedly made his escape. His face was flushed. It was evident he had taken a liking to my aunt, who was fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. What young man could possibly resist her charms? Enough of this. Clearly Lin Yi is infatuated with my sister-in-law. They say nothing is more delightful than dumplings. And nothing is more entertaining than, well, you understand. Mu Chun, noticing Lin Yi's flushed face, chuckled and said, "Everyone means no harm. The mercenary tasks are burdensome and stressful. They simply enjoy light-hearted banter from time to time. If you have chosen the path of cultivation, you must interact with all sorts of people. If you remain this shy, it won't do. People have a tendency to tease. The shyer you are, the more they will joke. I was unaware they had an aunt and a sister-in-law. Lin Yi struggled to regain his composure, realizing that his experience was still lacking, as a few playful jests had already made him blush. Mu Chun identified several composed individuals for Lin Yi, advising him to take them to explore the surroundings. The identity tokens of the Upper Qing Palace never failed to astonish everyone, even those who had seen them more than once. The virtual game aesthetic was so striking that I would believe it to be the latest product of official research. The information panel was truly remarkable. Along with the sect's route map, which seemed like a perfect navigation tool, Ningyu was responsible for the scripture pavilion, while Lin Yi led his group to explore areas inhabited by cultivators. Ancient cultivators were not lacking in storage bags, accustomed to carrying their entire fortunes within them. Most storage bags had perished over time, taking their contents with them. Currently, the official excavations yielded only storage rings and bracelets, as their metallic construction made them more durable over the ages. Lin Yi could see item labels within a 20-meter radius, making treasure hunting feel almost like a cheat. Most items, freshly unearthed, were often rendered useless due to chaotic spiritual energy, with some even exploding. Lin Yi wandered through several palaces. Aside from discovering some shattered jade tablet fragments, he found no signs of ancient inheritance. He truly began to question whether he was a favored child of destiny. For why else would he have stumbled upon ancient cultivation techniques on his very first entry? Lin Yi had merely 8 days. When the 8th day arrived, everyone was to evacuate. Lin Yi and his companions dug and searched, resulting in their bounty being several times greater than that of Mu Chen's team. Ningyu, having inquired of those accompanying Lin Yi, was unable to conceal her astonishment upon learning of his excavation methods. What do you mean? Lin Yi took you all to dig here and there, and before finishing one place, he moved on to another? He has no experience, and neither do you? Perhaps there are treasures buried in the places you haven't excavated yet. You all found things in one spot. Why did you not thoroughly examine the surroundings? Mu Chun shot Ningyu a look that conveyed no more nonsense and gently remarked, Lin Yi is unlike us. His unique talent grants him precise intuition, which is evident not only in discerning the age of spiritual herbs. Conventional exploration methods do not suit him. Ningyu, rubbing her nose, was quickly persuaded by Mu Chun and waved her hand decisively. Very well. We shall excavate once more in the areas you have already explored, nonetheless. It must be noted that locating ancient legacies is far from a simple endeavor. I have unearthed several fragments of jade slips, and even discovered a complete jade slip, only for it to explode the moment it was excavated. At that moment, the pain of its destruction was nearly suffocating. Ningyu harbored grave doubts as to whether any legacy could possibly endure, for all treasures are exceedingly fragile in the face of time. On the 3rd day, Lin Yi unexpectedly glimpsed a blood bar. The digits displayed upon it sent a chill down his spine, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to react. Divine Wood Ginkgo age? Blood bar? Not to mention that the age is represented by a series of question marks. What could the ellipsis following the blood bar signify? Chapter 36. The Guardian Tree of the Shangqing Palace. As Lin Yi contemplated retreating, a gentle female voice resonated within his mind. Little one, I sense the aura of my sex divine artifact within you. May I have the pleasure of your company? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yi felt enveloped in warmth and light, prompting him to involuntarily step forward. The blood-sucking vine, quick to detect Lin Yi's unusual behavior, elongated its tendrils to ensnare him, pulling him back while calling out, Brother, please awaken. Come back to your senses. The guardian tree, a ginkgo, chuckled softly at the scene. The little one possesses quite a spirit. If you wish to accompany me, then come forth. No sooner had the ginkgo spoken than the entire vine became dazed and relaxed, allowing Lin Yi to effortlessly lead it away. Shortly after Lin Yi's departure, his absence was noted by others. Where has Lin Yi gone? I saw him standing right here just moments ago. Indeed, I just witnessed him playing with the little vine. Let us not dwell on him. There are still many areas yet to be excavated. He possesses the map of the Shangqing Palace. He won't lose his way. If he can't find us upon his return, he can always make his way back to the rendezvous point. When Lin Yi regained his focus, he found himself standing before a colossal dead tree. The surroundings were vast and empty, reminiscent of a grand palace. In this immense chamber, he felt like a mere speck of dust. Despite the pervasive darkness, he could see clearly, as the inscriptions before him radiated bright light, resembling miniature suns. Guardian Tree of the Shangqing Palace, the ancient spirit plant. Lin Yi was familiar with exotic plants, but was unaware of what a spirit plant entailed. Perhaps out of sheer terror, his heart grew inexplicably calm. In comparison to this divine tree, he felt akin to an earthworm standing before a dragon. A mere breath from the tree could extinguish his life, yet succumbing to fear would only cloud his judgment. Maintaining composure might afford him a chance at survival. Sensing Lin Ye's trepidation, the ginkgo communicated telepathically, "Do not be afraid. My name is Ginkgo. All in the Shanqing Palace refer to me as the guardian tree. I sensed a familiar aura within you and wish to meet. A fragment of my sect's divine artifact has fused with your soul." Lin Yi could perceive the benevolence in the ginkgo's voice and hurriedly inquired, "O guardian tree, might I ask what the name of your sect's artifact is? How did it come to merge with my soul?" He was entirely oblivious to the existence of the Shanqing Palace. Could it be that his lineage was intertwined with this sect? The ginkgo extended a withered, yellowing branch and gently touched Lin Yi's forehead. In an instant, Lin Yi saw the soul residing within his consciousness, which bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit unclothed and surrounded by peculiar luminescent rings. The ginkgo explained, "The rings entwined around your soul are the manifestation of my sect's divine artifact." Realizing that he and the guardian tree could communicate within his consciousness, Lin Yi eagerly asked, "O guardian tree, what is the name of your sect's artifact? Why has it fused with my soul?" "The voice of the divine ginkgo is gentle," I said. "My sacred artifact, known as the system, has merged with your soul, likely due to your 5 elemental roots. The passage of countless years has caused me to forget many things. I cannot even recall the purpose of my existence. I only know that I am waiting for something. Yet I do not understand why. The system was destroyed in the ancient war, its essence shattered, leaving only a few remnants. One core fragment returned to the Upper Clear Palace, and then what transpired? Why can't I remember? Why has the Upper Clear Palace transformed into this state? Why have I become the guardian of the sect? Why do I harbor countless fragments of lingering souls within me? So familiar yet elusive? Why have I forgotten?" The voice of the divine ginkgo grew increasingly melancholic. Lin Yu seemed to witness the curtain falling on an era. The divine ginkgo extended its branches to touch the luminous halo of the system, which lingered, entwined with a slender branch, before reluctantly returning to Lin Ye's side. Observing this, the divine ginkgo softly chuckled. "Ah, so you, too, have been waiting for something. You have awaited your desired person. Have I awaited mine? My time is running short. What am I truly waiting for?" Lin Yu pondered, filled with confusion. Was he the one the system awaited? Moreover, the guardian artifact of the Upper Clear Palace is called the system. Is this truly plausible? Lin Yu could not suppress his doubts. Could it be that this world is a cycle where cultivation only flourished after the decline of technology? Did systems exist in ancient times? It seemed no one had ever contemplated when the term system first emerged. The divine ginkgo withdrew from Lin Ye's consciousness. He felt as though his spirit had been restored. Returning to reality, the divine ginkgo appeared despondent. "I do not know how much longer I can exist. As you are the chosen heir of an old friend, I shall grant you a single wish. Seeing that you practice the 5 elements generative sword technique, and since you only possess the cultivation methods from chi refinement to foundation establishment, I present to you the complete version of this sword technique as a gift for our reunion." A green light materialized from thin air, gently drifting toward Lin Ye's brow. Lin Ye once again saw the state of his consciousness as the green light entered and transformed into a jade tablet. With but a thought, he could access the techniques inscribed within, while the legacy jade tablet he had found contained information amounting to thousands of words. The jade tablet gifted by the divine ginkgo contained an astounding multitude of text, reaching hundreds of thousands of words, complete with diagrams of meridian flows and various potential mishaps encountered during cultivation. The jade tablet in his consciousness was not merely a cultivation method. It resembled an encyclopedia on the 5 elements derivative sword technique. As the jade tablet resided directly in his consciousness, he need not worry about his spirit being too weak to retain the inherited knowledge. Lin Yi could not fathom the magnitude of the opportunity bestowed upon him by the divine ginkgo, even in ancient times. Acquiring a technique capable of evolving from chi refinement to great ascension was exceedingly rare. Lin Yi meticulously compared and discovered that the cultivation method provided by the divine ginkgo was notably more detailed than the one he had found himself. The one he had stumbled upon resembled a rough draft, while the divine ginkgo offered a refined version. The divine ginkgo patiently awaited Lin Ye's calmness before continuing. "What is your desire?" Lin Ye's gaze gradually solidified with determination. The divine ginkgo had already bestowed upon him the complete cultivation technique, and he should not seek further from the deity. However, he now faced a predicament and yearned for an ancient inheritance related to the 4 arts of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the divine ginkgo let out a soft laugh and gently inquired, Are you certain that you only wish for a legacy of the four arts? Though my energy is nearly depleted and my life is on the brink of extinction, I can still cleanse your marrow and enhance your foundation. The act of cleansing the marrow and enhancing the foundation, one understands the profound significance of such a gift. Chapter 37. The Inheritance of Celestial Talismans. Lin Ye's heart raced wildly. He certainly understood the significance of washing the marrow and reshaping his bones. It symbolized his ability to enter the four great academies without relying on ancient legacies, marking an extraordinary turn in his fate. The process of marrow cleansing and bone reshaping was undoubtedly the most formidable inheritance in existence. However, he found himself unable to voice his desire for it. The energy of the divine tree ginkgo was on the verge of depletion, and if it were squandered to assist him in cleansing his marrow, the tree would soon perish. Perhaps sensing the profound sorrow and solitude dwelling within the heart of the divine tree, Lin Yi was reluctant to witness its demise. Esteemed divine tree, I have made my decision. I seek an inheritance related to the four arts of immortal cultivation. Upon hearing this, the divine tree ginkgo chuckled softly. When she inquired about Lin Ye's wishes, she was simultaneously influencing him with her powerful spirit. The response he provided was undoubtedly genuine, emerging from the depths of his heart. The divine tree ginkgo had anticipated that Lin Yu might alter his choice, for all those she had encountered were selfish and greedy. Having witnessed this repeatedly, she had grown accustomed to it, believing it to be the nature of humanity. Cultivators vie against each other and contend with the heavens. Those with benevolent hearts often become stepping stones for others' ascension. The emotions stirring deep within Lin Yi touched her profoundly. Despite knowing that the opportunity for marrow cleansing and bone reshaping was exceptionally rare, he was willing to forego it, solely out of concern that her energy would be exhausted, leading to her demise. Yet, she had long been destined to fade away, and what remained in this world was merely a wisp of obsession. The passage of time had caused her to forget even that obsession. Born of it, she would also perish due to her forgetfulness. Using her remaining essence, the divine tree ginkgo condensed a divine seed and discreetly sent it into Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. As the divine seed entered, it sprouted a tiny root, yearning to take root and grow. However, the luminous halo entwining around the spirit swiftly obstructed the seed from establishing its roots. His sea of consciousness and spirit are far too weak. If you take root and sprout, he will undoubtedly perish, the system conveyed a thought, causing the divine seed to retract its burgeoning roots and revert to a transparent state, hidden from view. The divine tree ginkgo presented Lin Yi with a jade slip of inheritance, gently waving her branches to send him out of the array, whispering softly, I hope for a day when we shall meet again. She, a spirit plant who had attained the realm of human immortality, had condensed the divine seed from her essence, which could indeed be considered a form of reincarnation. Lin Yi blinked, realizing he had already departed from that peculiar palace. Were it not for the jade slip of inheritance in his hand, he might have believed he had merely experienced an illusion. The blood-devouring vine, feeling aggrieved, complained to Lin Yi, I feel utterly unwell, as if some colossal entity has crushed me. I am unaware of what merged with my true form earlier, but now I am exceedingly fatigued. Brother, I wish to sleep now. The blood-devouring vine did not even wait for Lin Yi to respond before succumbing to slumber. Lin Yi gazed at the green specks within the black patterns of the vine and then looked up at the core region of the Upper Purity Palace. The divine tree ginkgo had also granted the blood-devouring vine an opportunity. Lin Yu eagerly anticipated the vine's transformation, but, after taking a few steps, his expression turned one of profound confusion. What is this in my hand? Where did this jade slip of inheritance come from? And what is this newfound 5 elements convergence technique in my mind? Lin Ye's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment as he yearned to inquire about the blood-sucking vine, only to discover that it had already succumbed to slumber, continuously absorbing the ethereal energies of its surroundings. He carefully placed the jade slip of inheritance in his possession, realizing he might have encountered a mysterious entity. It seemed he had obtained a fortuitous opportunity within, yet emerged devoid of any related memories. He had encountered such circumstances on the official forum, where it was noted that formidable beasts could unleash soul attacks to erase human memories, transforming them into unwavering minions. With each step, Lin Yi quickened his pace, and upon returning to the rendezvous point, his heart raced, still not fully calmed. Fixating his gaze once more on the jade slip, he beheld the luminous characters that manifested upon its surface, flooding him with exhilaration. Inheritance of the Supreme Palace Talisman. Heavenly Grade, Inheritance Attempts Remaining. 2. Had there been but a single opportunity for inheritance, Lin Yi would undoubtedly have refrained from entrusting it to Mu Qin. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved that only what he had already obtained truly belonged to him. Resolutely, he unsheathed his tang knife and sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to saturate the jade slip, pressing his forehead firmly against it. In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into his consciousness. The System S radiant halo, entwined around his soul, sighed softly, emanating a gentle glow to shield his essence from the tumultuous impact. Although the binding had failed, it could not bear to witness Lin Ye's soul being shattered by the heavenly inheritance. Having already fused with Lin Ye's spirit, its existence was irrevocably tied to his. Should Lin Yi perish, it too would dissipate from this world. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi was the formidable nature of the heavenly inheritance. For an ordinary individual to attempt to absorb such information was tantamount to courting death. His pallor turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, while the system within his consciousness endeavored to organize the inheritance data. Were it possible for them to communicate, it would surely be lamenting Lin Ye's reckless disregard for his own safety. Alas, the binding had failed. Despite forcibly merging with Lin Ye's soul, communication remained beyond reach. Lin Ye's spirit was far too frail. He would need to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage before any brief exchange could occur. When Lin Yi awoke, it was already the next day. Rising from the ground, he cleansed the blood from his hand and retrieved a potion to tend to his wounds. The excruciating headache he had endured the previous day had felt as though it would render him utterly incapacitated. Fortunately, a restful slumber had restored him. In the first moments of awakening, he had already examined the contents of the inheritance. To his astonishment, he found the volume of information from the heavenly inheritance to be staggering. The complete cultivation method he had acquired from the mysterious locale comprised merely tens of thousands of characters, whereas the talisman inheritance he received yesterday contained an astonishing several million words. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, his instinct for self-preservation had activated. Currently, he could only perceive a little over 1,000 characters. Any further exploration resulted in an obstruction, accompanied by intense headaches. Outside, the exploration time had elapsed. Ningyu and Mu Qin convened, only to find that Lin Yi was nowhere to be found. Mu Qin summoned members of Lin Ye's team for inquiries and learned that Lin Yi had gone missing the previous day. "Captain, I checked Lin Ye's tent. Upon seeing him asleep, I refrained from waking him. After all, he is an ordinary person, and having hardly rested these past few days, he may have simply succumbed to exhaustion." Upon hearing this, Mu Qin furrowed his brow gently. Lin Yi was not the kind of person to silently return to the tent and sleep. Could something have happened? With this thought, Mu Qin strode purposefully towards Lin Ye's tent. Ningyu was still reprimanding the individual from earlier, saying, "You truly have a remarkable heart. Lin Yi went missing yesterday, and you didn't utter a word about it. Let me ask you, why didn't he inform you of his return to the tent to sleep? You truly have the brains of a dog." The man, upon hearing Ningyu's admonition, smacked his forehead in dismay and said, "Oh dear. We are so accustomed to sleeping on the ground that I didn't think much of it yesterday. When I saw Lin Yi, he was sprawled on the ground. I assumed he was simply too tired and had fallen asleep. He is an ordinary person. There is a bed in the tent, so it makes no sense for him to sleep on the ground." As he expressed his regret, the man hurried towards Lin Ye's tent. Chapter 38. The loss of relevant memories. Ningyu followed behind with a look of exasperation, secretly grinding his teeth and muttering, "To have recruited such a dim-witted teammate like you is truly a stroke of fortune I must have accumulated over 8 lifetimes." Mu Qin lifted the flap of Lin Ye's tent and noticed that Lin Ye's complexion appeared somewhat pale. He inquired, "Is everything all right?" Lin Yi shook his head, his expression grave, and replied, "It seems I inadvertently stumbled into a strange place yesterday. After emerging, I couldn't recall anything and felt unwell, so I returned to rest." He then added, "By the way, Captain, I was holding a jade tablet when I came back yesterday, but I have no idea how it came to be in my possession." As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the impatient Ningyu strode in. "What jade tablet? What does it look like? Show me." "Oh my goodness, could this possibly be a legacy jade tablet?" Mu Qin caught sight of the jade tablet Lin Yu mentioned and stepped forward to examine it closely. It is highly likely to be a legacy jade tablet. However, its grade remains uncertain. We must refrain from hastily accepting the legacy within until we can ascertain its rank and the number of inheritances it contains. Noticing Lin Yi's confusion, Mu Qin quietly elaborated, "Ancient legacies are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The yellow grade is the lowest, containing information of roughly 1,000 characters. and will never exceed 10,000. The mysterious grade encompasses between 10,000 and 100,000 characters, with a strict upper limit of 100,000. The Earth grade spans from 100,000 to 1 million, while the Heaven grade exceeds 1 million. Even legacies with character counts in the tens of millions qualify as Heaven grade, while the ancients may have had a more detailed classification. The number of legacy jade tablets obtained from ruins in modern times is limited. Heaven grade legacies exist primarily in record, and thus the higher ranks have not been officially disclosed. Upon receiving Lin Yi's consent, Mu Chun placed the jade tablet into his storage ring. He then penned a written agreement for Lin Yi, promising that if the legacy contained more than 2 inheritance opportunities, Lin Yi would be granted precedence for one. Should there only be a single opportunity, appropriate cultivation resources would be compensated to Lin Yi. Lin Yi stored the agreement carefully, relieved that he had decisively accepted the legacy. If the Heaven grade legacy were to be authenticated, it would undoubtedly not fall to him to inherit, and even Mu Chun would lack the authority to make that decision. As Lin Yi became aware of the perils associated with accepting a Heaven grade legacy, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. It dawned on him that he had narrowly escaped death yesterday. Ningyu approached and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, saying, "You're quite composed, aren't you? If you had recklessly activated the jade tablet to receive the legacy, it would have been a different story. If it were a yellow grade legacy, you might be fine. But with an earth grade legacy, you would be courting death." Neither Ningyu nor Mu Chun had considered the possibility of a Heaven grade legacy, nor even an earth grade for that matter. Lin Yi was merely an ordinary person with a spirit so frail that even accepting a yellow grade legacy would prove difficult. He had already resolved that upon leaving this time, he would refrain from entering the ruins for a while, focusing instead on cultivation and the upcoming examinations. The blood-devouring vine's innate space was already filled with demon cores, all acquired while keeping Mu Chun and the others in the dark. After each hunt of the demon beasts, he would also employ some disguises, masquerading the events as normal slaughter among the beasts. The vast expanse of the Qing Dynasty Palace housed countless demon beasts suppressed in slumber by formation arrays. Occasionally, Mu Chun and his companions encountered bloodthirsty vines that had hunted down beasts, and they merely regarded it as the mutual slaughter of awakened creatures. Otherwise, how could the corpses be left in such dismembered states? Mu Chun and Ningyu inquired further about the location from which Lin Yi had obtained a heritage jade slip, confirming that he possessed no knowledge of it. They proceeded to that site for inspection, yet found nothing amiss. The absence of irregularities was, in itself, the most significant anomaly. The heritage jade slip Lin Yi had acquired could not have materialized in his possession out of thin air, nor could he have inexplicably lost his memory. Had it not been for their prior brushes with death, Mu Chun and Ningyu might have struggled to maintain their composure. Lin Yi also mentioned that the bloodthirsty vines had entered a state of slumber. The vines had been continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and any attempt to test the vitality of that energy would undoubtedly yield unusual results. Observing Lin Yi's expression of deep concern, Ningyu, with a slight smile, reassured him, "This is your contracted anomalous plant. Even if the tests indicate abnormalities, the base will take no action. This plant has recognized you as its master. Either you perish and it follows, or it dies while you remain unharmed. In no scenario will there arise the possibility of you dying while it survives. Rest assured, both the captain and I will strive to negotiate with the base on your behalf, ensuring that no vitality test will be conducted on you. Rules may be rigid, but humanity is not. The management of every relic base is not monolithic. Some even dare to openly evade taxes. Should a relic base be caught evading taxes, regardless of individual knowledge of the wrongdoing, all staff members associated with that base would face capital punishment. The occurrence of tax evasion in relic bases is rare, as colleagues are vigilant, fearing the repercussions of being implicated. As they departed, Lin Yi glanced back at the relic with an indescribable sense of melancholy. After testing the storage space with the appropriate device, he found everything to be normal, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The core space of the bloodthirsty vine had not been detected. Lin Yi had no knowledge of how Mu Chun and Ningyu had negotiated with the base officials, but staff members arrived to confirm that he was not carrying any items and escorted him out through the designated passage. You truly possess remarkable strength to have even located the heritage jade slip. If it were of the earth tier, the city lord might even summon you. The young staff member, who had been guiding Lin Yi, initiated a conversation after greeting him. Lin Yi could not discern whether the individual was merely curious or attempting to extract information, so he revealed the bloodthirsty vine on his wrist. Indeed, It is an anomalous plant. Its appearance is quite extraordinary. You are fortunate, the young man remarked, his tone laced with envy, to which Lin Yi responded with a smile. Subsequently, the young man intermittently inquired about events that transpired within the relic, all of which Lin Yi deftly glossed over. Ultimately, his core message remained simple. He was an ordinary person, accompanying the expedition as a mere mascot, and was unaware of any strategic plans. The base staff escorted Lin Yi to the outer hall before turning to leave. Outside, Lin Yi received a message from Mu Chun, instructing him to return to the city with the other team members. The Inheritance Jade Tablet is exceedingly precious. Upon hearing the news, the city lord and several leaders intend to come over, and for the time being, Ning Yu and I cannot return. Once the results regarding the Inheritance Jade Tablet are revealed, I shall convey the news to you. Lin Yi inquired, Brother Chen, could there be individuals attempting to forcibly seize the Jade Tablet? Is your stay at the base secure? The act of killing for treasure is not merely a trope confined to television dramas. Such occurrences frequently transpire within ruins. Mu Chen replied, do not fret unnecessarily. Only within the ruins is lawlessness permitted. Once we step outside, even a martial emperor must adhere to the federal legal system. As soon as we exit, we will report and register the Inheritance Jade Tablet. Anyone wishing to acquire it must negotiate with us. No one would dare provoke the federal legal system for a relic of uncertain value. If powerful cultivators were to recklessly kill under the guise of their strength, this world would have descended into chaos long ago. Perhaps out of boredom, Mu Chen engaged in more conversation with Lin Yi. Chapter 39. Are you certain you have acquired the inheritance? Upon returning from his journey, Lin Yi resolved to indulge in a lengthy slumber, a full day and night. Throughout his time in the ruins, he had maintained an unwavering vigilance, his nerves taut and alert. Now, the sudden relaxation made him acutely aware of his profound fatigue. He took a moment to review the content of the talisman inheritance, attempting to commit as much to memory as he could. He had discovered that many aspects of the knowledge within the inheritance could not be inscribed in words. While he could visualize the drawings and shapes of certain talismans in his mind, the moment he attempted to record them, his thoughts would become a blank slate. It was no wonder that the Academy would specially recruit students who had obtained ancient inheritances. Some forms of inheritance simply could not be transmitted a second time. Only by thoroughly mastering and comprehending the content of the inheritance could one impart that knowledge to others. Lin Yi was troubled by a singular concern. Once the Jade Slip of Inheritance was confirmed as a heavenly level inheritance, it would be difficult to clarify the origin of his own acquired inheritance. However, he soon found clarity in his thoughts. Something extraordinary had transpired in that mysterious place. The heavenly level talisman inheritance resided perpetually in his mind, accessible whenever he wished to explore or learn from its contents. Ordinary individuals could not possibly absorb the vast information of a heavenly level inheritance, yet he had not only received it unscathed, but his soul and consciousness remained intact. After merely one night at the academy, Lin Yi was hastily escorted by Ning Yu to the ruins base the following day. Throughout the journey, Ning Yu urged Lin Yi not to inquire about anything. You will understand when we arrive. Just remain calm. Both Mu Chen and I are here, and we are unequivocally on your side. If you are unsure how to negotiate terms, heed our subtle cues. In the conference room of the ruins base, Lin Yi encountered a group of unfamiliar faces, over a dozen individuals, both male and female, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Their air of authority was palpable, evident without the need for words. Upon noticing Lin Yi's arrival, Mu Chen stood and addressed the assembly. Esteemed elders, the Jade Slip of Inheritance was discovered by Lin Yi. I have already briefed you on his circumstances. He has no recollection of past events. Ning Yu, who had been suppressing her excitement throughout the journey, eagerly explained to Lin Yi, do you have any idea what level of inheritance you have found? It is heavenly level. This is indeed a heavenly level inheritance. Currently, the entire Qingsheng is on high alert, and the base has initiated maximum defense protocols. Individuals of great importance from the capital will be dispatched. This Jade Slip is crucial for the advancement of humanity. Your luck is truly extraordinary. You have achieved an immense feat aside from the 4 major academies. You may choose any martial arts institution, and they will surely accommodate your desires. Ning Yu reminded Lin Yi to assertively claim the benefits that were rightfully his, ideally leveraging this achievement to gain entry into a martial school. The Lord of Qiqing, Junyu, scrutinized Lin Yi with a gentle gaze and inquired, Lin Yi, please recount the events that transpired in the ruins. Do not conceal anything from us. Lin Yi glanced at Mu Chun, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that the Lord was already aware of his contract with the second tier. Lin Yi meticulously detailed his entry into the ruins. stating every word as the unvarnished truth while concealing some crucial information. Upon hearing that, Lin Yi inexplicably found himself in an unfamiliar place, unable to recall how he arrived. And clutching only a legacy jade slip, the breath of all present quickened. If an ordinary individual like Lin Yi could extract a celestial tier inheritance from within, could they not uncover treasures even more precious by locating that place? Jun Yu's gaze fixated on Lin Yi's face, ensuring he did not miss a single micro-expression. You returned from the Qinggong Palace with the jade slip and collapsed onto the ground. When Mu Qin saw you the following day, your complexion was pale. Was your health compromised? Lin Yi furrowed his brow tightly, a flicker of hesitation evident in his eyes. Observing this, Jun Yu softened his voice, "Classmate Lin Yi, feel free to share any concerns with us. No matter the difficulty, we can assist you. We have decided to reward you with a villa in the inner city, exempt from property and utility fees for a century, along with a cash reward of 1 billion. Lin Yi comprehended the implications. These rewards were less for him and more for his family. Ningyu had articulated the situation clearly. Everyone was aware of his intention to take the martial arts entrance exam and would eventually depart from Qingqing. Lin Yi's expression gradually transformed into one of resolve. My discomfort stems from an influx of information in my mind. I not only acquired the legacy jade slip, but I also directly received the inheritance within. Jun Yu, holding a cup of tea, was so taken aback by Lin Yi's revelation that he spilled the tea. His gaze sharpened as he turned to his secretary. The secretary, equally astonished, took a deep breath and subtly shook his head, indicating that Lin Yi was not lying. Mu Qin and Ningyu gasped in astonishment. They had presumed Lin Yi merely possessed extraordinary luck to have extracted a celestial tier inheritance, only to realize he had indeed attained it. How could an ordinary person like Lin Yi endure the torrent of information from a celestial tier inheritance? Jun Yu, his expression grave, stood up and inquired, "Is it true? Have you genuinely acquired a celestial tier inheritance? What type of inheritance is it?" Lin Yi nodded earnestly, not daring to withhold information from the lord of the city. "I truly have obtained a celestial tier inheritance, specifically of the talismanic variety. I have attempted to document it, but for some reason, though I can conceptualize it in my mind, I cannot transcribe it." He was not lying. Indeed, he had acquired the celestial tier talisman inheritance, though he omitted that it was obtained elsewhere, in that enigmatic location. He had also received the complete 5 elements sword technique. This statement was not a falsehood, but a withholding of certain details that led to misunderstanding. No one would suspect he had obtained 2 inheritances. Everyone instinctively believed that the inheritance Lin Yi spoke of was the one he had extracted. After a moment of surprise, Jun Yu erupted into laughter and approached Lin Yi to pat him on the shoulder. Fortune is an enigmatic force. To have gained such an extraordinary opportunity is indeed your blessing. Soon, envoys will arrive from the capital. For now, remain by my side at ease. Do not worry about matters at home. I shall arrange for someone to escort them to the inner city for their residence. Everything will be meticulously arranged for you. Lin Yi has acquired the celestial level talisman inheritance, which guarantees his exceptional admission to the Qinglong Academy. Once the news of the celestial inheritance spreads, other academies will undoubtedly vie to recruit him. Jun Yu was particularly elated, for a scholar from Qingcheng had been specially recruited by the academy. The rewards he received as the city lord could support his attempts to break through to the martial emperor level. He had originally taken on the role of city lord in Qingcheng, believing he would spend the remainder of his days there, unaware that such delightful surprises awaited him. After searching for over 300 years for a breakthrough opportunity, he found it in an ordinary individual like Lin Yi. Chapter 40. Visitors from the capital in the conference room. Others yearned to vie for Lin Yi's attention, yet ultimately, none dared to voice their desires. This was due to the undeniable authority of Jun Yu, the lord of Qingqing, who embodied the official power. Despite being martial kings in their own right, they were merely backed by the influence of Qingqing, while their families, along with their mercenary groups, paled in comparison to the official standing. They understood that they lacked the strength to retain Lin Yi. Having acquired the celestial level talisman inheritance, Lin Yi was destined for the academy. There was no chance he would remain in Qingcheng to join their factions. Those present were astute individuals who recognized that the best course of action was to cultivate a good rapport with Lin Yi. He was akin to a dragon poised to soar into the heavens, while the modest Qi Qing resembled but a small puddle, incapable of containing such a magnificent creature. The Qingling Merchant Association extends its heartfelt congratulations to young friend Lin Yi on acquiring the celestial level talisman inheritance. We are honored to present you with a storage ring, wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. Our Wanjin mercenary group also congratulates you, young friend, and has prepared some materials for your study of talismans, hoping you embark on your path to mastery soon. The atmosphere in the conference room swiftly transformed into one of lively celebration, as various factions showered Lin Yi with gifts. Lin Yi immediately turned to Mu Qin, who smiled and nodded, indicating that he should graciously accept the offerings. Observing Lin Yi's instinctive consultation with Mu Qin, Jun Yu noted the depth of their connection and smiled in acknowledgement. While he might disdain a mere mercenary leader, he could never underestimate Lin Yi's friend. No one in Qicheng could hinder Lin Yi's ascent. Those who harbored ill intentions towards him were merely adversaries obstructing his breakthrough to the martial emperor level. Jun Yu was resolute. Until the official representatives from the capital arrived, he would ensure Lin Yi's stay at the base, and all attendees of the meeting were to remain within its confines. Lin Yi's accommodations at the base were adjacent to Jun Yu's suite. He occupied the guest room, while Jun Yu resided in the master bedroom. Arriving at the base destitute, Lin Yu swiftly transitioned to affluence. He amassed an impressive collection of vitality potions, alongside an array of weaponry and advanced self-defense technology. His most significant acquisition was a storage ring, albeit with a modest 1-meter capacity, which brought him immense joy. However, organizing the gifts consumed over an hour of his time. He meticulously documented the various offerings and their givers, preparing to repay their kindness in the future. He could not comfortably accept gifts without the intention of reciprocation. He resolved to assist wherever possible, within his means. Jun Yu forbade Lin Yi from venturing out freely. He instructed him to communicate his needs to the base staff, who would deliver whatever he required within 10 minutes. Initially perplexed by Jun Yu's protectiveness, Lin Yi later learned of the existence of rogue elements, those who defied the laws of the Federation, advocating for a return to ancient times where strength dictated all. These malcontents thrived on chaos, plotting assassinations against the Federation's discovered talents. Although Lin Yi did not consider himself a genius, the acquisition of the celestial-level talisman inheritance would undoubtedly attract the attention of these villains, who would seek to claim it for themselves. The methods of these rogue factions had remained unchanged. If they could not possess it, they would seek to destroy it. Lin Yi was inherently cautious by nature. Upon hearing about the malevolent individuals, he resolutely refused to step outside, even when urged by others. Jun Yu issued a decree throughout the ruins base, declaring that anyone who approached Lin Yi without authorization, regardless of their status, would be deemed an enemy and eliminated on sight. Lin Yi remained indifferent to the affairs outside, dedicating his days to video calls with his family. His parents and siblings had been relocated to the inner city, and Jun Yu had dispatched martial artists to protect them discreetly. The Lin family was unaware of the full details. They only knew that Lin Yi had captured the attention of the city lord, leading to a remarkable turn of fortunes. After a fortnight, Lin Yi finally awaited the arrival of officials from the capital. An elderly gentleman with a gentle demeanor arrived, accompanied by several young individuals. The elder appeared as an ordinary person, lacking any distinctive features. Even if Lin Yi had just encountered him, he would forget the elder's appearance the moment he diverted his gaze. The young companions following the elder donned storage rings, exuding an air of nobility and vigor. "Where is the celestial-level inheritance?" Lu Jin inquired, his gaze landing squarely on Jun Yu. Jun Yu felt as though Lu Jin's stare bore down on him like a mountain, nearly rendering him breathless. Lu Jin, however, was not inclined to intimidate a mere martial king and consciously tempered his aura. Jun Yu, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "May I ask, esteemed elder, do you possess the official token?" The significance of the celestial-level inheritance was immense. Despite knowing that Lu Jin was the official sent for this exchange, he dared not overlook any procedural step, as the consequences of a single misstep were beyond his capacity to bear. Lu Jin, satisfied with Jun Yu's cautious demeanor, nodded in approval. After completing the exchange, Jun Yu reverently presented the celestial-level inheritance jade slip to Lu Jin. The transfer documents had been duly signed, and he had even reported to the Martial Alliance. Should any mishap occur with the jade slip at this moment, all responsibility would fall upon Lu Jin. Upon receiving the inheritance jade slip, Lu Jin's consciousness engaged with it, and upon reading its contents, his pupils subtly shifted. "Elder Lu, is this truly the celestial-level inheritance jade slip?" Jin Duoji inquired curiously, pondering within. The first ruins awakened in the capital city of Jingsheng were the largest discovered thus far, boasting the highest level of spiritual energy and the most formidable beasts and exotic plants. It was the only SSS-rated ruin in Huaxia. The Martial Alliance preserved a scant number of celestial-level inheritances, Yet many had been lost due to failed attempts at learning, leaving only rudimentary knowledge behind. Yet, even that elementary knowledge had elevated the Martial Alliance to the pinnacle of power in Huaxia. Every few years, information regarding celestial-level inheritances would surface. Initially, the Martial Alliance treated these revelations with utmost seriousness, only to discover that the Jade Slips were either incapable of imparting knowledge or were fragmented, containing disorganized information. Qicheng, a small locality on the map of Huaxia, was deemed remote, with its ruins numbering fewer than a handful. The levels of these ruins were merely F-grade. It was inconceivable for a celestial-level inheritance Jade Slip to exist here. Jin Duoji was more inclined to believe that this Jade Slip was damaged, as the appraisal instruments could be influenced by various factors, leading to sometimes inaccurate results. Lu Jin carefully stored away the Jade Tablet of Inheritance in his possession and nodded at Jin Duoji. The aura emanating from the Heavenly Tier Inheritance was evident, however. The spiritual energy within the Jade Tablet felt amiss, lacking the profound sense of time-worn authenticity. Instead, it bore the impression of something newly inscribed. With but a single opportunity for inheritance, I dared not take the risk of further exploration. I resolved to return to the Alliance first, where I could employ instruments to ascertain the nature of this inheritance. Upon hearing that the Jade Tablet's spiritual energy was peculiar, Jin Duoji furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that this Jade Tablet was a deliberate creation by ancient cultivators? It might conceal methods capable of assaulting the soul and consciousness, masquerading under the guise of a Heavenly Tier inheritance, with the intent of destroying one of our prodigies. Those fanatics who adhere to the ancient era's reverence for the powerful are labeled as villains by the Federation, while they proudly proclaim themselves as ancient cultivators. Chapter 41. Can you take this seriously? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin gently furrowed his brow. He too sensed that there was something amiss with the inheritance Jade Slip. At that moment, Junyu quietly remarked, "Senior, we have already discerned the nature of this inheritance. It pertains to talismans." As soon as Junyu's words left his lips, before Lu Jin could respond, Jin Duoji let out a derisive chuckle, his face rife with mockery. "You, a martial king, have yet to cultivate your divine sense. How could you possibly perceive the knowledge contained within the inheritance Jade Slip?" It was no wonder Jin Duoji doubted Junyu's assertions, for even Lu Jin, a martial sovereign, could only grasp the most superficial information. If Lu Jin could not identify the type of inheritance Jade Slip, what basis did Junyu have to claim otherwise? In a short span of time, Junyu deduced that Jin Duoji must possess a significant background, as even Lu Jin treated him with a certain deference. The other young individuals present seemed to rally around Jin Duoji, their attitudes further reinforcing his stature. Lu Jin turned to Junyu, and, maintaining a relatively gentle tone, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" He was genuinely curious. If he could not perceive the type of Jade Slip, how was it that someone else could? Was it a result of some extraordinary innate talent? Such talents, typically associated with spiritual roots, could not possibly allow a martial king to develop divine sense. Could it be that a unique spiritual entity had emerged from Qingcheng? Jin Duoji crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Junyu, his expression seemingly emblazoned with the words, "Let us see how you spin this tale." Junyu began by briefly recounting how Lin Yi had obtained the inheritance Jade Slip. Upon hearing that Lin Yi was merely an ordinary person who had lost all memories related to the Jade Slip, Lu Jin scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe. No wonder an ordinary person stood before them. It turned out he was the fated recipient of the inheritance Jade Slip. Lu Jin shot a glance at Junyu, surprised that Junyu had not claimed Lin Yi's achievements for himself. By bringing Lin Yi before him, Junyu would inevitably have to allocate some rewards to Lin Yi. It was important to note that those rewards were meant for Junyu. Lu Jin suspected that Lin Yi must possess some identity or status that prevented Junyu from monopolizing the accolades. Or perhaps Junyu intended to reclaim the rewards from Lin Yi once they departed, reasoning that Lin Yi was merely an ordinary individual. Taking a deep breath, Junyu's tone grew gravely serious. The reason we know that this inheritance pertains to talismans is solely because Lin Yi has already acquired it. Junyu was unafraid of the possibility that Lin Yi was deceiving him. If Lin Yi were truly lying, he would face dire consequences once Lu Jin verified the truth. Junyu, however, would bear no repercussions, as he had acted strictly within the bounds of protocol. The sole error might have been in failing to recognize Lin Yi's deceit. Lu Jin's brows knitted tightly at Junyu's words, and Jin Duoji could not help but scoff. "Lord Jun, have the years dulled your wits? You assert that Lin Yi is merely an ordinary person. Yet you claim he not only acquired a heavenly-grade inheritance jade slip within the ruins, but also successfully grasped the knowledge contained therein. As a martial king, you must surely know that a heavenly-grade inheritance can shatter a warrior's soul. Can you not take your fabrications more seriously? Jin Duoji cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, declaring, regardless of your intentions or attempts to deceive us, you shall bear the consequences. Lin Yi, slightly furrowing his brow in response to the mockery, chose to ignore Jin Duoji and turned to Lu Jin, saying, Senior, although this situation is indeed extraordinary, it is the undeniable truth. I trust that you possess the means to verify my acquisition of the celestial tier inheritance. I am not lying. I have only just come of age and have no desire to meet my end so soon. Jin Duoji, perceiving the sincerity in Lin Yi's words, let out a cold snort and glared at him. Lu Jin's expression shifted, as his spiritual sense informed him that Lin Yi spoke the truth. The notion that an ordinary individual could receive a celestial tier inheritance, especially one as complex as the talisman system, was a profound challenge to his understanding of cultivation. The Martial Artist Alliance certainly had methods to ascertain whether Lin Yi had genuinely obtained the inheritance. Without such instruments, anyone could claim to possess ancient legacies. Lu Jin retrieved a sincerity talisman from his storage ring and activated it, directing its power towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, have you lost your memory of acquiring the inheritance within the ruins? Upon the talisman's activation, Lin Yi's gaze became vacant and soulless, resembling a lifeless puppet. As he responded in an emotionless tone, yes. Lu Jin pressed further. Did you truly receive the celestial tier talisman inheritance? Lin Yi replied, yes. Jin Duoji, witnessing this, was incredulous. He was well aware that Lin Yi could not lie under the influence of the sincerity talisman and exclaimed, impossible. How could an ordinary person withstand the celestial tier inheritance? Lin Yi, still under the talisman's control, answered blankly, I do not know. Jin Duoji's previous disdain transformed into palpable jealousy. How could an ordinary individual like Lin Yi be worthy of such an inheritance? Lu Jin sensed the subtle malice emanating from Jin Duoji and shot him a warning glance. Reluctantly, Jin Duoji reined in his murderous intent. Lu Jin then withdrew the sincerity talisman, and Lin Yi's eyes cleared, returning to lucidity. Reflecting on the recent events, he was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, Lu Jin had not inquired too deeply. Had he probed further, he might have unveiled that Lin Yi had bonded with the inheritance jade slip during the recognition of ownership. Lu Jin's spiritual sense picked up on Lin Yi's fear, mistakenly attributing it to the sincerity talisman, and therefore did not dwell on it. An ordinary person like Lin Yi might be encountering talismans for the first time. It was natural for anyone to feel apprehensive under the talisman's control, as it rendered them a thoughtless puppet. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the blood-devouring vine wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist, and he asked, Are you aware of the extraordinary plant you have contracted? As Lu Jin's words hung in the air, Jin Duoji and the others finally noticed Lin Yi's wrist. Accustomed to wearing protective artifacts or treasures, they had overlooked the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. Jin Duoji, now consumed by fury, could hardly contain himself. How could Lin Yi, an ordinary person, have contracted an extraordinary plant? Lin Yi initially intended to shake his head and feign ignorance, but upon contemplating Lu Jin's profound and enigmatic prowess, he resolved to refrain from deceit and gently nodded, I know, it is the blood-sucking vine. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin smiled. It seems he has divulged this to you. Once an extraordinary plant ascends to the second tier, it can communicate with its master. Indeed, he was a blood-sucking vine, yet not an ordinary one, but rather a mutated variety. As for the nature of its mutation, that was beyond the capability of the original entity to discern. When we return to the capital, I shall take you to the Martial Artists Alliance for further examination. The directions of extraordinary plant mutations are remarkably diverse. The majority tend to evolve towards greater strength and potency, while only a scant few may devolve into failures. Chapter 42. We shall await our elder brother Lu Jin inquired about Lin Yi's circumstances from Junyu, discovering that Lin Yi possessed a remarkable talent, which came as no surprise. However, upon hearing Junyu mention Lin Yi's extraordinary luck, he cast a contemplative glance in Lin Yi's direction. The concept of luck is enigmatic and elusive. Ancient texts recount the existence of children of fortune. Such individuals are akin to favored beings of the heavens, effortlessly thriving in their endeavors and mastering any skill with ease. Upon learning that Lin Yi possessed a complete array of spiritual roots, each with equal levels of spiritual energy, Lu Jin's expression conveyed a sense of validation. The five-element celestial spiritual root is indeed a rare and special endowment in ancient lore. Certain unique spiritual roots give rise to exceptional spiritual entities, and Lin Ye's extraordinary talent is likely linked to his spiritual roots. His ability to acquire legacies within the ruins should also correlate with his five-element celestial spiritual roots. Lu Jin pointed to an individual and commanded, Su Sheng, I entrust you with a task. I shall venture into the ruins to assess the situation. During my absence, you are responsible for ensuring Lin Ye's safety. His security level is hereby elevated to special status. Should anyone harbor malicious intentions towards Lin Yi, feel free to act without hesitation. I shall bear the consequences, regardless of the outcome. After issuing his directive, Lu Jin's gaze lingered on Jin Duoji for a moment. Jin Duoji understood this as a warning, his teeth clenched in fury, the muscles in his jaw taut. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng raised an eyebrow playfully and approached Lin Yi, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Buddy, you might not grasp the significance of special protection, but essentially, during this period of your safety, if you encounter danger, I shall ensure that I perish before you. Lin Yi was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Thank you. Senior. Su Sheng chuckled. Senior? I'm merely 25 this year. Call me Brother Su. The legacy of the celestial tier talisman. He had yet to witness its nature. That fool, Jin Duoji, harbored no power, influence, or connections, yet Lin Yi had obtained a celestial tier legacy. How could he not have sought to ally with Lin Yi at the first opportunity? Instead, jealousy had bred murderous intent within him. Surely, he must have been foolish in his past life. Jun Yu and the others remained silent, instinctively holding their breath upon hearing Lu Jin refer to himself as this esteemed one. Only a martial sovereign would dare to use such terminology, a being 2 realms above a martial king. While a martial king may live for a millennium, a martial emperor could reach 3 millennia, and a martial sovereign could exist for at least 8,000 years. 8,000 years of existence. Seeing Su Sheng and Lin Yi engaged in jovial conversation, Jin Duoji could no longer contain his anger and let out a cold snicker before departing with his entourage. Su Sheng advised Lin Yi, once Lu Lao concludes his matters, you shall return to the capital with us. Ensure your family affairs are in order. Jin Duoji is of that temperament. Simply disregard him. Jun Yu interjected, I will promptly send Mu Chun to fetch your family. Mu Chun and Ning Yu will personally attend to them. Lin Yi had previously contacted his parents. When Yi Yunxi alighted from the vehicle and spotted Lin Yi, her eyes immediately glistened with tears. She was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Yi. She only knew that Mu Chun had mentioned Lin Yi's intention to leave Qiqing for the capital. Lin Yi let out a gentle sigh as he approached and embraced Yi Yunxi, reassuring her, do not be disheartened. I shall certainly bring all of you to the capital. Yi Yunxi endeavored to suppress her sadness, refraining from uttering any pleas for Lin Yi to stay, and managed to smile instead. We shall all wait for our elder brother. Second brother and I will take good care of our parents, and we will strive to cultivate diligently, becoming warriors as soon as possible. After all, the capital is a realm where ordinary people can never tread. Lin's father and mother could not help but wipe away their tears as they gazed at Lin Yi. Lin's father stepped forward, patting Lin Yi's shoulder, his voice trembling. Good son, you have brought honor to our family. You are the finest among us. I am proud of you. Once you reach the capital, do not worry about matters at home. Our family is thriving now. You must devote yourself to your training and never grow complacent. We have now moved to the inner city, residing in a large villa, where we can enjoy the meat of magical beasts daily. The community even has a free training facility, where Yunxi and Xiaorong are training. Lin Rong felt no sadness. Instead, she was filled with joy for Lin Yi. It was not as though they would lose contact with their elder brother upon his departure to the capital. Although the cost of calls to the capital was high, their family had become affluent, making a weekly phone call quite feasible. Lin Yi did not leave behind anything of great value for his family, as ordinary individuals. His parents would only invite calamity by possessing treasures that did not align with their status. His journey to the capital would render him somewhat distant from home. Lin Yi had privately discussed with Mu Chun that he would not withdraw from the expedition mercenary corps, and Mu Chun agreed to look after his family. Mu Chun had readily consented, as he had already established a connection with Jun Yu. He could reach the city lord, all thanks to Lin Yi. Naturally, he was eager to deepen his ties with Lin Yi. The recent acquisition from the inheritance jade slip amounted to an astounding 500 billion, of which he allocated 200 billion to Lin Yi. Lin Yi then set aside 10 billion for his family. Should Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong possess the talent for cultivation, he intended for them to use the funds for their training. If they lacked such talent, he would ensure their lives were free from financial worry. After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Yi felt a tinge of coldness within. His heart was remarkably calm. He felt no sorrow at the impending separation. Su Sheng observed Lin Yi gazing silently in the direction of the departing car and, crossing her arms, inquired, "Do you feel reluctant? Do you not wish to go to the capital?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "No, the academy has always been my goal. How could I feel reluctant? Each person has their own path to tread. As long as I can honestly say I will not regret it, that is sufficient. If my parents do not wish for me to leave, I shall still go to the capital." Su Sheng smiled in response. "Indeed, you are right. Everyone has their own path to follow. The life one chooses to lead should be determined by oneself. If you forego the opportunity to go to the capital for the sake of family ties, you will undoubtedly come to regret it in the future. You may not fully grasp the difficulties ordinary individuals face in reaching the capital." King Wu submitted an official request. But he could only remain in the capital for a maximum of 1 month, let alone contemplate exploring the ancient ruins within the city. All of Huaxia's premier academies are situated in the capital, along with the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, the Alchemist Guild, and the Artifact Forgers Guild. It is truly a vibrant hub of activity. Each year, numerous graduates from these institutions aspire to settle in the capital. Yet only a handful of residency slots are available annually. Su Sheng did not disclose to Lin Yi that the competition within the academies is fiercely brutal. Lin Yi possesses only average talent for cultivation, and despite having received a heavenly tier inheritance due to his fortuitous fate, he urgently requires a formidable patron. Without such support, he appears to others as a delectable pastry exuding an enticing aroma, inevitably attracting countless ravenous wolves eager to tear him apart. Whether the wolves will satiate their hunger remains uncertain, but the pastry will undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 43. The Emperor of Martial Arts seeks to condense the golden elixir. Su Sheng was acutely aware of the pitfalls of friendship, understanding the importance of not becoming overly familiar too soon. However, he desired to do a favor for Lin Yi. "Do you know of a method to quickly establish yourself in the capital?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment, considering whether diligent practice and substantial contributions would suffice. He held no deep-seated obsession with settling in the capital, as his desire to go there stemmed primarily from the presence of the 4 great academies. These esteemed institutions gathered the finest educational resources of the nation. Those who gained admission were undoubtedly exceptional talents, which would facilitate the concealment of one's unique advantages. A crane amongst chickens would easily attract attention, yet within a flock of cranes, it would blend seamlessly. With a playful smile, Su Sheng raised an eyebrow at Lin Yi, remarking, "This world is never short of those who strive diligently or contribute to humanity. Your discovery of the celestial level inheritance is also a contribution. Those with greater talent than yours often work even harder. Where can you argue your case?" After tantalizing Lin Yi's curiosity, Su Sheng added with a grin, "The quickest way, of course, is through marriage. I have a younger sister. Would you like to meet her?" If Lin Yi were to pass the Martial Alliance's assessment and confirm his possession of the celestial level talisman inheritance, the 4 great academies would undoubtedly extend special invitations for him to enroll. Although Lin Yi's cultivation talent was average, his uncomplicated family background meant that once he married into their family, they could easily manage him. The sisters within the family, possessing average cultivation talent, were destined to marry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's ears flushed with embarrassment. Throughout his life, his thoughts had been solely focused on becoming a martial artist, with no inclination towards starting a family. He observed how his parents had raised him and his siblings, recognizing the heavy burden of familial responsibilities. Raising children is not merely a matter of bringing them into the world. The true essence lies in nurturing them. At present, he could not even ensure his own safety. How could he possibly support a wife and children? Seeing Lin Yi's lack of enthusiasm, Su Sheng decided not to press the issue further. Instead, he took out his phone to exchange contact information with Lin Yi, reminding him, having more money is merely a numerical advantage. It can only purchase ordinary items. True treasures must be acquired with spirit stones. Your current phone will be of little use in the capital. If you are specially recruited by an academy, they will provide you with a new phone and help you obtain a capital ID. Only then can you shop at the various guild marketplaces. The phones issued by the academies are non-transferable. For instance, this one in my possession is a treasured artifact. Should it be stolen, it would remain useless to anyone else. Lin Yi, aware that Su Sheng was also a student of the academy, was curious to inquire about the 4 great academies. Su Sheng was more than willing to assist Lin Yi, adhering to his principle of fostering goodwill. Each of the 4 great academies specializes in different fields. My spiritual root is of the wood attribute, and I am currently majoring in formations at the Xuanwu Academy. The Qinglong Academy excels in talismans, the Baihu Academy in weapon forging, and the Zhuke Academy in alchemy. If the Martial Alliance is the largest force in the Federation, then the alchemy, forging, talisman, and formation guilds behind the four great academies represent the second most powerful faction. Although it is verbally acknowledged that there are only four prestigious academies, none dare to underestimate Huaxia College of Pharmacy, which is widely regarded as the fifth academy. The academic atmosphere at the College of Pharmacy markedly differs from that of the other four institutions. To procure equivalent resources from the latter, one must exert considerable effort in competition. The four major academies boast a plethora of rankings, and within their confines, a currency known as academic credit circulates. One credit can be exchanged for a piece of low-grade spirit stone, with no limit on the amount one can redeem. As long as one possesses sufficient credits, they may exchange for as many spirit stones as desired. Su Sheng reflected on his meager credits, which barely reached double digits, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Academic credits are notoriously difficult to acquire, and graduating from the academy is a formidable challenge. If one does not attain the rank of Martial Emperor by the age of 50, they risk expulsion from the institution. It may elicit laughter. But I am currently 25 years old. I broke through to the Martial King realm 3 years ago, and still see no hope of advancing to Martial Emperor. Achieving this rank requires either the accumulation of time or an abundance of resources. My family has many siblings, and the resources allocated to me are scarce. Furthermore, those who ascend to Martial Emperor solely through the investment of training resources have little hope of ever reaching Martial Venerable. Lin Yi listened intently. As Su Sheng's words resonated with his urgent needs, he understood the hierarchy of cultivation realms: Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Venerable, and Martial Saint. Mu Chun is a Martial Master, while Junyu and Su Sheng are Martial Kings. Among the individuals brought by Lu Jin, none have reached the rank of Martial Emperor, whereas Lu Jin himself is a Martial Venerable. Lin Yi inquired further about the basics of cultivation. Su Ge, I understand that sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth allows one to break through to Martial Master. What are the conditions for advancing to Martial King? Su Sheng shifted to a more comfortable position and replied languidly, the conditions for breaking through to Martial King involve refining the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, which is relatively straightforward. Of course, his assertion of simplicity pertains to individuals of their caliber. For an ordinary person aspiring to ascend to Martial King, the challenge of acquiring spirit stones could very well obstruct their path to advancement. The Federation and various major guilds impose stringent controls over spirit stones. Any relic that dares to excavate spirit stone mines without authorization could result in catastrophic consequences, claiming the lives of thousands. As for the conditions for breaking through to Martial Emperor, I cannot provide a precise explanation. If the Martial King stage is focused on establishing the foundation of cultivation, then the Martial Emperor must condense the golden elixir. My inability to envision a breakthrough to Martial Emperor stems from my ignorance of how to condense the golden elixir, as each individual possesses a unique method for doing so. Some rely on consuming elixirs, others on comprehending techniques, and some may even achieve it through a mere nightmare. Upon hearing about the golden elixir, Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. The golden elixir, is that not a term from the realm of ancient cultivators? Su Sheng felt a sense of amusement as he imparted this knowledge to Lin Yi, akin to teaching a kindergarten class. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Our contemporary cultivation techniques have evolved from ancient practices. The golden elixir and the primordial infant still exist. The Martial Emperor must condense the golden elixir, while the Martial Venerable must condense the primordial infant. Lin Yi pondered a crucial question. If he practiced ancient techniques, would he be discernible upon arriving in the capital? Su Ge, does the Martial Alliance offer any techniques for purchase? In the event that I am unable to gain admission to an esteemed academy, I wish to acquire a formidable martial art, one that I can pass down through the generations. Lin Yi's anxious disposition perfectly aligns with Su Sheng's perception of ordinary individuals. He finds Lin Yi to be quite composed, were he of a more unstable temperament. He would likely be daydreaming about the blissful life that awaits him at the academy, oblivious to the possibility of failing to gain entry. Su Sheng holds a greater admiration for Lin Yi's character, recognizing that excessive hope can lead to profound disappointment and greater suffering when aspirations shatter. The academy is not a sanctuary. The competition there is a matter of life and death. A single moment of arrogance and carelessness could very well result in dire consequences. Chapter 44. This sect is quite peculiar. Lin Ye's demise held little consequence for him. However, offending those true paragons could very well invite their wrath upon him. Su Xing sighed softly, for while the world regarded him with envious eyes, he alone understood the meager stature he held within the academy. If his talents were indeed formidable, he would not deign to concern himself with trivial tasks worth merely a handful of credits. Nor would he traverse the remote expanse to Qingqing multiple times via the teleportation arrays. Su Xing found himself disinclined to speak, lazily voicing, "I am aware that you harbor many questions. Rest assured, all will be unveiled upon your arrival in the capital. The academy boasts an array of cultivation techniques. When the time comes, you may exchange your credits for them. Provided your credits are ample, even ancient cultivation methods will be within your reach. You may not grasp the distinctions between ancient and modern techniques, so let me elucidate. The genuine prodigies within the academy practice only the ancient arts. The Su family possesses an ancient technique as well, yet regrettably, I lack the requisite constitution to master it." Observing Su Shang's waning enthusiasm, Lin Yi refrained from disturbing his rest. Lu Jin had tasked Su Shang with safeguarding him solely for the sake of the heavenly inheritance he had acquired. Lin Yi was not even a martial artist, whereas Su Xing was a martial king. Their standings were far from equal. While Lin Yi awaited Lu Jin at the ruins base, he remained oblivious to the stir he had incited throughout Qingqing. The news of a fortunate soul from the outer city who had obtained an ancient inheritance from the newly discovered ruins spread like wildfire, and he was soon to be transported to the capital. "Have you heard? That fortunate individual's entire family has relocated to the inner city, and the city lord has reportedly bestowed a staggering sum upon them. My heavens, several hundred million. Such wealth could sustain me for 10 lifetimes. I know that fortunate soul. He is my classmate and a good friend of mine." Initially, Zhao Qi thought it merely a coincidence upon hearing Lin Ye's name. However, upon learning Lin Ye's address in the outer city, he was left utterly astounded. His close comrade had not only acquired an ancient inheritance from the ruins, but had also moved his entire family to the inner city, along with receiving a frightful monetary reward, and was soon to journey to the capital. He had even heard whispers that Lin Yi would be specially recruited by the Martial Academy, an extraordinary honor. He had long envied those who had been invited to the Martial Academy due to their ancient inheritances, never expecting such a miracle to unfold so close to him. After much deliberation, Zhao Qi resolved to send Lin Yi a message. "I hear you are bound for the capital. Congratulations." He was uncertain whether Lin Yi would still recognize him as a brother after his newfound success, and felt an unsettling apprehension as he awaited a reply. Upon receiving Zhao Qi's message, Lin Yi smiled slightly and swiftly responded, "Are you suggesting we become estranged? My journey to the capital does not signify my departure from Qingqing. My family remains here. Strive diligently in your cultivation and aim to become a martial artist soon, then join the mercenary group. I shall transfer some funds to you. Do not refuse, just hear me out. Money holds little value in the capital. What is truly needed are spirit stones. After I depart, please keep an eye on Yunxi and Lin Rong for me. Let us not prolong our words. I regard you as my lifelong brother." After Lin Yi sent the message, he transferred 50 million to Zhao Qi. It was Zhao Qi who had introduced him to the ruins, allowing him to encounter the system binding. His ability to defy fate was entirely due to Zhao Qi's consideration for him. As long as Zhao Qi remained loyal, Lin Yi would regard him as a lifelong brother. He opted for a transfer of 50 million, wary that a larger sum might inadvertently bring trouble to Zhao Qi. He would inform Mu Chun in advance that upon becoming a martial artist, Zhao Qi could directly join Qingqing. With the 5 million he transferred, it would be no problem for Zhao Qi to purchase a second-tier demon core and break through to become a martial master. His younger siblings were still small, and their future arrangements would depend on his developments in the capital. Upon seeing Lin Ye's response, Zhao Qi was moved to tears by the phrase, "a lifelong brother." He knew Lin Yi would not forget him. His brother was heading to the capital, destined to become one of the strongest figures in Huaxia, and perhaps one day, Zhao Qi would see Lin Yi speaking on television. Lin Yi had even arranged his future, as he was set to join the prestigious mercenary group, Qingqing. Lu Jin soon emerged from the ruins, instructing Junyu to continue sealing off the site to prevent the mercenary group from entering. Jin Duoji, observing Lu Jin's grave demeanor, asked curiously, "Lu, is there an issue with the ruins? What fortune did Lin Yi encounter?" Lin Yi had lost his memory, yet his spirit remained unaffected. Enduring the impact of the heavenly level inheritance, Jin Duoji felt compelled to explore the ruins himself, hoping for a stroke of fortune as well, for this was a wild relic. Lu Jin sighed heavily, revealing that within the ruins lay a remarkably preserved ancient sect known as Shanqing Palace. This sect was peculiar. He planned to report to the Martial Artist Alliance and request experienced professionals to investigate. The identity token of Shangqing Palace's disciples, along with its high-tech information panel, nearly left him astounded. He had traversed countless ruins and encountered numerous ancient sects, some imposing, others bizarre, and some ferocious, but he had never witnessed a sect as technologically advanced as Shangqing Palace. Were it not for his own eyes, he would be reluctant to believe Shangqing Palace was an ancient sect. He sensed a formation within Shangqing Palace, located precisely where Lin Yi had received his fortune. Yet he dared not approach. His intuition warned him, those who come near shall perish. Having cultivated to the martial sovereign realm, Lu Jin rarely experienced intuitive warnings, except in life-threatening situations. This ruin represented the greatest danger he had encountered in recent years. He could only speculate about what lay within Shangqing Palace, knowing that whatever the presence was, it was indifferent to him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to exit the ruins. Lu Jin instructed Junyu to continue constructing the external base and to consolidate all available resources from Qingqing, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Lu Jin reflected on how many years had passed since he had last escaped such peril. A task worth a few hundred spirit stones should have been simple, yet he had nearly lost his life there. He promptly decided to return to the capital the following day. Jin Duoji had a disdain for Lin Yi and would occasionally mock him during their brief encounters. Some individuals believe that acquiring ancient legacies will enable them to defy fate. Yet they fail to realize that a worthless person remains worthless, regardless of circumstance. The resources required for cultivating a 5-element spiritual root are fivefold that of a singular spiritual root. An ordinary individual devoid of connections or background can earn but a few spirit stones in a year. Whenever Jin Duoji mocks Lin Yi with biting sarcasm, Su Xing feigns oblivion, only to discreetly advise Lin Yi not to take those words to heart. Jin Duoji's father is a martial arts master, and his family boasts an esteemed ancestor who is a martial sage. He is fundamentally different from us. His ancestor dotes upon him, thus shaping his character from a young age. Su Xing's seemingly friendly counsel subtly conveys to Lin Yi the weight of Jin Duoji's lineage, urging him to avoid provoking Jin Duoji. Chapter 45. The path to earning spirit stones in the future. Lin Yi was undoubtedly aware of these matters. Yet he silently etched Jin Duoji's taunts from today into his memory. The titles of Martial Sovereign and Martial Saint were akin to those of Yuanying and Huashan. His 5 elements transformation sword technique could indeed be cultivated to the greatest sentient stage. Perhaps due to Lin Yi's lack of resistance, Jin Duoji, after a few jibes, found it tedious and began to disregard Lin Yi altogether. On the morning of Lin Yi's departure, he was only accompanied by Mu Chun and Junyu. Junyu once more assured Lin Yi that he need not worry about his family, as long as he remained the city lord. No one in Qingqing would dare to trouble his relatives. The smile on Junyu's face was radiant, having received the rewards from reporting the heavenly tier inheritance. He resolved to spend several decades consolidating his foundation before attempting to break through to Martial Emperor. Interestingly, the most significant gain was not the cultivation resources, but rather a few casual yet insightful suggestions from Lu Jin, who had taken a liking to him. Initially, he had no thoughts on how to advance to Martial Emperor, but Lu Jin's pointers had planted the seed of breakthrough in his mind. Lin Yi observed as Lu Jin retrieved a palm-sized flying vessel from his storage ring. The model slowly ascended from Lu Jin's hand, transforming into a ship 6 meters long and 3 meters wide. Jin Duoji, noticing Lin Yi's astonished expression, scoffed derisively at him, dismissing him as an ignorant bumpkin. After mocking Lin Yi, Jin Duoji soared onto the ship. Aware that Lin Yi could not board the vessel, Su Xing took the initiative to accompany him aboard. With arms crossed and a scornful gaze directed at Su Sheng, Jin Duoji questioned, "You cannot be seriously attempting to recruit an ordinary person, can you? Even if he truly obtained the heavenly tier inheritance, he would merely be specially admitted by the academy. Do not forget that ancient inheritances cannot be passed down a second time. Do you truly believe someone who struggles for a week just to wield a knife possesses the talent to learn talismans?" Having investigated Lin Yi, the more Jin Duoji learned about him, the more he felt Lin Yi was unworthy of his envy. Su Xing, despite being a student of the Xuanwu Academy, came from a prominent family like him, yet she had chosen to lower herself by associating with Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He had attempted to study the talisman inheritance, but the mere 1,000-character content felt as incomprehensible as celestial scripture. While he recognized each character, he could not grasp their combined meaning. He might indeed lack the talent for learning talismans. However, Lin Yi felt no discouragement. For the talisman, inheritance was not his main focus. His primary study was the 5 elements transformation sword technique. The talisman inheritance was merely a means to serve as a shield, and lacking the talent for talismans made it easier for others to overlook him. Sushing returned Jin Duoji's smile, stating, "I am not the same as young Master Jin. You have never lacked for elixirs or spirit stones. So how can you understand the struggles of our cultivation? You just mentioned that Lin Yi would be specially recruited by the academy. As long as he is a student of the 4 major academies, calling him junior is hardly excessive, is it? How can I be accused of recruiting when I am simply befriending a future junior?" Lu Jin cast a glance at Jin Duoji, unwilling to engage with the childish banter. He shook his head and prepared to return to the training room. The elder of the Jin family was exceptionally protective, and initially, Lu Jin had not intended to bring Jin Duoji along, but upon hearing about the heavenly tier inheritance, Jin Duoji insisted on coming to see for himself. Before Lu Jin returned to the training room, he retrieved a book from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Yi. Upon noticing this, Sushing explained to Lin Yi that it was a guide issued by the Warrior Alliance, detailing essential practices for cultivation, along with a brief introduction to various factions in the capital. We would need to travel to the next city to access a long-distance teleportation array, as the teleportation arrays in Qiqing only facilitate short-distance travel, with destinations limited to relic bases. During our journey, you should remain in the spaceship's training room and study this book diligently. The training room is rich in spiritual energy, and if you are able to cultivate, feel free to do so. Your contracted bloodthirsty vine has been in slumber. Allowing it to absorb more spiritual energy will be beneficial. Since Lin Yi is an ordinary person, Sushing also provided him with a bottle of fasting pills, which would sustain him for 5 days without food. Although Lin Yi was assigned to the training room with the least spiritual energy, he bore no complaints. The mere fact that he could reside in a training room was a testament to Lu Jin's kindness. Though Lu Jin merely gifted him a common book from the capital, this gesture spoke volumes. After witnessing Lu Jin's act, Jin Duoji ceased his scornful remarks towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi observed that the spiritual energy in the training room dissipated over time, and only after noticing this did he dare to engage in cultivation. Each day, Lin Yi practiced until his meridians could no longer endure, at which point he would cease. During his idle moments, he would peruse the book Lu Jin had given him, gaining insights into many situations in the capital and acquiring a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation practices. He developed a foundational understanding of elixirs and magical artifacts. Jin Duoji harbored jealousy towards Lin Yi for obtaining the celestial rank talisman inheritance, a privilege stemming from Jin Duoji's status as a student of the Qinglong Academy. Renowned for its expertise in talismans, talismans are categorized into 7 grades: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, spirit, immortal, and divine. Talisman masters are accordingly distinguished by titles based on the talisman grade they command. Sushing mentioned that Jin Duoji was a profound rank talisman master, indicating that he could proficiently draw at least 3 types of profound rank talismans. Each talisman inheritance holds significant value within the academy. Yellow rank talismans can injure martial masters. Profound rank can harm martial kings, and earth rank can wound martial emperors. A well-timed attack with a heavenly rank talisman could even claim the life of a martial sovereign. The pricing of talismans from the Talisman Guild varies by type, all requiring spiritual stones for purchase. A standard offensive yellow rank talisman is priced at 5 spiritual stones. Students from the 4 major academies receive the same monthly benefits, with only 5 academic credits distributed each month, sufficient to purchase the cheapest talisman. The more Lin Yi learned about talismans, the more serious his demeanor became, whether through Sushing's insights or the knowledge gleaned from the book. He understood that entering the academy would not be a smooth journey. The academy maintained a rather lax management approach towards students, demanding that they strive for everything themselves. Academic credits are contested, and these credits represent spiritual stones. From the substantial book in his hands, he distilled the most crucial lesson. Without spiritual stones, one would struggle immensely. The methods for crafting talismans can be exchanged for academic credits. Should he master the talismans contained within the Celestial Talisman Codex, even without engaging in the trade of talismans, he could exchange the techniques of their creation with the academy. The Celestial Legacy encompasses a multitude of talisman types, and there are undoubtedly some that the academy has yet to catalog. Lin Yi felt as though he beheld a path paved with spirit stones before him. If he were to tread upon it, he would reap an abundance of these precious stones. As he embarked on his inaugural journey through the teleportation array, a wave of anxiety enveloped him. The moment the array activated, He felt as though he had been thrust into a washing machine spinning at high velocity. Ultimately, he lost all sense of time, unsure whether a minute or perhaps 10 had elapsed. Upon emerging from the teleportation array, he found himself utterly drained, with Su Xing effortlessly lifting him, devoid of even the strength to vomit. Chapter 46. I have not lost my mind. Jinduoji cast a discontented glance at Lin Yi, expressing his dissatisfaction. Your spirit is so weak, it truly wastes our time. Lin Yi chose to ignore Jinduoji and promptly closed his eyes to alleviate his physical discomfort. Lu Jin's consciousness scanned Lin Ye's condition, suggesting a 3-day rest before their departure. Lin Ye's spirit was too frail. If he were to frequently use the teleportation array in a short span, his spirit might suffer damage. The spirit is the foundation of one's cultivation. Should Lin Ye's spirit be harmed due to the teleportation, it would breed a deep enmity between him and Lin Yi, having obtained a legacy within that ruin. The nature of Lin Ye's connection with the terrifying entity within remained a mystery. Lu Jin reflected that his own cultivation to the martial sovereign level was not solely based on talent and effort, but also on fostering good relations during his travels. The matter of Lin Yi acquiring a heavenly level inheritance was confidential. Even if this news were to spread, the ancient cultivators would hardly believe it. Who would accept that an ordinary person obtained a heavenly level inheritance from a ruin? It seemed more fantastical than a plot from a television series. Lin Yi lay for a full day and night before he began to recuperate. Knowing he would have to endure several more teleportation trips, he felt darkness closing in again. When Su Sheng came to visit Lin Yi, he was astonished to see Lin Yi sitting up. I now believe that your spirit differs from that of ordinary individuals. A martial artist's first experience with the teleportation array might leave them bedridden for 2 days, yet you rise after just 1. Indeed, it was futile to judge Lin Yi by ordinary standards. Su Sheng handed Lin Yi a vial of soothing elixir. This is a remedy to calm your spirit. While I possess similar pills, your body's meridians cannot withstand the potent force of those elixirs since you are not even a martial artist. This elixir will be more easily absorbed by you. Wait until your body recovers somewhat before consuming it. I shall return to my training. Lin Yi intended to rise and see Su Sheng off, but was stopped by him. After Su Sheng departed, Lin Yi glanced at the elixir and stored it in his spatial ring without consuming it. He discovered that practicing could alleviate his dizziness, and one must always be cautious when outside. Even though Su Sheng treated him with kindness, he could not afford to trust completely. He would not gamble his life on Su Sheng's sentiments towards him. Lin Yi practiced the 5-element cycle technique for a while, noticing that his dizziness had nearly vanished. To avoid attracting attention, he refrained from stepping outside his room for 3 days. Lu Jin had stated a 3-day rest, and he intended to honor that. Lu Jin scanned Lin Yi again, observing his improved mental state, mistakenly believing Lin Yi had consumed the soothing elixir from Su Sheng. Though the elixir had minor side effects, as long as it was not taken for extended periods, any residual potency would gradually be expelled from the body. He needed to return to the capital with Lin Yi at the fastest possible pace. Allowing Lin Yi 3 days of rest was already pushing his limits. After Lin Yi's first experience with the teleportation array, he discovered his phone had no signal. During the subsequent trips, Su Sheng provided Lin Yi with a bottle of soothing elixir each time. Lin Yi refrained from drinking any of them, relying solely on his cultivation to alleviate his dizziness and fatigue. During his last passage through the teleportation array, Lin Yi managed to remain upright, perhaps due to some degree of acclimatization, though his complexion was strikingly pale. Lu Jin cast a surprised glance at Lin Yi after administering a soothing potion. Lin Yi's condition should have deteriorated further, yet it appeared he was increasingly adapting to the teleportation array. Outside the array, members of the Martial Artists Alliance and various major guilds had been waiting for some time. Old Lu, the inheritance of the heavenly grade talismans should rightfully fall to our talisman guild, one voice asserted. What nonsense. You can't just claim it because you feel entitled. We at the Azure Dragon Academy wish to take possession as well. Although our Vermilion Bird Academy does not primarily focus on talismans, we do have a specialization in this field, and we are equally qualified to take over. Your Vermilion Bird Academy should concentrate on alchemy rather than meddling here. If it were merely an ordinary talisman inheritance, we at the Azure Dragon Academy would yield, but this is a heavenly grade inheritance. This legacy was retrieved by our Martial Artists Alliance, and its rightful place should be decided by us. Your alliance is filled with combat fanatics. What use do you have for heavenly grade talismans? Do you even have anyone in the alliance studying talismans? After Lu Jin relayed the information about the heavenly grade talisman inheritance, the already restless capital became even more agitated. Major guilds and the 4 great academies had been stationed outside the teleportation array for several days, fearful that the heavenly great inheritance might be snatched away. With a smile, Lu Jin spoke. The inheritance has yet to undergo thorough examination, and we do not yet know the nature of its contents. Let us return to the Martial Artists Alliance together to review the findings. The representatives from the Azure Dragon Academy hesitated before gently nodding in agreement. I concur. Regardless of whether this inheritance can be learned, as long as it is confirmed to be a talisman inheritance, we at the Azure Dragon Academy must have it. If you do not wish for our esteemed principal to personally intervene, then please grant the Azure Dragon Academy some consideration. Upon hearing this, the members of the Talisman Guild rolled up their sleeves. Your Azure Dragon Academy is far too domineering. Just because you have a martial saint, does that mean we at the Talisman Guild lack prowess? I shall also send several of our esteemed elders to discuss matters with your principal. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, the volume of disputes escalated. Lin Yi observed as members from the Azure Dragon Academy and the Talisman Guild began shoving each other. Swiftly, Su Sheng pulled Lin Yi behind her, activating the protective bracelet that conjured a barrier. Those engaged in the fray were all martial venerates, and even a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy could inflict severe injury on Lin Yi. Ultimately, it was the Martial Artists Alliance that escorted Lu Jin away first, prompting a temporary ceasefire among the various guilds and academies. Hu Wan, noticing Lin Yi standing beside Lu Jin, remarked with a raised eyebrow as Lu Jin departed. Your illegitimate child? Lu Jin nearly choked on his breath at the unexpected comment. His sole focus had been on cultivation, and he had not even a woman by his side, so how could he have a love child? Lin Yi, equally surprised, turned to Hu Wan with an awkward smile. Responding, Senior, you're mistaken, I am not. Lu Jin conveyed a message to Hu Wan through his consciousness. Do not inquire further. Lin Yi has acquired an extraordinary opportunity. The celestial talisman inheritance I have brought back may already be in his possession. Upon hearing this, Hu Wan's gaze shifted in surprise towards Lin Yi. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet ultimately, he uttered not a single word. If his perception was functioning correctly, Lin Yi was merely an ordinary individual, an ordinary person, and yet Lu Jin claimed he had attained celestial inheritance. Could it be that Lu Jin had succumbed to madness? Lu Jin, well aware of his old friend's temperament, silently communicated, I am neither mad nor delusional. You will understand once we return to the Alliance. I have visited the site of the inheritance. It harbors immense terror, and I lack the courage to approach it. Lin Yi has obtained the celestial inheritance within, yet he has lost all memories related to that inheritance. Chapter 47. Detection of the celestial heritage. Upon hearing Lu Jin's grave tone, Hu Wan sensed the seriousness of the situation, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He and Lu Jin were of equal cultivation levels, and when it came to combat, their strengths were evenly matched. The fearsome entity that Lu Jin spoke of, which he dared not even approach, was at the very least a martial saint. Hu Wan sighed quietly, although he was regarded as a formidable martial master by the world within the ruins. Such a title held little weight. The ferocious beasts and extraordinary flora that had cultivated within the ruins to the realms of spirit severing and harmonization could eliminate martial masters as easily as one would slaughter livestock. These creatures drew upon the essence of heaven and earth, relying not on exceptional innate talent or profound cultivation techniques, but rather on the inheritance of their bloodlines and the accumulation of countless years. Living within the ruins, they were not lacking in time. Hu Wan discreetly approached Lin Yi, fully aware that the martial masters surrounding them were no fools. The martial masters from the Qinglong Academy, upon catching wind of the situation, brought Jin Duoji before them and inquired, who is this ordinary person standing beside Lu Jin and Hu Wan? The other martial masters in the hall perked up their ears to listen. Jin Duoji, wearing a hint of disdain, replied, his name is Lin Yi. He obtained the celestial symbol inheritance in a wild ruin near Qiqing, and that is why Elder Lu brought him back. However, he possesses a 5-element spiritual root, and his comprehension is rather mediocre. Upon hearing this, Wen Fengqing's eyes sparkled with interest as he addressed the other martial masters. Since this individual has already inherited the celestial legacy, if you seize him, the inheritance jade slip will surely belong to our Qinglong Academy. Zuke Academy's martial master, Yin Mengyang, understood that the likelihood of him obtaining the inheritance jade slip was nearly non-existent. Although the Symbol Association and Qinglong Academy often had their disputes, one could not deny that they shared the same ancestral lineage. When faced with an external threat, internal conflict ceased, and unity prevailed. 90% of the graduates from Qinglong Academy would eventually join the Symbol Association, despite the Symbol Association's strength surpassing that of Qinglong Academy. It was unlikely that they would truly contend for the inheritance, considering that Qinglong Academy was essentially nurturing talents for them. Yan Mingyang contemplated Lin Yi, pondering whether he could take Lin Yi for himself amidst the competition for the inheritance jade slip. He was indifferent to Lin Yi's innate talent. Even if Lin Yi failed to grasp the celestial inheritance, he could simply be kept as a good luck charm, for their academy possessed the means to do so. Among all the factions in the world, which could rival the wealth of Zhuge Academy and the Alchemy Association, suddenly, it dawned on Yan Mingyang where his advantage lay compared to other academies. After Lin Yi arrived at the Martial Alliance, he was first led by Hu Wan to a formation. Do not be afraid. This is the spirit of the formation from our Martial Alliance, and it will not harm you, Hu Wan reassured Lin Yi. The formation spirit was merely there to verify whether he had obtained the inheritance and would not intrude upon his consciousness. Lin Yi was unaware of the spirit's examination. It felt as though he stood there basking in the sunlight. Upon detecting the fluctuations of the celestial inheritance, the spirit confirmed that Lin Yi's spiritual energy was stable, and his consciousness was secure. Lu Jin, upon hearing the results of the spirit's assessment, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He not only returned with the celestial level inheritance jade slip, but also brought back an individual who had obtained this legacy. The alliance would undoubtedly bestow upon him considerable merit. Furthermore, there was that terrifying entity within the Qingchang ruins. Once its research value was confirmed, his contributions would be indispensable in the future. Hu Wan presented Lin Yi with a certificate for array detection. Keep this certificate safe. You will need it to enter the academy. Are you willing to join our warrior alliance? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but raise an eyebrow. Can I truly join the warrior alliance? Isn't it composed of mercenaries? I am not even a warrior. Before Hu Wan could respond, Yan Mingyang, who had hurriedly arrived from behind, stepped in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was unfamiliar with the capital, so how could he casually join your warrior alliance? If he had any talent for alchemy, he would rather join the Alchemist Guild. Hu Wan snorted coldly. Yan, do you even hear yourself? The inheritance Lin Yi obtained is a celestial level talisman. Even if he doesn't join our alliance, he must join the Talisman Guild. Besides, our alliance's requirements are not stringent. Joining us does not preclude him from joining other guilds. Yan Mingyang scoffed internally. The significance of joining a faction first could hardly compare to those that followed. Lin Yi understood that while the Warrior Alliance had the most powerful members, it also possessed the weakest cohesion, as its members were a mixed bag of numerous factions, each looking out for their own interests. Yan Mingyang turned around to introduce himself to Lin Yi. I am a teacher at the Vermilion Bird Academy. Let me introduce you to our esteemed academy. We are universally acknowledged to be affluent. The spirit stones that our students earn from tasks are several times greater than those at other academies. Although the Qinglong Academy's talisman program is recognized as the best, we must consider the practicalities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the celestial level inheritance jade slip will be taken by Qinglong Academy. They already possess the inheritance jade slip and, naturally, will not value you as its inheritor. However, our Vermilion Bird Academy is different. We are so impoverished that we are left with only spirit stones, and in recent years, we have been diligently supporting other disciplines. If you come to the Vermilion Bird Academy, we will allocate resources in your favor. Furthermore, I can assure you that upon your arrival at our academy, a martial artist of high rank will take you as their personal disciple. Yan Mingyang could roughly guess Lin Yi's greatest concern, arriving alone in an unfamiliar place as an ordinary individual, seeking nothing more than a safe haven. Lin Yi had not intended to go to Qinglong Academy. He felt that the Vermilion Bird Academy was sincere. He nodded in agreement to Yan Mingyang. Senior, I am willing to attend the Vermilion Bird Academy. Yan Mingyang was very pleased with Lin Yi's lack of pretentiousness and cheerfully replied, Rest assured, you are being specially recruited by me. You will receive all the benefits that a regular student is entitled to, and I will also personally grant you an additional 100 credits each month. In a moment, you shall accompany me back to the academy. Matters with the alliance concern us no longer. Although Hu Wan felt a tinge of displeasure at Lin Yi's choice of the Vermilion Bird Academy, he did not impede Yan Mingyang. Indeed, Yan Mingyang's assertion holds merit, the advantages that Lin Yi could reap by joining the Zhuge Academy, under the uncertainty of mastering the talismanic inheritance, far surpassed those offered by the Qinglong Academy. Hu Wan harbors little faith in Lin Yi's ability to comprehend the heavenly tier talisman inheritance reasoning that Lin Yi hails from a modest background, his mindset having been solidified since childhood. Lin Yi bears little distinction from those fortunate souls of yore who acquired ancient legacies, ultimately destined to fade into obscurity. The Martial Artists Alliance utilized highly sophisticated instruments to ascertain the results of the Jade Slip. Heavenly Tier Talisman Inheritance, the textual transmission information remains unconfused, with one additional transmission opportunity. Despite the Jade Slip exuding a remarkably fresh aura, it failed to capture the attention of those present. Chapter 48, Director of the Talismans Department. Xiang Libin Lu Jin spoke of a certain relic housing an exceedingly terrifying entity, suggesting that this fearsome presence might possess unique abilities that render the inheritance seemingly new. Humanity's comprehension of relics is less than 10%, and our understanding of ancient cultivators is even below 1%. Lin Yi was unaware of the ensuing events, as he was taken away by Yin Mengyang, only to hear that the martial saints of the Qinglong Academy were stirred. Upon returning to the Zhuke Academy, Yin Mengyang bellowed upon entering the office area, "Everyone, come quickly. I have brought back a treasure for our academy." Lin Yi stood at the doorway, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, as numerous probing consciousnesses scrutinized him. Several teachers in the office displayed expressions of perplexity. What treasure could an ordinary person devoid of spiritual essence possess? Yin, did you not go to the Martial Alliance to contend for the celestial level inheritance? Why have you returned with a living person? They queried. The veracity of the news regarding the celestial level talisman inheritance was questioned. After so many years, had there truly been a celestial level inheritance discovered? It was indeed remarkable. Who would have thought that a celestial level inheritance could be found in another relic? I had assumed such inheritances only appeared in SSS-grade relics. Yin Mengyang instructed Lin Yi to find a place to sit before continuing. The celestial level inheritance is indeed genuine. When I departed, the martial saints of the Qinglong Academy had already arrived, and it is highly probable that the Jade Slip has been acquired by them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened. They were all too aware of their own circumstances. While the Zhuke Academy excelled in alchemy, its martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Their efforts to bolster the talisman department stemmed from a desire to enhance the self-defense capabilities of their students through talismans. Each time, various martial academies organized expeditions into relics. Zhuke Academy suffered the heaviest casualties. Moreover, the Talisman Guild exerted targeted control over the sale of finished talismans, rendering their spirit stones insufficient to purchase an adequate supply. Years of suppression and discrimination had steeled the resolve of the Academy's martial saints to support the talisman department. The more Xiang Libin contemplated, the more incensed he became, striking the desk before him with a fist. Over the years, whenever ancient talisman inheritances surfaced, the Qinglong Academy and the Talisman Guild acted like two gluttonous serpents, leaving us not a scrap. Although it was well known that the celestial level inheritance was beyond their reach, the indignation lingered. Xiang Libin's talent in alchemy had been rather mediocre, but upon discovering his aptitude for talismans, he had initially intended to transfer to another academy. Little did he know that his academy would fervently support the talisman department. He not only gained access to considerable cultivation resources, but also successfully ascended to the rank of Martial Venerable, becoming the director of the talisman department. He had been stuck at the level of Earth-grade talismans for nearly 3 centuries, and while he had contemplated spending a fortune to acquire the methods for crafting celestial-level talismans, he found himself unable to procure them, even with spirit stones in hand. The Talisman Guild categorically refused to sell him the methods for crafting celestial-level talismans. Not only did they refuse him, but they also meticulously scrutinized every individual seeking to purchase the crafting methods, closely monitoring their progress until they had mastered the techniques before allowing them to leave the Talisman Guild. Even if you wished to send someone to make a purchase, it was simply not feasible. Yin Mengyang understood that the most anxious among them was Xiang Libin. The resources allocated by the Academy to the Talisman Department were not given freely. If Xiang Libin continues to yield no results, it is only a matter of time before the Academy discards him. Brother Xiang, do not think for a moment that I have not been concerned about you. I have brought back an individual named Lin Yi, who discovered the celestial stage inheritance Jade Slip in Qiqing. Xiang Libin found himself perplexed by Yin Mengyang's words. The celestial stage inheritance Jade Slip was indeed discovered by Lin Yi in Qiqing, but what next? Was he to return with Lin Yi to Qiqing in hopes of uncovering yet another celestial stage inheritance? The absurdity of his own musings nearly amused him. Within the office, there were those who understood Yin Mengyang. Old Yin, stop playing coy. If you provoke Director Xiang, we won't come to your aid when he gets angry. Only then did Yin Mengyang smile and say, indeed, The Celestial Stage Inheritance Jade Slip was taken by the Qinglong Academy. But I have brought back the individual who obtained the Celestial Stage Inheritance. Upon hearing this, Xiang Libin was momentarily stunned, and 3 seconds later, he looked at Lin Yi with wide, disbelieving eyes. Other teachers in the office gathered around Lin Yi, with one teacher patting him on the shoulder, remarking, "This young man is robust. He clearly has the makings of a student from our academy." Absolutely. Our Zhuke Academy is no less than Qilong. You have made the right choice coming to us. As Lin Yi received such praise from numerous martial masters, his ears turned red, and he wore an embarrassed smile. Yan Mingyang prompted Lin Yi to present the proof from the Martial Alliance. After Lin Yi produced the certificate of his acquisition of the ancient Celestial Stage Talisman Inheritance, Xiang Libin suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Previously devoid of hope, he now felt a glimmer of it with Lin Yi's presence. Noticing Xiang Libin's excitement, Yan Mingyang lightly coughed to remind him, "When I recruited Lin Yi, I promised that a martial master would accept him as a direct disciple. You may discuss amongst yourselves who is willing to take him under their wing." The bond between a direct disciple and a master is much more profound than that of a regular student. It is a relationship built on trust that surpasses that of a father and son. In both ancient times and modern cultivation, the lineage of a master is of utmost importance. Should anyone take Lin Yi as a direct disciple, they would bear full responsibility for him. If Lin Yi were to encounter trouble in the future, others might even seek out his master. The title of master should not be uttered lightly. Students of the academy refer to them as teachers, not masters. Some in the office felt regretful. Had Lin Yi acquired the alchemy inheritance, they would have fought to claim him as a disciple. However, since Lin Yi had obtained the Celestial Stage Talisman Inheritance, they knew they could not impart any knowledge to him. Xiang Libin approached Lin Yi earnestly and introduced himself. "I am Xiang Libin, a martial master and currently the head of the talisman specialty at Zhuke Academy. I reside in the capital and have only one daughter. I have not joined the Talisman Guild. I am merely affiliated with the Martial Alliance in the capacity of a mercenary. I may not possess the connections that other martial masters can provide, as I have risen from humble beginnings rather than from a prestigious family. However, I can assure you that you will be my sole direct disciple. You are aware of my reasons for wanting to take you on. But do not place undue pressure on yourself. Regardless of whether you are able to comprehend the Celestial Stage Talisman Inheritance, I will not hold it against you." Xiang Libin possessed an instinctive conviction that Lin Yi might represent his singular opportunity. Should Lin Yi fail to comprehend the Celestial Talisman Inheritance, the worst outcome would merely be a perpetuation of the status quo. Some might contend that regardless of whether he formally accepts Lin Yi as his disciple, the latter would remain compelled to heed his counsel. As a martial sovereign, he held the means to coerce Lin Yi into submission. However, Xiang Libin was reluctant to resort to such measures, for he perceived in Lin Yi a reflection of his younger self. In his own youth, he had arrived at the Vermilion Bird Academy, trembling and lost, much like Lin Yi in the present moment. An inexplicable desire stirred within him to extend a helping hand to Lin Yi, akin to the fervent hope he once harbored for someone to do the same for him. Chapter 49. The Failure of the Spirit Sword Selection Without Any Hesitation. Lin Yi determined that the director of the Talisman Department at the Zhuke Academy was the most suitable mentor for him. Xiang Libin had claimed that he did not come from a prestigious family. Had he belonged to one, Lin Yi would have been more hesitant. The intricate web of connections within such families rendered ordinary individuals transparent, devoid of any secrets. Given Lin Yi's extraordinary talents, the simpler the background of his master, the better. In the presence of the esteemed martial masters gathered in the office, Lin Yi respectfully bowed and presented tea as he formally addressed Xiang Libin as his master. Upon finishing the tea ceremony, Xiang Libin could barely contain his joy. "I shall have someone assist you with your student registration shortly. And you are welcome to stay at my villa. In a few days, we shall hold a formal apprenticeship banquet. Once that is arranged, everyone will know that Lin Yi is my cherished disciple." Xiang Libin glanced at his colleagues with a smile, clearing his throat to remind them, "Today, I have gained a remarkable disciple. Do my esteemed colleagues not wish to offer any tokens of recognition?" Yan Mingyang retrieved a spirit sword from his storage ring and presented it to Lin Yi, cautioning, "This sword was obtained from a relic, possessing a spirit within its blade. Classified as a spiritual treasure. I am not a sword cultivator and thus cannot bond with it. If you can establish a bond, it would signify a connection between you and this sword." Lin Yi's eyes lit up at the mention of a spiritual treasure. The smartphones issued to students at the academy were merely classified as magical artifacts. Only when a magical artifact generates a spirit does it ascend to the status of a spiritual treasure. Before Lin Yi could revel in his excitement, Xiang Libin rolled his eyes in disbelief. Brother Yin, are you still clinging to this notion? You insist this sword is a spiritual treasure. Yet we have never witnessed any sign of its spirit. You cannot deceive my only true disciple with this worthless sword. Yan Mingyang shot Xiang Libin an exasperated glance. Am I that sort of person? I merely thought to let Lin Yu have a try. What if he can bond with the spirit sword? Lin Yu possesses extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, he would not have acquired a heavenly level inheritance in the relic. The concept of fortune has no scientific basis throughout history. The sword I present truly is a spiritual treasure. Its spirit had once spoken to me. At that time, I was not poisoned, so I could discern whether it was an illusion. Years have passed, and the sword's spirit has not reappeared. My initial certainty has turned into doubt. Each time I encounter someone suitable, I present this sword. Perhaps it stems from an unwillingness to accept defeat. I no longer seek to bond with the sword. I merely wish for everyone to acknowledge that I have not lost my senses. This sword truly birthed a spirit. It is indeed a spiritual treasure. Lin Yi had only read about spiritual treasures in books. As he gently grasped the sword's hilt, he felt as if the spirit sword were absorbing his very essence. His expression shifted as he attempted to release the sword, only to find it immovable, as though it were glued to his hand. Yan Mingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. His voice filled with excitement. Did you all sense that? Is it the fluctuation of the sword spirit? Xiang Libin, equally astonished, gazed at the spirit sword before Lin Yi and whispered in awe. This sword truly is a spiritual treasure. Upon noticing Lin Yi's slight unease, Xiang Libin continued. Do not fret. The sword spirit is merely seeking a master. If you are indeed the chosen one, the next step shall be to establish a master contract. Just as Xiang Libin's words faded, the spiritual sword unexpectedly slipped from Lin Yi's grasp, reverting to its previous ordinary state. Yan Mingyang hastily retrieved the sword. His expression filled with regret as he addressed Lin Yi. It seems you are not fated to wield this sword. At the very least, you ought to call me Master Yin, for I cannot allow you to do so in vain. Yan Mingyang gifted Lin Yi a set of garments of magical quality. Although the sword's selection process had failed, it nonetheless allowed everyone to sense the fluctuations of the sword's spirit. He could trade this sword with a sword cultivator for treasures. While alchemists do not lack spirit stones, true treasures are exchanged through barter. His spirit stones were not so abundant as to be inexhaustible, especially with a large family to support. Xiang Libin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The failure of the sword spirit to select a master was likely due to Lin Yi's current inability to break through to the martial master level. Once he achieves that rank, the probability of forming a contract with this sword would be significantly heightened. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the reasons behind the failure of the sword's selection process. After absorbing his blood, the sword began to draw on the spiritual energy within his meridians. It was rather amusing. The meager essence of spiritual energy within his meridians was nearly imperceptible without a microscope. The sword's inability to absorb any of his spiritual energy was what interrupted the selection process. Had his cultivation reached the martial master level, the sword would undoubtedly recognize him as its master. Yin Mengzi offered an apologetic smile to Xiang Libin. It is not as one might understand. I merely suggested testing the sword with Lin Yi from the outset. Besides, I gifted him a set of magical garments, which cannot be construed as me being stingy. Director Xiang, it appears your disciple may be quite extraordinary. Your fortunate days lie ahead. After uttering these words, Yin Mengzi departed swiftly, intending to spread the news of the sword spirit's failed selection, thereby enticing prominent sword cultivators to seek him out. Xiang Libin had no intention of allowing Yan Mingyang to acquire a spiritual sword, as it was a divine artifact that could not be purchased with spirit stones. For many years, Yan Mingyang's sword had remained inert, leading everyone to believe it was merely a magical item. Yet, his unwavering commitment to it demonstrated the significance he placed upon the sword. The distinction between magical items and spiritual treasures is a clear divide. Artificers can create magical items through materials or crafting techniques, but spiritual treasures require the birth of a spirit within a magical item, a technique not yet mastered by any crafting guild. Ancient records depict methods employed by ancient artificers to imbue magical items with spirits, yet no relevant lineage has been discovered. Countless legacy tablets have been unearthed, but either due to improper preservation leading to chaotic spiritual energy or hasty acceptance of the legacy, no useful information has been passed down. Xiang Libin turned to gaze at Lin Yi, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Come, I shall take you to assess your elemental roots. In a small place like Qingcheng, what could they possibly determine? 5 elemental heavenly roots. He found it rather hard to believe. Yin Mingyang's spiritual sword, which had been tested by those possessing the innate sword heart, had remained dormant, akin to a lifeless entity. Yet today, it awakened in the hands of Lin Yi. He suspected that Lin Yi might possess a unique spiritual entity, perhaps one intricately linked to the sword path. Xiang Libin was reluctant to acknowledge this. Yet he found himself unwilling to deceive Lin Yi with falsehoods. I suspect you harbor a special spiritual entity connected to the sword path. Even if you do not, you might still be well-suited to become a sword cultivator. He pondered the fate of his newly acquired disciple, fearing that this apprentice might not be capable of inheriting the culmination of his lifelong teachings. However, he had just proclaimed that Lin Yi was his sole direct disciple. Lin Yi understood clearly that the sword's response to him was not due to any unique spiritual entity. Rather, it was a result of his cultivation of the 5-element generative sword technique. Chapter 50. Xiang Xueshan, the daughter of Xiang Libin, was not the only one intrigued. 2 other martial lords in the office were equally curious and accompanied him to witness Lin Ye's qualification assessment. Upon receiving Lin Ye's test results, Xiang Libin's brow furrowed deeply in confusion. This is impossible, he mused. The results indicate a rather ordinary 5-element spiritual root, devoid of any extraordinary spiritual body. The internal vitality of spiritual energy is quite elevated, yet it does not signify a natural spiritual body. Could it be a second-tier contract, assisting in the absorption of worldly spiritual energy to refine the body? After reviewing the assessment report, Xiang Libin remained perplexed, even questioning the nature of Lin Ye's contracted. His understanding of was limited, and he could only surmise that this particular plant had an insatiable appetite. Although a second tier could only absorb a finite amount of refined worldly spiritual energy, Lin Yi's resembled a bottomless pit, continuously drawing in energy at a slow but steady pace. The other martial lords gathered around to examine the assessment report, as well as the bloodthirsty vine coiling around Lin Ye's wrist. This was a mutated bloodthirsty vine. The direction of its mutation remained uncertain, yet it appeared to influence the vitality of the host's internal spiritual energy. If this were to fall into the hands of the Alchemy Academy, it would undoubtedly hold significant research value. Just as one of the martial lords concluded this thought, he was met with a disapproving glance from Xiang Libin. Lin Yi is my direct disciple. If the Alchemy Academy wishes to study his contracted, they must seek my approval first. Their intentions are not of genuine research, but rather a physical dissection of the contract, disregarding the welfare of both the and its host. Lin Yi harbored an exceptionally important inheritance of celestial-level talismans. Should the Alchemy Academy dare to set their sights on him, it would be tantamount to openly challenging Xiang Libin. Although he was not born into a prestigious family, his position as the director of the Zhuke Academy elevated his status far beyond that of an ordinary martial lord. Xiang Libin cast another glance at the bloodthirsty vine. It was evidently undergoing evolution, and he firmly decided that no assessments should be conducted on it until he awakened. Since you lack a specialized spiritual body in the sword path, henceforth, focus on learning talismans under my guidance. Xiang Libin's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating without finding steadiness. He had initially prepared for Lin Yi to abandon the study of talismans, only to find a glimmer of hope. He called for his daughter, Xiang Xueshan, to introduce her to Lin Yi. This is your senior sister, Xueshan. She is 2 years your elder, and I trust you young individuals will find common ground for conversation. Xiang Xueshan, having just learned of her father's acceptance of a direct disciple, smiled at Lin Yi and presented him with a box. Junior brother Lin, I just discovered that my father has taken on a personal disciple. These are the talismans I usually draw. They are merely of the yellow grade, and I hope you do not find them lacking. With her exquisitely delicate doll-like features, Xiang Xueshan resembled a girl of 16 or 17, her voice a sweet, melodic lilt. As she smiled at Lin Yi, he felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, akin to that of a younger sister. The peculiarity of first impressions among individuals is indeed remarkable. Upon their first encounter, Lin Yi felt an instant affinity for Xiang Xueshan, though he addressed her as his senior sister, inwardly regarding her as a junior. Lin Yi accepted the box and responded to Xiang Xueshan with a radiant smile, warmly saying, "Senior sister, you are too kind. I am but an ordinary person, and the talisman you gifted me is just what I need for self-defense." After engaging in some casual conversation with Lin Yi, Xiang Xueshan felt a sense of relief. Her father's personal disciple would certainly hold a significant place in his heart. comparable to her own. Lacking any particular talent in the realm of talismans, it was best for her to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Yi. Xiang Xueshan guided Lin Yi through the enrollment process, and once his academic status was transferred to the Zhuke Academy, he received a magical phone that had been attuned to him through blood. Throughout their time together, she discovered that Lin Yi possessed a gentle disposition. Upon inquiry, she learned that he had younger siblings. Though I am 2 years your senior, my father often says I have a lively spirit, akin to a child who has yet to grow up. You certainly do not seem like my junior brother. Rather, you resemble an elder brother, she remarked playfully. Lin Yi touched his nose and jested. On the path of cultivation, the more accomplished may take on the role of teacher. Who knows, in the future, my cultivation may surpass yours, and then you shall call me elder brother. With her naturally cheerful and open personality, Xiang Xueshan quickly established a bond of friendship. Casting a teasing glance at Lin Yi and declaring with pride, "That won't do. As long as I am your senior sister for a day, I will be your senior sister for life. Even if you were to ascend to the level of martial sage, you would still address me as senior sister. Besides, my talent for cultivation is not lacking, so if you wish to surpass my level, you will have to put in considerable effort." As Lin Yi gazed at Xiang Xueshan's charming smile, he couldn't help but envision the grown-up form of Yun Shi, and a smile crept onto his face. Xiang Xueshan returned his gaze with a smile, feeling a sense of comfort and warmth in Lin Yi's company. She spent the better part of the day familiarizing him with the school before escorting him back to the villa. "I usually reside on the 3rd floor, while the 2nd floor is your activity area. Take a look around your room and let me know if anything is amiss," she instructed. "Classes officially commence tomorrow, and we shall have breakfast together in the morning." After giving Lin Yi her reminders, she turned to ascend the stairs for her cultivation practice. Having spent considerable time with Lin Yi that day, she was acutely aware that every moment in cultivation was precious. Even a slight delay today could result in a significant lag behind others in the future. Lin Yi discovered that his room included a cultivation chamber equipped with a spirit-gathering array. By placing spirit stones within, the array would convert them into spiritual energy. If the speed of absorbing spirit stones was rated as 1, the conversion through the spirit-gathering array would yield a speed of 10. When Lin Yi became a disciple, several martial venerables had been unsure of what to present him as a token gift, and they had all gifted him spirit stones. He currently possessed over 3,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. Each spirit stone was roughly the size of an egg and bore a crystal-like transparency. Most spirit stones were of the neutral type. Attribute-specific stones could only be cultivated in certain regions and were priced at hundreds of times that of ordinary stones. Lin Yi began to focus on refining the spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber. Noticing that the blood-devouring vine absorbed the energy at a rate dozens of times faster than his own. Adjacent to the cultivation chamber was a martial arts room, equipped with various instruments for testing strength and speed. After testing his punching power, Lin Yi discovered that it had ascended to an impressive 360 pounds. He practiced an ancient martial art, and his cultivation level cannot be measured by modern standards. At present, he is in the initial stage of Qi training. Reaching the intermediate stage may signify the prowess of a martial artist, while the advanced stage would denote that of a martial master. A breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage would equate to the strength of a martial king. Official sources state that the physical limit of an ordinary person's punching power is 1,000 pounds. However, Lin Yi's understanding diverges from this. The prodigies hailing from prestigious families within the academy, endowed with unique physiques, are capable of training in ancient martial arts from a young age, allowing their physical limits to reach up to 3,000 pounds of punching power. This figure of 3,000 pounds is merely an approximation, as the ultimate punching power can vary based on one's physique and the cultivation methods employed. The stronger the extraordinary spiritual body, the higher the upper limit of punching power. Likewise, the more advanced the cultivation technique, the greater the potential for ultimate punching power. Chapter 51. The initial stage of Qi cultivation. Lin Yi was uncertain about the extent to which the 5 elements convergence technique could enhance his ultimate punching power. Yet he felt confident that it would not be inferior to 3,000 pounds. The pinnacle of punching strength during the Qi cultivation period resembled the foundation of a grand edifice. The taller and sturdier the structure desired, the deeper and more stable its base must be. The following day, Lin Yi, brimming with vitality, donned the uniform of the Zhuke Academy and awaited Xiang Xueshan at the staircase. Having spent an entire night diligently practicing talismans, Xiang Xueshan appeared weary at the thought of attending another talisman class. Observing her reluctance, Lin Yi inquired with curiosity, "If you do not enjoy talismans, why not speak to your teacher about it?" Although the villa they resided in belonged to Xiang Libin, he seldom occupied it, often dedicating his time to training in the research facility within the academic district. Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Xiang Xueshan raised her gaze to the azure sky, then sighed softly. "It is not that simple. 90% of the students in our academy aspire to study alchemy, while the remaining 10% merely drift through their days. The talisman specialization is already challenging to populate, with my father being the head of the talisman department. If I, his daughter, do not pursue talismans, who else would choose this path? Isn't it better to study alchemy?" Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiang Xueshan's eyes as she looked at Lin Yi. "Since you have inherited the heavenly tier talisman legacy, you must possess a natural aptitude for talismans. Once you become the senior brother of the talisman department, I can confidently switch to studying alchemy." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, wore a wry smile, realizing that Xiang Xueshan's optimism might be premature. The inheritance of talismans in his mind appeared as incomprehensible as deciphering celestial scriptures. Xiang Xueshan seemed to recall something, rummaging through her storage ring to produce a stack of notebooks, which she handed to Lin Yi. "These are the notes I took while learning talismans. You can use them for your studies. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Please do not worry about interrupting or troubling me. Junior brother, my ability to transfer to alchemy hinges entirely on you." Lin Yi, bewildered, accepted the considerable stack of notebooks, feeling as though he was not merely holding notes, but rather the future of Xiang Xueshan. Upon arriving in the classroom, Lin Yi discovered it sparsely populated, with only about a dozen students present, half of whom were engrossed in mobile games, clearly there to pass the time. "Oh, look who has arrived. Isn't this the fortunate one who has stirred up a sensation in our academy?" Having inherited the heavenly tier talisman legacy, Lin Yi began his first day at the academy by apprenticing under the martial sovereign, paving a promising path ahead. However, it was unfortunate that he was a 5-element spirit root. One wondered if, given teacher Xiang's resources, he could support Lin Yi all the way to Martial Emperor. Before Lin Yi could find a place to sit, the group of students playing games began to speak in a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan's expression darkened, her temper igniting like a spark to a firecracker. "Xia Li Yuan, my junior brother has done you no wrong. Why speak in such a sarcastic manner?" Seeing Xiang Xueshan immediately position herself protectively behind Lin Yi, Xia Li Yuan coldly tossed his phone onto the table, then arrogantly propped his leg upon a nearby chair, letting out a disdainful snort. "Ah, so you are already shielding your new junior brother. It seems the talisman department will soon bear the name Lin. Shall we start addressing him as senior brother Lin?" After Xia Li Yuan finished speaking, his subordinate nearby readily echoed his sentiments. How could Lin Yi, an ordinary person, possibly be the senior brother of the talisman division? Everyone in the academy knew that the only reason he was accepted as a disciple was due to the lack of a heavenly level talisman inheritance. Who would even recognize him otherwise? "Brother Xia, your kindness and amiability are perhaps too pronounced, allowing all manner of individuals to gravitate towards you." Lin Yi, inwardly infuriated, found the situation laughable. Lacking strength made one susceptible to being trampled upon wherever they went. Observing Xiang Xueshan trembling with anger yet refraining from taking action, Lin Yi realized that Xia Li Yuan must hail from a prestigious family. He stepped forward, gently grasping Xiang Xueshan's wrist, guiding her to a seat further away from Xia Li Yuan in the classroom. Once seated, Xiang Xueshan remained irate, casting a fierce glare back at Xia Li Yuan. This Xia Li Yuan, so arrogant in his noble lineage, was indeed exasperating. Lacking even a modicum of talent in talismans, he insisted on being in this class, causing her distress. "Junior brother, you must diligently cultivate and strive to reach the Martial King level soon. Without achieving Martial King status at the academy, you will simply become a target for bullying. Although I can protect you, I cannot remain by your side indefinitely, and I cannot assist much with your credits." Xiang Xueshan was genuinely worried for Lin Yi, fearful that one careless moment could lead to him being ambushed and severely injured. Her father had specifically instructed her to look after Lin Yi during this critical time. As the heavenly level talisman inheritance was of utmost importance to him, Lin Yi must not face any mishap. The more Xiang Xueshan pondered, the angrier she grew, shooting another fierce glare at Xia Li Yuan. In response, Xia Li Yuan, annoyed by her glare, kicked the chair in front of him, his gaze darkly sweeping over Lin Yi. Vowing to make Lin Yi pay dearly one day, Jing Song quietly stepped forward, moving the chair aside with a smile, advising, "Brother Xia, why waste your anger on an ordinary person? There are myriad ways to deal with him. At this, Xiao Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. Raising an eyebrow at Jing Kong, don't stir up trouble. I have no desire to offend Elder Xiang. Jing Tsung quickly nodded, reassuring. You can trust me to handle matters within the boundaries of the rules. No one will be able to find fault. Who said one must wield a hard blade to inflict harm? A soft blade can be even more devastating. In the first talisman class, the curriculum focused on the origins of talismans and fundamental knowledge. The notes Xiang Xueshan had provided were invaluable. At least he could comprehend portions of the inheritance content. For an entire month, Lin Yu followed Xiang Xueshan, attending classes together and leaving together. Each day upon entering the classroom, he would inevitably face Xiao Li Yuan's taunts, to which he had begun to grow accustomed. Perhaps some would mock him for lacking backbone, for not daring to retort against Xiao Li Yuan's derision. The Xiao family, to which Xiao Li Yuan belonged, was a vast and intricately powerful clan in the capital, with a martial saint ancestor serving as an elder in the Alchemy Association. Regardless of how furious Xiang Xueshan became, she dared not confront Xiao Li Yuan. What right did he have to be rebutted? While Xiao Li Yuan might hesitate to kill him, injuring him would likely not invite any repercussions. Xiang Xueshan understood this, which is why she consistently shielded Lin Yi, striving to avoid conflict with Xiao Li Yuan. Recently, Lin Yi's fist strength has ascended to 800 pounds. He feels that he is still in the early stages of Qi training. Yet the subsequent cultivation has become increasingly arduous. One day after class, Xiang Libin summoned Lin Yi to his office and presented him with a knowledge jade slip. This is the 5-element spiritual root cultivation method I procured for you. This technique is adapted from ancient practices, although it requires a substantial amount of cultivation resources. The speed of advancement surpasses that of ordinary methods. The cultivation of the 5-element spiritual root is inherently slow, and without an appropriate cultivation technique, it is nearly impossible to break through to the martial king level. Chapter 52. Do not say I am making things difficult for you. Xiang Libin glanced at the blood-devouring vine and continued. The peculiar plant you have contracted seems to be evolving in an unknown direction, continuously supplying you with spiritual energy for body refinement. Your physique is likely suited for ancient martial arts. Take this technique back and experiment with it. If you find it unsuitable, I shall devise another plan. The 5 elements techniques are rare to find. It took considerable time and effort for me to acquire this profound level 5 elements cultivation method. His intention in providing Lin Yi with this ancient-style technique was twofold. Cultivating such methods requires a substantial amount of resources, and Lin Yi must strive to earn spirit stones if he wishes to continue his practice. Possessing the legacy of a celestial-level talisman, Lin Yi knows that no method of earning spirit stones can rival the profits from creating celestial-level talismans. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the jade slip slightly, surprised by Xiang Libin's thoughtful consideration in finding a suitable cultivation method for him. With this ancient technique, he need not fear exposing his 5 elements profound birth technique. Originally, he had planned to venture into the black market next month to procure a jade slip of a technique. However, with the rapid acceleration of spiritual energy refinement in his technique, he urgently needed a disguise. Suppressing the complex emotions within, Lin Yi respectfully performed a disciple's bow to Xiang Libin. Xiang Libin cleared his throat, saying, "All right, go about your business. Focus on your cultivation and do not concern yourself with individuals like Xiao Li Yuan. Your future is fraught with uncertainties. Being superior today does not guarantee superiority in the future. As long as your mindset remains strong, you will be a formidable individual." As the head of the talisman department, he was well aware of the targeting and exclusion Lin Yi faced from Xiao Li Yuan and others. Initially worried that Lin Yu might be affected, he gradually found solace in Lin Yi's steadfastness. Though he was Lin Yi's mentor, many experiences were ones Lin Yu needed to undergo himself. Only through personal experience could Lin Yu truly grow, for Xiang Libin had traversed a similar path. When Lin Yu exited the office, a warmth enveloped his heart. Despite the cold and cruel nature of the world, he was consistently met with kindness from others, preventing him from falling into complete despair. Seeing Lin Yi in high spirits, Xiang Xueshan noted the rarity of such emotional fluctuations since Lin Yi had been targeted by Xiao Li Yuan and his companions. "Did your father ask you to do something? Did he praise you?" Lin Yi smiled, his eyes crinkling with delight as he whispered to Xiang Xueshan, "My master found me an ancient-style technique suitable for my cultivation." Xiang Xueshan felt a tinge of jealousy upon hearing this. "I don't even have an ancient-style technique. Father is too biased." She was aware that Lin Yi's spiritual energy was highly active and that the peculiar second-tier exotic plant could aid him in body refinement. for those without special constitutions. Cultivating ancient martial arts is exceedingly difficult, and some ancient techniques present significant drawbacks. Lacking a unique constitution, she had chosen to cultivate modern techniques. In a playful manner, Lin Yi promised Xiang Xueshan, "Do not worry, senior sister. If I encounter any fortuitous opportunities in the future, I will surely select an ancient technique inheritance suitable for you." As a fire element spiritual root, Xiang Xueshan vowed to keep an eye out for fire element techniques should opportunities arise in the ruins. Xiang Xueshan did not take Lin Ye's words seriously and lightly scoffed. "Do you think ancient martial arts legacies are as commonplace as cabbages? My father is a martial master and the head of the Talisman Division. Even he struggles to procure a suitable fire-based technique from the academy. This illustrates just how rare these legacies truly are. The Xiang family does not hail from a prestigious lineage. We lack a vast background and the numerous factions that can scour relics on our behalf. The seemingly resplendent martial master is, in truth, a penniless soul. Xiang Libin often resorts to selling the earth-level talismans he crafts in the black market, and the spirit stones he acquires barely suffice for his own cultivation, let alone support Xiang Xueshan. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Yi discovered that his usual seat had been doused with a foul-smelling black liquid. Xiang Xueshan immediately exploded with fury, disregarding Lin Yi's attempts to restrain her, and strode towards Xia Liyuan. "Xia Liyuan, how long do you intend to continue this? You've targeted my junior brother before, and now you've sullied his seat with this disgusting substance. My junior brother has yet to break through to a martial artist. If he inadvertently comes into contact with this waste elixir, it could obstruct his meridians. Do you realize that hindering someone's cultivation is akin to murdering their parents?" Xia Liyuan regarded Xiang Xueshan's passionate defense of Lin Yi, a smirk creeping onto his face as he shifted his gaze past her to Lin Yi. "If you were a man, you wouldn't hide behind a woman without uttering a word." Hearing this, Lin Yi pulled Xiang Xueshan behind him, his expression impassive as he faced Xia Liyuan. "I wonder, senior brother Xia, what guidance do you have for me?" Flustered, Xiang Xueshan interjected, "What guidance could he possibly provide? He is merely envious of your celestial level inheritance, with a heart as narrow as a needle's eye, finding fault in everything you do. Do not speak with him. We shall not attend this class. I will teach you privately. If I fail, I will have my father instruct you." Xiang Xueshan wished to prevent Lin Yi from confronting Xia Liyuan, for Lin Yi was an ordinary person. Upon hearing that Xiang Xueshan planned to personally instruct Lin Yi, Xia Liyuan's brow furrowed, realizing it would lead to prolonged interactions between them. Fixing a cold gaze upon Lin Yi, he declared, "Do not accuse me of making things difficult for you. In 3 months, if you have not broken through to a martial artist, you must withdraw from the Talisman Division and marry into the Xia family. Should you dare to accept, I shall refrain from troubling you for the next 3 months. However, if you agree and fail to accomplish this, you will regret it after 3 months." Noting Xiang Xueshan's temper brewing once more, Lin Yi quickly grasped her wrist and gently shook his head. Xiang Xueshan took a deep breath to maintain her composure, turning away from Xia Liyuan's detestable visage, fearful of losing her temper. Her father already faced enough difficulties within the academy, she could not afford to create further trouble for him. Lin Yi then addressed Xia Liyuan. "Marrying into your family is not a possibility. If I cannot break through to a martial artist in 3 months, I will willingly transfer divisions." Xiang Xueshan quietly reassured Lin Yi, "Do not be afraid. He is simply envious and wishes to drive you away. However, you are my junior brother. And regardless of whether you are a Talisman Division student, my father and I can teach you." Her whispers were, in fact, overheard by those around them. Xia Liyuan lightly furrowed his brow and suggested, "Perhaps you should contemplate your decision for a few more days before providing an answer." Standing beside him, Jing Tsong grasped Xia Liyuan's implication and addressed Lin Yi. "Do you comprehend the standing of senior brother Xia within his family? Do you truly believe that anyone can be welcomed into the Xia clan? If it were not for the esteemed Tianjie inheritance, you would have no chance of ever stepping through the gates of the Xia family." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi curled his lips and replied to Jing Tsong, "You may keep that fortune for yourself. As someone of humble origins, I am not destined to enter the realm of aristocracy." Jing Tsong's expression soured, and he muttered under his breath, "Ingrate." Chapter 53. Your punching power has reached 800 upon observing Xiang Xueshan's unwavering protection of Lin Yi. Xia Liyuan felt a surge of irritation, as though he were cast in the role of a villain intent on separating a pair of lovebirds. Lin Yi, possessing a 5-element spiritual root and rumored to have inferior iron bones, achieving a breakthrough to a martial artist within 3 months seemed utterly implausible. During this period, Lin Yi should be dedicating himself fervently to his training. thus sparing Xia Luyuan from the discomfort of witnessing the duo's constant companionship. Jing Tsong, too, proved to be ineffectual, devising numerous strategies against Lin Yi, only to have them thwarted by Lin Yi's self-imposed seclusion. Upon returning to the villa, Xiang Xueshan wore a troubled expression, cradling her face and unable to suppress a sigh. With such subpar iron bones and a five-element spiritual root, even if he were to practice ancient techniques, the likelihood of breaking through to a martial artist in just 3 months was minuscule. Perhaps he should consider switching disciplines. After all, Xia Luyuan merely disdained him and did not wish for him to linger beneath his watchful gaze. With his own heavenly tier inheritance to explore, Lin Yi could seek guidance from both her and her father, making his place in any department seem inconsequential. Lin Yi found himself grappling with questions. Did Xia Luyuan truly harbor disdain for him? Why, during their occasional encounters, did Xia Luyuan consistently ignore him? It appeared that each time Xia Luyuan directed his barbs, Lin Yi was in the company of Xiang Xueshan, casting a dubious glance her way. Lin Yi wondered if Xia Luyuan's contempt stemmed from the proximity he shared with Xiang Xueshan. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Senior sister, what are your thoughts on Xia Luyuan?" Xiang Xueshan paused momentarily before responding with evident indignation. What can one say about him? He is utterly insufferable. His remarks are laced with sarcasm, and his demeanor is tyrannical and unreasonable. He even criticizes my clothing choices, claiming they are unflattering. I have never encountered anyone as disagreeable as him. He scrutinizes my attire and insists I change whenever we speak. Recently, he has grown increasingly outrageous, even exhibiting jealousy towards you. As Xiang Xueshan launched into a tirade against Xia Luyuan, her words flowed forth like a relentless barrage from a machine gun. The more Lin Yi listened, the more he felt assured, nearly bursting into laughter. He was now 60% certain that Xia Luyuan harbored feelings for Xiang Xueshan, yet his attempts at courtship were clumsy, leading to numerous misunderstandings. After taking a sip of water, Xiang Xueshan sighed and continued, "While he possesses a plethora of flaws, I must concede that he is one of the more amiable scions of a prominent family. You have yet to encounter other young masters from noble families. They often look down upon us commoners, as if mere conversation would sully their stature." Pouring her another cup of tea, Lin Yi curiously asked, "Senior sister, what brings Xia Luyuan to the talisman department? Does he possess a remarkable talent for talismans?" He now suspected that Xia Luyuan's presence in the talisman department was influenced by Xiang Xueshan. Xiang Xueshan furrowed her brow, her tone uncertain as she replied, "I cannot recall with clarity. I did not know him at that time. He transferred to the talisman department in the second week after I arrived and immediately began offering unsolicited opinions about me. At times, I find myself speaking too loudly, disturbing his slumber. At other moments, I feel that the vibrancy of my attire is too dazzling, causing him discomfort. He, possessing a talent akin to mine, shares the same golden bone constitution. However, he is not a prodigy of martial arts within his family. His greatest achievement in this life will merely be that of a martial master, and perhaps even the ascent to martial emperor will prove arduous for him. Since transferring to the talisman division, he has taken to napping in class daily, devoid of any interest in talismans, merely seeking a tranquil environment to waste his days away." As Lin Yi listened, his suspicions grew ever more certain. It was clear that Xia Luyuan harbored feelings for Xiang Xueshan, having pursued her by switching to the talisman division. Unfortunately, Xiang Xueshan remained oblivious, misinterpreting Xia Luyuan's attempts at conversation as disdain. Xia Luyuan's own emotional intelligence was lacking. He had no idea how to engage with the woman he admired, which inevitably led to her disdain. Xiang Xueshan began to fret, her anger mounting with each passing thought. How can he become a martial artist in 3 months, yet not grant you the same time to reach the rank of a martial master? Lin Yi urged her to calm down, gesturing for her to accompany him to the training room. Xiang Xueshan assumed Lin Yi sought her assistance in formulating a training regimen and sighed, "Junior brother, your foundation is somewhat lacking, and having practiced the ancient techniques, you must break through to the mid-stage of qi refining to become a martial artist. The realms of ancient techniques are exceedingly challenging to traverse. You may have only just entered the initial stage of qi refining, making it implausible to advance to the mid-stage in a mere 3 months. Perhaps we should consider an alternative path and transfer to the alchemy division. You can take notes on alchemy during the day, and in the evening, return to teach me while I document talisman notes for you." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. If Lin Yi were to join the alchemy program, would it mean she could learn the art of alchemy as well? Lin Yi did not respond to her words, but instead focused his energy into a punch aimed at the power testing apparatus. The machine emitted a cold, mechanical voice. Right fist strength, 837 pounds. Xiang Shueshan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yi with uncertainty. Your fist strength has reached 800 pounds. The limit for an ordinary person is 1,000 pounds. Once you attain this threshold, becoming a martial artist will be swift. She approached Lin Yi, curiosity radiating from her as she circled him. You've only been in the capital for a month and a half. I recall your testing results at the academy showed over 300 pounds, certainly not reaching 400. To increase by over 400 pounds in just a month and a half is astonishing. Are you truly of inferior iron bone constitution? Typically, for one with such a constitution, achieving an increase of 100 pounds in fist strength would require months of arduous training, supplemented continuously by various medicinal aids. Lin Yi had already devised a response, revealing the blood-sucking vine on his wrist to Xiang Shueshan. Perhaps it is due to this contracted exotic plant that I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine my body, thus enabling a relatively swift progression in my training of ancient techniques. Xiang Shueshan, without a hint of skepticism, cast an envious glance at the blood-sucking vine. She too longed for a contract with an exotic plant capable of aiding her in refining her spiritual energy, yet such fortunate occurrences seemed elusive. Knowing that Lin Yi's strength had surpassed 800, Xiang Shueshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She urged Lin Yi to devote himself diligently to his training, with the aspiration of striking a blow to Xia Liyuan's pride 3 months hence. Currently, they were engaged in the foundational courses of talisman studies, a knowledge that I could impart to you just as effectively at home. You should seize every precious moment to enhance your skills, avoiding the wastage of time on the commute to and from classes. Lin Yi nodded gently in response to Xiang Shueshan, with a light-hearted tune humming on her lips. She skipped up the stairs, already envisioning the discomposed expression on Xia Liyuan's face 3 months from now. Not having seen Lin Yi and Xiang Shueshan entering and exiting together recently, Xia Liyuan's mood had notably improved from gloom to brightness. One day, Jing Tsong engaged in gossip with Xia Liyuan. Young Master Xia, are you aware of who has been chosen as the celestial tier heir by the Azure Dragon Academy? Chapter 54. The Awakening of the Blood-Devouring Vine. Upon hearing this, Xia Liyuan furrowed his brows slightly, discreetly diverting his gaze from Xiang Shueshan. Who could it be? If it were not someone with a connection to him, Jing Tsong would not have taken the trouble to present such information before him. Jing Tsong first cast a cautious glance at Xia Liyuan, then whispered, Young Master Xia, it is Xie Tianyu. Upon hearing that name, Xia Liyuan's face contorted with visceral disdain. His enmity with Xie Tianyu dated back to their childhood. Both the Xia and Xie families wielded considerable power in the capital and controlled significant relics, and they were even related by marriage. In truth, he and Xie Tianyu were cousins. However, he had never been on good terms with Xie Tianyu, for the latter was excessively pretentious and possessed a dark disposition. Despite being a petty man with an intense jealousy, he had a penchant for masquerading as a paragon of virtue. Xia Liyuan scoffed derisively, his expression one of utter disdain. Did he not know what sort of person Xie Tianyu was? He pretended to be a genuine genius at the Qinglong Academy, while in reality he employed underhanded tactics to suppress other talents. Otherwise, how could he possibly rank among the top 10? As Xia Liyuan mocked Xie Tianyu, Jing Tsong rarely lowered his head, concealing the deep-seated hatred in his eyes, only to raise it again with a familiar obsequious demeanor. Xia Liyuan shook his head once more, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. How could Xie Tianyu, at the same martial king level as myself, dare to claim the heaven stage inheritance without fearing a backlash to his soul? What was the situation at the Qinglong Academy? Among so many prodigies, why was this inferior individual chosen? Xia Liyuan reluctantly acknowledged that, despite Xie Tianyu's questionable character, his innate talent was undeniably exceptional, possessing a superior jade bone talent. Though it was only 1 tier higher than his own, their treatment since childhood had been worlds apart. Xie Tianyu was regarded as a martial saint seed within his family, having everything he desired from a young age. In contrast, he possessed a superior golden bone talent, and everyone claimed he could only break through to martial venerable. If luck were to abandon him, he might not even ascend to martial emperor. Yet, he had never resigned himself to fate, tirelessly training every night, hence his drowsiness during daytime classes. Jing Tsong recounted the information he had gathered. It was said that the Qinglong Academy had lowered the requirements for claiming the inheritance to Martial King after hearing that Lin Yi, an ordinary person, had received it. As you know, the higher the rank of a talisman master, the more their practices tend to become idiosyncratic, claiming the Heaven Stage inheritance would be a sheer waste. Thus, the Qinglong Academy had chosen Xie Tianyu. It was rumored that several other prodigies had been selected alongside him, but some encountered unforeseen circumstances, while others opted to withdraw voluntarily. The academy was inherently a tumultuous place, even if the teachers were aware of Xie Tianyu's involvement. As long as he did not violate the academy's regulations, no teacher would intervene. Xia Liyuan was nearly certain that Xie Tianyu, in his pursuit of the Heaven Stage inheritance, had resorted to unprincipled means, and the Xie family was complicit in this. Without the Xie family's indulgence, how could Xie Tianyu possibly secure his position among the top 10 prodigies at the academy? Xia Liyuan harbored a certain disdain for Xie Tianyu. Despite possessing a significantly higher aptitude for cultivation, both remained at the same realm of martial king. Were he to have Xie Tianyu's cultivation potential, he would undoubtedly have ascended to martial emperor by now. Xia Liyuan instructed Jing Song to continue monitoring Xie Tianyu's movements, whispering, "From my understanding of Xie Tianyu, he will undoubtedly target Lin Yi, who also possesses a heavenly tier inheritance." The Qinglong Academy would certainly welcome this, as they are most averse to the establishment of the Talisman Department at the Zhuke Academy. Xia Liyuan now suspected that the Qinglong Academy chose Xie Tianyu to inherit the heavenly tier legacy precisely because they recognized his despicable nature, confident that he would not tolerate Lin Yi. After Xia Liyuan dozed off at the table, Jing Song gazed tenderly at a photograph of a girl on his phone, silently vowing, "A Yuan, I shall soon avenge you." Lin Yi commenced his arduous training regimen in the villa, awakening each day to the dual pursuits of cultivation and study. He also procured numerous potions from the academy's internal marketplace to alleviate the discomfort in his meridians that accompanied his training. Lin Yi discovered that if he endured the discomfort and extended his training each day, his meridians would become somewhat more resilient upon recovery. Although the additional training time was merely a few minutes longer than the previous day, it signified progress. Optimistically, Lin Yi mused that an increase of 5 minutes a day would amount to 50 minutes over 10 days. The rationale behind categorizing one's innate bone quality into upper, middle, and lower tiers lay in the differing durations each could sustain cultivation. Inferior bones such as common and iron bones could only endure 1/10 of the training time compared to the moderate copper and silver bones. Likewise, the training duration for copper and silver bones was merely 1% of that for the superior gold and jade bones. The distinctions between common and iron bones were minimal, thus classifying them both as inferior. Though the differences between copper and silver bones were more pronounced, they still fell under the category of moderate bone quality. Above the superior bones existed the heavenly grade, which he had yet to encounter. The Zhuke Academy also housed students with heavenly grade bones. However, they were personally taken under the wing of martial saints upon enrollment and rarely made appearances at the academy. A heavenly grade bone, if not cultivated, would be deemed a remarkable treasure in the eyes of malevolent forces. In the past, there were instances where individuals unearthed forbidden techniques for altering bone types within ancient ruins, applicable solely to those with heavenly grade bones. Subsequently, many such individuals mysteriously vanished. The federal authorities, recognizing the unsettling developments, swiftly penalized numerous families involved in the bone alteration, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the capital's affairs. Currently, upon the discovery of heavenly grade bones, either the associated forces would ensure their concealment or, as in the case of the academy, the martial saints would take them as disciples, keeping them hidden from public view. No one would foolishly disclose their possession of heavenly grade bones, for anyone could sell this information in the black market and reap substantial rewards in spirit stones. One day, while Lin Yi was engrossed in his practice, he suddenly heard a languid voice exclaim, "Ah, that nap was truly refreshing. I feel entirely different now." Lin Yi heard the voice of the bloodthirsty vine and promptly ceased his cultivation, inquiring, "What is the matter? You have been asleep for quite a while. Had you not been continuously absorbing spiritual energy, I would have thought something was amiss." The bloodthirsty vine gradually awakened, startled to sense the vastness of its own destined space. "Brother, why has my destined space expanded so dramatically? Previously, its destined space was merely the size of a suitcase, but now it resembled that of an entire room, approximately 50 square meters." The bloodthirsty vine, noticing other transformations in its essence, suddenly became quite animated. "What on earth is happening?" it exclaimed. "Why can't I recall what caused me to fall into slumber, and how did I undergo such inexplicable evolution?" Chapter 55. A meal of 9 spirit stones. The blood-devouring vine quickly examined the other changes in its body. Although I am clearly still a second-tier anomalous plant, my crystal nucleus is larger than that of a third tier. Not only has my innate space expanded significantly, but I have also acquired healing abilities. My crystal nucleus has transformed into one of healing attributes, as has my spiritual energy. The blood-devouring vine could only recall searching for treasures with Lin Yi in the Upper Clear Palace. After all, it was barely a year old and had not experienced much. Its voice gradually grew fearful. "Brother, is this an illusion? Have we encountered a great demon?" Lin Yi waited for the blood-devouring vine to calm down before rising to cut off the power to all technological devices in the cultivation room. He quietly informed the blood-devouring vine of recent events. Upon hearing that it had been in slumber for several months and that Lin Yi had traveled from Qingcheng to the distant capital, it would have gasped in astonishment if it had a mouth. "Brother, are you saying we encountered an extraordinary opportunity, yet lost our memories of it afterward? I have long warned you that there are exceedingly terrifying entities in the core direction of the Upper Clear Palace, resembling my own kind. Both of us have gained fortuitous encounters. I have even awakened the bloodline inheritance of the blood-devouring vine clan. That formidable existence in the Upper Clear Palace must be friendly toward us." The blood-devouring vine's tone grew increasingly assured. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. Even a fool could discern the entity's friendly attitude, especially since he had left with a heavenly-level inheritance and a complete transmission of the 5 elements transformative sword technique in his mind. Lin Yi resolved that should the opportunity arise, he would return to Qingcheng to explore the ruins and revisit the Upper Clear Palace. Recalling the 5 elements transformative sword technique stored in the blood-devouring vine space, Lin Yi instructed it to retrieve and incinerate it in the restroom, flushing the remnants down the drain. The blood-devouring vine soon began to sigh heavily once more. Curious, Lin Yi inquired about the cause of its discontent, questioning how the expansion of its space could be bothersome. The blood-devouring vine lamented, "The enlargement of my space is indeed beneficial. Yet the other aspects of my evolution are concerning. My expertise lies in strangulation. I should evolve towards toxins, as my ancestors have done throughout generations. However, I now possess healing spiritual energy. The bloodline inheritance records indicate that only spirit flowers and herbs favored by heaven and earth awaken healing abilities." Lin Yi, puzzled, questioned what was wrong with this, asserting that being favored by heaven and earth was a sign of good fortune. The blood-devouring vine grew agitated, exclaiming, "But I am a blood-devouring vine. Our entire race is considered malevolent in ancient times. All my teachings instruct me on how to kill and enhance my toxins. Yet now I have awakened healing abilities, rendering much of my inheritance useless. Where has there been a healing-oriented blood-devouring vine? If I encounter my kin in the future, how will I hold my head high?" The blood-devouring vine seemingly envisioned a future where it was ridiculed by its peers, growing increasingly reluctant to accept the reality of its healing abilities. Lin Yi spent considerable time trying to console the blood-devouring vine, but it remained despondent. He discovered that after obtaining the ancestral memories of the blood-sucking vine, his intelligence had surged significantly, rendering him less susceptible to deception than before. Although initially disheartened, the blood-sucking vine soon regained its vitality. It had awakened its healing abilities, unless it chose to abandon its core and undergo a complete transformation. It had no choice but to focus on healing. The prospect of transformation through otherworldly means was akin to gambling with its life, and it dared not take the risk of shattering its core while its existence was at stake. The blood-sucking vine retrieved a second-tier demon core from its personal space, intending to refine it, but upon contact, it recoiled as if electrocuted, nearly weeping as it spoke to Lin Yi. "Brother, I cannot refine the second-tier demon core. The spiritual energy within is far too chaotic. What am I to do if I cannot cultivate with this core? Will I be doomed to remain a feeble second-tier exotic plant for all eternity?" The blood-sucking vine was genuinely distressed. The ancestral memories revealed that their path of evolution lay in the continuous consumption of demon cores and the flesh of demonic beasts. Yet now, unable to refine the demon core, it was clear that consuming the flesh of demonic beasts was also out of the question. The ancestral memories offered no guidance on how to cultivate healing abilities. Fortunately, the racial techniques from the ancestral memories remained accessible for cultivation. Otherwise, it would have seriously contemplated venturing to Qingcheng to vociferously confront that terrifying entity in the Upper Clear Palace. This was a blatant obstruction of its path to cultivation. It was evident that they harbored no friendly intentions. They seemed intent on leading it to ruin. Seeing the blood-sucking vine so despondent, Lin Yi retrieved a spirit stone from his storage ring and offered it to the vine. See if you can cultivate with this. The blood-sucking vine was his contracted exotic plant and had awakened a healing ability of significant value to him. Regardless of the circumstances, he wished to nurture the blood-sucking vine. As the blood-sucking vine sensed the rich and pure spiritual energy emanating from the stone, it gingerly coiled its tendrils around it. My heavens! This must be the spirit stone mentioned in the ancestral memories. Truly, it is as magnificent as described, an exquisite treasure. The purer the attributes of an exotic plant's roots, the more it requires spirit stones for cultivation. Never did I imagine that our blood-sucking vine lineage could also utilize spirit stones for cultivation. Brother, do you have many of these? I feel I could consume several in one sitting, and perhaps that would only sustain me for 3 days. It first inquired whether Lin Yu had an abundance of spirit stones, for if they were rare and precious, it would need to be prudent in its consumption. Lin Yi, recalling the thousands of spirit stones in his storage ring, encouraged the blood-sucking vine to indulge. You may consume as much as you like, but you cannot store any in your personal space. I will first ascertain your appetite for one sitting, then provide you with some spirit stones to keep. The blood-sucking vine had become considerably astute. It genuinely feared that it might attempt to manipulate Lin Yi and deceive him out of spirit stones. Although Lin Yi could sense the blood-sucking vine's emotions, he pondered the possibility that the vine's ancestral memories might possess methods to obscure emotional perception from its host. The blood-sucking vine exhibited independent thought, appearing to Lin Yi as a complete and autonomous soul. Upon hearing that it could indulge in the spirit stones, the blood-sucking vine wasted no time in absorbing them. It paid little heed to whether the spiritual energy absorbed into its body had been entirely refined into its own spiritual power. What mattered was that it first consumed the energy, allowing for gradual digestion afterward. The cultivation of humanity necessitates the absorption of a modicum of spiritual essence, followed by its refinement. However, the peculiarities of the end allow them to temporarily store copious amounts of spiritual energy within their crystalline cores, which they subsequently refine at a leisurely pace. Living amidst the perils of a treacherous jungle, both and lack the luxury of dedicating time to slow and focused cultivation as humans do. They must venture out to hunt, only daring to refine their energies once they have returned to their lairs. The unique cultivation methods of and are, in essence, a manifestation of their survival adaptations. The bloodthirsty vine greedily absorbs energy, pausing only when it senses its crystalline core is nearing fullness, reluctantly halting its intake of spiritual stones. Even as it retracts its tendrils, it entwines the stones one last time before relinquishing them. In its heart, it resolves that henceforth, its most cherished possession will be the spiritual stones. Chapter 56. The blood-devouring vine assists in cultivation. Lin Yi counted, and the blood-devouring vine absorbed 9 spirit stones at once. Goodness, you consumed 9 spirit stones in one sitting, and you require 3 stones daily. My monthly credits amount to merely 100 points, which translates to 100 spirit stones. What troubles Lin Yi the most is the future. The blood-devouring vine is only at the 2nd tier now. Once it advances to the 3rd tier, the daily consumption of spirit stones will undoubtedly exceed 3. He gazed at the blood-devouring vine from every angle, perceiving it as a veritable gold-devouring beast, an insatiable abyss. Sensing Lin Yi's reluctance to part with his spirit stones, the blood-devouring vine cautiously remarked, "Brother, please do not neglect to nourish me. I can eat less. I can manage without sufficient sustenance. I can simply sleep more," it added. "I cannot cultivate using demon cores, but I should be able to utilize crystal cores. Just take me into the ruins, and I can sense my kind and find crystal cores to consume on my own." Its prowess in strangulation remained intact, and with the awakening of its healing abilities, its form became extraordinarily resilient. Should its vine body be severed, it could recover in an instant. As long as its crystal core's spiritual energy was abundant, it could continuously regenerate from severed limbs. Even relying solely on attrition, it could outlast an ordinary 2nd-tier exotic plant. Lin Yi sensed the blood-devouring vine's anxious emotions and immediately reassured, "I will not neglect your care. You may eat freely. I will find a way to manage the spirit stones. Just focus on your cultivation, and in time, you shall become my right-hand ally. Once we traverse the ruins, we shall never lack for spirit stones again." He possessed a golden finger, and if he were to struggle to nourish even a contracted exotic plant, he would indeed be of little use. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the blood-devouring vine felt a light-hearted laugh within. The inherited memories proved invaluable. Feigning vulnerability was far more endearing to the host than mere obstinacy. The blood-devouring vine proceeded to digest the few spirit stones. Lin Yi began his cultivation. And as the pain surged through his meridians, an idea struck him. Little vine, use your healing energy to traverse my meridians. Since auxiliary potions could repair meridians and extend cultivation time, could it not be more efficient to employ healing energy directly for the task? Auxiliary potions invariably carry some side effects, while healing energy bears none. Upon hearing Lin Ye's request, the blood-devouring vine cautiously infused healing energy into Lin Ye's body, discovering that he exhibited no rejection of its energy. How curious. The bloodline inheritance states that the spiritual energy of every being differs. Spiritual essence is unclaimed. Yet spiritual energy recognizes its master. According to the memory of the bloodline inheritance, your body should reject my energy, and your vital essence should resist it. It may be due to our contract, or perhaps the healing energy is unique. Regardless, brother, you show no aversion to my energy at all. Observing Lin Ye's positive adaptation, the blood-devouring vine gradually increased the flow of its energy, with the blood-devouring vine's realm surpassing Lin Ye's by a considerable margin. Its healing energy acted like a divine elixir within Lin Ye's body, visibly mending his meridians at an astonishing pace. Half an hour later, the blood-sucking vine utilized its healing energy to traverse through Lin Ye's meridians, softly exclaiming, "The consumption of crystal core energy for healing the meridians is even swifter than my own absorption rate. Of the 9 spirit stones I consumed earlier, it appears that roughly 5 remain." Lin Yi calculated in his mind that the blood-sucking vine required 4 spirit stones for each meridian healing session. Currently, all the auxiliary potions he had procured were purchased with money, as no one was willing to exchange spirit stones for currency. After all, possessing an abundance of money would not yield spirit stones. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, acknowledging that he could not skimp on the costs of cultivation. Given the side effects of auxiliary potions, he opted not to utilize them unless absolutely necessary. His immediate goal was to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He would earn more spirit stones once he depleted his current supply. Ever since acquiring the blood-sucking vine as a form of assistance, Lin Yi had been practicing almost tirelessly, day and night, only resting when utterly exhausted. Each time Xiang Shueshan visited him, she invariably found him immersed in his training. She never pondered over it much, attributing her timing to mere coincidence, believing that she merely happened upon Lin Yi during his cultivation. She could hardly imagine that he was relentlessly practicing without regard for day or night. A person who disregards the potential injuries to their meridians while fervently cultivating is either on the brink of madness or has given up on life. She believed Lin Yi was neither of those. As 2 months gradually passed, one morning, Lin Yi suddenly delivered a powerful punch to the testing apparatus, eliciting a cold mechanical voice. Right fist strength, 2,764 pounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled, for he had sensed changes within his body over the past few days. Surmising that he had entered the mid-stage of qi refinement, if tested now, he could easily masquerade as a martial artist. The strength of a modern martial artist punch is typically 10,000 pounds, yet he was cultivating an ancient technique. Once he advanced to the late stage of qi refinement and sought to break through to foundation establishment, his punch strength would undoubtedly exceed 10,000 pounds. Lin Yi was uncertain of the extent to which his unique ability had enhanced him, for only those at the martial king level could apply to explore relics. His ancient technique allowed him to bypass the condition of sensing the world's spiritual energy as a martial artist. As long as his punch strength surpassed 10,000 pounds, he could undergo testing to become a martial artist. Though there might be some anomalies in his body's spiritual energy fluctuations during the testing process, these would remain within acceptable margins of error. This was made possible not only by his contract with the second-tier exotic plant, but also by the ancient technique provided to him by Xiang Libin, which served as a shield. His previous fears stemmed from a lack of understanding, but now, with a growing knowledge of various cultivation concepts and the principles behind different testing instruments, he naturally felt less apprehensive. With 1 month remaining until the 3-month period mentioned by Xia Liyuan, Lin Yi resolved to continue his training for another month. The consumption of spirit stones from his storage ring had been substantial. He required the blood-sucking vine to heal his meridians twice daily, resulting in a fixed consumption of 8 spirit stones. The blood-sucking vine itself required 3 spirit stones for its cultivation. Together, they consumed 11 spirit stones daily. The spirit stones within his storage ring had dwindled from 4 digits to 3, leaving him with just over 900 stones. Unable to enter the relics, He could not utilize his unique ability to locate treasures, which meant he could not earn more spirit stones. Though 900 stones may seem like a considerable amount, it would only suffice for 3 months of cultivation for both him and the blood-sucking vine. After he and the blood-devouring vine elevated their cultivation levels, the consumption of spirit stones increased significantly. The phrase "a single spirit stone can challenge the offspring of aristocratic families" has only grown in its significance. Xiang Xueshan was deeply concerned about Lin Ye's training progress, often wandering outside his training chamber. Each time, she found him diligently practicing, leading her to wait there persistently. Lin Yi, wishing to conceal his ability to train continuously from Xiang Xueshan, exited the training room at the blood-devouring vine's behest. "Senior sister, I have become a martial artist." Without waiting for Xiang Xueshan's inquiry, he approached the apparatus designed to test his punching strength and delivered a forceful strike. The reading for his right punch was 1,247 pounds. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Recently, he had been practicing his control over strength intermittently and was barely able to manage the force exerted during the test. The results aligned closely with his expectations, differing by no more than 10 pounds. He had initially aimed to maintain a force of 1,250 pounds, falling just 3 pounds short. Chapter 57. You actually call me mean. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan's eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly approached Lin Yi, reaching out to pinch the muscle on his arm. "Indeed, your physique has undergone transformation. Your punching power nears 1,250 pounds. The ancient martial arts must have elevated your ultimate strength. Have you experienced the cleansing of your marrow since becoming a martial artist?" Lin Yi shook his head in response. It was only after arriving in the capital that he realized the significance of marrow cleansing in one's cultivation, which typically occurs upon first contact with spiritual herbs. Lin Yunxi and Lin Rong had also undergone marrow cleansing, with effects surpassing his own, as they had consumed blood qi elixirs, while he had merely utilized a blood qi decoction for his cleansing. Such knowledge of cultivation was utterly inaccessible to the average person. With a soft sigh, Lin Yi confessed, "I utilized a blood qi decoction during my cultivation and have already undergone marrow cleansing. Only those with the powerful lineage of aristocratic families can find rare treasures in the ruins that allow for a second cleansing. Most individuals will only experience this process once in their lifetime." Xiang Xueshan sighed gently. "It is truly a pity about your first cleansing. The spiritual herb you consumed was not even comparable to a blood qi elixir. Marrow cleansing is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can dramatically alter one's fate, with the potential to elevate inferior bone quality to average." She refrained from discussing marrow cleansing further, fearing it might distress Lin Yi. Though he might have cared about it in the past, he no longer held any concern over his bone quality, despite still being of inferior iron bone. The assistance of the blood-sucking vine allowed him to extend his training duration, although his absorption of spiritual energy during cultivation was slower than others. He practiced for a longer time, recognizing Lin Ye's progress as a martial artist. Xiang Xueshan encouraged him to continue his diligent training and generously provided him with an array of notes on talismans she had meticulously recorded. After bidding farewell to Xiang Xueshan, Lin Yi conferred with the blood-sucking vine. "We can no longer afford to be idle. Without a skill to earn spirit stones, once our reserves are depleted, our cultivation will come to a halt. If we lose the assistance of spirit stones, how many years will it take for me to break through to foundation establishment?" The blood-sucking vine, being an extraordinary plant, would require even more spirit stones to advance to the 3rd tier. It queried, "Brother, can we not hunt in the ruins? I can sense the presence of my kin and assist you in locating extraordinary plants." It was aware that Lin Yi was concealing his true strength. And while he had told Xiang Xueshan he had become a martial artist, in reality, he was on the brink of breaking through to martial master. With the strength of a martial master capable of exerting 10,000 pounds of force, coupled with the vine's assistance, hunting 2nd-tier extraordinary plants would pose no challenge. Lin Yi sighed before explaining the regulation that barred entry to the ruins for those who had not reached the martial king level in the capital. The blood-sucking vine was taken aback. "What? Only by breaking through to martial king can one apply for entry into the ruins? What a ridiculous rule. You require several months just to break through to martial master. How can we sustain ourselves with the remaining spirit stones?" It had recently developed a voracious appetite, consuming 10 spirit stones in a single meal. Noticing Lin Ye's persistent worry over earning spirit stones, it had refrained from sharing this concern with him. Lin Yi found himself in a challenging predicament. His dantian remained unstable, harboring only a few wisps of spiritual energy, most of which had been absorbed by his body. He realized that he must at least reach the foundation establishment stage for the energy within his dantian to adequately support his endeavor in crafting talismans. Recently, he had been diligently studying the foundational knowledge of talismans, grasping merely the surface of the celestial level inheritance within his sea of consciousness. However, due to his inability to practice hands-on, he faced a lack of validation and progress. Uncertainty clouded his understanding of whether his learning was accurate. As the deeper insights of the celestial level inheritance remained elusive, after a brief moment of worry, Lin Yi resolved to refocus his attention on his cultivation. If all else failed, he could resort to undertaking tasks from the academy or competing in the academy's rankings to exchange academic credits for spirit stones. Xia Liyuan, perceptive as ever, could easily discern the emotional state of Xiang Xueshan, as her furrowed brow revealed whether she was pleased or perturbed. Just yesterday, Xiang Xueshan had worn a frown. Yet today her demeanor was remarkably light-hearted, even offering him a cold snort as they brushed past one another. Her buoyant arrogance could only denote one thing: Lin Yi had ascended to the rank of a martial artist. Xia Liyuan was quick to dismiss this possibility. Lin Yi, possessing merely inferior iron bone aptitude, could not have become a martial artist in just over 2 months. The only explanation was that Lin Yi had deliberately concealed his strength during the academy's entrance examination. It was no wonder that Lin Yi appeared so composed. He was merely a step away from becoming a martial artist. Xia Liyuan's fixation on Lin Yi was not born from any other motive than the annoyance of seeing Xiang Xueshan consistently protect him. Yet, he soon realized that the more he targeted and marginalized Lin Yi, the more Xiang Xueshan seemed to care for him, her gaze growing increasingly impatient. Over the past 2 months, Xiang Xueshan had never engaged with him in a calm manner, as if they were adversaries. Xia Liyuan understood that this could not continue. His continued antagonism towards Lin Yi would only serve to deepen Xiang Xueshan's disdain for him. Upon noticing Xia Liyuan staring vacantly at her again, Xiang Xueshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Surely, he was concocting new ways to trouble Lin Yi. His jealousy was palpable, and his mind seemed as narrow as a pinhole. At the conclusion of class, Xia Liyuan intercepted Xiang Xueshan. Upon seeing this, she knitted her brows tightly, first letting out a cold huff before speaking. "What is it, young Master Xia? Are you now seeking to shift your focus from troubling my junior brother to making things difficult for me instead?" Xia Liyuan's expression hardened as he listened to Xiang Xueshan's sharp words, his already aloof demeanor growing even more frigid, making him appear unapproachable. "Must you speak with such vitriol? As a young lady, you should find it shameful to incessantly mention a man's name. It seems you are intent on ensuring that everyone knows of the bond between you and your junior brother." Xia Liyuan had intended to have a serious conversation with Xiang Xueshan, but her words only served to further aggravate him. His annoyance deepened, causing his expression to grow even colder and more distant. Xiang Xueshan, incredulous, pointed at her own face. "You call me harsh. How could I possibly be more so than you? You, a martial king, harassing an ordinary person like Lin Yi. And you still have the audacity to label me as cruel? Lin Yi is my junior brother. Do you even comprehend that he is my father's direct disciple? I shall keep him perpetually on my lips. He is my sole junior apprentice, the one who will bear me away on my wedding day, and moreover, he shall serve as my steadfast support in my husband's household. If I do not speak of him, should I instead speak of you, the insufferable nuisance?" With that, Xiang Xueshan forcefully bumped her shoulder against Xia Liyuan's, departing with an air of arrogance. Were it anyone else, she would never dare to display such audacity. Although Xia Liyuan may appear formidable, he is merely a paper tiger. Jing Tsong, observing Xia Liyuan's cold demeanor following the collision, cautiously inquired, "Young Master Xia, are you unhurt?" Xiang Xueshan's temper seems to be growing increasingly volatile. I cannot fathom the reason. Could it be that her time of the month is approaching? Typically, she is not prone to anger, and her greatest source of vexation is none other than Xia Liyuan. Chapter 58. The rival transforms into a brother-in-law. Jing Tsong found it utterly perplexing that Xia Liyuan, despite his evident disdain for Xiang Xueshan, would still approach her only to receive reprimands. Although Xiang Xueshan did not hail from a prominent family, her father held the esteemed position of the director of the Talismans Department. This title at the Zhuke Academy carried significant weight. With a hint of confusion, Xia Liyuan gazed at Jing Tsong, recalling Xiang Xueshan's earlier words about Lin Yi carrying her out of the door on her wedding day. Did this imply she would not wed Lin Yi in the future? Jing Tsong, visibly astonished, scrutinized Xia Li Yuan with skepticism, ensuring that his confusion was genuine before cautiously speaking. Young Master Xia, Lin Yi is merely of inferior talent, surely. Teacher Xiang would never allow Xiang Xueshan to marry him. Generally, a direct disciple is akin to a younger brother. And Xiang Xueshan's statement about being carried out by Lin Yi was not without merit. To my knowledge, Teacher Xiang has only one daughter, making Lin Yi the most suitable candidate to escort her on her wedding day. Xia Li Yuan could not help but chuckle at his own folly upon hearing this. The straightforward issue that Jing Song perceived had eluded him for so long. Lin Yi's lack of aptitude rendered any possibility of marriage with Xiang Xueshan negligible. Like him, Xiang Xueshan possessed exceptional talent and aspired to become a martial sovereign, while Lin Yi would likely only reach the rank of a martial king in his lifetime. Xia Li Yuan sneered inwardly, beginning to doubt whether his recent diligence and training had clouded his judgment. The rival he had envisioned was, in fact, a harmless brother-in-law. Not only had he insulted this brother-in-law from the outset, but he had also driven Xiang Xueshan to increasingly despise him. Seeing Xia Li Yuan's continuous smirks, Jing Song tentatively inquired, "Young master, should I consider further strategies to ensure Lin Yi struggles within the academy?" Xia Li Yuan was not a petty person. Why then was he fixated on Lin Yi? Could it be true, as Xiang Xueshan suggested, that Xia Li Yuan was motivated by the inheritance of the heavenly rank talismans? However, having accompanied Xia Li Yuan for an extended period, Jing Song noted that he exhibited little interest in talismans. Xia Li Yuan cast a cold glance at Jing Song and replied, "From now on, do not concern yourself with Lin Yi. Focus your attention on Xie Tianyu." The thought of devising ways to make Lin Yi's life difficult seemed absurd. He should instead be finding ways to endear himself to his future brother-in-law. Jing Song nodded in agreement, stating, "Lin Yi's talent is woefully lacking. Troubling him would only diminish your standing, young master." Xia Li Yuan did not contest this assertion, for he intended to discreetly win Lin Yi over. If word got out about his affection for Xiang Xueshan, she would undoubtedly face various schemes and machinations. That scoundrel Xie Tianyu would surely come to vie for her affections throughout his life. Whenever he desired something, be it a person or an object, Xie Tianyu would swoop in to snatch it away, only to discard it carelessly afterward. As the 3 months Xia Li Yuan had mentioned came to pass, Xiang Xueshan, unable to conceal her pride, brought Lin Yi to the martial alliance to test their strength, and the results aligned perfectly with Lin Yi's expectations. Although the energy within him surged with unusual vitality. Upon hearing that he had contracted a variant plant, the staff attributed the anomaly to the blood-sucking vine. Xiang Xueshan almost hurled Lin Yi's martial artist certificate before Xia Li Yuan. "I fear your vision may be poor or your character lacking," she stated. "Thus I specifically brought my junior brother to the Martial Artist Alliance for verification. This certificate, stamped with the Alliance's official seal, you surely do not suspect me of forgery?" Should Xia Li Yuan dare to disavow this document, she would insist on a return visit to the Martial Artist Alliance with both Xia Li Yuan and Lin Yi. Even a scion of a prestigious family like Xia Li Yuan would not openly challenge the integrity of the alliance. To deny a certificate bearing the alliance's seal would be tantamount to directly confronting them. Xiang Xueshan had initially anticipated that Xia Li Yuan would be incensed by Lin Yi's breakthrough, perhaps even embarrassed enough to reproach Lin Yi for concealing his abilities upon entering the academy. To her surprise, Xia Li Yuan merely glanced at the certificate, uttering not a word, his countenance devoid of any displeasure. Prepared for a fierce confrontation, Xiang Xueshan found herself somewhat at a loss at his unexpected demeanor and feigned ferocity as she declared, "The 3-month wager you proposed has been won by us. You must no longer leverage your status to target Lin Yi. Should you find yourself unable to bear the loss, I would inflict 1,000 wounds upon myself to ensure you suffer 800 in return. Even if it means being left crippled, I shall issue a challenge to you." With a fierce determination, she bit her teeth lightly, aware that she was not akin to Xia Li Yuan. He was a gem, a product of a noble lineage, while she was merely a shard of tile. Xia Li Yuan would not truly provoke her. Otherwise, he would not have endured her presence for so long. Despite finding her exceedingly distasteful, observing Xia Li Yuan's frown, Lin Yi deduced that he was displeased to see Xiang Xueshan so protective of him. "Sister, let us sit over there. One must not issue a challenge lightly. It risks both credits and lives, regardless of status, if one perishes on the challenge platform. Even the martial saints cannot be held accountable, for each participant has signed a life and death contract prior." Jing Song, catching Xia Li Yuan's eye, deliberately raised his voice within the classroom. "How amusing. How could our young master deign to target a commoner with inferior talent? Would that not diminish our young master's stature? To become a martial artist within 3 months, one could say he possesses a modicum of luck. Let us coexist peacefully henceforth, and refrain from parading before our young master without cause. Xia Li Yuan's gaze swept over Jing Song. Had he not previously stated he would not target Lin Yi? Was this Jing Song's interpretation of non-targeting? Seeing Xia Li Yuan's look directed at him, Jing Song mistakenly thought it was a sign of discontent regarding his mockery, and continued. With such inferior talent, what does it matter if he becomes a martial artist? Who knows if he will even break through to a martial master by middle age? To aspire to become a martial emperor before 50 upon graduation from the academy is nothing short of a pipe dream. A mere glance from Xia Li Yuan silenced Jing Kong. Internally, Jing Song felt somewhat bemused. He often ridiculed others in this manner, and had previously mocked Lin Yi with similar fervor. Was it truly necessary for him to be glared at for his shortcomings and insults? Upon this encounter, Lin Yi discerned a change in Xia Li Yuan, noting that his gaze no longer bore the hostility it once did. Ever since he surmised Xia Li Yuan's affections for Xiang Xueshan, he had been able to analyze the motivations behind Xia Li Yuan's actions. Xia Li Yuan no longer harbored any animosity towards him, seemingly no longer viewing him as a rival in love. Indeed, his feelings for Xia Xueshan were merely those of an ordinary senior to a junior. A woman could only influence the swiftness with which he drew his sword. What kind of folly led one to contemplate marriage? Lin Yi had initially intended to have a serious conversation with Xia Li Yuan, to clarify that he held no affection for Xia Xueshan, but it now appeared unnecessary. Xia Li Yuan had not yet succumbed to the haze of infatuation, retaining his fundamental judgment. After class, Xiang Xueshan returned to the villa, her demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts. Lin Yi called her several times, but she remained lost in her reverie, oblivious to his voice. Chapter 59. The kind of person I wish to marry. Lin Yi noticed Xiang Xueshan's distracted demeanor and swiftly stepped in front of her. Senior sister, what occupies your thoughts? Why are you so lost in reverie? A martial king, so engrossed as to let down her guard. Could it be that Xiang Xueshan was encountering issues in her training? Upon regaining her focus, Xiang Xueshan looked at Lin Yi with a grave expression and earnestly declared, I have an unsettling feeling about Xia Li Yuan. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at her words, realizing that her preoccupation during their journey back stemmed from Xia Li Yuan. Was her sentiment towards him merely one of disdain? If one truly detested another, would they be so affected to the point of distraction? Lin Yi, having never experienced romance, lacked even the innocent curiosities of adolescence. He recalled a profound statement he had read in a book. Only the affluent dare to indulge in love. For the ordinary, mere survival consumes all their strength. Since his youth, the weight of financial burdens had pressed heavily upon him. His singular aspiration was to become a martial artist, to defy fate and rise above the masses. What use was love, after all? Contemplating Xia Li Yuan, Xiang Xueshan scoffed, her tone resolute as she remarked, You fail to comprehend Xia Li Yuan today. He is remarkably different from his usual self. He did not press you further, and even smiled at you after class. That must have been a menacing smile. A reminder that he intends to employ other means against you, relishing the sight of you in fear and chaos. Such sons of noble families delight in witnessing their prey struggle before them. Lin Yi, bemused by Xiang Xueshan's extravagant interpretations of a mere smile, couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not even seen Xia Li Yuan smile. They had merely exchanged nods. Was that truly a smile? Could Xiang Xueshan not perceive that Xia Li Yuan was attempting to ease their relationship? Sighing inwardly at her series of misunderstandings, Lin Yi lamented that if she were more perceptive, she would not so often misinterpret Xia Li Yuan's intentions as disdain. Surely, I do not perceive Xia Li Yuan as that kind of aristocrat. While he has previously looked down upon me, his most frequent response was mere sarcasm, which, albeit harsh, was founded in truth. I indeed possess inferior talent and hail from a humble background in Qiqing. Reflecting on Xia Li Yuan's overtures to mend their rapport, Lin Yi hesitated before offering a defense for him. If he truly wished to undermine me, there exist myriad ways he could do so without my evasion. Yet, he has never wielded his family's influence to suppress me. I sense that he may not be as dreadful as you believe. Xiang Xueshan frowned tightly, regarding Lin Yi as if he were an oddity, before reaching out to touch his forehead. You're not feverish, yet you speak such nonsense. Xia Li Yuan is not nearly as innocuous. You simply have yet to encounter any genuinely good people. Although I am unaware of Summer Li Yuan's intentions towards you, I can assert with certainty that his behavior today is rather unusual. It would be prudent for you to remain by my side and avoid isolation. For now, we can only adopt a reactive stance, taking each step as it comes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi managed a faint smile, recognizing his efforts had been in vain. It was Summer Li Yuan's sharp tongue that had marred his reputation in Xiang Xueshan's eyes. For several days, Xiang Xueshan had shadowed Lin Yi closely, oblivious to Summer Li Yuan's schemes. Her demeanor growing increasingly tense with no sign of relief. Noticing her distress, Lin Yi felt compelled to reassure her. Senior sister, perhaps you are merely being overly sensitive. I do not believe Summer Li Yuan intends to harm me. His conclusion was drawn from a recent encounter in the restroom, where Summer Li Yuan had greeted him with a nod, an action that starkly contrasted with the former disregard he had shown. Xiang Xueshan, her face etched with concern, countered. That is impossible. From my understanding of the scions of noble families, they will not relent until they achieve their goals. Given how envious he was of you before, it is inconceivable that he would suddenly change his approach. He must be devising some grand scheme. Junior brother, I sense a foreboding. For the time being, you should remain in the villa to cultivate and refrain from attending classes here. After all, theoretical knowledge can be acquired at home as well. The villa community they resided in was accessible only to the families of faculty, and even Summer Li Yuan would not dare to create a ruckus there. Seeing that Xiang Xueshan's worry was affecting her own practice, Lin Yi felt resolute in his belief that Summer Li Yuan would continue to target him. Senior sister, do not fret too much. I shall cultivate in the villa. I genuinely believe that Summer Li Yuan will not pursue me further, considering I am merely an ordinary individual with iron bone aptitude. Xiang Xueshan shot Lin Yi a disapproving glance. What of your iron bone aptitude? You are the fortunate successor of a heavenly legacy, destined for greatness that will undoubtedly rival anyone else. Do not belittle yourself. I am counting on you to be my support in the future. With so many scoundrels around, should I end up marrying the wrong person, I will need you to rescue me from the depths of marital despair. Xiang Xueshan was genuinely apprehensive that Lin Yi might become disheartened by his perceived limitations. She had witnessed too many individuals succumb to despair due to their innate talents, stifling their potential for a brighter future. She wished to inspire Lin Yi, believing that even if for the sake of becoming her future pillar, he must strive diligently in his cultivation. Noticing a fleeting glimpse of fabric at the classroom door, Lin Yi raised his voice deliberately. Senior sister, what kind of person do you wish to marry in the future? Xiang Xueshan, with her back turned to the classroom entrance, was unaware of Summer Li Yuan's presence just outside. The entire academy was imbued with protective formations, and magical artifacts were ubiquitous. Only those with divine awareness could detect the concealed fluctuations of spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xueshan responded sweetly, naturally, I wish to marry someone handsome, with exceptional cultivation talent, preferably a man with a gentle disposition who can be understanding of my quirks. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yi inquired, does senior sister not wish to marry a scion of a noble family? Upon hearing this, the radiant smile of longing for love on Xiang Xueshan's face vanished in an instant, and she earnestly admonished Lin Yi. Have you spent too much time on forums? Do not place your trust in the words of those individuals. They speak of marrying into a prominent family as if it were a means to defy fate. Yet the gates of such households are not easily traversed. If there exists an imbalance in status between the two parties, even if genuine love flourishes at the outset, such happiness is but fleeting. Emotions are indeed consumable. Where can one find an unchanging affection? Once love is completely depleted, the usual shortcomings will transform into intolerable flaws. Should one encounter a person of conscience, perhaps divorce is a possibility. However, should one be unfortunate enough to meet an unworthy partner, the outcome may only lead to a tragic demise. Chapter 60. The Afflicted Mind of Love. After finishing her statement, Xiang Xueshan cast a doubtful glance at Lin Yi and inquired, Junior brother, it seems your perspective on the aristocratic families has shifted. Has a girl expressed her affection for you? Are you contemplating entering one of those families? She continued, it is no wonder I speak harshly. Those girls who are drawn to you may not be enamored with you per se, but rather with the esteemed legacy you possess. Was it not Xia Li Yuan who once proposed that you marry into the Xia family? You had declined at the time. Why this sudden perplexity now? Lin Yi found himself genuinely impressed by the imaginative prowess of young women. He had uttered not, yet Xiang Xueshan had conjured an elaborate narrative. He sensed that if he did not clarify the situation soon, she might believe he was on the verge of entering into a marriage arrangement. Senior sister, I harbor no intentions of joining an aristocratic family. I have only just come of age and wish to devote myself to my cultivation, aspiring to break through to the martial king realm as swiftly as possible. My thoughts on the aristocratic family stem from their control over a significant portion of cultivation resources. If one were to marry into such a family, the path of cultivation might indeed become less arduous. He bore no inclination to meddle in the affairs of Xia Liyuan or Xiang Xueshan, for his impression of Xia Liyuan was rather mediocre. He was no saint, and could not find affection for one who had previously sought to undermine him. However, he also refrained from disrupting the relationship between Xia Liyuan and Xiang Xueshan. His stance was to remain uninvolved and neutral. Xiang Xueshan was no child. She could make her own decisions, regardless of whether the outcomes were favorable or unfavorable. She would have no one to blame. Should he intervene, and Xiang Xueshan later experience regret, she might harbor resentment towards him for meddling. Lin Yi resolved to feign ignorance regarding Xia Liyuan's feelings for Xiang Xueshan, choosing instead to observe quietly. This conversation, intentionally overheard by Xia Liyuan, aimed to convey Xiang Xueshan's sentiments, ideally prompting him to relinquish his attachment. Both Xiang Libin and Xiang Xueshan treated him with kindness, and he wished to spare Xiang Xueshan from being forcibly taken by Xia Liyuan in the future. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiang Xueshan felt utterly speechless and rolled her eyes heavenward. The resources of the aristocratic families were not easily acquired. While undeniably powerful, they were also exceedingly ruthless. Marrying into such a family might grant access to resources not typically available, yet it would also require sacrifices, such as one's freedom and dignity. My father is a martial sovereign. I possess my own support. Why should I humiliate myself to seek the cultivation resources of an aristocratic family? In any case, marrying into one is out of the question. However, if a charming, talented, and handsome aristocrat insisted on marrying into my family, I could perhaps entertain the idea, provided he brought along a dowry of several tens of thousands of spirit stones. As she spoke, a smile crept onto Xiang Xueshan's face. What kind of foolish aristocrat would forsake a life of privilege to marry into her family? Such a person would likely be afflicted with the mind of love. Rumor had it that the affliction of love was akin to a terminal illness. Once ensnared by it, one could never escape. She also feared that the genes of such a condition might be hereditary. What if they were to have a little love-stricken offspring in the future? At the classroom door, Xia Liyuan frowned slightly, pondering. Several tens of thousands of spirit stones, this poses a challenge, yet it does not seem insurmountable. After Xia Liyuan departed, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief within. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to convey to Xia Liyuan the sentiments harbored by Xiang Xueshan. Given Xia Liyuan's status and background, he could easily attract any woman of his choosing. It was likely that his interest in Xiang Xueshan was merely a fleeting fancy. Men, after all, may be enamored with one woman today and another tomorrow, which is entirely normal. The following day, Lin Yi received a location coordinate from Xia Liyuan, directing him to a private club within the academy that required a membership for entry. Xiang Xueshan had mentioned it in passing, noting that a single meal there could cost several hundred spirit stones, rendering it a veritable den of indulgence. Fearing that Lin Yi might decline the invitation, Xia Liyuan had even gone so far as to offer to treat him to dinner, explaining that the private club was managed by a martial sage, and that no one dared to cause trouble there. Jing Song was perplexed as to why Xia Liyuan would extend an invitation to Lin Yi, particularly to such an upscale establishment. Upon learning that Xia Liyuan had messaged Lin Yi, his initial thought was that Lin Yi would undoubtedly decline. Given their previous antagonism towards him, it was inconceivable that Lin Yi would accept. A rational person would never gamble with their life. Xia Liyuan's assertion that no one dared to cause a commotion in the private club referred specifically to matters of life and death. For those of noble lineage, anything short of a fatal incident was inconsequential. Even if a life were lost, should it be a commoner without influence, it would be of little concern to them. They could easily erase all evidence and provide some compensation afterward. Jing Song's frustration bubbled beneath the surface, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Xia Liyuan turned to Jing Song and inquired, "Do you believe Lin Yi will not attend because he fears I may harm him?" Regaining his composure, Jing Song nodded nonchalantly. "Young master, we have previously made things difficult for Lin Yi and often mocked him. If he possesses any semblance of rationality, he would not come." If Lin Yi were the type to be easily deceived, his meticulously laid plans would not have faltered midway. Xia Liyuan felt compelled to meet with Lin Yi at least once, if only to prevent Lin Yi from harboring further disdain towards him. Xiang Xueshan held Lin Yi in high regard, viewing him as a younger brother. Although she was displeased with the presence of other men aside from Xia Liyuan, Lin Yi was an exception. She considered Lin Yi a potential support for her future, underscoring her esteem for him. Come up with a plan to have Lin Yi meet me here tomorrow. In a calm and composed manner, Xia Li Yuan instructed Jing Tsung before departing. After all, the purpose of having subordinates was to delegate tasks. If he had to do everything himself, what was the point of having them? Once Xia Li Yuan had left, Jing Tsung ruffled his hair in frustration. After receiving Xia Li Yuan's message, Lin Yi found himself receiving another message from Jing Tsung over an hour later. I have heard that you wish to purchase a cleansing elixir suitable for ordinary people. I have two available, should you wish to come to the club tomorrow. We mean you no harm. Young Master Xia simply wishes to have a conversation with you. As a direct disciple of Master Xiang, we respect your status and hope you will consider Master Xiang's honor as well. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon reading the message. The cleansing elixir was notoriously potent, and ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand its overwhelming effects. Although Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong have consumed the cleansing marrow potion, their bodies appear to have recovered on the surface. In reality, the damage within their bone marrow remains unhealed. Only by taking the authentic cleansing marrow pills can they fully restore their health without hindering their future cultivation. If Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong's aspirations are solely to become martial artists, the ingestion of these pills is inconsequential. However, should they wish to advance further, the path will be as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Had he been unaware of these matters, it would have been one thing, but now that he is informed, he cannot simply disregard it. Lin Yi focused intently on the message for several seconds before finally responding. I will be punctual for our appointment. I require 4 cleansing marrow pills. Jing Tsung swiftly replied, I can only provide you with a source. You must purchase them with your own spirit stones. Chapter 61, Xiying Lbn accompanied him. The wash marrow pill, which an ordinary person can consume, is at least in Xian grade elixir. Elixirs of the wash marrow variety are inherently more expensive than those that replenish spiritual energy. While in Xian grade spirit replenishing elixir costs 50 spirit stones, in Xian grade wash marrow pill demands a staggering 88 spirit stones. Lin Yi was unable to procure the Xian grade wash marrow pill simply because he was not a martial king. Each elixir sold by the Alchemy Guild comes with a cultivation threshold requirement. Due to the scarcity of the spiritual herb used in crafting the Xian grade wash marrow pill, its annual production is exceedingly low, making it virtually unattainable without connections to influential families. Jiang Xing inquired further. The Xian grade wash marrow pill costs 88 spirit stones each and can enable ordinary individuals to wash their marrow. Even those who have previously consumed spiritual herbs and undergone marrow washing will experience slight effects upon reconsumption. Are you certain you desire 4? Upon calculating the costs, Lin Yi promptly abandoned the notion of purchasing 2 additional wash marrow pills for his parents. Though he could manage to buy 4 at 88 spirit stones apiece, the subsequent shipping fees would be insufficient. Sending items from the capital to QNGCH Inc. takes half a year. Items weighing under a pound are charged 500 spirit stones. If he were to buy 4 wash marrow pills, he would be unable to cover the shipping fees. He also wished to acquire some cultivation elixirs for MCHN, who had been taking care of his family since his arrival in the capital. Lin Yi responded to Jiang Xiying, 2 will suffice, thank you. Upon seeing Lin Yi express his gratitude, Jiang Xiying chuckled softly, shaking his head. To think he would thank me. It seems he has a touch of forgetfulness regarding past grievances. Jiang Xiying never underestimated anyone. Lin Yi had soared from QNGCH to the capital, yet he remained entirely devoid of arrogance, maintaining an exceptionally low profile in his endeavors. Months passed, and scarcely anyone at the academy spoke of Lin Yi's acquisition of the heavenly stage inheritance. Most believed he lacked the ability to comprehend the inheritance. Merely a fortunate individual. The more inconspicuous a person was, the less Jiang Xiying dared to underestimate them, for he himself was of such nature. He feared not the fierce tiger with its potent attacks, but rather the venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Lin Yi refrained from attending the gathering at the club unaccompanied. Instead, he first informed Xiying Lbn of the matter. Even if he suspected that Xi Lun bore no ill intentions, he would never gamble with his life. Xiying Lbn, unaware of the purpose behind Xi Lun's summons, stated over the phone, I will accompany you tomorrow. The following day, upon seeing Xiying Lbn beside Lin Yi, Jiang Xiying could not suppress a smirk. Junior Lin, we merely wish to invite you for a meal. Why trouble Teacher Xiying with such a journey? Teacher Xiying was typically quite busy. It was inappropriate to waste his time. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the most timid individual he had ever encountered, needing to inform his master of such trivial matters. Was he truly 18 and not 8? Xiying Lbn smiled at Jiang Xiying. I heard that the Talisman Division is gathering here. I thought. Since Lin Yi has come from QNGCH Ing and may be unfamiliar with the etiquette of such events, it would be prudent for me to accompany him to ensure he does not inadvertently offend anyone. Jiang Xiying, you wouldn't discourage my presence, would you? With a polite facade, Jiang Xiying replied, Teacher, you flatter me. It is our great fortune to have you join our gathering. Little did young Master Xian know of this matter. I shall inform him, and I trust he will be pleased. Jing Song swiftly conveyed the news to Xia Li Yuan, anticipating that he might be incensed, for Xiang Li Bin had clearly expressed his suspicions regarding Xia Li Yuan's intentions towards Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would not have accompanied Lin Yi. Lin Yi produced 176 spirit stones, prompting a twitch at the corner of Jing Song's mouth, who then offered Lin Yi two. Upon receiving the elixirs, Lin Yi first displayed them to Xiang Li Bin, and only after receiving a nod of approval did he stow them away. Although Xiang Li Bin could assist him in acquiring them, Lin Yi refrained from troubling him. Despite Xiang Li Bin being his mentor, burdening him with every trivial matter would inevitably erode their bond, which, in truth, had not yet been deeply established. Upon hearing of Xiang Li Bin's arrival, Xia Li Yuan descended the stairs to personally greet him. Teacher Xiang, shall we ascend and share a few drinks? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at this, recognizing that Xia Li Yuan possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. Setting aside his lofty demeanor as a scion of a prominent family in the presence of Xiang Li Bin, offending Xiang Li Bin would render any hopes of marrying Xiang Xueshan utterly fanciful. Although Xiang Li Bin had little prior interaction with Xia Li Yuan, he held a bias against young nobles. The recent events concerning Lin Yi, coupled with Xiang Xueshan's frequent disparagement of Xia Li Yuan, had fostered a dislike within him. Inside the private room, after sharing a few cups of spirit wine, Xiang Li Bin's perception of Xia Li Yuan shifted remarkably. Xia Li Yuan cast a glance at Lin Yi, his tone sincere as he addressed Xiang Li Bin. Teacher Xiang, since you are here, I wish to extend my heartfelt apologies. Upon learning that your disciple Lin Yi had obtained the heavenly level inheritance, I was momentarily blinded by jealousy, resulting in a series of foolish actions, thankfully without any disastrous consequences. I have since gained clarity and would like to invite my junior for a meal to mend our relationship, though Xia Li Yuan often appeared aloof. This demeanor stemmed from a disinclination to engage in conversation. Raised in a prestigious family, he had been trained in numerous disciplines, including social etiquette. By setting aside his lofty airs before Xiang Li Bin and personally pouring him wine, he accorded Xiang Li Bin the respect he deserved, swiftly altering Xiang Li Bin's initial impression of him. With a smile, Xiang Li Bin patted Xia Li Yuan on the shoulder, remarking, as the saying goes, it is easier to resolve a misunderstanding than to harbor animosity. Whatever misunderstandings exist between you, simply clear the air. Now, I shall not intrude on your merriment any longer. Enjoy your drinks. Lin, you should return on your own later. And do not drink too long. Though you are young and healthy, excessive drinking and late nights can still impede your cultivation. Xiang Li Bin may not fully grasp Xia Li Yuan's intentions, yet he was certain of one thing. Xia Li Yuan bore no murderous intent towards Lin Yi. Other considerations paled in comparison to this crucial point. Should Lin Yi suffer any indignities after his departure, it would serve as a stark lesson regarding the treachery that exists in this world. Many don a friendly facade while concealing daggers behind their backs. Having lived for so many years, how could he fail to perceive Xia Li Yuan's overtures as mere theatrics, a superficial play to curry favor? Lin Yi and Xia Li Yuan personally escorted Xiang Li Bin out of the club. Upon returning to the private room, Xia Li Yuan subtly gestured for Jing Song to exit first, then poured a glass of spirit wine and placed it before Lin Yi. Junior Lin, what I just said to Teacher Xiang was entirely sincere. Consider this glass of wine as a token of apology from your senior. Let us drink together and transform our conflict into harmony. Lin Yi held the wine glass, discreetly concealing it with his sleeve as the bloodthirsty vine extended a minuscule tendril to scrutinize the drink. Brother, the spirit wine is perfectly fine. It is merely ordinary spirit wine. Having left the line of sight and opened the bottle, he dared not drink directly, no matter how bold he was. Chapter 62. A terrifying capacity for alcohol. After finishing the spiritual wine, Lin Yi politely addressed Xia Li Yuan, saying, Brother Xia, you are too kind. I have not held any grudges regarding the previous matter. What my senior brothers said was merely the truth, and there was nothing amiss. Was it not just a jest about his inferior iron bone aptitude? Indeed, he possesses a lowly iron bone. Was it not a mockery of his humble origins? There was no falsehood in that either. While Lin Yi smiled on the surface, the true emotions within him were known only to himself. No one enjoys being ridiculed without cause and then harbors no resentment. What of his inferior iron bone? Did it cost Xia Li Yuan a single coin? And what of his humble beginnings? Had he ever partaken of what Xia Li Yuan offered him? Xia Li Yuan retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring and gestured for Lin Yi to take it. Lin Yi's eyes reflected confusion as he inquired, "Brother Xia, what is this?" Xia Li Yuan stepped forward and opened the box, revealing a treasure trove of spiritual stones that sparkled under the vibrant lights. "Although you, my junior brother, are generous and do not hold the past against me, I, as your senior brother, must express my appreciation. Unsure of what you might need, I thought it best to present you with spiritual stones. Feel free to use them as you see fit." Upon estimating the contents, Lin Yi discerned that the box contained several hundred spiritual stones. The blood-devouring vine, sensing Lin Yi's hesitation, grew anxious. "Brother, these are spiritual stones. Quickly, put them away. These stones are enough for us to cultivate for a month." Lin Yi gently reassured the vine with a touch, then turned to Xia Li Yuan. "Brother, I truly have not taken the previous matter to heart. I feel unworthy of these spiritual stones." Xia Li Yuan feigned a stern expression, insisting, "What is there to feel unworthy of regarding such a small amount of spiritual stones? If you refuse to accept them, it signifies that you have yet to forgive me." After some polite refusal, Lin Yi ultimately accepted the spiritual stones, his expression betraying a sense of obligation to comply with Xia Li Yuan's wishes. The blood-devouring vine, observing this exchange, couldn't help but express its disbelief. "I am truly astonished by you humans. You clearly desire them, yet pretend to refuse. Is this what they call saving face?" Lin Yi chose to disregard the vine's commentary. After all, how could a plant comprehend the intricacies of human relationships? Often, a person's pride holds more weight than their very life. Nevertheless, he was not one to prioritize pride over his existence. His life was of paramount importance. As Lin Yi shared drinks with Xia Li Yuan, he had the blood-devouring vine inspect each cup. The vine could no longer contain its frustration. "Brother, this is top-quality spiritual wine. Its purity surpassing that of spiritual stones, and the energy is exceptionally gentle. You are testing a plant with such exquisite wine. What kind of plant can withstand such scrutiny?" "I care not. If you ask me to check the wine again, I shall demand a taste myself." Lin Yi remained silent, merely stroking the vine to provide comfort. After several rounds of drinks, Xia Li Yuan deliberately sighed. "My earlier animosity towards you, junior brother, had its reasons." Lin Yi, who had never tasted spiritual wine before and was now visibly inebriated, leaned against the sofa, his eyes widening as he feigned sobriety and slurred, "What do you mean? What animosity lies beneath the surface, and what is its origin?" Seeing Lin Yi's unfocused gaze, Xia Li Yuan realized that Lin Yi was genuinely intoxicated. He inwardly lamented that today was not the right moment to disclose his affection for Xiang Xueshan and summoned Jing Tsong to escort Lin Yi home. As Jing Tsong entered, he glanced at the array of spirits on the table and sighed inwardly. Goodness, is the intention to inebriate Lin Yi? This potent spirit, though it resembles fruit wine in flavor, possesses a staggering after-effect and is quite costly. Jing Tsong felt he might never comprehend the mindset of these aristocratic youths. Were he in Xia Li Yuan's position, he wouldn't even offer Lin Yi a glass of plain water, let alone such extravagant liquor. As Jing Tsong assisted Lin Yi out of the private room, Lin Yi began to channel his energy to dissipate the spirit's potency within him. This bout of liquor proved more effective than his cultivation with spirit stones. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Yi staggered up to the second floor, relieved not to have encountered Xiang Xueshan, lest he be subjected to an interrogation. When Jing Tsong returned to the club, he found Xia Li Yuan, who was swirling a glass of wine. "What do you think of Lin Yi?" he inquired. Xiang Xueshan regarded Lin Yi as a pillar of support from her maternal family. Did she truly believe he could grasp the celestial inheritance? Yet, Xia Li Yuan perceived a lack of aptitude in Lin Yi. Reflecting on Lin Yi's descent from the vehicle, Jing Tsong noted his poor tolerance for alcohol. After just a few drinks, he could barely maintain his balance. Despite the liquor's potency, one could use their skills to alleviate the effects. He had escorted Lin Yi to the villa for no less than 10 minutes. Surely, he should have recovered by now. Xia Li Yuan furrowed his brow, his tone grave. "You say Lin Yi exited the vehicle unaided and returned to the villa on his own?" Jing Tsong, puzzled by Xia Li Yuan's seriousness, affirmed, "Indeed, I personally drove him." Sitting up straight, Xia Li Yuan pointed to the row of empty bottles on the floor. "These are all consumed by Lin Yi. He must have drunk at least half of them. A typical martial artist, having ingested this quantity, would be utterly incapacitated within 10 minutes, yet he was able to disembark and return home independently." Upon noticing the number of bottles, Jing Tsong could not suppress a gasp. "Goodness, Lin Ye's capacity for alcohol is astonishing. His level of inebriation is nearly on par with that of a noble. But how can this be? You are a martial king, and he is merely a martial artist. Xia Liyuan chuckled softly, acknowledging the improbability of the situation, yet the evidence lay plainly before them. This Lin Yi was rather extraordinary. Could this be the reason Xiang Xueshan placed such unwavering trust in him? A martial artist who consumed a similar volume of spirit liquor yet maintained comparable sobriety indirectly attested to the exceptional nature of Lin Ye's method for dissipating alcohol. Was the ancient technique that Xiang Libin had provided truly that formidable? He too cultivated an ancient method. Were he to drink such a quantity during his martial artist days, he would be fortunate to remain conscious for more than 3 minutes. Exchanging glances, Jing Tsong and Xia Liyuan both sensed that Lin Yi harbored secrets of his own. Xia Liyuan gently massaged his temples, which throbbed painfully from excessive drinking, and with a weary expression remarked, "Well, how could one traverse from Qingcheng to here without harboring a single secret? How could one attain the celestial legacy? Each of us possesses our own secrets." Jing Tsong wholeheartedly concurred, for he too harbored a secret. Xia Liyuan refrained from prompting Jing Tsong to investigate or test Lin Yi. Considering that since Xiang Xueshan placed her trust in Lin Yi, he would discreetly lend Lin Yi a hand. Since Lin Yi preferred to remain inconspicuous, Xia Liyuan would feign ignorance. His upbringing had instilled a cautionary lesson, to avoid probing into others' secrets, for such curiosity could invite peril. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Xia Liyuan and Jing Tsong had discerned certain truths due to their inebriation. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi commenced circulating his energy to dispel the effects of alcohol. It was only in the latter half of the night, after all traces of intoxication had been eradicated, that his mind regained its clarity. Chapter 63. Never betray your master, and Yu Xia Liyuan granted him a remarkably spacious wooden box, within which lay 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi was on the brink of exhausting his own spirit stones, having purchased 2 Xian-level marrow cleansing pills along with the delivery fee of 500 spirit stones, which swiftly diminished his already meager finances. Had it not been for Xia Liyuan's gift of 1,000 spirit stones, he would have been compelled to undertake a task from the academy. His credits were substantially more favorable than those of the average student, who received merely 5 credits a month, while he possessed 100. 100 credits equated to 100 spirit stones, barely sufficient for him and the blood-devouring vine to cultivate for 10 days. The following day, Lin Yi spent some money acquiring potions unavailable in Qingcheng, amassing £1's worth to send to Mu Qin, while also dispatching a long-distance message. He refrained from sending it to Yi Yunqi, as the items were too precious and could attract unnecessary troubles for her. Mu Qin would certainly not dare to misappropriate the marrow cleansing pills meant for Yi Yunqi and Lin Rong, since he had also communicated with Junyu. After resolving his siblings' physical ailments, Lin Yi resumed his previous cultivation routine. One morning, Xiang Xueshan approached Lin Yi with a grave expression. Something had happened to Xie Tianyu. Lin Yi paused momentarily, inquiring, "Senior sister, who is Xie Tianyu? Does his predicament concern us?" Xiang Xueshan's demeanor was exceedingly serious, as though a significant crisis had arisen. Lin Yi racked his memory, affirming that he did not know anyone by the name of Xie Tianyu. Xiang Xueshan's brow furrowed deeper. Xie Tianyu is from the Qinglong Academy. He was chosen to inherit the heavenly level talisman legacy. Lin Yi remained perplexed. What does that have to do with me? Did he not join the Zhuge Academy? His brow furrowed as well, contemplating whether Qinglong Academy might attribute the issues surrounding the heavenly level legacy to him. Was he to bear the blame for Xie Tianyu's troubles? Lin Yi was both amused and infuriated. If Qinglong Academy truly sought to trouble him over this, he could only respond with, "How utterly shameless." Xiang Xueshan rolled her eyes at him. "Where are your thoughts wandering? The heavenly level legacy is intact, indeed a top-tier inheritance." Xie Tianyu encountered issues due to the weakness of his consciousness, which could not withstand the influx of information from the heavenly level legacy. It is said that had it not been for the intervention of a martial saint, Xie Tianyu's sea of consciousness would have shattered. Now understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yi realized that since the heavenly level legacy was rendered ineffective, he was the sole possessor of it. Xiang Xueshan, witnessing Lin Yi's dawning comprehension, wore a face of sorrow and frustration. The Qinglong Academy was notoriously domineering. They would undoubtedly turn their attention towards him, seeking to bring him into their fold. Alas, my father will also face pressures from all sides, yet the ultimate choice remains yours. If the conditions set forth by the Qinglong Academy are excessively enticing, I cannot prevent you from pursuing a brighter future. Xiang Xueshan was acutely aware of one truth. If Lin Yi were to be taken away by the Qinglong Academy, The talisman department of the Zhuke Academy would face insurmountable challenges, and her father, as the head of that department, would bear a significant burden of responsibility. The resources and societal standing she currently possessed were all derived from her father's esteemed position. The mere thought of losing that identity filled her with dread, as it would not only jeopardize her father's credibility but also threaten her own future. As she gazed at Lin Yi, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Their relationship lacked the deep bond typical of senior and junior disciples. It would be unbecoming of her to impose moral obligations on Lin Yi simply due to their mentor-student dynamic, as that would render her the very embodiment of the hypocrisy she despised. If such inner turmoil took root, it would spell the end of her lifelong pursuit of cultivation. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she heard Lin Ye's voice. "Sister, no matter what conditions the Qinglong Academy offers, I will not accept. Have you forgotten? I am a direct disciple of our master, and I aspire to be your future support. The Qinglong Academy may not even seek me out, after all. I possess only the most mediocre talent, with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of comprehending the celestial inheritance." Initially, Xiang Libin had shown interest in Lin Yi, but upon discovering his lackluster aptitude, he often expressed disappointment and ceased to harbor any expectations. Hearing Lin Yi's words brought a flicker of joy to Xiang Xueshan's heart, though it was quickly followed by a sigh of resignation. "No, the Qinglong Academy will undoubtedly seek you out. Even if the odds are slim, they will not allow you to remain at the Zhuke Academy. However, if you stand firm in your resolve, the martial sage of Zhuke Academy will intervene." After a moment of internal conflict, Xiang Xueshan looked at Lin Yi and cautioned, "Do not hold out for a better offer, as this may offend the martial sages of both academies." Lin Yi sighed helplessly and, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "Sister, with my meager talent for cultivation, what good would additional resources do? I see through the Qinglong Academy's intentions clearly. Had it not been for our master's willingness to take me in, I would not have found my footing so quickly. I believe in gratitude and will not betray either you or our master." From the very beginning, the Qinglong Academy had never been a viable option for him, just as it had been in the past. Xiang Xueshan felt a sense of admiration for Lin Yi. Not all individuals remember their benefactors once they achieve success. In that moment, she believed every word he spoke and promised with a smile, "Rest assured, as long as you do not wish to leave, my father will fight for the best benefits for you from the academy." Once her emotions were soothed, Xiang Xueshan realized she had delayed Lin Yi's cultivation and urged him to return to his practice. "If you lack anything, just let me know. Your sister will find a way to assist you." Lin Yi smiled back at Xiang Xueshan, assuring her that he lacked nothing. The blood-devouring vine, puzzled, interjected, "Brother, aren't you in need of spirit stones? Why not ask your sister to bring you some?" After Xiang Xueshan departed, Lin Yi addressed the vine. "Who in this world is not in need of spirit stones? I lack them, my sister certainly lacks them, and even our master is not exempt. Cultivation is a personal journey. I refuse to become a burdensome beggar. I am now able to cultivate in peace, all thanks to the assistance of my master and senior sister. They owe me nothing, and the spirit stones required for my cultivation must be earned by my own efforts. The 1,000 spirit stones sent by Xia Liyuan as compensation can barely sustain me for a while. With the recent incident involving Xie Tianyu, every celestial-grade talisman he sells from now on will fetch an exorbitant price. Xia Liyuan is well aware of the situation concerning Xie Tianyu. Possessing more knowledge than even Xiang Xueshan, the Xie family's martial saint acted promptly, providing a spirit-grade soul-protecting elixir for Xie Tianyu to consume, thereby safeguarding his soul and consciousness. The spirit-grade soul-protecting elixir is priced at 70 million lower-grade spirit stones by the Alchemist Guild. I have heard that Xie Tianyu has already awakened and is currently interrogating a martial artist from the Qinglong Academy responsible for testing celestial-grade inheritances. He is reproaching this martial artist for mistakenly classifying a top-tier celestial inheritance as an ordinary one. Had he known it was a top-tier celestial inheritance, Xie Tianyu would undoubtedly have refrained from claiming it. Chapter 64. The Right to Make Demands After Awakening. Young Master Xie Tianyu vented his anger at the martial arts master of the academy, only to find that the master was equally irritable, promptly summoning the martial sage for arbitration. The martial master had never supported Xie Tianyu's acceptance of the inheritance, and when a mishap occurred, Xie placed the blame squarely on him. Currently, the martial sage of the Xie family was engaged in a discussion with the martial sage of the Qinglong Academy, the specifics of which remained undisclosed. Jing Tsong relayed the news he had gathered to Xia Liyuan. Upon hearing it, Xia Liyuan chuckled and remarked, Though Xie Tianyu has preserved his life, he will require at least several months of recuperation before daring to continue his cultivation. He has always employed underhanded tactics. It was he who previously forced out his competitors, and now, when misfortune strikes, he blames the academy for inadequate verification of the inheritance. Is he not merely reaping what he has sown while misplacing his wrath? With a slight smile, Xia Li Yuan continued, everyone has underestimated Lin Yi. Believing that an ordinary individual like him could only attain a mundane heavenly level inheritance, the Qinglong Academy hasn't even bothered to send someone to inquire about Lin Yi. Had they simply sent someone to ask, they would have discovered the wealth of information regarding this heavenly inheritance. However, no one values Lin Yi, all trusting their own judgments. Jing Song nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, although Lin Yi may not comprehend the intricacies of the heavenly inheritance, he is still privy to the fundamental information. The lack of inquiry from the Qinglong Academy stems from their arrogance. Had Xie Tianyu sought Lin Yi's insight on the foundational aspects before accepting the inheritance, he might have avoided his current predicament. Yet, Xie Tianyu is fortunate to have been saved. It is perhaps for the best. He should not pass away so easily. The discussions between the martial sages of the Xie family and the Qinglong Academy remained a mystery to all. With only the knowledge that Xie Tianyu was escorted home by his family's martial sage. Half a month later, Lin Yi felt that the Qinglong Academy had abandoned him. Given the exceedingly low probability of his comprehending the heavenly inheritance, during lunch in the classroom, Xiang Xueshan received some news. Her face turning cold as she struck the table with her hand in frustration. Xia Li Yuan, observing her reddened hand, felt a pang of sympathy and furrowed his brow, asking, "What happened?" Xiang Xueshan only later learned of Xia Li Yuan's efforts to reconcile with Lin Yi, though she was angry at Lin Yi for keeping her in the dark. She was pleased to see the two mending their relationship. After all, Lin Yi lacked the status, background, and strength to confront Xia Li Yuan directly. Lin Yi set aside his talisman notes and looked up at Xiang Xueshan, sensing that her anger might pertain to him. Gritting her teeth, Xiang Xueshan exclaimed, "My father has instructed me to take Lin Yi to the office. Someone from the Qinglong Academy has arrived." Xia Li Yuan immediately stood up, his expression stern. "I will accompany you. Lin Yi is the only one in our talisman department possessing a heavenly inheritance. He is the future of our department. If the Qinglong Academy wishes to poach him, they cannot treat us with such disdain." Jing Song also rose to concur, affirming that young Master Xia was correct. The Qinglong Academy was indeed remarkable, yet our Zhuke Academy is equally a prestigious institution. They have squandered their heavenly tier inheritance and, rather than seeking retribution from Xie Tianyu, they have set their sights on Lin Yi. The events of the past are known to all. The Qinglong Academy looked down upon Lin Yi, and it was our director Xiang who took Lin Yi as his personal disciple. Jing Tsung's gaze swept over Lin Yi as he provocatively remarked, "I have heard of an ancient secret art known as soul transference, which purportedly allows one to acquire the memories of the host." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi inhaled sharply. The notion of soul transference was indeed alarming. Xia Li Yuan understood that Xiang Libin needed Lin Yi, and that need extended to Xiang Xueshan. He supplemented Jing Tsung's statement, noting that the Qinglong Academy often acted without decorum, with the status of their aristocratic families greatly surpassing that of the Zhuke Academy. The Qinglong Academy had previously enrolled several geniuses with heavenly roots, only for them to vanish without a trace, revealing years later the grim fate of those lost in ancient ruins. Curiously, those heavenly rooted individuals had perished without any spiritual roots remaining in their bodies. Xia Li Yuan was overtly signaling to Lin Yi that the Qinglong Academy was unscrupulous, operating in the shadows. Should they ascertain that Lin Yi could not grasp the heavenly tier inheritance, they would undoubtedly exploit him for research, extracting whatever value he had left. Lin Yi had no intention of attending the Qinglong Academy. He meticulously organized his notes, hoping to prevent Xiang Xueshan from becoming upset. "Sister, let us seek our master. With him present, all will be well." Summer Senior Brother's words resonated. This is the talisman department of the Zhuke Academy. He believed that while the Qinglong Academy was unscrupulous, the Zhuke Academy was not a bastion of virtue either. In this world, true sanctuaries are non-existent. Where power dwells, oppression follows, and where good exists, so too does evil. All he could do was strive to cultivate. Only by acquiring formidable strength could he ensure his own safety and forge his own sanctuary. Lin Yi accompanied Xiang Xueshan to the office. Upon seeing Xia Li Yuan and Jing Tsung enter as well, Xiang Libin gestured for them to find their own seats. A martial artist from the Qinglong Academy, whom Lin Yi recognized as Wen Fengqing, was present. The office also housed two martial artists from the Zhuke Academy, Xiang Libin and Yin Mingyang, whom Lin Yi was also acquainted with. Upon spotting Lin Yi, when Feng Qing broke into a smile, "Lin, you must be aware of our purpose for coming here. I wonder what your thoughts are. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I have heard that you nearly bonded with a spiritual sword. Should you be willing to transfer to our Qinglong Academy, we would gladly offer you a spiritual sword." Xiang Libin nearly lost his composure at this, restrained only by Yin Mingyang's use of spiritual power. In a hushed tone, Xiang Libin transmitted to Yin Mingyang, "Why are you holding me back? Did you not hear them trying to lure Lin Yi with a spiritual sword? If Lin Yi truly goes there, they will easily find an excuse to detain him. How could they possibly give him the sword?" Lin Yi, lacking connections and background, would be left at the mercy of the Qinglong Academy once he entered their territory. Xiang Libin had heard from Xiang Xueshan about Lin Ye's decision, yet he found it somewhat hard to believe. For if it were he in Lin Ye's position, faced with an irresistible offer from the Qinglong Academy, he would undoubtedly choose to accept. Lin Yi was merely a disciple he had taken in midway through his journey, not a nurtured son from childhood. Should Lin Yi opt for the Qinglong Academy, everyone would comprehend his choice. Xiang Libin felt a sense of obligation. Having shared a master-disciple bond with Lin Yi, and he wished to shield him from being deceived by the Qinglong Academy. Yin Mingyang cast a glance at Lin Yi and conveyed a calming message to Xiang Libin through a mental transmission. "I perceive that Lin Yi has no intentions of joining the Qinglong Academy. It is merely a spirit sword. If he truly desires it, I would gladly offer him my own spirit sword." Chapter 65. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the Azure Dragon Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Libin cast a surprised glance at Yin Mingyang, taken aback by the latter's decision to present that spirit sword. It was common knowledge among all the martial masters of the Vermilion Bird Academy just how much Yin Mingyang valued that sword. Xiang Xueshan, unable to contain her anxiety, bit her lip and turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. After all, it was a spirit sword. Could Lin Yi truly resist such temptation? A respectful smile graced Lin Yi's face as he addressed Wen Fengqing, saying, "Senior, I am not a sword cultivator, and a contract spirit sword holds little utility for me. My current aspiration is to swiftly break through to the martial king level. My master has already laid out my cultivation path, and I need not worry about it. I merely need to heed my master's guidance." Lin Yi's rejection of the spirit sword elicited joy from Xiang Xueshan, who, in her excitement, grasped the sleeve of Xia Li Yuan and shook it gently. The moment Xia Li Yuan felt the touch of Xiang Xueshan, his expression softened. Yin Mingyang exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Libin and continued to convey through thought, "Do not rush. I believe Lin Yi is not the type to betray his sect. After all, it was the Azure Dragon Academy that chose to disregard him in the first place. What do the younger generation value most? Certainly, it is their dignity. The Azure Dragon Academy has shown him no respect. If he possesses any backbone, he will not return to the Academy. No matter how extraordinary the treasures the Azure Dragon Academy offers, what can truly alter Lin Yi's inferior foundational talent, if it cannot change his innate qualities? Then these divine treasures are mere trinkets to him." Xiang Libin's emotions were conflicted. He found truth in Yin Mingyang's words, yet hesitated to bind Lin Yi with the ties of master and disciple. He feared that today's gratitude could become tomorrow's resentment. Coming from a humble background himself, he understood the challenges of transcending social classes. Today, Lin Yi might speak passionately of loyalty and gratitude, but in the future, once matured, would he not lament the opportunities lost? As the saying goes, it is not the thief who steals that one fears, but the thief who covets. With a soft sigh, Xiang Libin realized he could not bind Lin Yi with gratitude. He resolved to lay out all the pros and cons for Lin Yi, allowing him to make his own choice. He feared he could no longer sustain the talisman system. At worst, he would simply return home with Xiang Xueshan. Wen Fengqing had no illusions that a mere spirit sword could lure Lin Yi away. The Vermilion Bird Academy also possessed spirit swords. What he brought today was something he was certain Lin Yi would find irresistible. "Lin Yi, as long as you are willing to transfer to the Azure Dragon Academy, our Academy's martial saint will grant you a place in the Dragon Transformation Pool." Upon hearing the words Dragon Transformation Pool, Xiang Libin could no longer contain his emotions and hurriedly inquired, "Is it true that the Azure Dragon Academy can provide Lin Yi with a place in the Dragon Transformation Pool? Surely, this is not a deception?" When Fengqing cast a glance at Xiang Libin, reassured him, "Of course, it is true. We come with sincerity. How could we deceive Lin Yi? If Master Xiang is still concerned, you may accompany us back to the Azure Dragon Academy and witness Lin Yi's entry into the Dragon Transformation Pool with your own eyes. This is a directive from the martial saint himself. Who would dare claim Lin Yi's place?" Xiang Libin hesitated, looking at Lin Yi, and ultimately began to explain the Dragon Transformation Pool to him. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the Qilong Academy is derived from an SSS-grade relic, believed to be the resting place of an ancient true dragon. This pool, also known as the Dragon Blood Pool, contains the blood of the true dragon, with each drop being an invaluable treasure, should one immerse themselves in the Dragon Transformation Pool for body refinement. The dragon blood can enhance one's innate potential and even elevate one's comprehension. It is said that some individuals have received the legacy of the ancient true dragon from this pool, with those possessing greater talents finding it easier to unlock such inheritances. The name Qilong Academy was inspired by the Dragon Transformation Pool, representing a truly extraordinary opportunity. Although he is a martial sovereign, he has only heard of the Dragon Transformation Pool and has never witnessed it firsthand. When the Qilong Academy offered a spot in the Dragon Transformation Pool, both Xiang Libin and Yin Mingyang speculated that Lin Yi would choose to transfer. Xiang Xueshan, aware of the significance of the Dragon Transformation Pool, which can alter one's innate qualities, lowered her voice and said to Lin Yi, "Even if you transfer to Qilong Academy, you will always be my junior brother. We must remain in contact." She reminded him to message her in case of danger, as the martial saints of the Zhuke Academy might intervene to save him due to the heavenly level legacy. Lin Yi first cast a resigned glance at Xiang Xueshan, then turned to Wen Fouqing and asked, "Senior, if someone with inferior iron bone quality enters the Dragon Transformation Pool, to what extent can their innate qualities be enhanced?" Wen Fouqing furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "No one with inferior iron bone quality has ever entered the Dragon Transformation Pool. I cannot provide you with an answer. The Dragon Transformation Pool is the most extraordinary opportunity of the Qilong Academy. How could someone of inferior iron bone quality possibly gain entry?" This time, the offer for the Dragon Transformation Pool was made because several martial saints of the Academy recognized the potential within Lin Yi, hoping to enhance his innate qualities and thereby increase his chances of comprehending the legacy. Naturally, Lin Yi was tempted by the Dragon Transformation Pool. Yet he understood that nothing in this world comes without a price. Accepting a spot in the Dragon Transformation Pool would effectively bind him to the Qilong Academy, making it impossible for him to join other factions at his discretion, as no other power could compensate for the opportunity presented by the Dragon Transformation Pool. "Senior, I just heard from my master that those with greater innate talents derive more benefits from the Dragon Transformation Pool. As someone with inferior iron bone quality, will I only receive minimal advantages?" Before Wen Fouqing could respond, Yin Mingyang nodded in agreement. Lin Yi's concerns were not unfounded. Despite the existence of numerous elixirs capable of refining one's bones, enhancing inferior iron bone quality is as challenging as an ordinary person facing the Thunder Tribulation. If Lin Yi were to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool and gain no benefits, it would render the opportunity utterly wasted. Wen Fouqing exchanged glances with another martial sovereign, both astonished by Lin Yi's unique perspective. He conveyed Lin Yi's doubts to the martial saint, who quickly replied, "Let Lin Yi propose his conditions. Bring him back to the academy first." Upon reading the martial saint's message, Wen Fouqing understood that the conditions were negotiable, with the final decision resting with the academy. As long as Lin Yi withdrew from the Zhuke Academy, Xiang Libin's connections would not be sufficient to contest with the Qilong Academy. Wen Fouqing, having made various promises regarding treasures, implied that should the Dragon Transformation Pool prove ineffective for Lin Yi, he would be free to select any of the treasures offered. Xiang Libin and Yin Mingyang, seasoned veterans of societal intricacies, recognized that despite Wen Fouqing's flowery assurances, his words were imbued with ambiguity, clearly intended to deceive Lin Yi. With a respectful demeanor, Lin Yi bowed to Wen Fouqing and expressed, "Esteemed senior, I find the Vermilion Bird Academy to be quite commendable. Both my master and senior sister are here, and I have no desire to transfer to the Azure Dragon Academy. I am truly fortunate, and I am grateful for your kind consideration." No sooner had Lin Yi concluded his remarks than a commanding voice resonated within the office. "I have already extended ample courtesy to the Azure Dragon Academy. You have all heard Lin Yi's decision. Henceforth, do not disturb our students during their scholarly pursuits. Please take your leave." Chapter 66. A bottle of Lin Yi's blood. Wen Fouqing and another martial master both wore grim expressions upon hearing the news. What they initially perceived as a straightforward task had been utterly botched. Upon their return, they would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the martial saint. How could Lin Yi, whether due to his youth or sheer folly, remain unmoved by the allure of the Dragon Transformation Pool? This was, after all, the essence of true dragon blood, coveted even by martial masters. Wen Fouqing cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yi, despite his inner reluctance to leave in such a manner. He dared not defy the martial saint's command. Although the federal judicial authority expressly forbade high-ranking individuals from wantonly taking innocent lives, one particular stipulation stood out prominently. A strong person must not be insulted. At this point, Xiang Li Bin was engulfed in a sense of absurdity. The Azure Dragon Academy had extended an opportunity for the dragon transformation pool, yet Lin Yi had chosen not to transfer. If he were in Lin Yi's position, even a moment's hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards such a rare opportunity. Xiang Li Bin, bearing the Holy Order, escorted Lin Yi to the Academy's treasury, allowing him to select any item he desired. Since the Azure Dragon Academy had offered the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Vermilion Bird Academy would not be outdone. The martial saint from the Azure Dragon Academy had previously requested them not to interfere with their recruitment, allowing Lin Yi to make his own decision. Consequently, the Vermilion Bird Academy, needing to procure a substantial quantity of talismans from the Talisman Guild, had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, during the recruitment efforts by Wen Fouqing and his companions, even though there were martial masters harboring dissatisfaction, they remained silent throughout the proceedings. The eventual outcome surprised them all. Lin Yi had audaciously declined the Azure Dragon Academy, allowing them to save face. Yan Mengyang, aware that the matter had drawn the attention of a martial saint, gritted his teeth and retrieved the previously set-aside spirit sword, offering it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at him, puzzled. "Uncle Yan, what is this?" With a smile, Yan Mengyang patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "You have done well, Lin Yi. To remain indifferent to such an extraordinary opportunity as the Dragon Transformation Pool is commendable. As a teacher of the Vermilion Bird Academy, I naturally wish for our institution to grow stronger, with your inheritance of the celestial level talismans. As long as you stay with us, our talisman department will surely rise. Today, I present this spirit sword to you, hoping that you will strive harder in your cultivation and soon grasp the celestial inheritance, contributing to our academy's future." Xiang Li Bin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Yan Mengyang's grandiloquent words. He was well aware of Yan Mengyang's noble character and his earnest regard for the academy's development. It was no secret that Yan Mengyang had approached numerous sword cultivators with that spirit sword, yet none had elicited any response from the sword spirit. Though they were merely one major realm away from the martial saint, that gap resembled an insurmountable chasm. Among 10,000 martial masters, perhaps only one fortunate soul would break through to become a martial saint. Yan Mengyang was gambling on the attention of the martial saint. Regardless of whether he would receive guidance in the future, he aimed to leave a lasting impression on several martial saints. One must not underestimate the significance of a martial saint's impression. It could very well lead to a life-altering opportunity. Lin Yi felt at a loss, casting a helpless gaze towards Xiang Li Bin. He certainly desired the spirit sword, yet he was unsure if Yan Mengyang's offering could truly be accepted. Xiang Li Bin, without a trace of hesitation, urged Lin Yi to attempt to establish a bond. A youthful and handsome martial sage appeared in the office out of curiosity. Shiza, with a smile, examined Yan Mengyang's spirit sword and shook his head in regret. The spirit of this sword had fallen into silence. A sword spirit in silence rendered the sword effectively useless. Yan Mengyang, unable to consider Shiza's esteemed status, hastily retorted that the sword spirit could not possibly be silent, as it had nearly formed a bond with Lin Yi just months prior. Shiza, upon hearing this, surveyed the spirit sword with his divine sense, affirming with certainty that indeed, the spirit had succumbed to silence and was on the verge of dissipating. Seeing Yan Mengyang's escalating anxiety, Xiang Li Bin quickly interjected, "Lord Shiza." When Lin Yi first entered the academy, the sword spirit awakened and was close to signing a contract with him. This was witnessed by us. Yan Mengyang nodded vigorously, fearing that if Lord Shiza misconstrued his intentions as having gifted Lin Yi a nearly defunct spirit sword, all his previous efforts would not only fail to create a favorable impression but would yield the opposite effect. Shiza, recognizing that Yan Mengyang and Xiang Li Bin lacked the audacity to deceive him, cast a curious glance at the spirit sword and said to Lin Yi, "Try to establish a bond by offering your blood." His divine sense would not mislead him. The sword spirit was indeed in a state of dissipation, as a dormant spirit often teeters on the brink of true demise. As Lin Yi grasped the hilt of the spirit sword, he felt the familiar sensation of attraction. The sword absorbed his blood, after which the spirit began to draw upon the spiritual energy within him. Shiza, observing this, expressed his intrigue with a soft exclamation, pondering what resided within Lin Yi that could compel a dormant and nearly dissipated sword spirit to awaken forcefully. Noticing that the sword spirit had entered the second phase of bond establishment and recognizing Lin Yi's insufficient spiritual energy, Shiza tossed him a pill. Lin Yi, without uttering a word, consumed the pill, knowing full well that questioning the martial sage's offering would be folly. The moment the pill was ingested, it released a robust aura of spiritual energy. The spirit sword continued to siphon energy from his body, akin to a nearly depleted phone being rejuvenated by a power bank. The pill provided by Shiza was of exceptional quality, causing minimal damage to Lin Ye's meridians. 10 minutes later, the sword suddenly emitted a blinding light, visibly shrinking and seamlessly merging into Lin Ye's palm. He realized that once he broke through the foundational establishment and opened his dantian, the sword would take residence there, requiring him to nurture it with his spiritual energy. Shiza then produced a vial and addressed Lin Yi. I require a small vial of your blood. Lin Yi respectfully accepted the vial and without hesitation, pricked his finger. As a martial sage, he found no means to refuse, so he preferred to leave a favorable impression instead. Shiza collected the vial filled with Lin Ye's blood and, smiling, tossed him a hand token. I never take advantage of others. Having received your blood, you may use my token to select a treasure from the Academy's repository. Xiang Libin and Yin Mengyang met, wishing fervently that they could exchange their blood for the Martial Saint's order. They would gladly offer not just a small vial, but even a basin. Alas, their blood held no value whatsoever. The Academy's repository housed treasures acquired from ancient relics, amassed over countless years, accessible only with the Martial Saint's order. Lin Yi already possessed one such order, and now Shiza granted him another, allowing him to select 2 items from the storied collection. As Shiza prepared to leave with Lin Ye's blood, intending to study whether it held any unique properties that might affect the spirit sword, he cast a final glance at the blood-sucking vine. This healing-type vine was exceedingly rare and warranted careful cultivation. Before Lin Yi could respond, Shiza vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. Chapter 67. The enlightening essence of the Enlightenment Stone. In the office, all eyes were fixated on Lin Yi, their expressions betraying a profound astonishment. Yin Mengyang, in particular, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "A healing-type exotic plant? Is that true?" The moment the words left his lips, he swiftly slapped himself on the face. How could the words come from Lord Shiza possibly be false? I must be utterly confused. Lin Ye's smile became rigid, feeling almost transparent before the martial sage, a sensation he deeply loathed. Yin Mengyang approached Lin Yi, casting several glances at the bloodthirsty vine before suddenly realizing, your entrance examination at the Academy didn't conceal your true capabilities. You became a martial artist within 3 months. All thanks to this healing-type exotic plant that helped mend your meridian injuries, didn't it? Seeing he could no longer hide the truth, Lin Yi nodded candidly in response. The bloodthirsty vine mutated into a healing-type exotic plant, and I was initially taken aback. However, I soon discovered its ability to heal my meridian damage, significantly increasing my training time each day. Yin Mengyang nodded thoughtfully. Although you possess a low-tier iron bone aptitude, with the assistance of this exotic plant in healing your meridians, your cultivation speed should rival that of a mid-tier silver bone aptitude. He continued, you, my young friend, are truly fortunate. First, the celestial talisman inheritance, and now a healing-type exotic plant. You must safeguard this healing plant well. It would be best if the lunatics from the Apothecary Academy remain unaware. Otherwise, should they latch onto you, you will know the meaning of an unshakable burden. Xia Liyuan's gaze swept over Lin Yi, suspecting he harbored further secrets. The healing-type exotic plant cannot dispel the essence of spirit liquor. Only through cultivation techniques can one achieve that. The technique Lin Yi practiced was certainly not the antiquated one bought by Xiang Libin. Given that he could obtain the celestial talisman inheritance, it seems quite reasonable that he would also acquire the legacy of an ancient cultivation technique. Xiang Libin, seeing Yin Mengyang observing Lin Yi with such fascination, felt displeasure and pulled Lin Yi behind him. Enough, I shall take Lin Yi to the Academy's repository. You ought to attend to your own affairs. Yin Mengyang, upon hearing this, was filled with envy. He too yearned to visit the Academy's repository to broaden his horizons, but alas, he was not Lin Yi's master and had not received permission from the martial sage to enter. Had he known Lin Yi would capture the martial sage's attention, he should have firmly taken Lin Yi as his disciple back then. After all, it was merely a single slot for a direct disciple, a price he could afford. Although Xiang Libin took Lin Yi under his wing, he provided him with no treasures and treated him entirely as a free-range student. Now, due to his identity as Lin Yi's master, Xiang Libin had not only garnered the attention of several martial sages, but was also permitted to accompany Lin Yi into the Academy's repository. Xia Liyuan and Xiang Shueshan returned to the classroom together, continuously seeking topics of conversation along the way. Based on my understanding of Xie Tianyu, he may unjustly direct his wrath towards Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan furrowed her brow tightly, her eyes filled with disdain for the aristocratic families. Xie Tianyu cannot bear the burden of the inheritance due to his feeble sea of consciousness. What does this have to do with my junior brother? Jing Song, observing the situation, added quietly, however, Xie Tianyu is not one to reason. Simply because Lin Yu safely received the celestial inheritance, he may harbor resentment towards him. As Xia Liyuan observed that Xiang Xueshan's face had flushed with anger, he consoled her, saying, he will need several months to recuperate. I am still in the talisman department. As long as Lin Yu remains within the academy, his reach cannot extend that far. Xiang Xueshan cast a surprised glance at Xia Liyuan, declaring, Xia Liyuan, I care not for your ulterior motives. Lin Yi is my junior brother, and he has already caught the attention of the martial saint. Xia Liyuan recognized the depth of Xiang Xueshan's misunderstanding, yet this was neither the time nor the place to clarify matters. He could only allow her misconceptions to persist. As long as the trouble with Xie Tianyu remained unresolved, he would not dare to confess his feelings to Xiang Xueshan. Xiang Libin led Lin Yi to the academy's repository, sharing information he had acquired along the way. I have never entered the repository myself. I only know that one requires a hand order from the martial saint to gain access. It is said that the treasures stored within are exquisite relics brought forth from ancient ruins, each worth a fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but touch his nose, pondering whether these artifacts were accompanied by textual annotations. As Xiang Libin guided Lin Yi through layer upon layer of identity checks, they finally arrived at a treasure hall reminiscent of a library. Standing within the hall, Lin Yi felt like an ant atop a colossal airship. The repository's expanse was unfathomable. He could gaze upward at the cerulean sky and behold the treasures safeguarded by magical barriers. A staff member approached to lead them. Here, you will find an item search bar. Various treasures are categorized. Choose what you wish. Both Xiang Libin and Lin Yi, like country bumpkins newly arrived in the city, marveled at everything in sight. After their astonishment subsided, Xiang Libin stepped aside to allow Lin Yi to take his place. Lin Yi stood before a large computer control screen, where the items in the repository were divided into several categories: elixirs, magical artifacts, martial techniques, and spiritual herbs. Xiang Libin suggested, perhaps you should first look for elixirs that enhance perception or rare materials that improve one's innate talent. The sheer volume of items in the Academy's repository was overwhelming. Examining each one individually could take years. You must determine what you truly seek and then select accordingly. The staff member refrained from interjecting, merely fulfilling his role as a guide without offering any opinions. Lin Yi had assumed that his unique abilities would prove useful, but he was surprised to find himself selecting items from a computer screen. Turning to the staff member, he inquired, if I select an item but later decide against it upon seeing the actual object, may I exchange it for another? The staff member chuckled, his tone tinged with exasperation. Of course not. Each item removed from the repository requires extensive procedures. Once selected, alterations cannot be made. Lin Yi searched the bar for items that enhance perception, yielding a lengthy list of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Perhaps due to the Zhuke Academy's expertise in alchemy, over half of the repository's inventory pertained to elixirs, either spiritual herbs or various alchemical materials. After perusing several pages, Lin Yi settled on an item known as the Enlightenment Stone. Enlightenment Stone, when placed within a meter's proximity, it fosters tranquility and enhances perception. Spiritual herbs require refinement into elixirs. The elixir, once consumed, disappears. However, the Spirit Stone can be utilized for an extended period. Although its effects do not rival those of the elixir, its efficacy is enduring. Lin Yi, after a brief moment of contemplation, chose the Spirit Stone. Xiang Libin, unfamiliar with the Spirit Stone, expressed satisfaction upon reading its description, which indicated its utility in assisting with talisman crafting. The martial sage's offer to Lin Yi for access to the treasury fundamentally stemmed from an appreciation for the heavenly-level talisman inheritance that Lin Yi possessed. Should Lin Yi focus solely on his own cultivation, he might risk incurring the displeasure of the martial sage from the academy. Understanding the rarity of such an opportunity, Lin Yi resolved not to squander this singular chance to select treasures, ensuring that his choice would be of items unattainable in the outside world. Chapter 68. The Ancient Five Elements Body Refining Technique. Lin Yi commenced his search for cultivation techniques, perusing through one after another, when his gaze settled upon a method known as the Five Elements Body Refining Technique. This technique, a terrestrial-level cultivation method, had been unearthed from ancient ruins and was available for a final opportunity of inheritance exclusively for those with 5-element spiritual roots. Seeing Lin Ye's attention fixed on the 5-elements body refining technique, Xiang Libin cautioned him. Typically, ancient body refining techniques serve as auxiliary methods and lack complementary techniques of the same attribute. Thus, the refining effects may amount to merely 1% of the technique's potential. Nowadays, few practitioners pursue body refining methods, as they demand substantial energy and resources, yet yield only the most meager returns. Xiang Libin, wishing to spare Lin Yi from unnecessary detours and the wastage of his already limited time on an unproductive endeavor, continued to advise, although you possess the 5-element spiritual root and can cultivate this technique, lacking a complementary ancient method renders body refining somewhat superfluous. I believe you should opt for a genuine ancient 5-elements technique. Lin Yi hesitated. He already possessed the 5-elements birth sword art. If he were to cultivate the 5-elements body refining technique, he would be akin to a true ancient practitioner. However, if he abandoned the body refining technique, it would unmistakably signal to others that he had a primary ancient technique. Reluctantly, Lin Yi exited the interface and searched for ancient techniques suitable for those with 5-element spiritual roots, but only antiquated methods appeared in the results. Xiang Libin sighed repeatedly. The Academy does not have any ancient 5-elements techniques. Your luck is somewhat lacking. A nearby staff member interjected. 3 years ago, a mysterious-level ancient 5-elements technique was exchanged by a descendant of the martial saint. Lin Yi navigated back to the page for the 5-elements body refining technique and said to Xiang Libin, Master, I still wish to give body refining a try. This technique is of terrestrial level, and even if it only provides 1% of the technique's effectiveness, it should not be underestimated. His misfortune was not due to a lack of luck, but rather an extraordinary fortune. Both the 5-elements birth sword art and the 5-elements body refining technique were terrestrial-level methods. His primary and supplementary techniques were all of the same caliber. Xiang Libin believed that utilizing the opportunity to select a treasure on a body refining technique was a waste and recommended that Lin Yi explore other treasures. Though Lin Yi had firmly decided to select the 5-elements body refining technique, he feigned compliance and began to examine other treasures, considering it an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Xiang Libin accompanied Lin Yi for the better part of the day, his eyes nearly blurring. Yet they failed to uncover any treasures suitable for Lin Yi. The treasures either required specific spiritual root attributes or imposed limitations based on cultivation realm. Many spiritual herbs presented could not be employed directly and required refinement into pills. However, even those auxiliary herbs were beyond his ability to guarantee collection, let alone Lin Yi's. Could Lin Yi produce 2,000 spirit stones? 2,000 spirit stones would scarcely suffice to purchase a single ordinary millennium herb. After comparing their options, Xiang Libin concluded that the most beneficial treasure for Lin Yi at present was indeed the ancient 5-elements body refining technique. Lin Yi turned to Xiang Libin and asked, Master, shall I select this technique? Upon hearing this, Xiang Libin wore an expression of helplessness. He could only settle for this option. Other spiritual herbs were of no use, and none of the elixirs could enhance one's innate potential. To exchange such a precious opportunity for something less valuable would indeed be a waste. Items that could be purchased with spirit stones would be squandered if traded in the treasury. Lin Yi resolutely chose the ancient 5 spirits body forging method, and before long, he saw the staff member approaching with 2 boxes. The handover had to be conducted on-site. Once the treasures were relinquished, any future discrepancies would not be my concern. Lin Yi noticed the enlightenment stones within the boxes, prominently labeled. Enlightenment stone possesses the effect of calming the mind and soothing the spirit. After being sun-dried and ground into powder, when mixed with spiritual wine and consumed, it can permanently enhance one's comprehension. Lin Yi's gaze flickered slightly as he stowed the enlightenment stone into his storage ring. The treasury's description of the enlightenment stone only mentioned its calming effects, omitting the information about its potential to permanently enhance comprehension. It seemed that no one was aware of this detail, allowing him to seize the opportunity. The reason the Enlightenment Stone was stored in the Academy's treasury was due to its subtle effect of enhancing comprehension when kept nearby for an extended period. Whether herbs or elixirs, anything associated with enhancing comprehension invariably skyrocketed in price, often reaching heights that left people in awe. If word spread that the Enlightenment Stone could permanently elevate comprehension, even martial saints would likely resort to conflict. Lin Yi then turned his attention to the ancient jade slip in the other box. 5 Spirits Body Forging Method, a terrestrial-level body forging technique. The Five Spirits body forging method lacked an extensive introduction, and Lin Yi swiftly secured the technique. He required no elaborate description, only confirmation of the authenticity of the items. Shiza soon became aware of the two items Lin Yi had selected, nodding in approval. Both the Enlightenment Stone and the Five Spirits body forging method were well suited for him, ensuring that the opportunity in the treasury was not squandered. Not every item in the Academy's treasury was a treasure. Most were merely those that were regrettable to discard yet tasteless to consume. Upon returning to the villa, Xiang Libin cautioned Lin Yi. Although you have received the heavenly level inheritance, you are still but a martial artist at present, with your Dantian yet to be opened. Claiming a terrestrial level inheritance is far too perilous. It would be prudent to wait until you break through to the martial king level before doing so. As long as you remain within the academy, there is no need to worry about someone attempting to seize your possessions. The Five Spirits body forging method requires a specific spiritual route for cultivation, so it is unlikely that anyone would take a keen interest in this technique. Lin Yi nodded obediently, yet he yearned to obtain the inheritance sooner. The earlier he began forging his body, the more solid his foundation would become. After Xiang Libin left, Lin Yi took out the jade slip containing the Five Spirits body forging method and communicated with the blood-devouring vine. If I exhibit any signs of abnormality, please interrupt my process of receiving the inheritance without delay. Though accepting the inheritance now carries certain risks, what path of cultivation is devoid of peril? If I were to wait until I break through to Martial King to accept the inheritance, I cannot fathom how long that would take. Since the Qinglong Academy failed to achieve its objectives, further actions are undoubtedly forthcoming. I must seize every moment to bolster my strength. Lin Yi hesitated within, yet ultimately chose to take a gamble. Since he is capable of obtaining the Celestial Tier inheritance, it follows that he could likewise acquire the Earthly Tier martial arts legacy. The blood-devouring vine was quite anxious, diligently channeling healing spiritual energy into Lin Yi. The process of receiving the inheritance was akin to Lin Yi's conjecture. Initially, he experienced severe pain and pressure in his head, but then a sudden coolness enveloped his mind, causing all discomfort to vanish completely. The Five Spirit body refinement technique, much like the Celestial Tier talisman inheritance, was organized and ready for his perusal. It was evident that his sea of consciousness underwent some inexplicable transformation, which, at present, appeared to be a positive change. Lin Yi commenced the exploration of the Five Spirit body refinement technique's contents. Although he was a martial artist, he was considered to be at the mid-stage of Qi refinement according to ancient cultivation standards. The essence of body refinement lies primarily in the integration of medicinal baths. Lin Yi meticulously noted the spiritual herbs required for the Qi refinement stage and proceeded to check their prices in the internal marketplace of the Academy. Chapter 69. The Black Market of the Vermilion Bird Academy. In the realm of Qi cultivation, there is no necessity for spirit herbs of exceedingly high age. The most potent among them is merely 10 years old, true to its reputation as a prestigious alchemical institution. The Vermilion Bird Academy boasts an ample supply of spirit herbs within its marketplace, offering a diverse array of options. All the required herbs for medicinal baths are readily available for purchase. The good news is that they are in stock. The unfortunate reality is that they necessitate the expenditure of spirit stones. A single medicinal bath can last for 10 days, with a total cost amounting to 90 spirit stones. For his daily practice alongside the bloodthirsty vine, he previously required 9 spirit stones, but now the daily demand has surged to nearly 20 spirit stones. After much contemplation, Lin Yi resolutely placed an order for various spirit herbs. Commencing body refinement not only accelerates the pace of cultivation but also fortifies one's foundation. The initial investment in oneself cannot be underestimated. It is only by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage that one can endeavor to learn the contents of the talisman inheritance and subsequently earn spirit stones through talismans. After deliberating for several minutes, the bloodthirsty vine ultimately decided to confide in Lin Yi. Brother, I sense that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I will require over 100 spirit stones. Aware of Lin Yi's precarious financial situation and the absence of any means to earn spirit stones, he understood that a breakthrough is as irresistible as a human's uncontrollable sneeze. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yi provided the bloodthirsty vine with 150 spirit stones. A breakthrough is a fortuitous event that should never be approached with doubt. Even if I lack spirit stones, I would borrow them to facilitate your breakthrough. It is crucial to recognize the significance of early investments. Without them, there can be no future bountiful rewards. Observing the bloodthirsty vine's anxiety regarding spirit stones, Lin Yi patiently elucidated, whether human or extraordinary plant. The initial stages of cultivation yield no returns. It is solely an act of giving. However, we must not abandon our cultivation due to a lack of immediate rewards. Do not fret about my insufficient spirit stones. A path will surely manifest when we reach the mountain summit. There will be a way. Persuaded by Lin Yi's words, the bloodthirsty vine understood that the early stages of cultivation are indeed an investment, essential for reaping substantial rewards in the future. With newfound confidence, the bloodthirsty vine absorbed and refined the spirit stones to facilitate its breakthrough, multitasking to heal Lin Yi's meridians simultaneously. The spirit herbs Lin Yi procured from the Academy's marketplace were delivered to the villa that very afternoon. Following the guidelines of the 5-spirit body refinement method, Lin Yi prepared the spirit herbs into medicinal packets and engaged in cultivation as prescribed, exercising until his body was utterly exhausted before immersing himself in the medicinal bath. The effects of the body refinement herbs permeated through his pores, and Lin Yi felt as though he had plunged into a den of serpents, with countless venomous fangs gnawing at him. His entire body ached to the point of visible veins, and his consciousness became somewhat hazy. Witnessing this, the bloodthirsty vine fervently channeled its healing spiritual energy into Lin Yi's body, discovering that its energy could synergize with the properties of the body refinement herbs, amplifying their effects. The bloodthirsty vine disregarded its own well-being, relentlessly directing its stored spiritual energy into Lin Yi. Time slipped away in this agonizing ordeal, and Lin Yi's mind fixated on a singular thought. Just hold on a little longer, it will soon be over. Upon seeing Lin Yi regain consciousness, the bloodthirsty vine remarked, its voice exhausted to the utmost degree, "Brother, I truly admire you. You dare to undertake body refinement without any preparation. You are truly reckless. I just recalled that the inheritance of memory spoke of the excruciating nature of body tempering for humans. It can lead to minor issues like blocked meridians or, in severe cases, to the disastrous destruction of one's meridians due to madness. Although the techniques state that the success of body tempering relies solely on one's willpower, practitioners invariably prepare medicinal pills to alleviate pain. Yet, you genuinely intend to endure solely through sheer resolve. Were it not for my healing spiritual energy aiding you today, you would have endured great suffering." Lin Yi caught a whiff of a foul, bloody odor and glanced into the bath, which was filled with the tainted blood expelled from his body. He hastily retrieved the medicinal bath sachet, intending to cleanse it for reuse. After rinsing himself clean, Lin Yi began to assess the changes from this session of body tempering. He concentrated and struck the testing apparatus with a punch. His right fist delivered a force of 376 pounds. The last test had yielded nearly 3,000 pounds of force. The effects of body tempering were akin to riding a rocket. Lin Yi realized that the results of his body tempering exceeded those described in the techniques, likely bolstered by the healing abilities of the blood-sucking vine, which had enhanced the effects by at least threefold. The blood-sucking vine had consumed over a dozen spirit stones, which he viewed as a necessary initial expenditure. Body tempering could be performed once daily, with the required number of spirit stones steadily increasing, now around 35. And this figure would only continue to rise. After body tempering, Lin Yi noticed an increase in his cultivation speed, and the techniques flowed through his meridians more smoothly. Seeing Lin Yi dedicated to his training, Xiang Xueshan felt that he was isolating himself in the training room day after day, risking the possibility of becoming obsessed. One afternoon, she seized a moment when Lin Yi was momentarily free from his training to take him out. Lin Yi was almost dragged along by Xiang Xueshan, his face a portrait of reluctance. "Sister, where are you taking me? I still need to train this afternoon." Were it not for the blood-sucking vine mentioning that Xiang Xueshan had waited for him outside for 2 hours, he would not have emerged from the training room. Xiang Xueshan shot him an exasperated glance. "How did I not notice that you were a training fanatic before? While cultivation is undoubtedly important, one cannot train every single day. Each year, the Academy witnesses the emergence of zealous cultivators, all sharing a common trait. They are exceedingly diligent but become increasingly rigid in their thinking, with practical combat skills that are nearly non-existent. Do you aspire to become one of those dullards? Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Both the meridians and spirit need time to recuperate." As Xiang Xueshan spoke, her expression grew increasingly grave as she took a deep breath. "Junior brother, this is not a lecture, nor am I trying to prevent you from training. I have observed you for several days now. Your daily life revolves solely around cultivation. Even with the assistance of the healing plant, what of your mental fatigue? Initially, I merely perceived your diligence in training, but now I see a touch of madness in your pursuit. I must take you out today. From now on, You shall accompany me weekly to unwind. Only with a refreshed mind can you cultivate more effectively. Lin Yi could not reveal to Xiang Xueshan that his meridians were entirely untroubled, and his spirit remained intact. Those who encounter issues from prolonged training are often those who train tirelessly without witnessing results, gradually succumbing to self-doubt, allowing negative emotions to accumulate and ultimately manifesting into greater problems. He is unlike others. Each day he witnesses his own progress. Thus, his spirit remains invigorated, filled only with excitement. In order to alleviate any concerns for Xiang Xueshan, Lin Yi chose to accompany her as she ventured out. Along the way, Xiang Xueshan led him into a room where they changed clothes and adorned themselves with masks. Lin Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Senior sister, where are you taking me? Why this air of mystery?" Xiang Xueshan responded with a playful smile, teasingly withholding the answer. "Do not ask just yet. Simply know that it is a wonderful place. You are bound to enjoy it. Who wouldn't relish the thrill of a fortunate find?" Chapter 70. Discovering rare exotic plants. Half an hour later, Lin Yi found himself standing within the clandestine market of the Vermilion Bird Academy. The individuals surrounding him were all cloaked and masked, their voices distorted through voice modulators. Xiang Xueshan did not allow Lin Yi to wander alone. Instead, she guided him to a dilapidated shop, speaking in a neutral tone. "Acquire 2 false identities, one at the Martial King level and the other at the Martial Emperor level." The shopkeeper, without lifting his gaze, quoted a price of 200,000. Lin Yi, taken aback by the existence of counterfeit identities in the black market, promptly stepped forward to make the payment. He sent a message to Xiang Xueshan, inquiring, "Senior sister, can a false identity grant access to the secret realms?" Xiang Xueshan quickly replied, "Of course. The false identities issued by the Academy are, in essence, authentic once outside. This measure is specifically designed to protect students, and other academies operate similarly. Be wary of those unscrupulous individuals who, despite possessing the strength of a martial emperor, deceive others by wielding a martial king identity in the ruins." Though her words were unspoken, her fury resonated through the text. Lin Yi surmised that Xiang Xueshan must have fallen victim to such deceit, as her indignation was palpable. Having acquired 2 fraudulent identities, one as a martial king and the other as a martial emperor, Xiang Xueshan cautioned him further through a message. "I encouraged you to obtain these identities for potential future needs, but do not use them to enter the ruins. It is fraught with peril and could cost you your life." Lin Yi assured her, "Senior sister, rest assured. I shall not venture into the ruins without sufficient strength for self-preservation." The ruins were not only populated by those who sought to exploit others, but also by elusive exotic plants and ferocious beasts. Xiang Xueshan continued to accompany Lin Yi as they explored various stalls. The black market resembled a bazaar composed of several streets, albeit with patrons concealing their identities. Lin Yi purchased a substantial amount of blank talisman paper, opting for the most basic yellow-grade variety, which he could acquire without the use of spirit stones. There existed an unspoken rule within the black market. Inquiries regarding the origins of goods were strictly prohibited. Breaching this protocol could result in expulsion from the shop or, in more severe cases, being treated as an enemy. The black market was considered the most perilous locale within the Vermilion Bird Academy, with fatalities occurring monthly. Throughout their time there, Xiang Xueshan remained steadfastly by Lin Yi's side, never leading him to perilous establishments. "Most of the items sold here are obtained through the murder and theft of others. It is best to avoid such shops unless absolutely necessary," she advised. Xiang Xueshan relished browsing through the stalls, fantasizing about unearthing hidden treasures, when she came across a peculiar stone adorned with strange patterns. "My friend, this gem is extraordinary. It was discovered at the volcanic crater within the ruins, and I will part with it for merely 300 spirit stones. You would be making a tremendous find." Xiang Xueshan, seasoned in the ways of the market, recognized that the stone was merely a mundane rock, its appearance altered by intense heat, with minimal spiritual resonance. 300 spirit stones? Why not simply rob me instead? The vendor, his face twisting beneath the mask, hesitated. If he attempted to steal it, the enforcement team would undoubtedly intervene. It was clear he lacked the strength to confront such a situation. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the stall, pausing on an object that resembled a tree root. Eternal alien plant root system, capable of producing spiritual level talismans. Typically, talismans are categorized into 4 grades: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with only those above heaven being considered spiritual level. Wen Fengqing from the Qinglong Academy is a heavenly talisman master, and it is said that only a martial saint can achieve the status of a spiritual-level talisman master. Items associated with spiritual-level talismans command exorbitant prices. The legacy of heavenly-grade talismans he obtained includes methods for crafting spiritual-level talismans, though many of them are incomplete. Xiang Xueshan was eagerly haggling with the vendor, successfully reducing the price of a talisman from 300 spirit stones to 120. The vendor wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and sighed heavily. My friend, I want to beat around the bush. 150 spirit stones is the lowest price I can accept. If you seek a lower price, you may as well look elsewhere. Xiang Xueshan recognized that the vendor's bottom line was 150 spirit stones, yet she hesitated. Despite her arguments, the gem exhibited no significant spiritual energy fluctuations. While its patterns appeared somewhat mysterious, it resembled an ordinary stone upon closer inspection. Lin Yi glanced at the stone in Xiang Xueshan's hand. Indeed, it had been retrieved from a relic, as evidenced by the inscriptions on it. Volcanic spark stone. Quite painful when thrown at someone. Lin Yi messaged Xiang Xueshan. Senior sister, this is merely an ordinary spark stone, aside from its potential to inflict pain when thrown. It has little value. This stone was neither a material for forging nor a rare treasure. It would serve only as decoration in a home. Lin Yi inquired about the price of the eternal alien plant root system. The vendor, recognizing that Lin Yi and Xiang Xueshan were together, feared Lin Yi might attempt to haggle as well and darkly stated, the lowest price is 300 spirit stones, no negotiations. Although I am unaware of the material specifics, it is evident that no magical artifacts can leave a mark upon it. Lin Yi silently mused that this was indeed the root of an eternal alien plant. It would be remarkable if an ordinary artifact could leave a trace. Xiang Xueshan picked up the nearby alien plant root system, her delicate brows furrowing as she began to negotiate. There are numerous items incapable of bearing traces from magical artifacts, yet most are mundane and of little use. This piece of wood is neither a material for alchemy nor suitable for forging. 300 spirit stones is rather steep. Xiang Xueshan also messaged Lin Yi, inquiring if he truly desired it. Lin Yi responded, I genuinely wish to possess it. For some unknown reason, the more I gaze upon it, the more it captivates me. Upon receiving the message, Xiang Xueshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the legendary mysterious connection between treasures and those fated to possess them? The vendor, hearing this, found himself utterly speechless as Xiang Xueshan and Lin Yi obstructed his ability to conduct business. The items they coveted were merely things he had casually acquired from the relic base, costing him only a few spirit stones. He possessed genuine treasures but refrained from presenting them to Xiang Xueshan and Lin Yi, as he could instantly discern that they were impoverished. I am truly at a loss. My friend, please refrain from further negotiations. 100 spirit stones. If you desire them, take them. If not, feel free to explore the next vendor. Xiang Xueshan hesitated, while Lin Yi stepped forward and paid the 100 spirit stones, subsequently placing the rare plant's root system into his storage ring. Xiang Xueshan then guided Lin Yi to explore other areas. Lin Yi observed that 90% of the goods at the stalls were merely commonplace items, with many being counterfeit. The stall owners boasted of relic origins, yet the items bore no inscriptions to validate such claims. Among the remaining 10% of authentic items, each possessed a high value, far beyond his means. To have stumbled upon a segment of a millennia-old plant root today was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Chapter 71. Materials for spirit-level talismans. Seeing that there was nothing more to explore, Xiang Xueshan decided to return with Lin Yi. So, how was the black market of the academy? She inquired. It was said that someone once stumbled upon an ancient, profound-level cultivation technique in the black market. Lin Yi, somewhat puzzled, responded, Sister, with the Academy's precise detection instruments capable of identifying even heavenly-level legacies, wouldn't it be rather simple to determine whether those items are treasures? Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan couldn't help but scoff. Do you think anyone can use the Academy's array spirit detection? The cost of each assessment is as high as several hundred spirit stones. Who would waste such a fortune testing items that may not even be treasures? If the item you purchase today cannot be deciphered, you can have it tested. Should it indeed be a genuine treasure, you could find yourself quite prosperous. Xiang Xueshan believed that the wood Lin Yi had acquired must be a true treasure. Otherwise, why would he feel increasingly drawn to it? As the saying goes, when a person selects a treasure, the treasure is also selecting its master. Among the throngs that visit the black market daily, only Lin Yi found it increasingly appealing. Upon hearing the testing fee of several hundred spirit stones, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps it was due to his impoverished circumstances. As a reflex, he was reluctant to spend that sum. Xiang Xueshan sighed softly. If the item you take for testing truly is a treasure, the Academy will facilitate its sale for you, taking only a mere 1% as a commission, and you won't even have to pay the testing fee. She advised him to study it further, noting that while selling treasures is straightforward, repurchasing them can prove quite challenging. Lin Yi did not hesitate much. The root of the 10,000-year exotic plant was of no use to him at present. What he urgently needed were spirit stones. The black market had unveiled a promising path for him to acquire spirit stones without waiting to draw talismans, while others required keen eyesight and luck to find bargains. He merely needed to glance at the item labels. The following day, Lin Yi approached Xiang Xueshan to share his decision. I cannot decipher it, but I sense this piece of wood is extraordinary. I wish to have it tested. He had inquired with the blood-devouring vine, which could not detect that it was the root of a 10,000-year exotic plant. He also considered the possibility that if the Academy's instruments failed to identify it, he would waste several hundred spirit stones on the testing fee. Lin Yi urged himself to refrain from overthinking. If it were indeed a genuine treasure, it would eventually be recognized. Xiang Xueshan was surprised by Lin Yi's swift decision and gently advised, aren't you going to think it over? What if this is a rare treasure? If you miss this opportunity, it may never present itself again in your lifetime. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed softly. Sister, I still wish to have it tested. It would be best if I could sell it for spirit stones. Both the blood-devouring vine and I require spirit stones for our training, and I will need a substantial amount for body refinement in the future. Xiang Xueshan understood the hardships of being without spirit stones. The path of cultivation, in another sense, is paved with spirit stones. Although she had a father who was a martial sovereign, she still wished to stretch her spirit stones as far as they could go. Respecting Lin Yi's decision, she said, I will cover the testing fee for you initially. You can repay me once you sell the item. After Xueshan finished speaking, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. As Lin Yi's senior, she ought to cover the cost of the inspection fee, yet her financial constraints only allowed her to lend him spirit stones. Lin Yi did not request Xueshan to front the inspection fee. Instead, he recounted how he had offered 1,000 spirit stones as an apology to Xia Li Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xueshan rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. How stingy. A mere 1,000 spirit stones for an apology barely covered a few days' worth of meals. There was no sincerity in that, merely an attempt to take advantage of Lin Yi. The establishment he took you to had a minimum consumption requirement of 1,000 spirit stones for a private room. As she continued, Xueshan fell silent. Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Li Yuan had indeed apologized to Lin Yi. Without connections or backing, Lin Yi was already at a disadvantage. Acquiring another enemy like Xia Li Yuan would be catastrophic. Quietly, Xueshan cautioned Lin Yi, Junior brother, don't be foolish and let Xia Li Yuan deceive you. I'm not entirely certain why he apologized, but I have a feeling he harbors ill intentions. When someone shows you a modicum of kindness, there is often a hidden motive. Do not foolishly repay it with overwhelming generosity. As for Xia Li Yuan, I find him to be quite contradictory. At times, he is utterly detestable, yet at others, he seems tolerable. Lately, whenever I think of him, my mind becomes a jumble. He possesses an unsettling quality. You must limit your interactions with him. After speaking, Xueshan's delicate brows furrowed, her expression laden with youthful vexation. Lin Yi, taken aback by her words, glanced at Xueshan in surprise, blinking in contemplation. Having never experienced romantic feelings, he was uncertain whether this was indeed a sign of infatuation. He intended to gently steer Xueshan's thoughts towards matters of the heart. But before he could formulate his thoughts, they arrived at their destination. Clearly experienced in the inspection process, Xueshan led Lin Yi directly to the designated floor. He opted to pay for the spirit stones himself, declining her offer to assist. The staff ushered Lin Yi into the inspection room, instructing him to place his items on the counter. Our facility is under constant surveillance. Throughout the inspection, your treasures will remain within your line of sight. Lin Yi inquired about the duration of the results, to which the staff replied, it depends on the classification of the item. The more rare and precious it is, the longer the inspection will take, but it will not exceed 10 minutes. As Lin Yi and Xueshan waited, Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed upon the alien plant's root system. As long as he could see the inscriptions on the roots, he would know that the item had not been tampered with. After 5 minutes had passed without any results, Xueshan's anticipation grew palpable. Last time, I stumbled upon a treasure, and within a minute of inspection, the results were out. With 5 minutes gone, you must have uncovered something significant. The staff, however, remained composed and continued adjusting the equipment. By the 8th minute, The inspection apparatus produced a certification document. Lin Yi promptly retrieved the alien plant's root system, and upon seeing the results, the staff's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiang Xueshan leaned closer to the results and, upon reading the contents, let out a gasp of astonishment, exclaiming, "A Millennium Rare Herb, materials for spirit-grade talisman paper." Noticing that Lin Yi had already stowed the items away, she patted her chest, still feeling a lingering thrill. "A Millennium Rare Herb, materials for spirit-grade talisman paper. My heavens, junior brother, you are destined for great fortune." Lin Yi smiled gently at Xiang Xueshan and said softly, "If it weren't for you taking me to the black market, I would never have stumbled upon such a treasure. Once the materials are sold, I shall share half of the spirit stones with you." Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan felt a profound sense of gratitude. She understood that Lin Yi was fully aware of the significance of spirit-grade talisman paper materials, yet he was still willing to share half of the spirit stones with her. Chapter 72. The child yet to awaken. Xiang Xueshan almost succumbed to the allure of the spirit stones and agreed, but she composed herself, took a deep breath, and ultimately declined. "This treasure bears a connection to you, but none to me. Both you and the bloodthirsty vine require spirit stones for your cultivation. How could I possibly take from your share? You will need those stones for your future body refinement. Your willingness alone brings me great joy, dear junior sister." Xiang Xueshan continued earnestly, emphasizing that no matter how many spirit stones one possesses, there will inevitably come a day when they are exhausted on the path of cultivation. No amount of spirit stones is ever sufficient. After consulting Lin Yi's opinion, she sent a message to Xiang Libin. A few minutes later, Lin Yi witnessed Xiang Libin arriving in a flurry. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Xiang Libin stated, "Xueshan mentioned that you stumbled upon materials for a spirit-level talisman. I have already informed Lord Shiza." The staff interjected promptly, "Master Xiang, your disciple's treasure should be sold through our testing department's contacts. This is crucial for his commission. And considering the rarity of the 10,000-year-old exotic plant, its value extends beyond spirit stones to matters of personal favor." Xiang Libin shot a glacial glance at the staff member. "Since when did your testing department establish such a rule? Did my disciple express any intention to sell? Have you signed any contract? He is merely here for testing." The staff member grew visibly anxious. Should word get out that such a rare specimen slipped through his fingers, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. However, isn't it common for those who come to our testing department to seek out sellers? Xiang Libin glanced at Lin Yi's testing form and noted that the testing fee had already been settled, which eased his mind. Lin Yi is only here for testing. He has not requested your assistance in selling. The testing fee is settled, and we shall take our leave. The staff, being merely a martial emperor, dared not obstruct Xiang Libin from taking Lin Yi away, resorting instead to frantically messaging superiors. Unfortunately, responses were delayed, and phone calls went unanswered. Xiang Libin chose not to return to the villa with Lin Yi. Instead, he instructed Xiang Xueshan to head back alone and took Lin Yi to a manor. "Lord Shiza has asked me to bring you here. Most residents are relatives of martial saints," Xiang Libin advised Lin Yi, reminding him to remain courteous regardless of whom they might encounter, for even an ordinary-looking elder might be closely related to a martial saint. The courtyard where Shiza resided was styled in traditional Chinese architecture, reminiscent of the ancient sections. As Lin Yi entered the courtyard, he spotted Shiza watering the flowers. With a gentle tone, Shiza invited Lin Yi to find a seat, stating, "I still have a few flowers left to water. Please, rest for a moment. Liar, please prepare some tea." Shilai approached, offering Lin Yi a warm smile. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi felt a slight daze. As if he had encountered a celestial being descended from the heavens, a vision akin to the enchanting descriptions found in literature. He could assure himself that he harbored no impure thoughts towards Shilai, yet her beauty had momentarily captivated him. Lin Yi's gaze quickly regained its clarity. Shilai cast a surprised glance at him. Due to her unique spiritual body and specialized cultivation method, few men could resist the allure she exuded. Just moments ago, she had intentionally smiled at Lin Yi. Xiang Libin evidently harbors certain knowledge, as when Shilai emerged, she averted her gaze with a subtle bow of her head. Shiza, upon catching sight of Lin Yi's clear and innocent eyes, couldn't help but smile inwardly, reflecting, an unawakened child indeed. Lin Yi, oblivious to matters of romantic affection, was merely enchanted by Shilai's beauty. It is a universal truth that all individuals, regardless of age or gender, find pleasure in admiring the exquisite. Shiza, with a warm smile, introduced Lin Yi, saying, "This is my daughter, Shilai. She is roughly your age." Xilai chuckled lightly, casting a charming glance at Lin Yi before responding, "Father, I am clearly 3 years older than Lin Yi. How can we be of similar age?" Shiza regarded Xilai with an expression brimming with affection and replied, "3 years is but a trifle. Even if you were 30 years older, in my eyes, you would still be of similar standing." Xilai shot Shiza an incredulous look. He was nearing 2 millennia in age. In his perspective, a decade and a century were nearly indistinguishable. She discreetly observed Lin Yi, intrigued by this fortunate individual who had inherited the celestial legacy, though Shiza had not permitted her to venture out. Noticing Lin Yi's curious gaze upon her, Xilai returned his smile, which in turn brightened her spirits, prompting her to giggle playfully. Lin Yi, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated her smile, which only heightened Xilai's amusement as she turned away, laughing. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Yi's face. He was at a loss as to why Xilai found him so amusing. Had he committed an error in etiquette? He cast a glance at his attire, wondering if he had inadvertently donned something inappropriate. Xilai, who had suppressed her laughter, was once again amused by Lin Yi's self-examination. Initially perplexed, Lin Yi's bewilderment gradually morphed into mild irritation. What was it about him that elicited such mirth? Did he appear comical in some manner? Shiza observed Lin Yi's silent vexation with curiosity. Having encountered numerous disdainful glances aimed at Xilai, the emergence of this anomaly was intriguing. No wonder Xilai found Lin Yi entertaining. Xilai placed a cup of tea before Lin Yi and took a seat beside Shiza. Shiza inquired, "What materials for spirit-level talisman paper do you desire?" Lin Yi, with unwavering clarity, sat upright and responded, "I wish for spirit stones." While he could possibly select a treasure from the Academy's repository for spirit-level talisman paper materials, those treasures, albeit precious, held little immediate utility for him. Shiza held Lin Yi in high regard for his discernment in knowing what he truly needed. Such a character was less likely to be swayed by temptations along the way. Many had lost their greater fortunes due to greed, often forfeiting even the opportunities they had secured. Shiza examined the exotic route Lin Yi had presented alongside the Academy's inspection report. The market price for spirit-level talisman paper materials stood at 10,000 superior spirit stones. One superior spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and one mid-grade spirit stone for 100 inferior spirit stones. Do you prefer inferior or superior spirit stones? As a martial saint of the Zhuke Academy, he possessed several spirit stone mines. Finding Lin Yi rather agreeable, he decided to offer the choice to him. If it were someone he held in little regard, he would simply dismiss them with inferior spirit stones, disregarding the market's pricing. Everyone was acutely aware that the market price typically reflected the highest transaction value. Lin Yi understood the disparity between superior and inferior spirit stones. A single medium-grade spirit stone could effortlessly be exchanged for 100 inferior spirit stones. Yet the reverse was not guaranteed. Observing Shize's gentle demeanor, Lin Yi mustered the courage to make a request. "May I observe the distinctions among the 3 types of spirit stones?" With a subtle wave of his sleeve, Shize conjured 3 spirit stones of similar size, but differing luster before Lin Yi. The inferior spirit stone exhibited the most lackluster sheen, while the medium-grade stone, when not compared to the adjacent superior stone, appeared quite refined. Chapter 73. 10,000 Superior Spirit Stones. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the inscriptions on the 3 types of spirit stones. Inferior spirit stone, Chi impurity 60. Medium spirit stone, Chi impurity 20. Superior spirit stone, Chi impurity 5. The blood-devouring vine sensed the spirit energy emanating from the superior spirit stones, salivating with desire. "Brother, choose the superior spirit stones. You must select the superior ones. My ancestral memories indicate that both inferior and medium spirit stones contain a significant amount of Chi impurities. These impurities silently corrupt the foundation of one's cultivation. The reason why breaking through to higher realms becomes increasingly difficult is due to this pollution of the foundation, which can only be cleansed through extraordinary fortunes akin to heavenly merit. Your innate talent is already of the lowest quality, no matter how hard you strive. Your foundation will always lag behind others, compelling you to seek alternative means. Do not be deceived into thinking that the Chi content of a superior spirit stone is comparable to that of an inferior one. They are far from equal. The degree of pollution in one's foundation directly determines the difficulty of future breakthroughs. The blood-devouring vine, fearing Lin Yi might make a grave error, continuously advised him. Had Lin Yi not possessed his unique advantages, he would undoubtedly have chosen the inferior spirit stones, as their abundance could support his early consumption. Why is it said that those with inferior innate qualities struggle to cultivate, with many believing that the pinnacle of their potential is merely the martial king? It is precisely due to their flawed foundation. Until today, he had never even heard of fortunes like heavenly merit. The spirit stones he had previously obtained were likely excavated or processed in some manner, which is why he had never seen any inscriptions. The revelation that inferior spirit stones could contain as much as 60% chi impurities truly astonished him. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose 10,000 superior spirit stones. Beside him, Xiang Libin opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. He deemed it an unwise choice. Superior spirit stones were exceedingly precious, typically reserved for use as formation cores or in exceptionally rare circumstances. While the chi content of a superior spirit stone was somewhat akin to that of an inferior one, one superior spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior ones. Thus, 10,000 superior spirit stones equated to a staggering 100 million inferior spirit stones. Even the largest storage rings on the market could not accommodate such a quantity. Shiza casually retrieved 10,000 superior spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them on the courtyard's open ground. Noticing that Lin Yi lacked a sufficiently large storage ring, he turned to Xilai and said, "Do we not have a few idle storage rings? Give one to Lin Yi." The concept of fortune is profoundly enigmatic. Lin Yi must possess some inherent luck. Xilai went to fetch a storage ring, her slender, fair fingers gliding over a row of rings before selecting one she had previously used. Upon seeing the storage ring Xilai chose, Shiza raised an eyebrow. His gaze towards Lin Yi grew somewhat disapproving. He recognized that ring, knowing it to be one Xilai had particularly favored at the age of 13, but had since abandoned upon realizing it was designed for males. Lin Yi graciously accepted the storage ring, recognizing that without it, he would be unable to transport the pile of spirit stones. Once the transaction concluded, Xiang Libin rose, ready to escort Lin Yi back, when he heard Xilai's voice. "Father, lunch is nearly prepared. Why not invite our guest to share the meal with us?" Shiza cast a contemplative glance at Xilai, puzzled by her interest in Lin Yi. Yet he had never considered any romantic inclinations. It seemed implausible that Xilai would be attracted to someone as ordinary as Lin Yi. Perhaps she merely found his naive demeanor intriguing. Hearing this, Xiang Libin was greatly pleased and promptly thanked Xilai with polite enthusiasm. The courtyard where Shiza resided was devoid of high-tech adornments, exuding a charming antiquity. Lin Yi, acknowledging his lack of aesthetic appreciation, could not articulate his thoughts but felt that every scene was extraordinarily beautiful, and gazing at them brought him a sense of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually captivated by the garden's allure, his steps slowing as he moved. Shiza, noticing Xilai's deliberate deceleration, chose not to comment. Xilai, due to her unique constitution, had few friends throughout her life, often lacking anyone to converse with. Lin Yi's pure-hearted nature did not seem to displease her, serving as a mild diversion for her. With this in mind, Shiza gestured for Xiang Libin to follow him, engaging in casual conversation about the nuances of breaking through to martial saint. Though he harbored little faith in Xiang Libin's chances, as his foundational training had been thoroughly tainted by impurities in spiritual energy. Despite identifying the issue, Shiza refrained from mentioning it, offering only conventional advice. Xiang Libin was filled with excitement, hopeful for a future breakthrough to martial saint. Convinced that Shiza would not waste words if he did not see potential, Xilai, noticing Lin Yi lost in thought while gazing at the green bamboo, gently inquired, "What captures your attention? Do you have a fondness for bamboo?" Lin Yi turned to her and shook his head. "This is not ordinary bamboo. My unique plant sense detects a kinship in its aura. Truly, one must commend the martial saint. Even the decorative plants at home are extraordinary." Xilai nodded, introducing the plant. "This is Qingyuan bamboo, which recently ascended to the second tier of rare plants. They possess a rather lazy disposition and are quite indifferent to people. Qingyuan bamboo can enhance the surrounding spiritual energy, providing significant health benefits when cultivated at home. I noticed you were fixated on the bamboo shoots. Do you wish to plant them? Planting Qingyuan bamboo individually yields little effect. It requires a cluster to purify the spiritual energy of the surroundings. If you wish, I could dig up a few shoots for you to take." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly shook his head and replied honestly, "Miss Xilai, you misunderstand. My interest in the bamboo shoots does not stem from a desire to plant them, but rather from curiosity about whether they are edible." He lacked knowledge of the planting conditions for Qingyuan bamboo and had no home to return to, where he could offer the shoots as ancestral offerings. Xilai, upon hearing Lin Yi's focus, covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him. Greetings, how intriguing it is. Bamboo shoots that have not awakened their sentience are indeed edible, while those that have should not be consumed. Would you care to experience their flavor? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare an additional dish. Although Westley's remark was phrased as a question, it bore no inquiry into Lin Ye's preferences, as he directly commanded the kitchen to add a dish. Observing this, the bloodthirsty vine could not help but express its sentiments to Lin Yi. Is this the affluence of the martial sage? Second-tier exotic plants are merely ornamental, yet one can feast upon the offspring of these second-tier wonders. Were it to have progeny, irrespective of whether they possessed sentience, it would be a matter of life and death for whoever dared to consume them. Lin Yi also pondered in silence the might of the martial sage, contemplating the importance of adapting to local customs. He was not an exotic plant, and thus could not perceive matters from the perspective of the bloodthirsty vine. Nevertheless, he too indulged in the flesh of sentient beasts. Chapter 74. Becoming your friend Lin Yi found it difficult to adopt a facade of kindness, much less utter words lamenting the plight of the children. Shilai seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. After sharing a bittersweet smile with Qin Yuanzhu, she began to confide in Lin Yi. I once had a friend whom I invited to my home. I treated her to a meal of bamboo shoots at noon, but she did not eat a single bite. I assumed she simply disliked bamboo shoots. Only later did I discover that she had been telling others I was cruel and heartless for consuming the children of in my home. Lin Yi discerned that what Shilai truly despised was not merely the duplicity of that individual, but also the betrayal of her sincere intentions towards someone she had considered a friend. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before saying, I cannot claim to know what to say, but it seems to me that person did not regard you as a friend. Gazing into Shilai's smiling eyes, Lin Yi pressed her lips together and continued, It appears you do not desire my consolation. This does not resemble sorrow at all. Upon hearing this, Shilai chuckled softly and winked at Lin Yi, lowering her voice as she confessed, My father was quite strict, so I have had few friends since childhood. I consider anyone I can converse with a friend. With uncertainty etched on her face, Lin Yi pointed to herself and asked, Then, since I can talk to you, does that mean I am also a friend? Was there a flaw in Shilai's definition of friendship? Shilai smiled and nodded, her tone light and cheerful. Of course you are my friend. We have conversed for quite some time, and I even treated you to bamboo shoots. In the next moment, Shilai looked at Lin Yi with a hint of vulnerability, her voice tinged with melancholy as she asked, Do you not consider me a friend? Lin Yi instinctively wanted to shake her head, but quickly restrained herself, explaining earnestly, The term friend carries significant weight, at least in my perspective. I have only just met Miss Shilai today. I believe we are merely acquaintances, not yet friends. Shilai blinked playfully at Lin Yi, then proposed, Then allow me to gift you a precious item. Can we be friends now? Taken aback, Lin Yi retreated a step, exclaiming with exasperation, Miss Shilai. Friends acquired through transactions will inevitably depart for the sake of self-interest. A true friend requires no benefits from you. Suddenly, Shilai leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed into Lin Yi's. Noticing Lin Yi's growing confusion, she softly inquired, Am I beautiful? Lin Yi, momentarily dazed, replied, Yes. You are beautiful. Upon hearing this, Shilai's smile blossomed even more radiantly. She delicately twirled a lock of hair around her slender finger and continued, Then, would you like to be my friend? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi responded, I do not wish to. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Yi felt a chill wash over her mind, recalling the recent exchange, and she stumbled backward in terror. When she had gazed into Shilai's eyes moments ago, it felt as though she had been ensnared by a charm of sincerity. Lin Yi lowered her gaze to inspect herself, harboring grave doubts that Shilai had stealthily cast a charm of sincerity upon her. Had it not been for the sudden chill that gripped her mind, she might have remained oblivious to the enchantment. The blood-sucking vine felt a surge of anxiety and remarked, Brother, this woman is truly sinister. It seems as if she can manipulate your very soul. Upon witnessing Lin Yi regain consciousness so swiftly, Shilai's intrigue towards him intensified. Her cultivation techniques, rooted in ancient practices, were exceedingly unique. Despite Lin Yi's ignorance regarding matters of intimacy, his martial prowess rendered it implausible for him to extricate himself from her enchanting grasp. Now, as Lin Yi beheld Shilai, she no longer appeared as a celestial being to him. Instead, her ability to influence hearts rendered her repugnant, akin to a demon. Noticing Lin Yi's trepidation, Shilai chuckled softly, Do not be afraid. I merely wish to share some whispers with you. I have been deceived many times in the past, and I do not wish to be misled again, which is why I employed a touch of illusion. The blood-sucking vine was visibly agitated by her words. Brother, this woman is a fountain of lies. You must not believe a word she utters. She just controlled your mind. If that was indeed an illusion, you should slice me open and cook me for dinner tomorrow. Lin Yi instinctively took a step back, striving to distance himself from Shi Lai, feeling an overwhelming lack of security in her presence. Shi Lai, amused by his reaction, playfully winked at him. Do you believe I will become your true friend in the future? Lin Yi chuckled quietly, choosing silence, yet his mind was rife with derision. It would be foolish to befriend someone capable of manipulating souls. During the meal, Shi Zhe observed Lin Yi deliberately, selecting a seat far removed from Shi Lai. Just as she was about to take her seat, Shi Lai, noticing the distance, cheerfully rose and settled beside Lin Yi. The peculiar atmosphere in the dining hall did not escape even the perceptive Xiang Libin. As they dined, Shi Lai intentionally used her own chopsticks to serve Lin Yi dishes, placing food directly into his bowl. This is the Qing Yuan bamboo you wish to try. How does it taste? If you enjoy it, I can arrange for some to be taken home with you. Xiang Libin was taken aback, nearly biting through his chopsticks in astonishment. What did this mean? The daughter of a martial saint serving Lin Yi food with her own chopsticks. Was she developing feelings for him, engaging in a game of affection? Upon scrutinizing Lin Yi, Xiang Libin noted that he was not unappealing and possessed a unique aura that set him apart from the ordinary. He meticulously analyzed the situation and arrived at a conclusion. Shi Lai, accustomed to being flattered and adored by many, had suddenly found her attention captured by the unassuming Lin Yi, who was unlike anyone she had encountered before. Reacting swiftly, Xiang Libin feigned earnestness in his meal, understanding that the romantic intrigues of the martial saint's daughter were beyond his purview. If Shi Lai truly harbored feelings for Lin Yi, it would indeed be a testament to the fortuitous blessings bestowed upon his ancestors. Shi Zhe remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, as Shi Lai had grown averse to his mental surveillance and recently adopted a rebellious streak, often acting in defiance of his wishes. Although he disapproved of her serving Lin Yi, he discerned that Shi Lai was merely indulging in playful antics and deriving genuine joy from the interaction. Shi Lai had finally discovered a cherished toy, and he did not wish to dampen the mood, lest he become increasingly unwelcome. Lin Yi recognized that Shi Lai was merely teasing him and hurriedly replied, Miss Shi Lai, you are exceedingly gracious. I am not skilled in the culinary arts, and the bamboo shoots from King Yuanzu would indeed be a waste upon me. Shi Lai's eyes sparkled with a crescent-shaped smile, exclaiming, how could it possibly be a waste? If it is something you consume, then it is certainly not wasted. Do you reject them simply because the bamboo shoots are cultivated from my own garden? Lin Yi's grip on his chopsticks became increasingly tense, and he awkwardly protested, feeling too embarrassed to meet the gazes of Shiza and Xiang Libin. Throughout the meal, Lin Yi failed to discern even the saltiness of the dishes. After dining, he hastily departed with the bamboo shoots gifted by Shi Lai, almost as if fleeing the scene. Chapter 75. Cultivating with high-quality spirit stones. After Lin Yi departed, Shi Lai could not contain his laughter. This individual was quite amusing indeed. He was the first person I encountered who showed no desire to befriend me. Shiza, on the other hand, took note of Lin Yi's hearty appetite and softly agreed. Lin Yi possessed a certain charm. The meals at his home were entirely composed of spiritual plants, and his consumption was nearly on par with Xiang Libin. Remarkably, despite devouring such an abundance of spiritual plants, he exhibited no signs of spiritual energy indigestion. While Xiang Libin gradually slowed his pace as the meal progressed, Lin Yi maintained a steady rhythm throughout, with the bloodthirsty vine on his wrist providing no assistance in digestion. Shiza sensed that Lin Yi harbored a secret, but chose not to delve deeper. Having lived for an extended period, few people or matters could pique his curiosity. For now, he simply wished to nurture Shi Lai. Upon returning to the villa, Xiang Libin drank copiously of water, and only after his emotions settled did he caution Lin Yi. I shall not inquire into the matter between you and Miss Shi Lai, but I must remind you, whatever transpires, do not let her down. Lin Yi gazed at Xiang Libin with an expressionless visage, utterly speechless. Master, what are you talking about? What do you mean by let her down? There is nothing between us. At his words, Xiang Libin hastily interrupted Lin Yi's continuation. Enough. I do not wish to hear about your affairs. They are not gossip I should be privy to. Just remember my words. The spiritual energy content of the midday meal was excessively high. I must cultivate to digest it. He added, you should hasten to cultivate as well. Having the assistance of a healing exotic plant makes a significant difference. You, a martial artist, consume more than I, a martial sovereign. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. Preoccupied with avoiding Shilai, he had neglected to conceal his appetite. Since he began his body refinement, his speed of digesting spiritual energy had increased day by day. With a sigh, Lin Yi chose not to dwell on it further. After all, his master had conveniently provided him with an excuse, thanks to the effects of the bloodthirsty vine. The mere thought of Xiang Li Bin advising him not to let Shilai down sent a shiver down his spine. If given a choice, he would prefer never to encounter Shilai again in this lifetime. Shilai possessed the ability to manipulate a person's mind through mere eye contact. In her presence, others felt as transparent as air. Who could possibly let her down? It was indeed true. The more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she could be. Upon returning to the cultivation chamber, Lin Yi immediately endeavored to cultivate with high-quality spirit stones, discovering that the efficiency had increased exponentially. The spiritual energy contained within these stones required minimal effort on his part to refine. Lin Yi harbored serious doubts that, during his usual practices, he was not truly refining the spiritual energy, but rather the impurities within it. Otherwise, how could one explain the fact that high-quality spirit stones required little refinement? A single spirit stone could support the cultivation of an ordinary martial artist for 3 months. However, Lin Yi's absorption efficiency was remarkably high. Thanks to the bloodthirsty vine, he hardly needed to worry about the burden on his meridians. One spirit stone was scarcely sufficient for his duration of use, while high-quality spirit stones were even easier to absorb, barely lasting him 3 days. Lin Yi was not concerned about cultivating too rapidly. In fact, he eagerly anticipated the prospect of absorbing 3 high-quality spirit stones in a single day. The quicker he absorbed the spirit stones, the faster his breakthroughs would come. The mere thought that a single high-grade spirit stone equates to 10 low-grade spirit stones tugs at Lin Yi's heartstrings. The bloodthirsty vine, too, gazes longingly at the high-grade spirit stones, yet it restrains itself from succumbing to temptation. Brother, while humans place great emphasis on the foundation of cultivation, we, as plants, do not hold such values. You should keep the high-grade spirit stones for your own cultivation. I can manage with the low-grade ones. Had Lin Yi possessed an ample supply of high-grade spirit stones, he would undoubtedly have insisted on sharing the cultivation journey with the vine. However, it was evident that his stock of high-grade spirit stones was insufficient. Though the figure of 10,000 spirit stones may sound substantial, it would not sustain them for long. As Lin Yi's cultivation level ascended, the demand for spirit stones would inevitably increase. He understood that the bloodthirsty vine was not inclined to vie for the high-grade spirit stones. After all living beings in the world value the foundation of their cultivation. The bloodthirsty vine had grown increasingly sensible. Lin Yi gifted it 100 high-grade spirit stones, instructing, "No need for further discussion. Take these for your cultivation, and come to me for more once they're exhausted." He resolved to visit the black market regularly, confident that he could earn enough spirit stones. The bloodthirsty vine, stunned, accepted the high-grade spirit stones, deeply moved. It was acutely aware of how significant high-grade spirit stones were to Lin Yi, yet despite this, Lin Yi still chose to share them. This was not merely 100 high-grade spirit stones, it represented Lin Yi's hopes for future cultivation. Had the bloodthirsty vine possessed eyes, it would have wept in gratitude, vowing time and again never to betray Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi existed, the vine would ensure its own survival would come before Lin Yi's demise. Xiang Xueshan had been cautioned by Xiang Li Bin not to mention to Lin Yi the quantity of low-grade spirit stones garnered from selling high-grade talisman paper materials. Lin Yi offered 100 high-grade spirit stones to Xiang Xueshan, expressing gratitude for her guidance to the black market. Initially, Xiang Xueshan resisted, but Lin Yi's insistence, coupled with the irresistible allure of spirit stones, led her to accept them with a conflicted heart. She refrained from using the high-grade spirit stones for her own cultivation, opting instead to exchange a significant portion for low-grade spirit stones, reserving only a small quantity of high-grade ones for special purposes. Lin Yi continued his routine visits to the black market, yet fortune had not smiled upon him since. During the new year, Lin Yi sent messages to his family, relieved to learn that all was well at home. The items he had mailed had long since arrived, and both Yi Yunxi and Lin Rong had consumed the cleansing elixirs. His parents had also taken health-boosting potions, and the household thrived. As Lin Yi perused the New Year's messages from his family, he noted the brevity of their words, as they were charged by the character. His parents wrote, "Yi Zi, after the new year, you will be 19. Though we are not by your side, please remember to eat well, rest adequately, and, of course, exert yourself in your cultivation. Do not worry about us. We have ample food, feasting daily on beast meat. Your father and I have both resigned to care for Yunxi and Xiaorong." Lin Rong added, Captain Mu took me to see the Qiqing Mercenary Corps. He said once I become a warrior, I can join. Brother Zhao also wishes to join. I am certain I will become a proud mercenary as well. The young girl Yunqi has set her sights high, aspiring to attend the 4 prestigious academies. As her elder brother, I am reluctant to dampen her confidence. However, reality will inevitably bring her to clarity. At that time, dear brother, I hope you can offer her some words of comfort. Yunqi, elder brother, ever since I consumed the cleansing elixir you sent back, I have been plagued by peculiar dreams each night, to the point where I can scarcely discern between the dream realm and reality. My mind has been inundated with an array of bewildering knowledge. And I have even mastered a technique known as Yin Yuan Xian Tuesday. This practice necessitates a pure Yin body for cultivation, and I have succeeded. Elder brother, I have confided in no one about this, not our parents, nor Xiao Rong. Please do not worry for me. I believe I have awakened some extraordinary spiritual essence. Wait for me in the capital. I shall surely come to find you. Chapter 76. Yi Yunqi is a pure Yin body. Upon reading the message sent by Lin Yunqi, Lin Ye's expression grew grave, and he instantly straightened his posture, awakening the blood-sucking vine. Little vine, listen to the message from Yunqi. What is her current situation? Lin Yi recited Yi Yunqi's words verbatim to the blood-sucking vine. The vine, having awakened its bloodline inheritance memories, possessed knowledge far beyond Lin Ye's. He was unaware of Yi Yunqi's current predicament, and his heart filled with worry as he could not return to Qingqing. After listening, the blood-sucking vine was momentarily stunned, then gasped in shock. Brother, your sister is a pure Yin body. The cleansing elixir you sent back has allowed her to successfully awaken her spiritual body, and like me, she has also acquired inherited memories. The pure Yin body, much like the charming body, ranks among the foremost furnace bodies. This is not a trivial matter. The cultivation attained by a furnace body through hard work is highly susceptible to being seized by others. And it even has the potential to assist others in breaking through their bottlenecks. It's tantamount to a walking treasure of fortuitous encounters. The more Lin Yi listened, the tighter his brows knitted, the term furnace causing a sense of unease to swell within him. He hurriedly sent a message to Yi Yunqi. Do not disclose anything about your awakened spiritual body to anyone, and refrain from applying to the 4 major academies. Wait for my return to escort you. Your spiritual body is a veritable treasure. Fearing that Yi Yunqi might not grasp the severity of the situation, he emphasized his message with 3 exclamation points. Yi Yunqi had already been sufficiently cautious, having only disclosed this matter to him while keeping it hidden from their parents in Linrong. After sending the message, Lin Yi began to scour the forum for information on pure Yin bodies, only to discover that there was not a trace of information available, leading him to suspect it had been deliberately suppressed. The Academy forum was stratified by levels. Low-level users could only access ordinary posts, while high-level users could view encrypted threads. Observing Lin Ye's distress, the blood-sucking vine urged, Brother, your anxiety is futile. Yi Yunqi is too far away. The best course of action now is to remind her to conceal her identity and never reveal her pure Yin body. Lin Ye's primary concern stemmed from a lack of faith in online security. He feared that the information exchange between him and Yi Yunqi might be detected by big data surveillance. He instructed the blood-sucking vine to delve into his inherited memories and then continued searching the forum for information on furnace bodies. Yi Yunqi soon replied, having recognized the issue of online security, and she refrained from mentioning her spiritual body or the furnace, simply stating that she would wait for Lin Ye's return in Qiqing. Despite his mounting anxiety, Lin Yi found himself powerless to act. The blood-sucking vine also perused the inherited memories but could only discover various uses of the furnace body. In ancient times, there existed a peculiar sect known as the He Huan sect, where each successive saintess or saint was a furnace body. In the early stages, a furnace body is quite weak, and if captured, they face a fate of being pampered. However, in later stages, a furnace body can even directly devour the spiritual power within another's body, forcibly consuming those at the golden core or nascent soul stages, a truly brutal and terrifying fate. The He Huan sect was a top-tier sect of its time, so formidable that even a behemoth like the Sword sect dared not provoke it. As every individual possesses desires and emotions, and the He Huan sect specializes in cultivating these sentiments. I am uncertain whether the technique your sister has awakened is from the He Huan sect. If it indeed belongs to the He Huan sect, I sense that in the future, you may find yourself relying on her. However, it is imperative to safeguard her and allow her to grow gradually. The blood-craving vine, noticing Lin Ye's distress, shifted the conversation and continued, Brother, you are currently too weak. Your only course of action is to diligently cultivate, so that you may protect your sister. If you can enter the ruins and procure a technique of movement for her, even someone of a significantly higher realm will struggle to capture her. Lin Yi recognized the truth in the blood-craving Vine's words. At this moment, he was powerless. The capital is indeed a perilous place, and Yi Yunxi may be safer remaining in Qingqing. The following day, Lin Yi feigned casual curiosity to inquire about the Dinglu body from Xiang Xueshan. Senior sister, I came across an unfamiliar talisman in the transmission of memories. Are you aware of the Wuyun talisman? It is described as a supportive type of talisman, with methods of inscription ranging from the basic to the advanced. In the ancient era, every type of talisman could be inscribed from the yellow tier to the divine tier, differing only in name. For instance, the yellow tier Fireball Talisman, the Xian tier Fire Rain Talisman, the Earth tier Fire Serpent Talisman, and the Heaven tier Fire Dragon Talisman all share the same core essence. It is said that divine tier talismans transcend ordinary talismans, possessing self-awareness akin to sentient beings. Moreover, to transform into a divine tier talisman, a celestial tier one must endure a thunder tribulation to attain a humanoid form. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Xiang Xueshan instinctively glanced around, relieved to find only herself and Xia Li Yuan present. With a serious expression, she inquired, "Are you certain it is the Wuyun talisman?" Lin Yi nodded earnestly at Xiang Xueshan. Although he did not find the Wuyun talisman in the talisman inheritance, the blood-craving Vine had discovered it within his memory. Disciples of the ancient Hehuan sect routinely utilized the Wuyun talisman for assistance in their cultivation. He aimed to steer the conversation towards the Hehuan sect, allowing him to naturally inquire about the Dinglu. The Wuyun talisman served as an excellent shield. At present, he was the sole possessor of a celestial tier talisman inheritance. By claiming the existence of the Wuyun talisman, he established its validity. Observing this, Xia Liyuan approached Xiang Xueshan and explained to Lin Yi. The Wuyun talisman is a legacy talisman of the ancient Hehuan sect. Your celestial tier talisman inheritance cannot possibly be related to the Hehuan sect, can it? Lin Yi deliberately feigned confusion, asking, "What is the Hehuan sect?" The sect from which I obtained my inheritance is called the Shangqing Palace. The name Hehuan sect sounds rather peculiar, lacking the imposing aura of the Sword sect. Seeing Lin Yi's ignorance, Xia Li Yuan exchanged a glance with Xiang Xueshan before pulling Lin Yi aside to whisper, "The Hehuan sect is a sect of seduction. All its disciples are engaged in such practices. In ancient times, the Hehuan sect monopolized 90% of the flesh trade. Do you not understand the implication of Hehuan?" Lin Yi feigned scratching his nose. "I simply did not consider it in that manner. Does that imply the Wuyun talisman is rendered useless, given that there are no disciples from the Hehuan sect in the present day?" Xiang Xueshan, witnessing Lin Yi converse with Xia Li Yuan while seemingly excluding her, found the situation utterly amusing. She is the king of warriors, not the king of the deaf. How could she possibly be oblivious to their conversations? Xiang Xueshan produced a shielding array disc, activating it to envelop the classroom, and then remarked, "All right, why all the subterfuge? Is it not simply a matter of dual cultivation? What is there to conceal? It is merely a natural occurrence." She cast a glance at Xia Li Yuan, who, despite his nightly escapades, still appeared flustered when the topic arose. It was truly peculiar. Lin Yi's expression grew even more bashful. It was not merely an act, but he genuinely felt a measure of embarrassment. To be candid, he had never even held a girl's hand. Chapter 77. The martial sage's desire for marriage. Lin Yi possessed only a rudimentary understanding of certain matters. During high school, he often jested and conversed with Zhao Qi and others, where discussions of such topics frequently arose. "Senior sister, does that mean I need not study the Wuyun talismans? They won't sell anyway." Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan shot Lin Yi a glare, exclaiming, "You must study. How could you not? This is the legacy of the Hehuan sect, and these are valuable treasures." Lin Yi's dismissal of the Wuyun talisman struck Xiang Xueshan as a ludicrous notion, akin to killing a hen that lays golden eggs. Feigning a frown, Lin Yi remarked, "The Wuyun talismans are the heritage of the Hehuan sect. Who would purchase such talismans for cultivation? Wasn't that a tad inappropriate?" Unable to contain her exasperation, Xiang Xueshan rolled her eyes at him. "Where's the impropriety in that? You act so lofty, so pure. If humanity does not procreate, how will the race continue?" Although the Wuyun talismans are a legacy of the Hehuan sect, they impose no restrictions on the user. The practice of dual cultivation is not a taboo. The Wuyun talismans can enhance the efficiency of such practices and increase the likelihood of conception. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it is to bear offspring, as the process depletes one's fundamental essence. The Wuyun talismans can somewhat mitigate this loss. I assure you, mastering the Wuyun talismans is akin to holding a vein of spiritual stones. Your future cultivation will be worry-free. Xia Liyuan also addressed Lin Yi, saying, "The path of dual cultivation is profound and has been revered since ancient times. Who says there are no disciples of the Hehuan sect in modern times? They are everywhere. I heard that you sold your spiritual-grade talisman paper to Lord Shiza. Have you met Miss Shilai?" Lin Yi, uncertain of Xia Liyuan's intent in mentioning Shilai, merely nodded, confirming their encounter. He not only met her, but also knew that Shilai could manipulate the hearts and minds of others, even with a shielding formation. Xia Liyuan lowered his voice mysteriously. "It is rumored that the technique Miss Shilai practices is that of the Hehuan sect. I had the fortune to meet her once." A chill ran down my spine, and an ominous feeling enveloped me. If you truly master the Wuyun talismans, I cannot guarantee for others, but Miss Shilai will undoubtedly be intrigued. Xiang Xueshan, hearing Xia Liyuan's ominous words, cast him a disapproving glance. "Do not speak nonsense to my junior brother. You dare weave tales about Lord Shiza's daughter. Even if you belong to the Xia family, that is rather presumptuous. She is the daughter of the martial sage. And you dare gossip about her privacy. Was Xia Liyuan plotting to endanger her and Lin Yi? They lacked connections and had no martial sage to back them." Noticing Xiang Xueshan's genuine displeasure, a flicker of confusion crossed Xia Liyuan's mind. Online sources suggested that the best way to build rapport was through gossip, yet it seemed ineffective with Xiang Xueshan. Lin Yi observed the conversation veering off course and intentionally redirected the topic towards the cauldron and the pure Yin body. Xiang Xueshan, noticing Lin Yi's curiosity, shook her head and said, "This delves into my realm of ignorance. All I know is that a cauldron is exceedingly perilous, far more so than a heavenly grade bone, and even martial saints would vie to seize it." Xia Liyuan cleared his throat, having caught the attention of both Lin Yi and Xiang Xueshan, then continued, "Cauldrons are categorized by rank. Ordinary cauldrons offer minimal enhancement for dual cultivation. A few years ago, the Qinglong Academy admitted a student whose spirit body was an ordinary cauldron. If I recall correctly, her name was Miao Yun." To avoid any misunderstanding regarding Xiang Xueshan's thoughts on cauldron bodies, he discreetly clarified, "At that time, I represented the Xia family in my interactions with her. A cousin from the royal martial lineage sought to marry her and entrusted me with inquiring about her sentiments. Hence, I have some recollection. She possessed an utterly commonplace cauldron body, lacking sufficient credits to exchange for the cultivation methods of the Hehuan sect and unwilling to enter a marriage alliance with a noble family. She ultimately had to venture into the ruins in search of opportunities, and I heard she perished there. Most students admitted to the academy awaken various special physiques, and cauldron spirit bodies are exceedingly sought after. The Purine body you mentioned earlier ranks alongside the enchanting physique, both being top-tier cauldrons capable of aiding one in transcending 3 realms to break through bottlenecks, an extraordinary existence. Once such a being appears, martial saints would eagerly seek to take her as a wife. Regrettably, Purine bodies are only found in records, and it is said that their growth during the initial stages is quite arduous. Xiang Xueshan felt a faint flicker of recognition upon hearing the name Miao Yun, though she could not immediately recall where she had encountered it. However, she was certain she had heard the name somewhere. Lin Yi listened to Xia Liyuan's words, his heart sinking gradually. The value of the pure Yin body was escalating. Had it been someone else awakening this spirit body, he would merely observe with folded arms and lament. Yet, Yi Yunqi had awakened this spirit body. Anger and anxiety surged within him, and were it not for his utmost effort to restrain himself, he might have ground his teeth to dust. Lin Yi refrained from inquiring further, fearing that excessive questions might draw the attention of Xiang Xueshan and Xia Liyuan. At this moment, he dared not trust anyone but himself. Xiang Xueshan encouraged Lin Yi to diligently study the Wuyun talismans, earnestly advising, "Do not underestimate the Wuyun talismans, they are of immense market value. As long as you can draw them, no matter how many you produce, they will sell, and at a decent price too. We are here to earn spirit stones. After all, and there is no shame in that." As she spoke, a hint of bashfulness crept into her demeanor. "If you find it truly embarrassing later, I can assist you in selling the talismans. I would only require a small fee for my efforts." Lin Yi was an exceedingly generous person. Even a modest fee would be sufficient to support her cultivation expenses. Upon hearing this, Xia Liyuan's brow furrowed deeply. How could he allow Xiang Xueshan, a young woman, to sell Wuyun talismans? What if she encountered an unscrupulous lecher? He would be unable to come to her aid in time. In the capital, martial lords were abundant, and those who did not reach the level of martial saints were as common as dogs. Once they departed from the Zhike Academy, who would still regard Xiang Libin's influence? Let alone Xiang Xueshan? A girl without any background, how far could she possibly sell Wu Yun talismans? Most of the individuals you encounter are merely ordinary people. Can they truly afford it? Xiang Xueshan's previously cheerful demeanor transformed into one of discontent upon hearing Xia Liyuan's words. Without uttering a single word, she turned and pulled Lin Yi away. Along the way, Lin Yi casually mentioned the matter of Shilai practicing the techniques of the Hehuan sect. Upon returning to the villa, Xiang Xueshan, with an air of mystery, confided in Lin Yi. Do you truly believe that Shilai is the daughter of Lord Shiza? It is no simple task for a martial saint to seek progeny. Shilai is, in fact, the adopted daughter of Lord Shiza, rumored to possess a unique spiritual body, and she practices an extraordinary technique, specifically that of the ancient Hehuan sect. As for the nature of this unique spiritual body, I cannot say. Chapter 78. The decision to move to the dormitory. Lin Yi pressed his lips tightly together. Could it be that Shilai also possessed the physique of a furnace? Taken by Shiza? Did Shiza truly regard Shilai as a daughter? Lin Yi found himself worrying about Shilai and quickly shook his head to maintain clarity. Regardless of Shiza's relationship with Shilai, it was none of his concern. He was already at a loss regarding Yi Yunqi. How could he afford to be preoccupied with Shilai? Shilai's situation was evidently more favorable than Yi Yunqi's. If Yi Yunqi's purine body were to be exposed, she would surely be fought over by many, ultimately becoming someone else's possession. The more Lin Yi fretted, the more resolute he became, immersing himself in relentless training day and night. Each time he felt the spiritual energy within him gradually increasing, a sliver of security enveloped him. Seeing Lin Yi work so diligently, Xiang Xueshan mistakenly believed he was studying the Witch Cloud Talisman, leaving him a note that read balance hard work and rest before leaving him to his own devices. Lin Yi meticulously arranged his daily schedule, dedicating time to cultivation, physical conditioning, learning martial techniques, and practicing control over his spiritual energy. Every week, he would carve out a day to wander the black market. Rumors of people discovering rare spiritual-level talisman materials spread like wildfire, causing foot traffic to surge several-fold. The number of counterfeit goods at stalls increased, with prices soaring. Moreover, there were numerous groups engaged in deceitful practices, posing as treasure finders and deliberately driving up bids to lure unsuspecting individuals into scams. Every time Xiang Xueshan entered or exited the villa, she detected a faint medicinal scent, which led her to worry that Lin Yi might be deceived. When they met, she broached the subject. Have you purchased the accelerated cultivation medicinal bath package mentioned in the forums? That's a scam for spirit stones, utterly ineffective. Most of those packages are made from inferior spiritual herbs, and some unscrupulous vendors even produce concoctions that can clog meridians. Lin Yi found it inconvenient to disclose to Xiang Xueshan that he was engaging in body tempering, as explaining the reason behind his acquisition of Earth-level legacy techniques would be challenging. His consciousness and spirit were still too weak. I was just curious and bought it to take a look. Upon discovering the chaotic contents of the package, I discarded it. Senior sister, might I apply for a dormitory? The training facilities in Xiang Libin's villa were impeccable, yet living with Xiang Xueshan left little room for privacy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xueshan furrowed her brows. You wish to move out? The space in the dormitory is quite limited, making everything inconvenient. Moreover, the residents there are a mixed lot, prone to conflict. She doubted Lin Yi would be willing to spend spirit stones to reside in a dormitory. Lin Yi revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Senior sister, I can't remain under Master S roof for a lifetime. I must learn to adapt to my surroundings in this world. Xiang Xueshan assumed Lin Yi had caught wind of gossip and earnestly advised, is someone speaking ill of you behind your back? You are Master S' direct disciple. Residing here is entirely justified. Those who claim you are lucky and living off others are merely envious of you. Simply ignore them. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at her words, surprised to learn that people were accusing him of relying on luck and others' generosity. He acknowledged the former, but rejected the latter. Xiang Xueshan implored Lin Yi for quite some time, yet he remained resolute in his desire to move out. Xiang Xueshan, realizing her persuasion had failed, promptly called Xiang Libin. Unable to sway him herself, she sought the influence of someone who could reach Lin Yi. After a brief silence, Xiang Libin acquiesced. Cautioning Xiang Xueshan that her junior brother was indeed correct, Lin Yi could not remain in the villa indefinitely. While I absolved him from the monthly examination through the talisman department, what of the annual assessment at the academy? If he is unable to participate for 3 consecutive years, expulsion awaits Lin Yi, a rule established by the martial saint that must be adhered to by all. Xiang Xueshan understood the gravity of the annual exam and murmured softly. But he has been in the academy for less than a year, with 2 years yet to go. In 2 years, my junior brother will surely break through to the martial king level. Her words, however, were tinged with uncertainty, for one of inferior talent. Achieving such a breakthrough within 2 years was exceedingly challenging, let alone reaching the martial king tier. Xiang Libin sighed, genuinely feeling that he had sheltered Xiang Xueshan in a bubble of innocence. Do you forget that the annual assessment carries a 30% mortality rate? Even if Lin Yi were to train in the villa for 3 years, emerging as a martial king in the final year, he would still lack any combat experience from relic battles. Participating in the annual assessment would be tantamount to a death sentence. His tone grew increasingly resolute. Lin Yi was not a delicate flower sheltered from the storm. He must learn to fend for himself. While we may assist him in times of difficulty, perpetual protection would not be aid, but rather a disservice. Xiang Libin had a fair understanding of Lin Yi's character. The desire for Lin Yi to leave the villa was undoubtedly a well-considered decision. Casting a concerned glance at Lin Yi, Xiang Xueshan felt her heart swayed by Xiang Libin's words, yet she continued to struggle against the tide of reason. Lin Yi is different. He bears the legacy of the heavenly tier talisman. The danger of being recognized is immense. Xiang Libin's voice remained steady. You need not worry about this. I will speak with Lord Shiza to have Lin Yi's information concealed from the Academy's network. Any information retrieved by the noble families will be mere fabrications. Lin Yi has not revealed his appearance, and any images that surface online will be promptly erased by the erased spirit. By adopting a false identity, he can lead a normal life as a student. Completely persuaded, Xiang Xueshan, with a heavy heart, assisted Lin Yi in packing his belongings. Lin Yi declined her offer to accompany him, instead applying for a dormitory through the Academy's network, intending to go alone. As she watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, Xiang Xueshan found herself lost in thought. Though they had spent less than a year together, his departure felt as if he had taken a piece of her with him, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Lin Yi assumed a new alias and settled into his new dormitory. The dormitory buildings at Zhuke Academy were categorized into several tiers. A standard 1-bedroom apartment required merely 1 spirit stone per month, a slightly more upscale 3-bedroom. 2 living room accommodation cost 10 spirit stones monthly, while the luxurious villa dormitories, equipped with all necessary training facilities, commanded a rent of 100 spirit stones each month. Lin Yi's dormitory is merely an ordinary apartment, as the residents of such accommodations change rapidly, rendering the identity of one's neighbors inconsequential. None of them hail from prestigious backgrounds, nor do they possess ample resources for cultivation. Each day, they toil relentlessly in pursuit of the scarce resources necessary for their practice, leaving little room for concern over whether a new neighbor has moved in next door. Having resided in the apartment for nearly a week, Lin Yi had yet to encounter the person living adjacent to him. Initially, Xiang Xueshan harbored concerns for Lin Yi's well-being. But as she observed him gradually settling into a routine, her worries began to dissipate. Due to his insufficient cultivation level, Lin Yi was unable to engage in practical exercises involving talisman crafting. He had absorbed all the theoretical knowledge required, merely needing to attend the classroom once a month to sign in. Life at the academy is remarkably liberating, with no instructors monitoring one's every move. Students are free to pursue their cultivation endeavors as they please, and those who choose to forego practice face no reprimands. In fact, some individuals secretly hope that others will neglect their cultivation, allowing them to strive ahead in solitude. Chapter 79 Encountering a Breakthrough. Xia Li Yuan was the first to learn that Lin Yi had moved out of Xiang Libin's villa. That very evening, he headed to the club and opened several bottles of spirit wine, drinking merrily. The blood-sucking vine. Upon discovering Lin Yi was researching information on various relics of the academies, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother, you cannot possibly be thinking of venturing into those relics. You haven't even opened your dantian. What purpose would you have in exploring relics? The relics surrounding the capital are at least of C rank, and the official data indicates a survival rate of only 10% for martial masters and a mere 10% for martial kings. The information regarding B rank relics is even more alarming. The survival rate for martial kings is merely 1%, while for martial emperors, it is still only 10%. The blood-sucking vine, worried that Lin Yi might act rashly, continued to advise earnestly, "Brother, for a rank relics, the survival rate for martial emperors is just 1%, and martial venerables only fare at 10%. For S rank relics, The survival rate for martial venerables plummets to a terrifying 1%, with martial saints at 10%. For SS rank relics, the officials have disclosed only one piece of data, a survival rate of 1% for martial saints. The only SSS rank relic in the capital has no official information released. It is simply marked with 3 blood red exclamation marks, signifying its danger. All of this is official information. Relics are indeed perilous. With Lin Yi having just achieved foundational establishment, he would only have a 10% survival rate venturing into a C rank relic. To explore a relic alone, even a martial emperor would not dare to be so arrogant. The blood-sucking vine's thoughts spiraled. Could it be that he had once suggested Lin Yi explore relics to seek ancient techniques for Yi Yunqi, and Lin Yi had taken it to heart? Surely, Lin Yi's desire to explore relics could not stem from his influence. The blood-sucking vine was thoroughly unnerved, while Lin Yi sighed softly in reassurance. Rest assured, I would never embark on such a journey unprepared. I have researched that most academy tasks involve team expeditions into relics. As long as we avoid the most perilous locations, safety can be reasonably assured. The blood-sucking vine remained perplexed by Lin Yi's intentions to explore the relics. You possess the inheritance of celestial-level talismans. Since the academy has specially recruited you, do you truly believe they would expel you for not participating in the annual examination for 3 years? You were already a specially recruited student. How could your cultivation speed be compared to others? The blood-sucking vine did not wish to discourage Lin Yi, but the latter's cultivation talent was indeed lacking. He even felt indifferent about whether Lin Yi remained at Juke Academy. After all, Lin Yi had already acquired a cultivation method, and the academy could offer him very little beyond that. Lin Yi sighed helplessly at these words. I currently feel as though I have hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. No matter how diligently I train, the spiritual energy within me does not seem to increase any further. The only solution I can conceive is to seek methods of breakthrough in the relics. Upon hearing this, the blood-sucking vine found himself at a loss for comforting words. His inherited memories informed him that those with lower talents often sensed the existence of breakthroughs earlier. Lin Yi had faced a bottleneck even when transitioning from Qi training to foundational establishment under normal circumstances. It would be nearly impossible for him to advance to the Golden Core stage. Lin Yi was unaware of the thoughts swirling within the blood-sucking vine and continued. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Any further efforts would be futile. He hesitated to venture into the ruins at this moment, as his strength was insufficient, and the dangers therein were formidable. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Without entering the ruins, when would he ever break through to the foundation establishment stage? What would become of Yunqi if he couldn't achieve that breakthrough? Ultimately, Lin Yi resolved to take a gamble, wagering that he would not meet his demise within the ruins. The blood-sucking vine sensed Lin Yi's predicament and understood the terrifying nature of breaking through a bottleneck more acutely than Lin Yi himself. Typically, such breakthroughs required one to navigate the precipice of life and death, or to encounter a fortuitous opportunity of extraordinary magnitude. Regardless of whether it was the enlightenment born of life and death or an extraordinary stroke of luck, both necessitated a journey into the ruins. Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He had underestimated the rigors of cultivation, mistakenly believing that opening his dantian and breaking through to foundation establishment would come effortlessly, entirely oblivious to the existence of such a bottleneck. After diligently practicing for an entire day, he found that he could not retain even a modicum of spiritual energy. This sense of helplessness was driving him to the brink of madness. The blood-sucking vine solemnly stated, I will strive diligently in my cultivation. I have an inkling that the time for my breakthrough is approaching, and I shall endeavor to achieve it before you enter the ruins. Lin Yi instructed the blood-sucking vine to focus solely on its cultivation, without allowing distractions from the outside world. The blood-sucking vine recognized the significance of its breakthrough, understanding that it might one day save Lin Yi's life. Their fates were intertwined. Saving Lin Yi was tantamount to saving itself. Having perused the academy tasks for several days, Lin Yi discovered overlapping daily assignments among the 4 major academies. Many of these tasks required collaboration, necessitating the expertise of those skilled in formations from the Xuanwu Academy and those adept in talismans from the Qinglong Academy. Anyone affiliated with the academies, be they staff or students, could post daily or long-term tasks on the task board. Long-term tasks were typically acquisition missions issued by instructors, while daily tasks often arose from individuals who were lacking certain resources for their cultivation and sought assistance in finding them within the ruins. Lin Yi also glanced at the rankings of the prodigies from the 4 academies. The internal ranking, referred to as the minor prodigy list, coexisted with the capital city prodigy list. The latter had requirements solely concerning age and cultivation level, allowing any individual who could pass the age and cultivation assessments of the Martial Artists Alliance to be included, regardless of their affiliation with the 4 academies. Rewards for the prodigy list were distributed by the 4 major guilds and the Martial Artists Alliance, while the minor prodigy list was managed by each respective academy. Upon reviewing the prodigy list, Lin Yi was taken aback. Martial King rankings, first place, Gu Yi, age, 11, cultivation, Martial King, achievements, solo slaying of a 4th order beast. Lin Yi spotted a familiar name. Martial Emperor rankings, 63rd place, Shi Lai, age, 21, cultivation, Martial Emperor, achievements, solo slaying of a 5th order beast. Lin Yi noted that the achievements listed on the prodigy list predominantly consisted of battles against opponents of significantly higher ranks. Gu Yi, a Martial King, could slay a 4th order beast, which was equivalent to the strength of a Martial Emperor. Shi Lai was even more formidable. As a Martial Emperor capable of defeating a 5th order beast, that is a formidable beast possessing the strength of a martial sovereign. Whenever Lin Yi recalls Shi Lai, he cannot help but be drawn into thoughts of Shi Lai's peculiar ability to manipulate the minds of others. If Shi Lai can exert control over the mental faculties of the beasts, then engaging in battles beyond one's rank seems quite plausible. Lin Yi chose to disregard the rankings of the prodigies, as dwelling too much on them could easily undermine his confidence. Whether it be the minor prodigy list established by the academy or the grand prodigy list of the capital, they hold little significance for him. Lin Yi perused various task postings, his gaze lingering on one that sought spiritual herbs. Xuanwu Academy. Form a team capable of identifying relic herbs, preferably with members from Zhuke Academy. A Martial Emperor will lead the expedition to a C-rank relic, ensuring ample safety. Interested parties, please private message. Chapter 80. The Spirit Sword's name is Wei. Lin Yi raised his hand to stroke his chin. Having never ceased his study of spiritual plants and herbs, it was only through a vast accumulation of knowledge that he could better conceal his extraordinary abilities. He quickly sent a message to the task publisher. Zhuke Academy Martial Artist, capable of identifying most spiritual herbs and plants on the market. The response came swiftly, tinged with astonishment. The martial artist's cultivation seems somewhat lacking, but are you certain you can identify? Lin Yi understood that each was exceptionally skilled at disguise. If someone boasted of their ability to recognize them, it was no surprise that others would react with disbelief. Lin Yi replied, absolutely. I would never lie about something so perilous, unless I wish to court death. The reply came almost instantaneously. I have sent you the address. We will depart in 5 days, with a reward of 30 spiritual stones. If there are no objections, please add me to your contacts. Lin Yi added the individual as a friend, adopting a rather imposing online moniker, Devourer of Heaven. Upon the friend request being accepted, he couldn't help but smirk at the other's name. Sang Biao has accepted your friend request. Sang Biao inquired, Devourer of Heaven. Please show me a screenshot of your academy identity. A blurred one will suffice. I need to confirm that you are a student of Zhuke Academy. Lin Yi promptly sent a screenshot of the Zhuke emblem from the academy's website, receiving an acknowledgement in the form of a handshake emoji in return. As tasks at the academy required self-procured equipment, Lin Yi spent 3 days gathering the necessary gear, having absorbed much from the task forum. His fist strength had long since exceeded 10,000 pounds, and through the ancient cultivation methods, he could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world around him. If he wished, he could easily go to the Martial Artist Alliance to exchange his martial artist certification. However, Lin Yi deemed the certification issued by the Alliance to be of little value. He planned to first break through to the Foundation establishment stage before obtaining the designation of a martial artist. Currently, he was at the late stage of Qi refinement. And regardless of how diligently he practiced, the spiritual power within him showed no signs of increasing. Fortunately, his body refinement technique continued to advance, enhancing his physique and increasing his fist strength. He was eager to venture into the ruins. Burning with curiosity to discover the detection range of his extraordinary ability, was it truly the 1,000 meters he suspected? Lin Yi also purchased cosmetics. Making subtle alterations to his features, anyone unfamiliar with him would hardly recognize him at first glance. The cosmetics available in the capital were nothing short of miraculous. Resistant to water and sweat, with effects lasting up to a month. On the appointed day, Lin Yi departed from Zhuke Academy under a false identity, deliberately taking a longer route to ensure he was not being followed before arriving at the meeting point. Wei Wenhao had noticed Lin Yi, who appeared to be searching for someone, and removed the array covering the lower half of his face. Reclining in a rocking chair, he called out to Lin Yi. "Devourer of Heaven?" Lin Yi turned to see Wei Wenhao and approached him. "Sang Biao?" Wei Wenhao stood and extended his hand in introduction. "Hello, I am Wei Wenhao, also known as Sang Biao, the one you have been in contact with." Lin Yi shook Wei Wenhao's hand gently, opting not to reveal his true name or fabricate another. He simply requested that Wei Wenhao call him Devourer of Heaven. Wei Wenhao chuckled, acknowledging Lin Yi's sincerity in not fabricating a false name to deceive him. "You are aware of the mission. We shall venture into the sea-level ruins for exploration. This area remains uncharted, teeming with unfamiliar spiritual herbs, which is why we require someone adept at identifying them. Shortly, our leader will arrive and may put you to the test, should you succeed. You will be welcomed into our ranks." Wei Wenhao escorted Lin Yi to a bar, informing him that it serves as their team's base of operations. "Our team is still in the process of recruiting. If you can identify exotic plants within the ruins, you may join us for long-term academic endeavors. We assign tasks regularly, with a guaranteed monthly income of 500 spirit stones. If the yield falls short, our leader will personally supplement the difference to ensure we receive the full amount." "Have you heard of our leader?" "His name is Hai Baichen." Wei Wenhao, animated and expressive, spoke of Hai Baichen with admiration. He hails from the Hai family, having reached the Martial Emperor realm at the age of 34 and once graced the Martial Emperor's Young Talents list. His exceptional Jade Bone talent indicates he will surely ascend to the Martial Saint level in the future. As a temporary member, you might find that typical recruitment tasks offer a paltry reward of only a few spirit stones. However, our leader is generous, providing 30 spirit stones instead. Once we enter the ruins, your sole responsibility will be to identify spiritual herbs and exotic plants, while the dangers will be managed by others. You and your Zhuke Academy must engage in alchemy studies, memorizing the properties of numerous herbs. That is indeed impressive." Lin Yi soon found himself conversing with Wei Wenhao, who was subtly probing for information. Thus, he shared only trivial details. While Wei Wenhao smiled, internally he berated Lin Yi for being cunning. His disguise had proven effective. With his warm and straightforward demeanor, he easily extracted information from others. Yet, the details Lin Yi divulged were merely accessible facts, and he refrained from revealing anything about himself. Wei Wenhao labeled Lin Yi as difficult to extract information from, ultimately confirming only that Lin Yi was a student from the Zhuke Academy and a commoner. Upon learning of Lin Yi's background, Wei Wenhao understood his caution. When Hai Baichen arrived at the bar, he cast a discerning glance at Lin Yi and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Have you forged a contract with a spiritual treasure?" Lin Yi was aware that spiritual treasures could sense each other. Hai Baichen must have also contracted a spiritual treasure, thus recognizing the presence of Lin Yi's spiritual sword. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. After forming the contract with his sword, he soon learned its name, which left him astounded. The sword spirit was named Chia Man, a rather peculiar moniker. Initially surprised, Lin Yi ultimately chose to retain the name, fearing that a change might unsettle the sword spirit, who had borne that name for ages. It was certainly not an attempt to be cunning on his part. Hai Baichen did not inquire about the type of spiritual treasure Lin Yi had contracted. After all, with few cards up one's sleeve, who would dare to join another's team unprepared? Only those possessing sufficient confidence are unafraid of the treachery of others. Wei Wenhao gazed at Lin Yi with astonishment. A commoner who had contracted a spiritual treasure, could it possibly be true? Even he, with a prestigious lineage, had not achieved such a feat. Hai Baichen valued efficiency in his endeavors. With a mere wave of his hand, he filled the table before him with spiritual herbs, urging Lin Yi to identify them. "These are the spiritual herbs I retrieved from the ruins. If you can recognize at least half, you shall be deemed successful." The peculiar area within the ruins emanated an unusual aura, causing the spiritual herbs that thrived there to undergo mysterious mutations. The herbs either bore an unusual scent, possessed an odd appearance, or, in some cases, even exhibited a color that was entirely off. Chapter 81. What is the primordial source qi? Hai Baichen could only identify commonly found spiritual herbs in the market. The identification of this mutated herb required advanced assessment instruments, which could not be brought into the ruins. Thus, it became necessary to recruit a temporary teammate proficient in spiritual herb studies. Lin Yi noticed the labels on each herb and inwardly felt a sense of assurance. He approached and pretended to examine the herbs one by one. This was a 6-star ring leaf. However, for some unknown reason, the shape of the leaves differed from the ordinary 6-star ring leaf, yet the fragrance remained unchanged. and its medicinal properties were unaffected, allowing for its use. This one was a yellow spirit crane flower. Although the shape of the blossoms did not match, the color was a distinctive feature that made it easily recognizable. Lin Yi picked up a withered branch and continued his charade. This branch belonged to a rare plant, identifiable by its patterns and scent as a dead leaf butterfly. I could not determine its rank, as its aura had somewhat dissipated. In truth, Lin Yi did not recognize any of the herbs on the table. He was familiar only with the commonly available ones. However, it mattered not, for he possessed an advantage. Wei Wenhao inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Goodness! In the past month, we have recruited numerous individuals, yet most could not identify the herbs on the table. I truly admire your ability to recognize even the rare dead leaf butterfly." Wei Wenhao's tone towards Lin Yu shifted significantly as he realized that Lin Yu could not possibly be an ordinary citizen. How could a commoner gain access to such rare herb information, let alone the higher classified exotic plants, or even contract spiritual treasures? Hai Bachan shared a similar sentiment, convinced that Lin Yu could not be of humble origins. After retrieving these herbs from the ruins, Hai Bachan had made a special trip to the Alchemy Academy to seek the assistance of a martial saint for identification. Observing Lin Yi's accurate recognition of the herbs, he noted not only that Lin Yi made no mistakes, but also that he articulated the mutations of the herbs with remarkable clarity. The Zhuke Academy, renowned for its expertise in alchemy, surpassed the Alchemy Academy in its understanding of spiritual herbs. Lin Yi, a mere student, could identify these herbs, while several martial lords and a martial saint from the Alchemy Academy had spent days sifting through data to discern these same herbs. Although Lin Yi's cultivation level was somewhat modest, his extensive knowledge alone was sufficient to warrant his inclusion in their team. The capital was filled with numerous noble families, and any family with a martial saint could be considered esteemed. While he could not ascertain Lin Yi's family lineage, his martial cultivation indicated that Lin Yi's innate talent was likely lacking, suggesting he may have been abandoned by his family. Yet, the ability of a discarded scion to access such herbal knowledge indicated a high status. Hai Bachan extended his right hand toward Lin Yi, introducing himself. "I am Hai Bachan from the Xuanwu Academy, 34 years old, a martial emperor, currently the leader of this team. Welcome aboard." Lin Yi shook Hai Bachan's hand, as was customary, without revealing his name. "Hello, Haigu. Just call me by my online name, Shirtian." Observing Lin Yi's reluctance to disclose his true name, Hai Bachan smiled in understanding. "Very well, I shall call you Shirtian. For this mission, I will take charge and increase the reward to 300 spirit stones." Lin Yi was perplexed as to why Hai Bachan had suddenly increased the remuneration, yet he thought it unwise to refuse the free spiritual stones. Both Hai Bachan and Wei Wenhao, upon observing Lin Yi's lack of emotional reaction to the mention of 300 spiritual stones, became even more convinced of his noble lineage. Lin Yu soon became acquainted with several other teammates, discovering that they were all at the Martial King level. As they journeyed towards the relic base, Wei Wenhao noted Lin Yi's silence and presumed he was concerned about the safety of the relic. "We are heading to a C-grade relic, the safest in the vicinity of the capital," he assured. "We only formed this team to explore due to the discovery of a peculiar site." Intrigued by this, Lin Yu inquired, "The spiritual herbs you showed me, did they all mutate in that peculiar site?" He recalled the labels on those herbs, each marked with the phrase "infected by the primordial source energy." It was evident that the site Wei Wenhao spoke of contained such energy. What exactly was primordial source energy? Would it be beneficial for him? Regrettably, the blood-devouring vine was still in seclusion. Otherwise, he could have discreetly consulted it. Wei Wenhao's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he recalled the anomalies of that site. "You have seen the spiritual herbs that grow there. Both the extraordinary plants and the demonic beasts have undergone certain transformations. Among beasts of the same tier, those that mutated in that area are stronger, and their demon cores differ in color, containing a unique spiritual power that enhances the quality of medicinal concoctions. As an alchemist, you should grasp the significance of treasures that can elevate the quality of potions." Wei Wenhao suspected that the peculiar site harbored treasures. Yet due to repeated ambushes by extraordinary plants, they had only ventured into the periphery and never truly entered the heart of the site. If Lin Yi were genuinely of common descent, Wei Wenhao would never divulge such information to him. Although the details of the peculiar site were not classified, they were meant to remain within the team. As Lin Yi was merely a temporary teammate, it mattered little whether or not to share this knowledge with him. Wei Wenhao's tone brightened slightly. "Now that you have joined us, we can certainly advance further." Lin Yi, having listened to so much, voiced his confusion. You've shared the existence of opportunities in that peculiar site so readily? Are you not concerned I might speak of it outside? Or do you intend for me not to leave the relic alive? Wei Wenhao, perceptive to Lin Yi's insinuation, lightly patted his thigh and replied, "We are not the only team exploring that peculiar site. There are several teams led by martial emperors. I have even heard that martial sovereigns are interested in that area. It is vast, and once you go there, you will understand. Even if opportunities exist, they are won by merit. All Academy missions adhere to this unspoken rule. Whoever acquires the treasure rightfully claims it. We are merely a cooperative team, not a formal mercenary group requiring a leader to distribute the gains." As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wei Wenhao's face. Reminiscing about the similar absurdities he had encountered over the years, where team leaders, having spent a mere few spiritual stones to recruit teammates, would arrogantly claim the title of boss and attempt to seize the opportunities and treasures obtained by their companions. Are those individuals devoid of reason? A mere handful of spirit stones is inherently a cost for group endeavors. If one desires to partake in another's gains, it necessitates a renewed bidding and negotiation of terms. We have encountered a fair share of eccentric companions. However, once our team achieved stability, such amusing oddities became rare, as we generally refrained from collaborating with unfamiliar individuals. Wei Wenhao observed that Lin Yi was not particularly loquacious, yet he did not find his speech bothersome. Regardless of what he said, Lin Yi listened attentively, occasionally engaging in the conversation. Even though Lin Yi did not converse extensively, Wei Wenhao could sense his unfamiliarity with the outside world, surmising that Lin Yi must seldom venture beyond the confines of his family. Chapter 82. The domain of the shattered primordial divine era. Wei Wenhao sent a message in the team chat. "Do you think Jitian has any secret life-saving cards?" He Bacheng replied, "He has contracted a spiritual treasure despite his low martial arts rank. Do you think he would lack a means of self-preservation?" Tianyi added, "My intuition tells me that this Jitian is exceedingly dangerous." Wei Wenhao responded, "Hiss. Tianyi, you have awakened a unique spiritual body and possess a talent for warnings. Your instincts cannot be mistaken. It appeared that after entering the ruins, they should refrain from ganging up on Lin Yi, as it could easily lead to their downfall." Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who believed his companions were conserving their energy, he gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery. He Bacheng remarked, "This is normal. Although his cultivation is not high, his knowledge rivals that of the martial saints at the Pharmacy Academy. I suspect he possesses a life-saving treasure gifted by a martial saint." Tianyi cautioned, "Just a word of warning. It is best to coexist peacefully with him. If I harbor even the slightest malicious thought towards him, I break into a cold sweat, and my heart races uncontrollably. He is truly perilous. I suspect his identity is not ordinary." "Boss, we are not provoking someone we shouldn't be, are we?" Upon reading Tianyi's message, Wei Wenhao instinctively straightened his posture. When had Tianyi ever been this anxious? The unease in his heart nearly burst forth from the screen. He Bacheng glanced at Lin Yi, who was relaxed and admiring the view, before replying in the chat. "We'll adhere to the rules. He doesn't seem unreasonable. As long as we harbor no ill intentions, he is unlikely to employ his hidden cards against us. I now suspect he may be drawn to the enigmatic land. After entering the ruins, we should keep a watchful eye on him. Following him might lead to unexpected rewards." He Bacheng was not overly concerned. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation. He was not afraid of Lin Yi's extraordinary background. If Lin Yi had hidden cards, surely he possessed some as well. Having ventured into the enigmatic land no less than 10 times, he had always lingered on the outskirts, never discovering any opportunities. The feeling of returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain was driving him to the brink of madness. As information about the enigmatic land spread, it had begun to attract the attention of martial lords, and soon it might draw the gaze of those commoner martial saints as well. Should those commoner martial saints from the Martial Alliance enter the ruins, they would undoubtedly leave him with nothing. He Bacheng had contemplated abandoning his exploration of the enigmatic land if this foray into the ruins yielded no results, but he never anticipated encountering the unexpected delight of Lin Yi. Lin Yi noticed that the ruins base in the capital was markedly different from that in Qingqing. Although it too underwent rigorous checks, when he presented his Zhuke Academy identification, all procedures were expedited. The only strict measure pertained to the sealing of storage rings, with staff repeatedly emphasizing the regulations. The seal on the storage ring did not impede the removal of items from within, but it prohibited the addition of new items. If the seal were damaged upon exit, an inspection of the storage ring would be mandated according to the regulations of the ruins base, so please be aware. If you have no further inquiries, you may proceed inside to select a storage ring for use, which the base provides free of charge. Lin Yi was acutely aware that students from the 4 prestigious academies experienced a different reality when entering the ruins. Not only did they enjoy unrestricted passage, but they were also exempt from additional fees for renting storage rings. In the ruins base of Qingcheng, taxes could be paid in currency, yet in the capital, even the most common C-class ruins required payment in spirit stones. Soon, Hai Baichen and his team selected their storage rings and joined Lin Yi. Upon entering the ruins, Lin Yi was filled with exhilaration, but as he beheld the myriad of inscriptions surrounding him, his heart raced uncontrollably. Just before his departure, he had tested his punching strength, which exceeded 13,000 pounds. As he walked, he estimated the range indicated by the golden finger to be around 10,000 meters, certainly not 13,000. An epiphany suddenly dawned upon him. During the Qi refinement stage, the maximum range of the golden finger was indeed 10,000 meters. Unless he broke through to the foundation building stage, this range would remain unchanged. The pace of Hai Baichen's team was leisurely enough for Lin Yi to keep up steadily. Although they were considered a team, each individual maintained a safe distance from one another, wary of sudden ambushes. Lin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, for the ruins were a realm of true peril, where strength alone dictated survival. Social status bore no weight here. Exotic plants and ferocious beasts would not spare him simply because he hailed from a prestigious lineage. Moreover, rogue cultivators had a penchant for targeting scions of noble families. As long as they could erase any traces of danger, even blood relatives of martial saints would not hesitate to kill. The blood-devouring vine awoke shortly after entering the ruins, delivering uplifting news to Lin Yi. Brother, high-grade spirit stones are truly remarkable. I've devoured over 90 of them and managed to break through to the 3rd stage, but advancing to the 4th stage will be quite a challenge. It expressed a vague awareness of the daunting obstacle that lay ahead. The vine felt a sense of disappointment, having sensed the bottleneck after its breakthrough to the 3rd stage. It reflected poorly on its innate talent. According to ancestral memories, their clan typically sensed such barriers only upon reaching the 5th or 6th stage. Now, it questioned its own worthiness. How could it have awakened the ancestral memories with such mediocre aptitude? Sensing the dejection in the vine's voice, Lin Yi gently caressed its tendril in a gesture of comfort. Understanding the limitations of their communication, the blood-devouring vine took a deep breath to regain its composure. Brother, I'm fine. Even if I've sensed the breakthrough bottleneck early, it signifies little. It continued. The very fact that I was able to awaken the bloodline inheritance proves my potential as a genius. Encountering a bottleneck is merely a minor obstacle. This is our inaugural visit to a C-class ruin, and the air is thick with the faint essence of our kind. My spines are nearly bristling with excitement. After its breakthrough to the 3rd stage, the vine had developed a previously absent ability. Its tendrils evolved to sprout sharp spines, transforming it into a formidable machine of destruction when combined with its strangling techniques. As they traversed the ruins, Lin Yi fervently absorbed the knowledge inscribed around him, memorizing the names of various medicinal herbs, their properties, and growth environments. He diligently committed every useful piece of information to memory. Perhaps due to some unknown change in his mind's sea, his memory had noticeably improved, allowing him to retain much after just a single glance. Lin Yi would gather some rather rare spiritual herbs, as long as he did not lag behind or provoke any foreign plants or monstrous beasts. He was generally allowed to move freely. Wei Wenhao and the others had been closely observing Lin Yi's actions and noticed that he harvested the spiritual herbs with remarkable confidence. Regardless of how well the herbs were concealed, even if hidden beneath the earth, he could precisely unearth them. After traversing for over a day, the group finally arrived at the peculiar location described by Wei Wenhao. From a distance, Lin Yi could see the shimmering, colossal characters in the sky, domain of the fragments of the primordial divine arrow, artifact fragments. Chapter 83. Is there a divine artifact here? Wei Wenhao approached Lin Yi, who stood transfixed, gazing ahead in astonishment. What lies before us is the strange land. Do you not find the surrounding flora to be quite unfamiliar? The strange land emanates an unusual aura, rendering everything within its bounds distinctly different from the ordinary. Here, even the most commonplace plants possess carnivorous traits, some tendrils, though not transformed into aberrant flora, can ensnare living beings with lethal precision. Certain ancient spiritual herbs might even uproot themselves and scurry across the ground. Despite having recounted the peculiarities of this land before, Wei Wenhao still felt a sense of wonder each time he did so. Lin Yi's eyes were drawn to the inscriptions nearby, all imbued with the transformative essence of the primordial energy. Within the strange land lies a fragment of a divine artifact. and the primordial energy is the very aura emanating from that shard. Lin Yi had yet to ascertain whether this primordial energy would be beneficial or harmful to cultivation, intending to inquire further with the blood-sucking vine after they set up camp. The blood-sucking vine, awakened to its ancestral memories, possessed knowledge of many ancient matters. Lin Yi surveyed the campsite chosen by Hai Bai Chun, noting that within a 10,000-meter radius, there were no threatening aberrant plants or demonic beasts. He regarded any aberrant flora or beasts below the third tier with indifference. These sentient beings had fled the area as soon as Hai Bai Chun released his oppressive aura. Lin Yi retrieved a tent from his storage ring and set it up, activating a soundproof array before conversing with the blood-sucking vine. Are you familiar with primordial energy? The blood-sucking vine paused for a moment before responding with great enthusiasm. Indeed, primordial energy is a treasure from the Chaos era. The Chaos realm is far more ancient than the Primal era. It is a legendary artifact of unparalleled power, akin to the radiance of merit. Brother, where did you come across this name? Do not trust those unscrupulous merchants who peddle primordial energy. Even the ascended beings of the ancient cultivation world could not capture it. Only scatter cultivators can harness it for artifact forging. Lin Yi glanced outside, pondering if it were indeed a fragment of a divine artifact. How does one collect primordial energy, and what purpose does it serve? The blood-sucking vine requested a moment to peruse its inherited memories. After a brief interval, it relayed to Lin Yi. Primordial energy originates from chaos and can be collected using divine artifacts. It is a treasure several tiers above spiritual energy, with numerous applications. It can be used for alchemy, artifact forging, and body refinement. If one could store even a trace within their body, it could enhance one's root constitution. However, primordial energy is exceedingly tyrannical and ferocious, more violent than the energy of a thunder tribulation. For all living beings, attempting to refine it is akin to chasing a fool's dream. Even scatter cultivators during the ancient cultivation era could not refine primordial energy. They could only gather it for crafting artifacts and pills. The blood-sucking vine conveyed the knowledge inscribed in its inherited memories to Lin Yi. It seems only divine artifacts are capable of devouring and refining unclaimed primordial energy. Though I do not understand why you inquire about this, should you truly encounter primordial energy, even if your meridians were to burst, you must endeavor to store a trace within your body. As long as a thread of primordial essence exists within you, no matter how grievous the wounds may be, you shall not perish. Moreover, your meridians, bones, flesh, and blood will be nourished by this primordial essence, growing ever stronger. The bloodthirsty vine did not believe that Lin Yi could encounter primordial essence. This essence was birthed at the dawn of chaos when heaven and earth first parted, and now, with the spiritual energy of the world nearly depleted, it was utterly impossible for primordial essence to manifest. After hearing the bloodthirsty vine's words, Lin Yi resolved to venture into the heart of the mysterious realm. Should fortune smile upon him, he might store a thread of primordial essence within himself, thereby resolving the long-standing issues with his foundation. Wealth and glory are often found in peril. What cultivation does not involve a gamble with one's life? Although the bloodthirsty vine had inherited memories of the past, its cultivation level was too low, and its understanding was merely theoretical. Even when confronted with the extraordinary phenomena in the mysterious realm, it failed to associate them with primordial essence, merely perceiving the place as peculiar and likely to harbor rare treasures. The following day, Lin Yi packed his belongings into a storage ring and positioned himself at the center of the group, occasionally assisting in identifying spiritual herbs. Both Hai Baichen and Wei Wenhao noticed that no matter what spiritual herb they presented, Lin Yi could identify it, though he lacked knowledge of their market value. The air of seclusion surrounding Lin Yi grew ever stronger. None of the team members underestimated him due to his cultivation level. Instead, they treated him with utmost respect. Lin Yi believed himself fortunate to have encountered a reliable team on his first mission, entirely unaware that they were merely assessing him based on his worth. The bloodthirsty vine's calm demeanor shattered when Lin Yi encountered a second-tier exotic plant. Its voice nearly broke with excitement. Brother, the aura of this exotic plant is unusual. I must have its core. The bloodthirsty vine seemed intent on seizing it, regardless of Lin Ye's opinion. Hai Baichen observed Lin Ye's gaze fixed upon the obstructing exotic plant and inquired, a second-tier exotic plant that hasn't escaped may hold some research value. If you desire it, take it. Were it not for the fact that the cores of exotic plants in this mysterious realm differed from ordinary ones, he would not have personally hunted it down. While also wishing to test Lin Ye's capabilities, Lin Yi nodded gently to signify his need. The bloodthirsty vine, seeing Lin Ye's approval, darted forth eagerly, piercing the exotic plant and retrieving a second-tier core. When the bloodthirsty vine reappeared, Wei Wenhao inhaled sharply in astonishment. What a remarkable fellow, a third-tier contracted exotic plant. Currently, the cards Lin Yi had revealed included one spiritual treasure and a third-tier contracted exotic plant. Perhaps, in Lin Ye's eyes, these did not even qualify as his trump cards. The bloodthirsty vine placed the core into its innate space and then reverted to a bracelet, resuming its place on Lin Ye's wrist. None of Wei Wenhao and the others recognized the bloodthirsty vine, as its patterns had transformed with the awakening of its healing abilities, now adorned with deep green designs. The essence of the bloodthirsty vine had undergone a profound transformation. Even if it encountered a fellow vine, it might not be recognized as the bloodthirsty vine. After absorbing the core, the bloodthirsty vine felt the unique energy within it, and all the information aligned with Lin Ye's inquiry regarding the primordial essence. Brother, although the content of primordial essence within this core is minuscule, this is indeed primordial essence. Why is there primordial source energy in this place? Could it be that a divine artifact resides here? In the ancient realm of cultivation, scattered immortals gather primordial source energy to forge weapons, which, upon completion, emanate the essence of primordial energy. The blood-devouring vine suddenly felt a profound sense of ignorance. What was the worth of inheriting bloodline memories if he could not even recognize primordial source energy? Yet, Lin Yi did recognize it. Could it be that Lin Yi had also acquired some form of inheritance? As the blood-devouring vine pondered further, he became increasingly convinced of the validity of his speculation. Both he and Lin Yi had lost their memories at the Shangqing Palace and had undoubtedly encountered a shared opportunity. It seemed illogical that he would awaken to bloodline inheritance while Lin Yi was limited to merely a celestial-level talisman inheritance. Clearly, Lin Yi had obtained an opportunity far surpassing his own. Otherwise, how could he have identified the primordial source energy? Chapter 84. Hai Bachan seeks cooperation. Lin Yi gently tapped the bloodthirsty vine, a prearranged signal between them, indicating that the vine had understood. Upon receiving Lin Ye's response, the bloodthirsty vine inhaled sharply. What a discovery! This place truly harbors divine artifacts, an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon us by fate. They all fail to recognize the primordial source qi, which grants us a considerable advantage. The bloodthirsty vine began to meticulously sense the presence of its kin in the vicinity. After receiving warnings from its kind, its earlier excitement shifted to an expression of grave seriousness. Brother, we must leave at once. This opportunity is beyond our reach. Just now, a fifth-tier exotic plant warned me that those who dare approach shall meet their demise. The divine artifact is undoubtedly situated at the center of this enigmatic realm, protected by countless formidable exotic plants and beasts. If we recklessly draw near, we may not even reach the artifact before being targeted by those creatures. Though the opportunity is enticing, life is singular and precious. Lin Yi gently stroked the bloodthirsty vine in a gesture of reassurance. Turning to Hai Bachan, he remarked, "There are fifth-tier exotic plants in this peculiar land, and my contracted vine has sensed their warning." Upon hearing this, Hai Bachan furrowed his brow in contemplation, fully trusting Lin Ye's words. Lin Yi yearned for the shard of the divine artifact hidden within this mysterious territory, yet he lacked absolute confidence. The only viable approach was to create some turbulence. By stirring the waters, a faint chance of obtaining the artifact shard might present itself. If he failed to create chaos, he feared he would not even qualify to approach the heart of this enigmatic land. The bloodthirsty vine was unaware of Lin Ye's intentions, being a plant. It lacked human cognition. Hai Bachan, with a serious demeanor, approached Lin Yi and inquired, "May I speak with you privately?" Lin Yi nodded in agreement and followed him into the depths of the forest. Hai Bachan activated a shielding array and spoke in a low tone. "I will not inquire about your identity. I merely wish to know if you are aware of what lies within this enigmatic realm." Feigning a frown, Lin Yi replied, "Why would you think so? This is my first visit to this ruin." Hai Bachan chuckled softly, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Yi from head to toe. "Though you deliberately dress modestly, you are rife with inconsistencies. Your aura betrays your attempt to masquerade as a commoner. While I am uncertain why your family has sent you to this ruin, your profound knowledge of the local spiritual herbs leads me to conclude that your family has likely studied this place for many years. The fifth-tier exotic plants should pose no challenge for your lineage. Knowing what lurks within, yet remaining inactive, could there be a greater terror concealed inside? What kind of horror could instill fear, even in a martial saint?" Listening to Hai Bachan's conjectures, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating urge to applaud him. The bloodthirsty vine interjected, Humans are so complex. Everything you display appears genuine, yet they refuse to believe your truthful words, trusting only their own judgments. Haibachin gazed intently into Lin Ye's eyes and continued, "Since you have chosen to join my team, it is evident you have selected my family. Therefore, let us collaborate." The timing of Lin Ye's entry into the team was too coincidental, and his deliberate display of knowledge regarding the peculiar realm was clearly an attempt to win him over for cooperation. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, lightly pressed his lips together, murmuring that he needed to contemplate the matter further. Haibachin, perplexed, inquired, "Have I failed to meet your expectations? Is there an issue?" He suggested they could negotiate, even to the point of concessions. The distribution of benefits could be discussed later. The priority was to secure a place in the venture. If Lin Yi did not allow him access, no benefits would be forthcoming. The reason Lin Yi hesitated to collaborate with Haibachin was due to his lack of background and formidable strength. Should Haibachin uncover his true identity, it would be as effortless for him to extinguish Lin Yi as one would crush a mere insect. Lin Yi refrained from providing a definitive answer, and his ambiguous demeanor heightened Haibachin's sense of urgency regarding their partnership. Having explored the peculiar realm for 2 years, Haibachin had presented the spiritual herbs he procured to the esteemed martial saints of his clan, yet none had detected anything amiss. Until the nature of the treasures within the peculiar realm was ascertained, the martial saints would not venture to the ruins. The clan's martial saints could not afford to abandon their training merely to investigate uncertain treasures. Unaware of Lin Ye's reservations, Haibachin endeavored to demonstrate his sincerity as best as he could. In the morning, he approached Lin Yi bearing several second-tier crystal cores. Ever since he discovered that Lin Ye's contract plant favored the peculiar plant crystal cores, nearly all the cores harvested by the team had been given to the bloodthirsty vine. Under the guise of team welfare, Lin Yi wished to avoid being indebted to Haibachin. Yet the bloodthirsty vine's rapid acceptance of the crystal cores often left him no time to react. As usual, Haibachin presented the crystal cores to the bloodthirsty vine and then addressed Lin Yi, saying, "Shattering Sky, we are nearing the central area of the peculiar realm, where third-tier plants and beasts are active, and there is even a possibility of encountering fourth-tier plants. During battles, I may be unable to keep an eye on you, so to try to stay away from the center of the conflict. Your prior assistance in helping us evade powerful plants has allowed us to approach the center safely. Previously, when he led the team towards the central area, most of his teammates bore injuries. If a fourth-tier plant were to launch a surprise attack, protecting his allies would be exceedingly difficult. However, this time, they had encountered no fourth-tier plants, likely due to Lin Ye's timely alteration of their route. He suspected that Lin Yi possessed the ability to sense higher-tier plants from a distance, and the revised path was an intentional maneuver to avoid fourth-tier entities. Lin Ye's performance further convinced Haibachin that he was privy to the secrets of the peculiar realm. Upon spotting a large textual marker ahead, Lin Yi suggested altering their route. Haibachin furrowed his brow slightly, appearing troubled. To the left lay the territory of the toxic giant bees, while to the right was the domain of the flame crows. Both of these beasts were notoriously vengeful and quick to anger, with their leaders likely being fourth-tier creatures. I am unable to eliminate them in a short span of time. Presently, the central path offers the highest degree of safety. Haibachin also seeks to verify this. Lin Yi suggests an evasive route, questioning whether there truly exist fourth-tier exotic plants. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi remains solely focused on these exotic plants, feigning ignorance of the high-tier beasts that may lie ahead. His crafted persona can only sense these peculiar flora. Haibachin is reluctant to alter their course, and Lin Yi, of course, raises no objections. The team possesses the capability to vanquish fourth-tier exotic plants. Their previous detours were not born out of fear, but rather a concerted effort to conserve their strength. After progressing nearly 6,000 meters, Haibachin and the team have yet to encounter the exotic plants Lin Yi mentioned. Wei Wenhao cannot help but murmur softly, expressing doubt. The surroundings do not appear to be conducive to exotic plants. Could it be that our perception is flawed? Chapter 85 Encountering Shilai in the Ruins. Haibachin also believed that Lin Yi had misperceived the situation. Even with the cultivation level of a martial emperor, he could only sense the surroundings within a few hundred meters. A martial venerable with developed spiritual awareness could only detect about 1,000 meters. As a mere martial apprentice, how far could Lin Yi, even with a spiritual treasure, truly sense? Just as Haibachin intended to speak up for Lin Yi, suggesting that occasional misjudgments were not a grave matter and that it was prudent to be cautious, Lin Ye's blood vine suddenly shot forth from his wrist, striking a nearby large tree with considerable force. Lin Yi swiftly raised his shield to protect himself, calling out loudly. The fourth-tier Huaipine bore needle-like leaves akin to hidden projectiles, and he was wary of fire. After delivering a swift lash to the Huaipine, the Bloodvine rapidly returned to Lin Ye's wrist. Having only just broken through to the third tier, he was no match for the fourth-tier Huaipine. His action was merely a warning to Hai Bachin and the others that advancing even slightly further would place them within the attack range of the Huaipine. The tree's needle-like leaves, sharp as silver needles, would easily turn them into porcupines if they were caught off guard. Hai Bachin's heart raced, filled with astonishment. A detection range of over 6,000 meters. Was it truly possible? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would find it hard to believe that a martial apprentice could sense an anomalous plant 6 kilometers away. Lin Yi, retreating with the Bloodvine, left the battlefield to Hai Bachin and his companions, quickly assessing the safest direction to proceed. Though the roots of the Huaipines concealed themselves throughout the underground, there remained pockets devoid of such roots. The Bloodvine, somewhat shaken, could not help but voice its concerns to Lin Yi. The body of a fourth-tier anomalous plant is indeed formidable. I struck it, yet it remains unfazed. The fifth-tier anomalous plants I sense from the periphery are far from being the most powerful in this bizarre realm. This is merely the middle zone, where even the fourth-tier Huaipine can only settle in such unnutritious surroundings. Could there be sixth-tier anomalous plants in the core of this strange land? The Bloodvine grew increasingly apprehensive. What if there are seventh-tier plants? The memories of my inheritance state that a seventh-tier anomalous plant can take shape, surpassing even the martial sage by a significant margin in power. Brother, perhaps it would be best if we left. The opportunity presented by the primordial source chi is indeed extraordinary, but one must have the means to seize it. The warning from the fifth-tier anomalous plant sensed from the periphery might just be a peculiar plant in the middle zone, idly toying with him out of boredom. Lin Yi, not paying much attention to the Bloodvine's ramblings, noticed that several annotations designating second-tier anomalous plants in the distance had abruptly vanished. The sudden disappearance of these annotations indicated either a departure beyond the range of his probing or that they had perished. For deceased anomalous plants, the annotations would become less prominent and noticeable. Gently tapping the Bloodvine, Lin Yi whispered, "Silence, someone is approaching." Having come this far, he was determined to catch a glimpse of the center of the bizarre realm before departing. The detection range of 10,000 meters appears extensive, however. In the presence of a martial king capable of flight through spiritual energy, it is merely a distance that can be traversed in the blink of an eye. Even though the martial king possesses the ability to soar, he refrains from utilizing his spiritual power for flight within the ruins, as it would attract the aerial beasts. For humans, ascending into the sky is tantamount to issuing a challenge to those flying creatures. Hai Bachin remains a martial emperor, while Wei Wenhao and others are martial kings. Throughout their journey, none of them resorted to flying with spiritual energy, as it is reserved for combat and survival. Lin Yi harbors concerns for Hai Bachin's safety, having established a certain degree of trust with him. At the very least, Hai Bachin is convinced of Lin Yi's significant background and his knowledge of the secrets of this enigmatic land. Lin Yi cautions Hai Bachin to be vigilant as someone approaches. At this moment, no one doubts Lin Yi's words. His ability to sense the fourth-tier Sephora tree from 6,000 meters away is beyond their imagination. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his standing within the group has already risen to a position just below that of Hai Bachin. Upon hearing that someone is approaching, Hai Bachin no longer conserves his spiritual power. A mere glance prompts Wei Wenhao and the others to assist him in activating a formation to ensnare the Sephora tree, subsequently employing a spiritual treasure to eliminate it. This marks Lin Yi's first encounter with a formation used to hunt extraordinary flora. The arcane patterns in the air evoke a sense of awe and bewilderment. Hai Bachin instructs his companions to remain vigilant, and all grasp their weapons, unwilling to let their guard down. Within the ruins, the greatest peril does not stem from extraordinary plants or beasts, but rather from one's own kind. A dozen individuals emerge from the dense forest, their footsteps unmasked. The leading man evidently recognizes Hai Bachin and greets him with a smile. "Ah, if it isn't the young master of the Hai family, I never imagined you would arrive here as well." Yan Ming's gaze sweeps over Wei Wenhao and the others, noting their lack of injuries with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Your team seems to have had quite the fortune to have made it here unscathed." Hai Bachin is acquainted with Yan Ming, having once undertaken academy missions together in their early 20s, but their differing philosophies led them to part ways. As his gaze drifts to Yan Ming's severely injured companions, he becomes increasingly aware of Lin Yi's significance. Though Hai Bachin regards Yan Ming with little warmth, He refrains from initiating any provocation. Standing beside Yin Ming is a woman clad in black, whom he does not recognize. Despite their brief eye contact, his instincts warn him that woman is exceedingly dangerous. For someone as proud as Yin Ming to position himself a step behind her signifies her extraordinary status. Hai Bachan ponders Lin Yi, wondering who, between him and the mysterious woman, possesses greater distinction. After exchanging a glance with the black-clad woman, Lin Yi feels a peculiar familiarity in her gaze. Before he can recollect where he might have encountered her, he hears the terrified voice of the bloodthirsty vine. Oh heavens! Why is this female harbinger of death here? Brother, for heaven's sake, do not make eye contact with her. She can manipulate others' minds. You've already suffered once. How can you not remember? Lin Yi swiftly averts his gaze, for he recognizes only one individual capable of such mind control, Shilai. As Shilai noticed Lin Yi avoiding her gaze, she realized that Lin Yi had recognized her identity. Curiosity glinted in her eyes as she touched her face. Her disguise was indeed impeccable, even capable of deceiving the perception of a martial arts master. How did Lin Yi discern her true self? The more Shilai pondered, the more intrigued she became. She stepped closer to Lin Yi and gently nudged her shoulder, playfully asking, "What brings you here? How did you know it was me?" Lin Yi's lips twitched as she deliberately replied in a cool tone, "I didn't recognize you. I have no idea who you are." Upon hearing this, Shilai let out a light laugh. "Oh, come now. The moment you saw me, your entire body tensed up. You claim not to have recognized me. But do you think I believe that? If you don't tell me how you figured it out, I might just have to call you by your name." Shilai threatened playfully, winking mischievously at Lin Yi. Chapter 86. I shall follow you. Shilai, after her transformation, may not have appeared extraordinarily stunning, yet she radiated a captivating beauty. Coupled with an aura of privilege, it became apparent to anyone gazing upon her that she was no ordinary woman. Lin Yi understood Shilai's nature. She had a tendency to act recklessly when engrossed in play. Fearing that she might truly call his name, he gently pulled her aside. Yin Ming observed Lin Yi daringly reaching out to grasp Shilai's hand, and to his astonishment, Shilai exhibited no sign of disdain, instead obediently following along, leaving him utterly shocked as he turned to Hai Bachan. Who is this lad that he dares to take hold of the esteemed lady's hand? Hai Bachan merely smiled, choosing silence. Yin Ming, recognizing the presence of a formidable figure beside him, also felt reassured by his own. Noticing Hai Bachan's reluctance to engage, he lowered his voice, proposing, "Let us strike a deal. I will disclose the lady's identity, and you will reveal the identity of that young man." Hai Bachan neither agreed nor declined, casting a glance at Shilai's retreating figure. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "The only person capable of eliciting such reverence from you, Yin Ming, must be the princess of the Shi family. Your own clan, though prestigious, with numerous martial saints among its ranks, has forged a close alliance with the Shi family. Since the emergence of that princess, your standing within the family has surely diminished. Regardless of your private grievances, you must respectfully address her as esteemed lady." Hai Bachan's casual analysis sparked a serious expression on Yin Ming's face, confirming the accuracy of his deductions. His tone now laced with curiosity. He questioned, "What brings the princess to this treacherous place? It is perilous here, and yet your martial saints have permitted her entry?" Yin Ming was momentarily taken aback, hastily inquiring, "What do you mean by perilous? This peculiar realm is merely rife with mutated spiritual herbs. Thus far, only fourth-tier aberrant flora and beasts have been discovered. What danger can there be?" His urgency was palpable. His encounter with Shilai was serendipitous. Upon learning of his expedition to this uncanny realm, she expressed a desire to join him in the excitement surrounding the mutated herbs. Unable to contend with her and accustomed to acquiescing to her wishes, he felt assured of the realm's safety, hence he brought her along. Hai Bachan stared at him, momentarily dumbfounded, as if gazing at a fool. "Have you not thoroughly acquainted yourself with the information concerning this peculiar realm? The perimeter itself harbors fourth-tier aberrant flora and beasts, and the core area is shrouded in mystery. Do you grasp the implications of that?" Yin Ming's demeanor shifted to agitation as he tugged at his hair in frustration, muttering, "I was unaware before, but now I comprehend. The absence of any data regarding the core area signifies only one thing. All who have ventured there have never returned. This implies death for those who went missing within the ruins." His anxiety intensified. Shilai's safety was paramount, especially in his presence. Should anything befall her? He feared the severe repercussions upon his return. No longer preoccupied with Lin Yi's identity, he was solely focused on escorting Shilai out of the ruins. Cursing himself for ever mentioning the mutated herbs in her presence, After Lin Yi activated the shielding array, he addressed Shilai. I did not recognize you. It was my contract plant that identified you. The plant perceives through essence, and though you have altered your appearance, you cannot change your intrinsic aura. Have you also come for the treasures of the anomalous realm? Shilai raised an eyebrow at this, crossing her arms with faint nonchalance. What else could be the reason? Am I here to feed mosquitoes? She chuckled. I am rather curious. What brings you here as well? It was amusing. How could she possibly know what treasures lay within the anomalous realm? Yet, she was certain from Lin Ye's tone that he possessed that knowledge. Lin Ye furrowed his brow slightly and replied gravely, You should return. It is far too perilous here. Shilai, incredulous, pointed at her own face and shot Lin Yi an exasperated glare. Lin, get a grip. I am a martial emperor. You, a mere martial artist, dare to venture here. And yet you think I cannot match you? Wait, how could Hai Bai-Chen possibly agree to let a martial artist join his ranks? Did you misrepresent your cultivation level? Did you tell him you were a martial master? Shilai's expression was one of disapproval, and she urged him earnestly, Everyone entering a ruin conceals their level. Not one has ever inflated theirs like you. You truly have no fear of death. Lin Yi did not argue, for there was little to contest. In Hai Bai-Chen's eyes, the distinction between martial artists and martial masters might be negligible. Besides, he did not truly misrepresent. He indeed possessed the strength of a martial master. Noticing Lin Yi's silence again, Shilai gently tapped his shoulder with her fingertip. Have you gathered any insights on how to acquire the treasures of the anomalous realm? Lin Yi instinctively recoiled but could not evade her touch. He merely shook his head at her. Currently, I have no leads. I need to observe the central area before drawing any conclusions. It is highly likely that numerous 5th and even 6th tier aberrant plants and beasts guard that place. Merely looking poses immense danger. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Shilai gradually withdrew her cheerful demeanor, murmuring softly, 5th tier, even 6th tier, what an extraordinary realm. Yan Ming had informed her that only 4th tier aberrant plants and beasts resided there. If Shiza discovered she had ventured into such a perilous domain for leisure, she would undoubtedly face a scolding and might find herself confined indoors for an extended period. Shilai continued to press Lin Yi for information about the treasures of the anomalous realm, but instead, Lin Yi sensed her probing. He stepped back, exasperated, since you know nothing. You should hasten back and not cause Lord Shiza undue worry. Seeing Lin Yi avoiding him, Shilai reached out to grasp his wrist. Despite his efforts to evade her, she firmly held him in place, rendering escape impossible. When Lin Yi noticed her gaze upon him, he instinctively averted his eyes. Shilai, recognizing this, felt a sense of resignation and laid her cards on the table. I can only bewilder others' minds when they are unprepared. Your wariness towards me resembles that of a venomous serpent. Even if I were to gaze into your eyes for an entire hour, it would not sway you in the slightest. The more Shilai contemplated this, the angrier she became, and she playfully thumped Lin Ye's chest a few times with her petite fists. I truly cannot comprehend why, simply for expressing a candid thought, you would harbor such distrust towards me, as I have not genuinely wronged you. Shilai exerted no real force, and Lin Yi felt no pain. Only a peculiar tingling sensation in her chest, an indescribable feeling. Although Yan Ming and Hai Bai-Chen could not hear the exchange between Lin Yi and Shilai, they were keenly aware of their gestures. Yan Ming was utterly astounded when he witnessed Shilai attempting to seize Lin Ye's wrist, and he was left in disbelief as he observed her adopt a childlike demeanor while playfully striking Lin Ye's chest, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets in shock. Chapter 87. What lies in the eerie land? Hai Bai-Chen was increasingly curious about Lin Ye's identity. He pondered over all suitable individuals within the aristocratic circles but could not recall anyone resembling Lin Yi. Yan Ming's expression was incredibly grave as he murmured, This lad can't possibly be courting my dear aunt, can he? This could lead to chaos. He was acutely aware of the nature of Shilai, a spirit entity. He knew that Shizhe would never permit Shilai to engage in romantic pursuits. Hai Bai-Chen, unable to comprehend Yan Ming's astonishment, spoke lightly in defense of Lin Yi. Your words are far too severe. Being in a relationship does not equate to marriage. Even if Shilai were to forge an alliance with another aristocratic family in the future, the other party would not concern themselves with any past romantic entanglements. Alliances hinge on stable relationships rather than emotional attachments. Yan Ming grimaced at this and shot Hai Bai-Chen a disapproving glance. Which family in the capital would dare propose a marriage alliance with Shilai? I can only imagine that on the very first day of the proposal, Shizhe would be at their doorstep with sword in hand. Shilai, determined, grasped Lin Ye's arm and earnestly inquired, What is it that lies in the eerie land? If you do not clarify this for me, I shall not permit you to leave. My curiosity has been piqued. Lin Yi struggled momentarily, but, unable to break free, looked at Xilai with a resigned expression. You might as well ask Haibachin. You are already aware of my identity. I am here to earn task credits. Seeing Lin Ye's reluctance to divulge the truth, Xilai rolled her eyes and released him. Do you take me for a fool? You are clearly not in need of low-grade spirit stones for cultivation. It would be absurd for you to regard this meager task of a few low-grade spirit stones with any significance. If you choose not to tell me, so be it. From this moment forth, I shall follow you. I shall surely discover your intentions eventually. Irritated, Xilai returned to Yan Ming's side. Lin Yi, too, gathered his formation plate and rejoined Haibachin's group. Yan Ming was filled with regret, lamenting why he had brought Xilai to the ruins. Dear Aunt, I failed to ascertain the situation in the Eerie Land. It is highly likely that there are 5th or 6th tier aberrant plants or beasts here. We ought to leave swiftly. Xilai, her expression impassive, glanced at Yan Ming and pointed at Lin Yi. If he goes out, I shall accompany him. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. After all, we will inevitably face lectures upon exiting. Since we are destined to be confined at home for an extended period, we might as well enjoy ourselves now. She was genuinely intrigued by Lin Ye's purpose for venturing into the Eerie Land, and even more curious about the source of his information. Lin Ye's presence in this ruin was clearly aimed at the Eerie Land, who had informed him of the treasures within. Xilai instructed Yan Ming to inquire how Haibachin came to know Lin Yi. Haibachin, glancing at Lin Yi, recounted their acquaintance without reservation, detailing the events leading to their entry into the Eerie Land. Upon hearing this, Xilai winked at Lin Yi and chuckled. So it is GT on, huh? Are you still going to pretend otherwise? You were clearly aware of the treasures in the Eerie Land all along and intentionally approached Haibachin. I understand your hesitations. Since you are unwilling to collaborate with Haibachin, why not join forces with me instead? Lin Yi, lacking any substantial background, was understandably reluctant to collaborate with Haibachin, fearing that Hai might betray him. Upon noticing that Xilai intended to dismiss him, Hai hurriedly exclaimed, Miss Xilai, your actions are somewhat underhanded. It was I who sought a partnership with Shirtian first, and I was the one chosen by them, regardless of your acquaintance with Lin Yi. You cannot abandon me at this juncture. Though my family may not rival yours, the Hai family is not one to shy away from challenges, nor are we a family to be trifled with. Unfamiliar with the treasures of the bizarre land, Xilai was aware that Haibachin had dedicated over 2 years to this endeavor, realizing that she could not easily sever ties with him in favor of Lin Yi. Little did she anticipate the extent of Lin Yi's capabilities. Without uttering a single falsehood, he had allowed others to speculate, thereby solidifying his identity as a scion of a noble family. If Lin Yi were privy to Xilai's internal musings, he could only respond with a look of disbelief. Could he truly claim ignorance? His presence in the ruins was solely to take advantage of opportunities, having no prior knowledge of the bizarre land's circumstances. Regrettably, the current situation had thrust him into the spotlight. Even if he were to speak the truth, no one would take him at his word. Xilai smiled at Haibachin, indicating that while the treasures of the bizarre land could indeed benefit the Hai family, she too desired to share. Haibachin wished to counter her assertion, questioning what she meant by letting him have a hand in it. Regardless of Xilai's prior acquaintance with Lin Yi, it could not disguise the fact that she was a latecomer. Ultimately, he refrained from further comment, mindful of Xilai's status. Yan Ming, bewildered by the unfolding events, wore an expression akin to someone who had bitten into a bitter melon. My dear lady, do you intend to remain in the ruins to seek treasures? Lord Shiza would surely have my skin if he knew. The bizarre land is far too perilous. If you desire its treasures, let us exit and inform Lord Shiza, allowing him to assist you. Staying here is simply too risky. Yan Ming longed to whisk Xilai out of the ruins, vowing to avoid her in the future. Xilai, disinterested in Yan Ming's incessant prattle, shot him a displeased glare. If my father inquires, you shall tell him it was my insistence to remain. He is not an unreasonable man. If you speak the truth, he will not hold it against you. She was hardly a person prone to mishaps, particularly with the life-saving trump card bestowed upon her by Shiza. Seeing Xilai's resolute demeanor, Yan Ming turned to persuade Haibachin and Lin Yi, hoping they would relinquish their pursuit of the treasures of the bizarre land. If they were to forfeit their ambitions, Xilai would naturally follow suit. Haibachin regarded Yan Ming with a look of incredulity. I have already invested over 2 years for the sake of the treasures of the bizarre land. Now that I have finally unearthed some clues, you expect me to abandon them? Xilai was brought here by you, and you are responsible for her safety. What does this have to do with me? Haibachin was neither intimidated by Yan Ming nor by Xilai. Although the Hai family might not possess the might of the Shi family, they were not to be easily oppressed, even if Shilai encountered trouble within the ruins. As long as he did not take action against her, his family would ensure her safety. As Lin Yi noticed Yan Ming's gaze upon her, she turned to Hai Bachan and declared, "I shall heed the captain's every command." Observing that neither Hai Bachan nor Lin Yi were intimidated, Yan Ming, in a fit of frustration, tugged at his hair and resolutely stated, "What treasures are you searching for? If you agree to abandon your departure, I shall compensate you with some spirit stones, ensuring that your journey is not in vain." Spirit stones can be earned anew, but should anything happen to Shilai, his future would undoubtedly be bleak. By this time next year, the grass upon his grave may reach a height of 1 meter. Hai Bachan shot Yan Ming an exasperated glance before instructing Wei Wenhao and the others to gather their belongings and continue onward. Did he truly appear to be someone in need of spirit stones? Lin Yi paid Yan Ming no mind, despite Hai Bachan offering terms for collaboration. He had not disclosed the nature of the treasures hidden in the enigmatic realm, yet Yan Ming sought to gain without effort. He hardly seemed the fool. Chapter 88. Is your spiritual treasure not a sword? Seeing Lin Yi about to depart, Shilai approached with a smile. "I am the martial emperor. I can protect you." However, Lin Yi was disinclined to accept Shilai's protection, maintaining a polite distance and expressing gratitude. "My companions will safeguard me, so there is no need for your assistance." Mississippi, perturbed by Lin Yi's continued rejection, Shilai bit her lip in frustration and leaned closer to whisper a subtle threat in Lin Yi's ear. "If you refuse me again, don't blame me for calling your name." With an exasperated glare, she added, "I assure you, I mean you no harm. There is no need to regard me as a threat. Had I known you were this timid, I would have refrained from teasing you." Regardless of Shilai's words, Lin Yi remained resolute in her stance, maintaining her distance and inadvertently transforming Shilai's demeanor into that of an irate pufferfish, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Yan Ming hastily dispatched half of his team from the ruins, informing Shizhe of Shilai's intention to remain behind in search of treasures. He fervently hoped that Shizhe would arrive swiftly. The center of this peculiar realm could harbor numerous 5th or 6th-tier aberrant plants and beasts, and the mere thought sent chills coursing through him. Observing Shilai's persistent proximity to Lin Yi, alternating between concern and inquiries about Lin Yi's fatigue, Yan Ming noted Lin Yi's palpable desire to escape, leading any observer to conclude that Shilai was indeed pursuing her. Yan Ming sought insight into Lin Yi's identity from Hai Bachan, but only received the pseudonym Shi Tian. Undeterred, he approached Wei Wenhao for further information. Wei Wenhao's expression reflected his own dilemma. "Young Master Ming, even our leader is unaware of Shi Tian's true identity. How could I possibly know? His lineage far surpasses that of Hai Bachan." Yan Ming's gaze shifted to Tian Yi and the others, who promptly gestured that they too were uninformed about Lin Yi's identity. He realized that Shilai was the sole individual privy to Lin Yi's background, yet she would undoubtedly withhold it from him. As expected, when Yan Ming attempted to probe Shilai during a team break, he not only failed to elicit the answers he sought but also found himself threatened. "I advise you to temper your curiosity should anything befall Shi Tian. The responsibility would be yours to bear." Lin Yi possessed a legacy of heavenly tier talismans, and the martial saints of the academy were unaware of her presence in the ruins. Had they known, they would have certainly disapproved. Who would dare to imagine that a martial artist would risk their life to enter a ruin? As the team gradually approached the central area, they encountered 3 4th-tier aberrant plants and a handful of 3rd-tier beasts. Hai Bachan unfurled a map upon the ground, indicating an unmarked expanse ahead. Beyond this forest lies the center of the peculiar realm. Since no one has ever emerged alive from that area, the map remains blank. In previous circumstances, I would have turned back without a second thought, but our entire team has sustained no injuries, and our spiritual energy reserves are sufficient. I believe we can venture further," Hai Bachan stated, glancing at Lin Yi for her opinion. "What does Shi Tian think?" Lin Yi stood up and cast a glance towards the dense forest at the center, where large, luminous characters adorned the sky. 5th-order Buddha lotus, its fragrance intoxicating, capable of evoking the deepest fears within one's heart. The lotus seeds possess the ability to enhance the soul. Observing the surroundings, he noted the lack of immediate danger, though this was merely due to insufficient detection range. A lake lay ahead, about 10,000 meters away, allowing them to glimpse the 5th-order Buddha lotus. Lin Yi directed Hai Bachan's gaze towards the lake. Although they stood at a height that obscured the entire expanse, they could discern a third of it. Hai Bachan was aware of Lin Yi's ability to sense exotic plants, yet the lake's distance posed a challenge. "With 3 martial emperors among us, Common fourth-order exotic plants should not pose a threat, Lin Yu remarked gravely. But what if it is a fifth-order exotic plant? Hai Baichen. Though previously cognizant of the existence of fifth-order exotic plants in these eerie lands, was astonished at the prospect of encountering one so soon. We have only just approached the central area. This place does not even qualify as the core of the Eerie territory, and yet there exists a fifth-order exotic plant. The likelihood of sixth-order exotic plants in the core area appears to be substantiated. Upon hearing of the fifth-order exotic plant, Yin Ming immediately urged Hai Baichen to leave. What are you still hesitating for? Knowing that a fifth-order exotic plant lies ahead, why are you still contemplating your fate here? Do you not fear being attacked by the exotic plants? While fifth-order exotic plants may not be as swift as demonic beasts, their capacity for free movement was not a trivial matter. That is a fifth-order exotic plant. Collectively, we would not stand a chance against it. Yin Ming grew increasingly anxious, wishing he could see Shi Lai and drag him away. Shi Lai, with a puzzled expression, looked at Lin Yi and pointed towards the distant lake, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you saying that from thousands of meters away, you sensed the fifth-order exotic plant in the lake?" Seeing Shi Lai equally astonished, Hai Baichen exclaimed, "Isn't it incredible? Initially, we were all skeptical until Ji Tian sensed a fourth-order Huai Pine from 6,000 meters away. The spiritual treasure on Ji Tian possesses a detection range comparable to advanced technology outside." Shi Lai, bewildered, turned to Lin Yi and blurted, "Isn't your spiritual treasure a spiritual sword?" She had previously attempted to bond with that sword, only to receive no response, later discovering that its spirit was in a state of false death. Her father had even taken a vial of Lin Yi's blood for research, yielding no results. Lin Yi lacked a sword body, or even a spiritual body. It seemed that the sword may have been striving for self-preservation, unwilling to dissipate, thus struggling to awaken and form a contract with Lin Yi. Hai Baichen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yi. He had long assumed that Lin Yi's ability to sense exotic plants from thousands of meters away was due to the contract with his spiritual treasure. Now, Shi Lai informed him that Lin Yi's contracted spiritual treasure was not a detection-type artifact but rather an offensive spiritual sword. Shi Lai squinted and leaned closer to Lin Yi, entwining her arm with his. "Do you have a second spiritual treasure contracted? Why have I not sensed it?" She too possessed a contracted spiritual sword but had not detected the presence of a second treasure's aura from Lin Yi. Her contract spirit sword is indeed a semi-divine weapon. This implies that either the contract treasure on Lin Yi is also a semi-divine weapon, or Lin Yi does not possess a second spirit treasure. The spirit of a semi-divine weapon, when deliberately suppressing its aura, can conceal its presence even from entities of the same rank. Therefore, Lin Yu's spirit sword cannot detect her contract spirit sword. Shi Lai inquired of his own sword spirit. "Alai, can you sense the unusual vegetation in the distant lake?" Alai, residing within Shi Lai's dantian, responded with an air of indifference, tinged with a hint of affection. "Do you wish to reflect on your own words? While I am a semi-divine weapon, your cultivation is merely at the golden core stage. It is commendable that your feeble consciousness can sense anything within 100 meters. Even a nascent soul cultivator would hesitate to claim they could perceive the anomalous plants in the distant lake, which lies nearly 10,000 meters away." Chapter 89. Intelligent Detection Instruments. Lai recalled past events and resolved to inform Shi Lai. "There is something peculiar about Lin Yi. When you previously used your techniques to confuse him, he emanated a subtle fluctuation of energy, a presence that instills fear even in me." Upon hearing this, Shi Lai was taken aback. Alai, a semi-divine artifact of the ancient Hehuan sect, had been recognized as her contracted spirit sword after enduring life and death trials. She had always guided her like a sister and mentor, never sensing a presence that evoked fear, not even from her father. Shi Lai focused her gaze on Lin Yi, who was looking back at her, and instantly returned a radiant smile. What to do? Her curiosity about the secrets surrounding Lin Yi deepened. Shi Lai attempted to probe Lin Yi further with her words, but soon realized he was reluctant to disclose the reason behind his ability to sense extraordinary plants. So she ceased her inquiries. After all, she intended to remain by Lin Yi's side, and sooner or later, she would uncover his secrets. Lin Yi understood one crucial point. The more lies he told, the greater the inconsistencies would become. For matters best left unspoken, silence was the optimal strategy. Others would fill in the gaps with their imagination. Shi Lai was also hesitant to depart, yet she felt uncertain regarding the fifth-tier extraordinary plant. The true challenge was not merely vanquishing the fifth-tier entity, but ensuring a safe exit afterward, as the noise from the battle would undoubtedly attract nearby beasts. Should they fail to eliminate the extraordinary plant swiftly, they risked being encircled by these beasts. Once her Dantian's spiritual energy was depleted, even a martial saint could fall. Xilai muttered softly, wishing she could identify the extraordinary plant in the lake, as it would allow her to devise a targeted combat strategy that wouldn't alert the surrounding beasts. Lin Yi also wished to avoid leaving empty-handed. Having finally drawn near the central area, he had yet to ascertain the location of the artifact fragment. If he exited now and re-entered the ruins, he would likely be marginalized. Hai Bachin and Xilai were already aware that the enigmatic location held treasures, although they did not know the specifics, given their strength. It was entirely plausible for a martial saint to be summoned for investigation. The existence of the artifact fragment could not remain concealed. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi disclosed. In the lake lies a fifth-tier Buddha water lily. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Wei Wenhao even pinched his hand to assure himself he wasn't hallucinating before. Filled with excitement, he turned to Lin Yi and asked, "A Buddha water lily, specifically a fifth-tier one, is that true?" Hai Bachin's emotions mirrored that excitement. Moments ago, he was ready to abandon the exploration, but now he seemed eager to engage. Xilai noticed Lin Yi's puzzlement, aware that he, coming from a humble background, might not comprehend the significance of these spiritual herbs. She quietly inquired, "Since you know about the Buddha water lily, you must also be aware of the properties of its seeds, correct?" Lin Yi nodded gently, acknowledging that the seeds could enhance one's spirit. Xilai, seeing Lin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, shot him a glance of disdain. "You know nothing. The seeds of the Buddha water lily can bolster the spirit, serving as a crucial treasure for a martial king to break through to martial emperor. And they can also amplify the spirit of a martial emperor, potentially allowing one to condense their spiritual awareness before advancing to martial venerable. Do you comprehend the significance of condensing divine consciousness at the martial emperor realm? It signifies an unequivocal breakthrough to martial venerable. Utilizing the lotus seeds from the fifth-tier Buddhist water lily as the primary ingredient, one can concoct a pill that significantly enhances the cultivation level of a martial saint. The fifth-tier Buddhist water lilies found externally are entirely cultivated through technological means, their efficacy barely reaching 1/10 of those produced in ancient ruins. And they are particularly tainted with pill toxicity. Conversely, the fifth-tier Buddhist water lilies discovered within the ruins are treasures of immense value, often beyond price. Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing Xilai utter profanity for the first time, finding this version of Xilai, devoid of her usual bright smile, to be far more authentic. Yan Ming was equally exhilarated, not urging an immediate departure, his gaze fixed upon the fifth-tier Buddhist water lilies. "Let me make it clear. I intend to employ the life-preserving trump card bestowed by the ancestor, and I must claim 1/3 of the lotus seeds." No sooner had Yan Ming spoken than he was met with disdainful ridicule from Hai Bachin. "You need not utilize your trump card. I can handle that fifth-tier Buddhist water lily myself. If your life-preserving trump card is exhausted, you can always seek assistance from the ancestor again. As long as we can secure the lotus seeds from the fifth-tier Buddhist water lily, rewards from the ancestors are guaranteed. What is a mere life-preserving card in comparison?" Xilai, with her arms crossed and a playful demeanor, suggested, "Let us engage in a thorough discussion on how to allocate the lotus seeds." Lin Yi observed the unfolding drama, contemplating whether this was the confidence of a noble scion. In mere exchanges, the three martial emperors had determined the fate of a fifth-tier exotic plant, as if it were merely a third-tier variant. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Xilai reminded Hai Bachin and Yan Ming the lotus seeds must include a share for Zhitian. Without him, how would you know the whereabouts of the fifth-tier Buddhist water lily? Once the lotus seeds were in Lin Yi's possession, she would have her father purchase them back with spiritual stones, effectively granting her family a double share of the profits, a considerable windfall. Lin Yi was taken aback by Xilai's consideration of her at this moment, stealing a glance at her. The blood-sucking vine also reassessed Xilai, sharing its thoughts with Lin Yi. This female harbinger of calamity is indeed better than Hai Bachin and Yan Ming. At least she hasn't forgotten your contributions. She may be speaking the truth. When you are on guard, it is difficult to manipulate your mind. Brother, perhaps you should reconsider avoiding her like a venomous serpent and show her a bit of kindness. After all, she is the daughter of a martial saint and represents the most formidable connection you currently have. Lin Yi gently tapped the blood-sucking vine, signaling it to be quiet. The secrets it harbored were far too significant. Regardless of Xilai's nature, he dared not draw too close. Ultimately, after deliberation, Hai Bachin and Yan Ming decided to divide the lotus seeds from the Buddhist water lily into 4 equal portions, one for each of them. Xilai's eyes sparkled with delight. as the lotus seeds in Lin Ye's hand were already inscribed with her name. Lin Yi, possessing the cultivation level of a genius martial master, had no need for the lotus seeds from the Buddhist water lily. When her father expressed interest in purchasing them, Lin Yi felt compelled to comply. Xilai exhibited no semblance of coercion, as her father would compensate Lin Yi with spiritual stones, and at the highest market price. Lin Yi observed Hai Baichen and the others preparing amidst a collection of talismans and arrayed discs, catching a glimpse of the profound heritage of the noble families. Once all preparations were complete, Yin Ming and Hai Baichen proposed that Lin Yi remain here while they returned. Xilai let out a cold snort and stepped beside Lin Yi, questioning their judgment. Are you two incapable of seeing beyond your narrow perspectives? You seem solely focused on the fact that a martial master like him might be a hindrance, yet have you not considered his ability to sense exotic flora? The lake is vast. Is it not possible that a second fifth-tier exotic plant may exist? To leave such an intelligent detection instrument behind, what are you two thinking? Although Xilai was essentially praising himself, Lin Yi found no joy in the exchange. Both Hai Baichen and Yin Ming were swayed by Xilai's words. They had indeed only considered Lin Ye's martial prowess, neglecting to acknowledge his sensory skills. Chapter 90. An uncommon origin. Hai Baichen's gaze swept over Lin Ye's wrist. The bloodthirsty vine, a third-tier contracted exotic plant, would certainly ensure his safety at a critical moment. Thus, they decided to act together. Yin Ming, upon hearing this, could not help but look at Lin Yi in astonishment, giving him a thumbs up the next moment. Goodness, not only have you contracted a spiritual sword, but you've also managed to bond with a third-tier exotic plant. My curiosity about your background only grows. Which family possesses such audacity to bestow upon a mere martial artist both a spiritual treasure and an exotic plant? Could it be that Lin Yi is the sole legitimate heir of his lineage? Lin Ye's aura was unmistakable. He was neither a martial king nor a martial emperor, but genuinely a martial artist. Yin Ming wished to glimpse Lin Ye's contracted exotic plant, but was halted by Xilai. If you're curious enough to see mine, then what of your spiritual treasure? Will you show it to me as well? Yin Ming promptly declined. A spiritual treasure is an intimate possession. How could one display it so casually? Each individual's spiritual treasure possesses a unique temperament. Only in the direst of crises would one reveal it to another. Spiritual treasures have their own spirits. Should they perceive such an action as impolite, they might refuse to cooperate in battle, which could be fatal. Yin Ming understood Xilai's implication. Yet he felt that a contracted exotic plant was distinct from a spiritual treasure. Noticing Xilai's displeasure, he wisely refrained from further inquiries about the bloodthirsty vine. Xilai smiled sweetly at Lin Yi. She was not only aware that Lin Yi's contracted exotic plant was the bloodthirsty vine, but also recognized it as a healing-type exotic. Lin Yi was shrouded in secrets, and even his contracted exotic plant differed from ordinary ones. How could an aggressive and sanguinary plant like the bloodthirsty vine evolve into a healing variant? As Lin Yi walked beside Xilai, he initially wished to keep his distance. However, with Hai Baichen and Yin Ming avoiding him and unable to shake off Xilai, he had no choice but to allow her to remain by his side. Seeing that Lin Yi did not wish to explain his ability to sense exotic plants from afar, Xilai inquired about the mutated herbs they encountered along their journey. Being of the wood element, she had refrained from learning alchemy due to her aversion to fire. Although she could not concoct elixirs, her interest in herbs and exotic plants was profound. The mutations occurring in the herbs of the bizarre land piqued her curiosity, prompting her to accompany him to the ruins. At first, Lin Yi had no intention of engaging with Xilai, but as she did not pester him with trivial questions and instead asked about the herbs they encountered, he felt compelled to respond. He had successfully cultivated an image of an erudite individual, and ignoring Xilai would have been too conspicuous. This is the mutated six-leaf starshine, with star patterns on its leaves transformed into heart shapes. The color has shifted from a pale green to a deep purple, and its fragrance has grown sweeter. As Lin Yi explained according to the labeled descriptions, Xilai's eyes instantly brightened. Ah, it truly is the six-leaf starshine. Xilai noticed that regardless of the type of mutated herb she inquired about, Lin Yi initially feigned contemplation but soon ceased to pretend. Identifying each herb at a glance and knowing their mutations with remarkable clarity, Xilai deliberately selected a variety of spiritual herbs that even the Zhuke Academy had not documented. As she observed Lin Yi recount each one, her eyes curved into crescent moons. At this moment, she shared the same suspicion as Hai Baichen. Lin Yi could not possibly hail from a humble background. Originating from Qiqing, which had recently unveiled a celestial-grade talisman inheritance, Lin Ye's origins appeared shrouded in mystery. And it seemed likely that he had his own motives for coming to the capital. Lin Yu had not taken significant measures to conceal his peculiarities, indicating that he did not mind being noticed by others. Unbeknownst to him, Xilai was testing him. He thought the spiritual herbs she inquired about were merely common varieties, differing only in appearance due to mutations, thus he lowered his guard. The herbal data he had exchanged for with academic credits consisted solely of introductory information on elementary herbs, leaving him unaware that the herbs Xilai was asking about were so rare that even the Academy had not recorded them. Had he known, he would surely have marveled at the fragments of divine artifacts, for even in fragmentary realms, they could give rise to exceptionally rare spiritual herbs. Haibai Qin and Yan Ming observed Xilai collecting herbs throughout their journey, recognizing that the herbs she coveted were certainly not of ordinary quality. However, lacking in expertise, they were unable to compete with Xilai for the herbs. Lin Yi focused on the properties of the herbs he collected, assessing the capacity of his spatial storage ring. He aimed to gather as many herbs as possible, planning to offer the less significant ones as personal income taxes upon exiting. As the group approached the lakeside, Lin Yi felt a wave of tension wash over him. Although there was only a 5th-tier Buddha water lily in the lake, both to the left and right lurked 5th-tier demonic beasts, and directly ahead lay a 5th-tier blood-devouring vine. The blood-devouring vine sensed the presence of its kin and began to communicate. "Brother, there are my kind ahead. They are questioning my purpose in this eerie land and mockingly commenting on my 3rd-tier status, claiming I cannot absorb the spiritual energy here. I find it utterly amusing. They haven't even awakened their bloodline inheritance memories and are oblivious to the primordial source energy, yet they dare to ridicule me as a lackey of the human race. In the time I have followed you and advanced to a 3rd-tier aberrant plant, they, upon gaining sentience, probably hadn't even seen the sun for over a year. Their character is insufferable, asserting that we shall be consumed by the Buddha water lily. Just wait and see how I retort." The blood-devouring vine was visibly agitated, and Lin Yi sensed its tautness at the wrist, guessing that it was engaged in a heated exchange with the 5th-tier blood-devouring vine. He felt a twinge of concern and lowered his voice. "Take it easy. Don't attract its attention." The blood-devouring vine reassured him. Aberrant plants are fiercely territorial. The Buddha water lily wouldn't dare approach as long as it remains alive. If the Buddha water lily perishes, it would be even less likely to come near. Both it and the Buddha water lily are 5th tier. If the Buddha water lily dies, what benefit could it hope to gain by approaching? The higher the tier of the aberrant plant, the greater their intellect. A 5th-tier aberrant plant knows fear well. If it possessed even a modicum of sense, it would not dare to advance. See, it continues to hurl insults at me, yet it has not moved an inch. The insults are the same few phrases. With just a slight show of force from me, it would crumble. Hearing the blood-devouring vine's joyful tone, Lin Yu smiled, knowing that it had not been bested in their verbal sparring. Xilai kept a watchful eye on Lin Yi and, upon overhearing his conversation with the bloodthirsty vine, promptly approached to inquire, "Who are you luring over? Are there 5th-tier exotic plants nearby?" Lin Yi glanced at the location of the 5th-tier bloodthirsty vine and did not conceal the truth from Xilai. The small vine sensed the presence of its kin ahead. A 5th-tier bloodthirsty vine, and they were currently embroiled in a quarrel. Upon hearing this, Xilai furrowed his brow, realizing the ominous nature of their surroundings. Just moments ago, Haibai Qin and Yan Ming had surveyed the area, discovering that both sides were home to clans of 5th-tier monstrous beasts. "We have approximately 10 minutes, he stated. "Once the 10 minutes are up, regardless of whether we have secured the lotus seeds, we must make our departure." Each card they held was one less with every use. And should they find themselves surrounded by 2 clans of 5th-tier beasts, no amount of defensive measures would suffice for their escape. Chapter 91. Do you have a secret crush on me? Xilai gently tapped the muscles on Lin Ye's chest and softly inquired, "During our battle, could you instruct the bloodvine to steal the lotus seeds? I will create an opportunity for it." Upon hearing Xilai's words, the bloodvine ceased to take the form of a bracelet and instead transformed into a slender chopstick, excitedly bouncing on Lin Ye's arm. "Brother, what is this fierce woman saying? Did I mishear? She wants me, a 3rd-tier exotic plant, to steal the seeds of a 5th-tier Buddha lotus. Does she comprehend what those seeds represent? They are akin to the offspring of the Buddha lotus, as vital as crystal cores. What do I have to steal with? My life?" Noticing the bloodvine's exuberant movements, Xilai chuckled and playfully tapped the vine. "Why are you so adorable? Would you like to follow your sister?" When Xilai touched the bloodvine, it felt warm, and the vine itself became somewhat soft, causing its voice to tremble slightly. "Brother, that fierce woman must have controlled me just now. The moment she touched me, my entire vine became peculiar. Some parts grew soft while others hardened uncontrollably. The thorns on my body are about to erupt. This fierce woman is terrifying. You must not let her touch you again. What if you become like me? Alternating between soft and hard? That would be unbearable. Lin Yi looked at the bloodvine, a frown etched on his forehead. What nonsense was the bloodvine spouting? What did it mean by alternating between soft and hard? Shouldn't a nearly 2-year-old bloodvine understand better? Lin Yi regarded Xilai with a contemplative gaze. Could Xilai's practice of the Hehuan technique affect exotic plants? Seeing Lin Yi's eyes fixed on her, devoid of any lewdness and brimming with curiosity, Xilai responded with a sweet smile, teasingly remarked, "You always look at me like that. It leads me to misunderstand your intentions." Lin Yi instinctively asked, "Misunderstand what?" He was merely curious if Xilai's practice of the Hehuan technique would have any effect on exotic plants. Xilai's smile grew even sweeter at his question. Wrapping a fragrant lock of hair around her finger, she cautiously leaned closer to Lin Yi, blushing as she said, "Of course. I mean that you have a secret crush on me. If you weren't smitten, why would you always gaze at me, having never been this close to a woman?" Lin Yi felt a rush of urgency to retreat upon realizing their proximity. Could he be so ordinary after all? Did men truly succumb to the charm of beautiful women? Despite his profound wariness of Xilai, when she leaned closer, his body offered no resistance. Seeing that Lin Yi remained unaffected by her allure, Xilai felt a playful impulse to tease him further and quickly leaned in as if to kiss his cheek. Lin Yi's pupils dilated in alarm, and he stumbled backward several steps in haste. Noticing his panic and fear, Xilai couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, giving Lin Yi a playful glare. "What are you afraid of? If I were to kiss you, would you feel at a disadvantage? Besides, I haven't even kissed you yet." The more Lin Yi evaded her, the more she yearned to tease him. The more Lin Yi shunned physical contact, the stronger her desire grew to lightly touch his body. She had never felt the muscles of a man, unaware if they were all as firm as Lin Yi's. Other unpleasant men failed to pique her interest, let alone invite her touch. Even a mere accidental brush felt like an affront to her. Perhaps it was Lin Yi's utter ignorance regarding the matters between men and women that rendered him pure in her eyes. Should Lin Yi acquire a girlfriend, her perception of him would undoubtedly shift, and she would regard him as sullied and tainted. With a quiet sigh, Xilai hoped that Lin Yi would postpone his romantic endeavors, at least allowing her to cherish him for a while longer. Otherwise, life would revert to its tediousness. At first, Hai Bachan and Yan Ming were astonished to witness Xilai's flirtation with Lin Yi, but they had since learned to disregard it. They both recognized that Lin Yi was blissfully unaware, and Xilai was merely toying with him. Hai Bachan gathered Yan Ming and Xilai to formulate a strategy. The shielding array on my person could only mask the battle fluctuations for 10 minutes, and considering the 10-minute buffer time as the beast horde encircled us, our utmost limit was 20 minutes. Xilai crossed her arms, nodding. 20 minutes is far superior to my initial estimate of 10. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yi as she produced a gleaming golden elixir. This is the concealment pill. When consumed by the bloodthirsty vine, it will obscure its presence, enabling it to approach the Buddha's sleeping lotus undetected. If the bloodthirsty vine can procure the lotus seeds, we can reserve the crystal core for it. The Buddha's sleeping lotus is most prized for its seeds. They are not in need of a 5th-tier crystal core. Should the bloodthirsty vine be willing to assist, it would alleviate much of their burden. Lin Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to allow the bloodthirsty vine to take the risk. Suddenly, the vine darted forward, retrieving the concealment pill with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brother, I'll go. With this, I can approach the Buddha's sleeping lotus undetected. It'll be as easy as dealing with a blind opponent. I cannot injure its essence, but stealing the lotus seeds is hardly a challenge. You might not know, but I possess a personal space. I could easily stash a few lotus seeds within my personal space." Lin Yi gently tapped the bloodthirsty vine, shaking his head in disapproval, signaling it not to pilfer the seeds. Its information was transparent within the academy. Any lotus seeds obtained would be evident. If it were to acquire 3 seeds, but later sell 5, it would unmistakably reveal to Xilai that it had been hoarding them. In that scenario, the existence of the bloodthirsty vine's personal space would be hard to conceal. The bloodthirsty vine, puzzled by Lin Yi's refusal to let it steal, ultimately chose to heed his advice. The lotus seeds held no value for it. It had merely observed Hai Bachan and the others vying for them, realizing that they could be exchanged for spirit stones, hence its desire to conceal a few for Lin Yi. However, the crystal core of the Buddha's sleeping lotus was not an ordinary 5th-tier core. It was one that had been steeped in the primordial source energy for an extended period. In its eyes, the core's worth far surpassed that of the seeds by several hundreds of times. Lin Yi was curious about how the bloodthirsty vine intended to refine the elixir and discovered that the vine could simply absorb and assimilate the pill. The blood-devouring vine, having refined the elixir, underwent subtle transformations, though its awareness of these changes remained somewhat unclear. Upon realizing that its aura had truly vanished, it leapt with excitement upon the arm of its companion, exclaiming, "The human race is indeed an exceptionally intelligent species, capable of concocting such wondrous elixirs. My presence has genuinely been concealed. Brother, await my good news. If there are any treasures left in the lake, I shall bring them all back to you. I am not merely a gold-consuming beast that depletes spirit stones. I am also capable of earning spirit stones to support our household." Chapter 92. The color of the blood bar is abnormal. Lin Yi no longer hindered the blood-devouring vine. As long as it was not the hidden lotus seeds of the Buddha's sleeping lotus, he could easily rationalize the acquisition of any other items. After Hai Baichen activated the large-scale shielding array, Yanming promptly launched an assault on the 5th-tier Buddha's sleeping lotus in the lake, unleashing a 5th-tier talisman at once. Lin Yi, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, withdrew from the epicenter of the battle, unable to discern the movements of Hai Baichen and the others. He could only observe the blood bar of the Buddha sleeping lotus. With Yanming's talisman deployed, the blood bar of the Buddha sleeping lotus diminished by 1/10 in an instant. This was a 5th-tier talisman capable of severely wounding or even slaying a martial sovereign. Yet, when employed against a 5th-tier exotic plant, the blood bar merely decreased by 1/10. As Shilai summoned the contract spirit sword, both Hai Baichen and Yanming were taken aback. Lin Yi also heard Qiaman's voice. The spirit sword in Shilai's possession exudes the aura of a semi-immortal weapon. Unable to resist glancing at the sword in Shilai's hand, Lin Yi noted that, aside from its striking beauty, it bore no trace of malevolence, resembling more of an ornamental longsword. Observing Lin Yi's fixation on the semi-immortal weapon, Qiaman leisurely remarked, "I am a growth-type spirit sword. As long as your cultivation is sufficiently formidable, I shall eventually break through to become a semi-immortal weapon, or even an immortal weapon. Shilai's spirit sword, regardless of how he cultivates, will remain merely a semi-immortal weapon. In my prime, I was a true immortal weapon. Your cultivation is too feeble. Your Dantian has yet to be opened. Speaking with you exhausts me. Do not summon me to battle. I would instantaneously drain your meridians and spiritual energy." After Qiaman's words, silence fell once more. Lin Yi then turned his gaze toward the eerie heart of the area. Harboring a strong premonition that his opportunity to break through to foundation establishment lay within the Hongmeng source qi. However, he currently had no idea how to obtain the Hongmeng source qi. Hai Baichen and Yanming continued to reveal their trump cards, both feeling a pang of regret. Inadvertently glancing at the languid Shilai. Noticing their scrutiny, Shilai pursed his lips in displeasure and then retrieved a pearl from his storage space. Yanming, clearly aware of Shilai's intentions, quickly warned Hai Baichen, "Be cautious. The Buddha's sleeping lotus will be dazed for 3 seconds. Ensure all damage is inflicted during that moment of vulnerability." The pearl in Shilai's hand was an ancient treasure of the Hehuan sect, though it lacked a weapon spirit. Its lethality rivaled that of a spiritual treasure. Without practicing a specific cultivation method, the pearl could not be activated, leaving only Shilai capable of wielding it. He was unaware of the pearl's name, simply referring to it as an exotic treasure. An elder martial saint from his clan had once mentioned that utilizing that pearl could render even a martial saint dazed for a second. Despite Shilai's cultivation being merely that of a martial emperor, when combined with the exotic treasure, he could cause a martial saint to lose focus for a second. In battles among martial saints, even half a second could be lethal. As Lin Yi's gaze swept over the pearl in Shilai's hand, an instinct told him that the pearl was exceedingly perilous. Just as Qiaman had fallen silent, he suddenly spoke again. "The demon core of a sea demon at the spirit division realm. What a fine treasure. Unfortunately, it is of no use to me." After uttering these words, Qiaman once again lapsed into silence. Upon hearing the term divine spirit realm, Lin Yi's eyes widened slightly. The realm beneath it, the transformation realm, is akin to a modern-day martial saint. The current status of the divine spirit realm remains undisclosed by official sources, suggesting that no one has yet transcended into this realm. Or perhaps such information has been revealed, yet remains unknown to the common populace. Does Shilai recognize that the orb in her possession is the demon core of a sea demon from the divine spirit realm? Shiza, having already attained the status of martial saint, must surely aspire to break through to the next level. Should he not examine this demon core? If Shilai cannot identify it, could it be that her semi-divine artifact spirit also fails to recognize it? The perplexity on Lin Yi's face was palpable, prompting Qiaman to leisurely sigh and elucidate. The artifact spirits who have survived since ancient times possess memories that are largely fragmented. Even I retained but a mere fraction of 1% of my recollections. Shilai's semi-divine artifact might be fortunate to recall 1/10,000th of its memories. It is a growth-type spirit tool, once a celestial artifact at its zenith, yet has spent much of its existence in slumber, allowing it to preserve 1/10,000th of its memories. Were it not for the prolonged sleep that counteracts the passage of time, even a divine artifact could not retain all its memories. Moreover, during moments of lucidity, one cannot help but ponder what transpired in ancient times. Why has the cultivation world fragmented into numerous spatial shards, ultimately becoming the relics of the modern era? What epoch is the present, and does it belong to the same realm as the cultivation world he inhabits? Each contemplation of these matters leaves Qianman feeling particularly weary. His memories seem not to have faded with time, but rather have been obliterated by some extraordinarily powerful entity. What kind of formidable existence could erase his memories so thoroughly? After all, he is a celestial artifact. Lin Yi, upon hearing Qianman's words, comes to understand that the memories of ancient artifact spirits are indeed fragmented, leading him to seriously doubt that Shilai's semi-divine artifact has recognized the divine spirit demon core. Shilai had forcibly controlled the Buddha's sleeping lotus for 3 seconds using the sea demon's demon core, allowing Haibei Qin and Yin Ming to inflict nearly all their substantial damage within that brief interval. The Buddha's sleeping lotus's health plummeted to the brink of annihilation, leaving but a sliver of vitality. Observing this, both Haibei Qin and Yin Ming were elated, for the essence of the Buddha's sleeping lotus had been shattered, and its demise was merely a matter of time. However, Lin Yi noticed the sudden darkening of the Buddha's sleeping lotus's health bar, a sense of foreboding welling up within him, prompting him to shout urgently, "Defend yourselves, retreat swiftly." Responding immediately, Shilai produced a spirit-level golden body talisman. Retreating on her sword while activating the talisman, her prowess was insufficient to fully unleash the power of the spirit-level talisman, allowing only half of its potential to manifest. Even half of the spirit-level talisman, capable of ambushing a martial saint, served as a crucial safeguard for survival. Although Haibei Qin hesitated momentarily, he ultimately chose to trust Lin Yi. The latter's understanding of this peculiar domain far surpassed his own. The anomalous flora here had undergone mutations, rendering them incomparable to the exotic plants found outside. Yin Ming, however, wore a face of confusion. Questioning the need for defense, was the Buddha sleeping lotus on the verge of death? If you do not seize the lotus seeds, I shall. The bloodthirsty vine, upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, swiftly coiled around the lotus pod and retreated rapidly. Throughout the battle on the lake's surface, it had been diligently gathering treasures from within the waters. Although he was unfamiliar with many things, as long as the aura fluctuations were extraordinary and the objects resembled treasures, he would gather them into his personal space. It mattered little that he did not recognize them. As long as Lin Yi did, that sufficed. The blood-devouring vine was certain that Lin Yi possessed a legacy of memories far superior to his own. Otherwise, he would not have been able to identify the primordial source qi that he himself could not discern. Without a shred of doubt in Lin Yi's words, it exerted itself to escape as swiftly as possible. Yin Ming believed that Shilai and Haibei Qin were overreacting. After all, the Buddha water lily was not an aggressive plant, nor would it self-detonate its core. What was the point of retreating in such a flustered manner? Lin Yi, too, continued to retreat, particularly as the bloodline of the Buddha water lily deepened in hue. The deep crimson color served as a warning sign. Chapter 93. The Fifth Order Buddha Sleep Lotus Self-Detonation. As the blood-devouring vine caught up with Lin Yi, it found Lin Yi's pace excessively slow. Without hesitation, it enlarged its body, allowing Lin Yi to perch upon it as they hastily fled. Lin Yi first perceived a radiant light, followed by a cataclysmic upheaval. The very earth trembled violently beneath his feet, as though he were aboard a pirate ship amidst a tempest. The oppressive aura of compressed spiritual energy radiated outward in an instant. Lin Yi felt as though he were being struck by a colossal hammer. The magical garment he wore absorbed a significant portion of the spiritual pressure, yet he still felt the remaining force slam against him, causing him to stifle a groan as a metallic taste of blood surged in his mouth. The blood-devouring vine, akin to a creature abruptly halted mid-gallop, collapsed onto the ground, losing control and rolling forward with Lin Yi. In a moment of quick thinking, it enveloped Lin Yi, bracing itself against the external impacts of their tumultuous journey. Shilai, too, was affected by the spiritual pressure, her inner energy seemingly severed from her core, causing her to plummet from the air. Had it not been for Eli's timely intervention to catch her, The fall from such a height would undoubtedly have resulted in injury. Xilai's robe, though not a spiritual treasure, was crafted from materials of exceptional quality, mitigating the impact of the spiritual pressure and sparing her from harm. In stark contrast, Haibai Chun was not as fortunate. He plummeted directly from the sky. His spiritual artifact lacked the resilience of Eli's, leaving him equally vulnerable to the spiritual pressure, resulting in a similar severance of his energy connection. Fortunately, Haibai Chun managed to retreat in time, sustaining only minor injuries. He retrieved a medicinal pill and, with a face full of trepidation, gazed at the surface of the lake, now tumultuously roiling, while the surrounding rocks and trees lay utterly devastated. The non-combatant exotic plant had self-destructed, obliterating its core. The epicenter of the explosion could potentially injure a martial saint. What a spectacle! Haibai Chun could not resist casting a glance toward Lin Yi, internally recognizing that he owed him a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Had Lin Yi not alerted them in time, they would have approached to seek the lotus seeds and core, unwittingly entering the heart of the explosion. Even if they had sensed the impending detonation of the Buddha sleep lotus, they would have had no time to escape, forced instead to endure the self-detonation of a fifth-order exotic plant. Xilai furrowed her brow lightly. The magnitude of this core's explosion surpassed that of an ordinary fifth-order exotic plant, exuding a terrifying potency. One must not perceive the exotic plants of this uncanny realm through the lens of conventional understanding. Let us proceed and locate Yin Ming. We must ascertain his fate. As the blood-devouring vine released Lin Yi, he stood up, still slightly dazed. Moments prior, the vine had hastily administered treatment for his internal injuries caused by the spiritual pressure, and he felt considerably improved. To conceal his condition, Lin Yi deliberately took out a healing pill and consumed it. His cultivation level was too low. Even with the blood-devouring vine's protection, remaining unscathed would have been conspicuous. Noticing Lin Yi taking the pill, Haibai Chun inquired with concern, "Do you have enough medicinal pills? How severe are your injuries?" Lin Yi's role in this eerie realm was far more significant than that of an ordinary martial sovereign. "We must ensure that nothing goes awry." Lin Yi shook his head at Haibai Chun, insisting that his injuries were inconsequential, and urged him to hasten their search for Yin Ming. Haibai Chun did not dwell on Lin Yi's wounds, interpreting the term "not serious" as merely a light injury. After all, Lin Yi was the first to learn of the impending self-detonation of the Buddha water lily, and he must have made preparations far more meticulous than theirs. Upon finding Yin Ming, the trio was struck by the grim sight before them, gasping in shock. A significant portion of Yin Ming's body had been obliterated. One leg and an arm were missing. Xilai promptly administered a pill to Yin Ming, safeguarding his vital energy and sighing softly, "This fellow remains remarkably composed," sacrificing his leg to protect his dantian. A limb can be regenerated, but the loss of the dantian is irrevocable. Although the elixir capable of restoring limbs was exceedingly rare and expensive, it posed little concern for Yin Ming. Grateful, Haibai Chun cast a thankful glance at Lin Yi. Had it not been for Lin Yi,